She struck Socks across the head, sending him flying to the ground, and Bruno slammed into her, knocking the phone from her grip. She brought her knee up into the dog's side and pushed herself away before he could drive her down into the ground. The heroine went for Bitch, who had only Angelica at her side. Angelica positioned herself between enemy and master, and Glory Girl hit the dog broadside. Angelica barely reacted, turning instead to snap at Glory Girl. Her teeth rebounded off the heroine's outstretched arm, and Glory Girl darted backward, to hover in the air. Catching her breath? Watching the situation? That wasn't how you were supposed to fight. Bitch whistled hard, then shouted, Magic, Lucy, Roxy. Come. As the three dogs barreled toward her, she used her power. She felt it extend outward like a vibration from deep inside her. She felt that power shudder and reverberate, as if to let her know it was making contact with them. She could see the effect. Could see them grow larger, see bone and muscle swell and shift. Attack. In moments, Glory Girl was contending with 4 dogs. Angelica advanced implacably, Bitch following at a walking pace. The other 3 were attacking from every direction, cutting off escape routes, leaping onto the side of the building, leaping down, running behind her, or flanking her from the sides. Mom! Glory Girl shouted, a note of panic in her voice. Run! Brandish called out her response. She was facing much the same situation, unable to attack with the relentless pressure the dogs were putting on her. Instead, she changed herself into that ball form where she couldn't be touched or hurt, flying away with every hit she took, or controlling the direction so she could make her way for an escape route. She managed to find enough paws to lash out at one dog and shout, Get the wounded. Glory Girl caught Roxy around the snout as the dog lunged for her, and threw her down at Lucy. She used the momentary reprieve this granted her to fly straight for the man who'd shot at Angelica, who lay in a heap on the ground. She stopped mid-flight. A woman stood over the man's mangled body, her long hair blowing slightly in the wind. Which seemed wrong. With the light rain, her hair should have been wetter. Glory Girl looked over her shoulder to see the dogs, looked back to the injured man and the woman, and then flew straight up, disappearing into the gloom of the night sky. She'd left him behind. The barking and snarling ceased as the fight drew to a close. Each of the dogs returned, and Bitch noted a few injuries. A shattered plate of bone here, a gouge where Brandish's blades had made contact there. Surface damage. It was only the damage that penetrated deep, past the layers her power applied, which risked hurting the dogs or doing permanent damage. Nothing so serious. Bitch breathed a sigh of relief. She stalked forward, her dogs joining her to form a loose circle around the woman. The crazy bitch was naked from head to toe, and her skin and hair were painted in alternating stripes of white and black, like a zebra. No. Paint would have washed off, and dye wouldn't be so crisp around the edges. It was a natural coloring. When the woman looked up at Bitch, her eyes were yellow and bright, reflecting the ambient light like the eyes of a dog or cat might. She smiled, and there wasn't a trace of tension in her body, as though she'd just woken up in a safe place. Who the fuck are you? The woman didn't reply. She crouched down beside the man, then shifted her position so she was sitting sideways, her legs stretched out beside her. Her fingertips traced the man's injuries, almost lovingly. Answer me, Bitch ordered. The woman reached over and pressed her index and middle fingers to the man's eyes. Pressing down, she penetrated the orbs, sliding her fingers down until they were 2 knuckles deep. Hey! Fuck off! The woman removed the fingers. Vitreous fluids and blood flowed from the open wounds in the man's eye sockets. The woman turned towards her. She didn't meet Bitch's eyes, instead looking down at Bitch's feet. It struck Bitch that the woman was making herself small, was being inoffensive. It made her feel better, strangely. Slightly calmer, her words measured, she called out, I'm going to ask you again. Who the fuck are you? Siberian, the woman spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Barely audible. What the hell are you doing here? This is my territory. I'll leave soon. I just wanted to talk. Again, the whisper. Talking, always talking. Not interested. Go. Siberian looked down at the man, who was still writhing and twitching, making small noises of pain. Go. She shouted. The woman didn't budge. Bitch glanced at her dogs to see who was the biggest, the least injured. Lucy. Lucy. Attack. Lucy pounced on Siberian. Bitch saw Siberian stretch out her arm, saw Lucy's jaws clamp down on the limb. There was no reaction. Lucy tugged, the full force of her body behind the movement, and the woman didn't move a hair. With great care, Siberian stood. She looked at Lucy, her bright eyes roving over the dog's face and the length of the dog's body. Beautiful, she whispered. She pressed her lips against Lucy's nose in a kiss, as if uncaring that the dog had seized her arm between jaws that could crush a motorcycle. Lucy snorted in response. Then she looked at Bitch. This time, she made eye contact, and despite her whisper, there was no nonsense in her tone. Your dog lets go of me now, or she gets hurt. The confidence in the tone, the authority, the fact that the woman's eyes didn't waver in the slightest, they made it abundantly clear to Bitch that the woman was telling the truth. She was certain enough about it that it was worth weakening her position here. Lucy, off. Come. Lucy let go and backed off, moving to Bitch's side. They're beautiful, Siberian whispered, looking at the dogs. Bitch nodded mutely in response. Siberian approached her, walking with a great deal of care. There was grace in her movement, and she walked on her tiptoes, each foot carefully placed a measured distance in front of the other. Her eyes shone through the curtain of her white and black hair. Bitch felt a moment's trepidation. What? She regretted opening her mouth the instant she did, but it was already too late. Do you want? You. I don't understand, she tried to inject more confidence into her answer. They told me I should pick someone. Someone they can test. I read about you, I heard about you. I want you on our team. Team. She hated the short answers that were coming out of her mouth, the way that they were uncertain and they put her on weaker footing. The woman's response carried over the flooded street, through the growls that slowly ratcheted up from the dogs as the stranger approached their owner, the 9. We have only 8, not enough. So some of us are picking people. Then we test them. I picked you, and I like what I've seen. I've been watching you for weeks, now. She smiled again. Has to be a lie, bitch thought. Her dogs would have noticed someone following her, wouldn't they? The woman was only a few paces away. The question was, should bitch retreat and put herself in an even weaker position, or did she stand her ground? She stood her ground. The woman stepped closer, within arm's reach, then another 2 paces, until her chest pressed against bitch's body. She met the woman's gaze, unflinching, until Siberian wrapped her arms around her, holding her close, resting her chin on bitch's shoulder. Aren't you tired of pretending? The woman whispered in her ear. What? Bitch tried to pull away, so she could ask the woman the question to her face, but the limbs were unmoving, more resisting than steel bars would have been. Acting like one of them. Playing and losing their games, decorating yourself in their clothing and their symbols, following their rules. I bitch paused, don't know what you're talking about. The pause was telling. She knew it was telling. The woman understood her, she knew. The woman understood her. The thought clicked. The way the woman moved, her body language, everything, she was making sense to bitch in a way that so few people did. The idea left bitch shaken. How? Why? Was it some power? From the start, she'd known what the woman wanted to express as easily as she did with her dogs. You're an animal, bitch. The woman gave special treatment to that last word. Bitch stiffened. The woman pulled away, one hand remaining to caress the side of bitch's face. Her eyes were lowered again, bitch noted. She was smiling lightly, her lips pressed together, teeth hidden. Playful, gentle. Bitch let herself relax. It hadn't been meant as an insult. The body contact was intrusive, but she could grit her teeth and bear it, at least until she figured out who this person was and how she could fight back. We're all animals, Siberian murmured. She walked over to Bentley, and bitch hurried to give the dog a hand gesture for stay, then off before the woman moved to touch him. Some more than others. You and I, more than others. Philosophy shit. Siberian smiled, her hands tracing Bentley's snout, the exposed muscles and horns. Philosophy shit. Yes. Touché. An idea given meaning because people think it should have meaning. But it's just words, isn't it? Sure. Join me. Stop pretending to be like them. You know you're bad at it. I'm fine where I am. The woman smiled, her eyes lowered. She clasped her hands together and pressed them to her chin, squishing her breasts up against her chest. She turned, taking in the neighborhood, assessing bitch's territory. Maybe for now. You have freedom to run, to do as you like. It's nice. But you're going to chafe at it sooner or later. You're going to realize that you're still in a cage they made. You're still following their rules, in the end. Bitch looked around the empty, flooded streets as Siberian was doing. She didn't answer. Maybe you can be happy like this. A dog, collar around your neck, a fenced-in territory. You'll never really understand what they're all talking about. The best you can hope for is a pat on the head when you're good, when you do as you should, maybe some companionship whenever you're a good girl. But maybe that's what you want. As opposed to what? Being wild. Being free. Truly free. It's exhilarating, Siberian breathed. Bitch frowned. Words that sounded nice, but that was all they were. Just words. I'm going to give you 2 presents, bitch, Siberian whispered. One will be waiting for you when you go back to your, what do you call it? Bitch didn't answer. Let's call it your den. I like that. Siberian closed the distance to bitch with a surprising speed, her steps less controlled, carrying her long distances forward as she zigzagged over the flooded street. Before bitch could react, or before the dogs could step in, she was next to bitch, stopping. Siberian put a hand on her collarbone. Bitch was lifted into the air and pushed down into the water, soaked, landing hard enough that the air was forced out of her lungs. As she struggled to breathe, Siberian whispered, the second gift is special, a treasure for a kindred spirit. Bitch coughed, struggled, but she couldn't move the hand. As of this moment, you're the only one to hear me speak and live afterwards. She kissed bitch on the forehead, like a mother would with a child. Bitch tried to twist away, and only succeeded in getting water in her eyes and nose. She sputtered as she struggled to draw air into her empty lungs. When she could see again, Siberian was gone. Her dogs were looking up at a nearby rooftop. Shaken, she gestured for Bentley to come to her, and climbed up onto his shoulders. Coughing, snorting water from her nostrils, she gave the order, home. Her thoughts were chaotic as she rode Bentley down the streets, a dull roar of too many things all at once, all too important to be ignored. At the same time, she didn't want to think about them, didn't want to put those pieces together, because she wasn't sure she liked where they would lead. The gift Siberian left her. Some of her henchmen were at her den. More important, some of her dogs were there. Every minute the trip took left her more worried. She hopped off Bentley as they arrived at the building, shoving the doors open. Blood. Trails leading to Barker and Biter, who were on the ground floor, unconscious, still breathing. One of the girls, the one with veterinary training that Coyle had sent to her, was sitting in one corner, nursing an arm that dangled at the wrong angle from the elbow, sobbing. This was recent. Siberian had done this in the time it took bitch to get here. More blood. One of the boys, a dog groomer with years of experience, lying beside the kitchen counter, his shirt wadded up and pressed to his face. Around the shirt, she could see the 4 parallel tracks where Siberian's fingernails had left gouges running across his face. None of the dogs were hurt. She had to double-check them to see. Most were cowering in the corners. Some had retreated up the stairs. The blood had a pattern to it, as though Siberian had painted a picture with the spray. A line drawing from each of the injured to the center of the room, where a box sat, faintly dusted with flecks of blood. She was nervous as she opened it, but she couldn't not. A furry bundle tried to escape, and she stopped it. It bit for her fingers. She pulled her hand back, gripped it by the throat and forced it down to the ground, making her dominance clear. A husky puppy? No. The physical makeup was wrong. The smaller ears, longer limbs, and markings around the jowls and muzzle. A wolf pup. Where had Siberian found this? There was a card in the bottom of the box, stained with urine. Bitch picked it up with the very tip of her finger and thumb. She'd never properly learned how to read, so she had to work out the individual sounds, moving her lips to try to piece it together. Ah, you. A, that letter, she didn't recognize it. After it was. OLL, wolf. She gave up. She could guess, anyways. Are you a wolf, or are you a dog? The rule was to call Coyle at a time like this. To let him know what had happened. She found her phone in one of her jacket pockets and she fumbled with the keypad to find him in her contacts. Her finger hovered over the button. What was she holding on to? Who was she protecting? Her friends? Were they really her friends? It wasn't that she wanted to betray them, she wasn't about to repeat that mistake, but... She couldn't articulate the thought, but it was Taylor's face that flashed into her mind's eye when she put the phone away. Maybe she would see what this test was about. She wasn't about to back down. But in the end, she'd make the call about where she went and what she did. You, she told the man with the gouges in his face, go to a doctor. Take anyone here that needs it. But I don't want you telling Coyle, I don't want you using his doctors. Got it? The man looked up at her, staring for long seconds. Finally, he nodded. She didn't know if he would, or if he'd be able to hide it, but if he did inform Coyle, it would at least be an excuse to get rid of him and the others. She looked down at the wolf pup, who was still struggling to bite at her fingers. She let it go, waited until it tried to attack her again, and pushed it down onto its side once more. Little bastard, she smiled. Almost without thinking about it, she used her power. Just the smallest amount. She felt almost none of the vibrations or shudders she experienced as a visceral feedback on her power with the other dogs. It was only when she saw his skin splitting that she realized it was actually working. Faster, quicker, with so little of the temporary exhaustion she so often experienced on her end. Was it easier with him? What did that mean? Interlude 11B. Theo clutched the remote control in both hands. For 5 minutes, he hadn't taken his eyes off the TV set. For those same 5 minutes, the TV set had been off. Who's a pretty baby? Who's a pretty little girl? You are. Yes you are. Aster squawked in one of the little cries that foretold an incoming tantrum. Theo clutched the remote control tighter. He felt a throbbing pain where the corners of the remote bit into the heels of his hands. Oh, don't cry, don't cry. Theo's throat was dry, every thud of his heartbeat seemed to make his hands shake and his vision waver. He'd never been more intimately familiar with the television itself. The shape and color of the TV set, the proportion of the screen to the outer frame, the little border of silver around the very edges, and the starry brand name logo at the very bottom. He suspected it would be ingrained in his memory for the rest of his life. Which might just be a very short span of time. Nope. Don't see the appeal. Hey, boy. Theo's heart leaped in his chest. He tore his eyes from the television and looked up at the man who was cradling Aster. The baby needs to be changed. Theo nodded and stood. He was reaching for Aster when the man threw the baby at him. He had to scramble to catch her, almost let her slip through his arms, and only just barely caught her by pressing her against his stomach and pelvis. She started screaming. Don't drop her, now, or I'll be very annoyed. Theo nodded, raising his voice to be heard over Aster's shrieks. Yes sir. Must you keep calling me that? Do I really look like a sir? Theo looked at the 30-something man. He wore a dress shirt that was open to show his muscled chest and stomach, and had the sleeves rolled up to expose his forearms. His tight jeans were low-slung, his limbs long, and his hair was longer and greasy. The man's beard had been trimmed, but scruff was growing in around the edges, obscuring the intricate pattern that had been trimmed into the inside border of the facial hair. A knife danced around his fingers constantly, making Theo flinch every time the blade turned to point toward him and Aster. Jack slash. My father told me I should address my betters as sir, sir. Jack laughed with the slightest touch of derision. Well, your daddy taught you well, didn't he? True enough. Theo wondered if this measure of respect played any part in why Jack had let him live this long. Yes, sir. I'm going to go change the baby. Yes. Do. Theo's hands shook as he adjusted his grip on Aster, hauling her up until her head was at his shoulder, even though that meant she was screaming in his ear. He carried her to the changing table and set her down. Kaden had reclaimed her old apartment after the catastrophe, found many of her possessions still there. The man never let the front door out of his sight as he walked around the living room, and was soon behind Theo. With the open window, Theo could hope the man was upwind of the aromatic diaper. How long before the squealing of the baby, an offensive smell or something else set the psychopath off? How long until your mother gets back? That was something else. That was the third time Jack had asked the question. Was his captor's patience running out? She's not my mother. Theo changed the topic. He dropped Aster's dirty diaper into the bin. Jack walked up to Theo, until he was just behind the boy, his shadow cast long by the setting sun, stretching over Theo and the changing table. Theo could feel the tension ratcheting up. I'm going to get upset if you lie to me. Theo didn't take his eyes off the baby, forced his fingers to keep working on the diaper. Kaden is Aster's mother, sir, my dad's ex-wife. She's been taking care of me since my father died. Of course, now I understand. I believe you, Jack said, before chuckling. He turned and walked away, leaving Theo breathing out a shuddering sigh of relief. When Jack spoke again, there was no humor in his tone. Do you love her? The mother of that baby? Yes, sir. But I don't like her. Good. Does she love you? No, sir. But she likes me. Oh. Jack drew out the sound, and it was vaguely mocking. Do tell. I take care of Aster for her. I do my chores, I don't talk back. I don't make life harder for her, Theo began. He swallowed, but my dad treated her badly, and I think she sees him when she looks at me, and she'll never let herself love me because of that. She has to look past the doughy face to see dad in me, past the baby fat I never seem to lose, but I have his genes, I look like him, beneath it all. Do you have some of your father in you? Did he? I'd like to think not, sir. I'm remembering now. Kaiser. His name in costume was Kaiser. I met him once, don't you know? I didn't know. Years ago. Alfather still ruled Empire 88 then. They held a big meeting between all of the factions. We stopped by. Great fun. I don't think they accomplished a thing that day. We provoked a bidding war instead. Group called the Teeth wound up hiring us to kill some members of the Protectorate team. We did it, and then we wiped out the Teeth before leaving the city. The Slaughterhouse 9 must have been new, then. People today would know better. Hopefully. Jack chuckled lightly, I digress. I do remember your father. He was older than you are now when I saw him. He talked in a way that made me think he was an athlete. He was, sir, Theo confirmed. And he was disappointed I never followed in his footsteps. There were more teams in this city, then, more villains. Not many heroes. Lots of scary motherfuckers around, and yet I could probably count on one hand the people who made eye contact with me. Even then, when my reputation was a fraction of what it is today. Your father was one of those people. Ballsy fucker. Maybe he thought you'd respect him for it, sir? He was always good at reading people. And making them do what he wanted. Even me. Is that so? I'd like to think I'm much the same. A people reader. But my interest is in the design of people. What makes them tick? What holds them together? All too often, it's one little thing. In architecture they call it a keystone. The one stone that keeps the entire arch from collapsing. The weak point. And I'm very good at finding those weak points. Can you guess what I'm talking about here? Why I'm in this apartment? Aster, sir. And you say you're nothing like your father. You're sharp, little boy. Theo couldn't see Jack move, but again, the man's shadow fell over him. He felt himself shrink down, as if the shadow weighed on him. Thank you, sir, he managed. Yes. See, my compatriots are all busy with a task, tonight, you understand. I bet on the wrong horse. Come. Jack's hand fell on Theo's shoulder, and he flinched. Still, he scooped Aster up and followed as Jack led him to the front of the apartment. There was a trail of blood leading from the front door to the nearby bathroom. Jack gave Theo a push on the shoulder, but remained outside the bathroom, where he could watch the front door. Theo entered. There was a man in the bathtub. He'd seen Jack drag the man inside, had heard the taps running. What he hadn't expected was for the man to be alive. The bathwater was crimson, and the man lay in a sea of things that had been taken from the freezer and dropped within. He was Japanese, Theo noted, his hair cut short, his body bearing the lean muscle of someone who'd honed their body into a weapon, and he was unconscious, though breathing. O.N.I. Lee, Jack spoke from outside the bathroom. Our habit is to nominate a certain individual. Then the others test them in their own ways. If that individual passes the test, they are recruited to the Slaughterhouse 9. Theo didn't know how to respond, so he kept his mouth shut. He rocked Aster in his arms, using one hand to shield her eyes from the scene. Not that he thought she could make it out or understand what she was looking at, but it made him feel better. I had a little conversation with O.N.I. Lee. Found him living above a grocer's, with the help of one of my teammates. Someone shot out his kneecap, it seems, and he's been restless ever since. A few kills here and there, but perhaps a little harder when you can't walk. Need the right time, the right place. I kind of respected that, and the fact that he was another fan of knives was a point in my book. Yes, sir. But we didn't even make it to the test. I told him we had tinkers that could fix him up. He was interested. Then I told him he'd have to prove himself. He asked me how. Now, it isn't always done, that a member of the 9 tests their own candidates, but I decided to anyways. Something off about him, wanted to make sure he didn't embarrass me. Told him to come up with something, and he couldn't. Do you know what tabula rasa is, boy? No, sir. Blank slate. A piece of paper with nothing on it. A formatted computer. A tombstone without the name on it. Seems that fellow can copy his body just fine when he teleports, but something in his mind gets left behind. Once I realized it, picked up on the fact that he was little more than a robot wanting his orders, I informed him I had decided we had no need for his services, we fought, and, here we are. I see. And Jack was in one piece, while Oni Lee was bleeding out into the bathtub. So. Come on out of the bathroom, now. Jack ushered Theo out of the bathroom with the dying man. There we go. Back to the subject of purity and the baby. Aster. Yes, Aster, sir. We're going to play a little game. See, the moment Purity steps in that front door, I give her just a moment to take in the scene, and then snicker-snack, you and the baby die. Theo felt his blood run cold. Tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. I'm going to die. I'll get to savor the expression on her face as she watches her keystone crumble. I'll get to see how she responds as that element in her life that supports everything else bleeds out on this nice white carpet. Maybe say something to just twist the knife. Jack mimed a lunging stab and then slow turn of his blade. Straightening, Jack looked Theo over, a pity she doesn't love you, but if she likes you, at least, then it'll have to do. Why did I tell him that? She'll kill you, sir. Theo said. Then he added a hurried, no offense. Jack waved him off. She'll try. So many have, and they've all failed so far. But it's good that it's a little dangerous, a little risky. It's no fun if I know how it's going to play out. Some unpredictability, it gives spice to life. Maybe I'll kill her right after I see the look on her face. Maybe I'll escape and leave her to wallow in her misery. Escape? From a 15-story apartment building, against a supervillain who can fly and level city blocks? Then again, Jack had done worse things than murder the child of a cape like Purity, and he was still here. Sometimes, Jack started, pausing as if he was constructing the thought as he spoke it, I like to imagine the impact I've made on the world. What possible realities am I pruning, what events am I setting in motion, each time I take a life? If the flap of a butterfly's wing can alter the course of a hurricane, what am I doing when I take a human life? The life of a person who interacts with dozens of people every day, who would have a career, romance, children. Tears ran down Theo's face. He clutched Aster tight. Can you tell me who you are, Kaiser's boy? What am I doing to reality when I open you up from cock to chin and let your entrails spill onto the floor? I don't know, Theo said, his voice quiet. Don't shut down on me, now. Here, I'll make you a deal. If you give me a good answer, I'll make it quick. Thrust my knife right through the center of your brain. It'll be like flicking a light switch. You just stop, and there'll be no pain. It'll be as dignified as death can be. Theo shook his head. I'll even let you relieve yourself in the bathroom beforehand so you don't shit yourself so badly when you drop dead. You'd have to be quick, unless you want to be on the toilet when she comes in, but it's a chance few get. I wanted to be a superhero, Theo blurted. Jack laughed abruptly enough that Aster was spooked and started screaming louder. His laughs continued for several long seconds. Theo went on, as if Jack were still listening, I'm probably going to get powers, because I'm Kaiser's son. But I don't want to be a member of Purity's group, I don't want to cleanse the world or try to fix things by killing or through hate. Sir. And you'd fight people like me, I suppose. Theo nodded. Jack was still grinning. What would you do to people like me, then? Let's say you got powers. Would you right wrongs, lecture school children on doing what's right, and see bad guys like me carted off to the birdcage? Somehow, knowing the inevitability of his own death gave him a measure of courage he had never had before. Even so, it took all of the willpower he had. Theo met Jack's eyes for the first time. The man's eyes were a very pale blue, and there were lines at the corners. Theo swallowed the lump in his throat. People like you? I'd kill. Sir. Jack broke into a second spell of hysterical laughter, and it was all Theo could do to keep Aster from squirming out of his grasp in her distress. Can't Jack had to break off to let another small laugh pass, can't say I can imagine that, boy. You, as one of the vigilantes. Neither can I, Theo thought, but he remained silent. But you've piqued my interest, and if there's any reason I do what I do, it's because I find it interesting. Theo could see the cell phone on the coffee table in the living room light up and shift position as it vibrated. It happened behind Jack, and the man didn't appear to see or hear it. The only person who called Theo's phone was Kaden, and she'd been out getting groceries. It was routine for her to call for him to open the lobby door, then come down to help bringing them up from the lobby. She was coming up. He was almost positive. Could he distract Jack and give Kaden the opportunity to put the man down? I've changed my mind, Jack said. Theo stared, trying to fathom what the man was saying. Don't let it be said that I can't delay my gratification. Listen carefully now, I'm making you a deal. Theo nodded, mute. I want to see this. This picture you paint. So I'm going to give you a chance to make this happen. Theo nodded slowly, but his thoughts were on Caden's approach. How long until Caden opened the door? Would Jack attack her? Attack Aster? Despite what he was saying now. Or would Caden attack him and provoke something? How old are you? 14? 15. 15, sir, Theo said. Hurry up, finish before she comes. 2 years then. 2 years to get your powers, to train, to do whatever it takes to become the motherfucking badass you describe. That should be long enough without risking that one of us gets off by bad luck or picking the wrong fight. At that 2-year mark? You hunt me down, you kill, disable or sneak past my 9, whoever they are 2 years from now, you look me in the eyes, and then you try to kill me. If you fail? If you cannot find me? If you chicken out? What's a good consequence? In his hurry to resolve this before the door opened, Theo made the first suggestion that came to mind, you kill me. That goes without saying. No. It should be meaningful. What's your name, boy? Theology. 15-year-old Theo. How many people's lives will you touch in these coming 2 years, because I've spared your life? 200? 500? 1,000? How far will the flaps of your butterfly wings extend? Theo glanced at the phone. It glowed and moved again. Was Caden in the lobby? Jack went on. If you fail in this, I'll kill 999 people in your name. I'll even break my usual rules to get the body count that high, so it's something special, beyond my usual habits. Maybe a bomb, maybe poison. I'll come up with something. I can target the people you love, those you're closest to, people you've affected. Aster there can be the 999th, and you'll be the 1,000th. Perfect. Cancelling out the impact you've made in the world, it's poetic. Theo swallowed. 1,000 people? Could he say no? Could he refuse the offer? Or would Jack carry what he threatened regardless? Well, Jack spoke, smiling. I'll be off. He stepped into the bathroom, turning away from the door for the second time in his entire visit. When he emerged from the bathroom, he held the naked form of Oni Lee over one shoulder, a knife in his free hand. A treat for a teammate, this is, Jack winked. Doesn't need to be alive. Just fresh. Would you get the door, Theo? Theo hurried forward to open the door, shifting Aster in his arms to open it. Caden stood on the other side, groceries in hand. Stern, she said, Theo. I called you twice. Can you go down to the lobby and get the last 2 bags of grog? She fell silent as the door opened wider, revealing Jack. In a moment, the bags in her arms were tumbling to the ground, and her hair, eyes and hands were glowing with blinding light. Caden, Theo had to control his voice to keep it from shaking, let him go. I had a wonderful conversation with young Theo here, Jack spoke. He rested his hand on top of Theo's head. Theo could feel the hard handle of the knife tap against his scalp. Very interesting. What are you? Caden started, her voice rising with anger, but Theo lunged forward, gripping her shirt and shaking his head. She looked down, confused. Jack waggled a finger at her, don't bother, Purity. See, I've been studying you. I go into every possible fight armed with knowledge. You have a weakness. A flaw in that power of yours. Theo could see Caden tense, but she obliged when he pushed her away from the door and towards the end of the hallway furthest from the stairwell, stepping back. While reading up on you, I tried to put the newspaper clippings and online information in chronological order, and a funny thing happened. Seems like your power is weaker some days, stronger on others. I mapped it out. You have some form of internal battery or fuel that drives your power. After going days without using your power, you're stronger. After periods where there's more sunlight, your power is stronger. You absorb light of any kind, I suppose, and later spend it to use your abilities. Theo thought he might have seen a tiny flash of concern on Caden's face. It's been an overcast week, and you've been using your powers a great deal, trying to put the Pure on the map. So think very hard about what you want to do next. Because if I'm right, and your power is spent, you might not succeed in killing me. And I would retaliate by killing all 3 of you. You're underestimating me, Caden spoke, her voice hard. Then blast me away. Turn me into a smear in your hallway, if you think you're strong enough, quicker with your light than I am with a knife. Prove me wrong, Jack smiled. He waited a few seconds, and the only noises in the hallway were Aster's mewling complaints. Jack stepped into the hallway and turned toward the stairwell. Thought so. Be grateful. That boy is the only reason you and your daughter are alive right now. He'll explain. Train him. Make him strong, make him vicious. Let him take whatever path he needs to take. You and your daughter owe him that. Caden looked down at Theo, who glanced at Jack for just a second, then looked up at her and nodded quickly. Urging her. Jack wouldn't be doing this if he didn't think he could get away. All right, she spoke. Jack didn't offer anything further. His knife twirling in his fingers, he stepped toward the door by the elevators, kicked it open, and stepped inside. As he made his way down, he whistled a merry tune, the sound echoing through the stairwell until the moment the doors shut. Theo handed Aster to her mother. He felt dazed at the magnitude of what faced him. 2 years. Interlude 11C. Spitfire had often complained that having a power based around creating flame meant you faced two kinds of opponents. There were the people who burned, who were the majority. Civilians fell into this category. Unless the person with the power was amoral, which Spitfire wasn't, this actually wound up being a detriment, because of the easy possibility of life-altering injuries, death, and scars. The kind of thing that brought heroes down on the villain's head in full force. The second group was the foes who didn't burn. People in armored suits with enough covering, people with force fields, people with foreign materials either forming or surrounding their bodies, the list wound up being fairly long. Spitfire, run! Faultline ordered. Burnscar wore a red dress and had chosen to go barefoot rather than wear shoes. Her dark brown hair was a tangled mess above staring green eyes. Her skin was pale, giving a greater contrast to the red of her clothing and the dark the circles under her eyes. The round scars of what were likely cigarette burns formed individual rows down from the bottom of each eye to her jaw. She strode forward through the flames she'd set on the streets outside Faultline's now deserted nightclub, Palanquin. Sweeping her arms to either side, she spread the flames along the breadth of the road, drew the heat into her palms, and then hurled it at her opponents. Burnscar didn't seem to have the same reservations about incinerating more vulnerable enemies that Spitfire did. Gregor the Snail caught one fireball with a hurled glob of slime, extinguishing it. The other landed in the middle of the group, not striking anyone, but nonetheless driving them apart. Neuter was at one side of the resulting blaze in the middle of the street, Faultline and Shamrock at the other, with Gregor and Spitfire at the back, furthest from Burnscar. Spitfire turned to run, and Burnscar drew together another fireball, lobbing it forward, where it soared high in the air before it began to drop. The fireball collided with Spitfire, smashing the girl to the ground. Flames licked off of her fireproof suit and the pavement around her, and it was long seconds before she was able to start pulling herself to her feet. Burnscar drew fire up around herself, blinding the others, and in a moment, she was beside Spitfire, clutching the girl's throat with her fingertips, pushing her down against the ground that was still burning with traces of the fireball's heat. Why couldn't this be one of the areas where the streets were flooded? Why did Palanquin have to be on this hill? Get her! Faultline shouted. Shamrock drew her gun and fired, and Gregor launched a stream of slime toward the spot where Burnscar crouched. The slime put out the flame where it landed, and in the moment the splashing slime and the billowing smoke obscured her, Burnscar disappeared. There. Burnscar had emerged from a patch of flames 15 feet from Spitfire, and was striding toward the girl, ensuring Spitfire was in the way of any potential attacks from the rest of Faultline's crew. She seized Spitfire and began dragging her toward an alley, one hand around her throat. Wherever Burnscar stepped, she left burning footprints, and the flames slowly swelled and spread to join with one another, a trail of fire forming a path behind her. Neuter lunged forward, leaping over the flame that separated him from Gregor and then hopping to the nearest building to grab a bag of trash with his tail. Twisting his entire body, he whipped the bag at Burnscar. It struck her, and she staggered back, losing hold of Spitfire. Burnscar dropped into the flames that covered the pavement and emerged from the flames just behind the others. Elle, from the second-floor room of Palanquin, banged on the window, trying to alert her comrades. Like a flamethrower, twin streams of fire shot from Burnscar's hands, striking Shamrock, Faultline, and Gregor. Catching sight of the attack at the last second, Gregor did his best to shield Faultline and Shamrock with his bulk. Neuter threw more trash and rubble towards Burnscar, and succeeded in interrupting her assault on his teammates. Faultline was on fire, her costume alight. Gregor slimed her to put it out, then wheeled on Burnscar. The same instant he turned towards her, the flame around her flared up, consuming her. They turned to look for her, simultaneously trying to back away from the flames that spread with each of Burnscar's attacks, and they missed seeing the crouching form in their midst. Only Elle, from her higher vantage point, was able to see Burnscar. To say that Faultline and her crew were friends wasn't meaningful enough. Elle saw them as family. And she was helpless to do anything to save them. Her power was available to her, but the range was too small. She needed time to soak it into an area, and she'd gone for a walk earlier. 2 hours since she'd gotten back, and her power was limited to her room, the neighboring rooms, the upstairs hallway and the exterior walls of the building that surrounded these areas. Not enough to reach the street where the fighting was happening. And if she moved beyond the boundaries, she would be losing ground. Anytime she moved to a new place, beyond the limits of where her power was taking effect, her area of influence shrunk to a few feet around her, only to start gradually bleeding out once more, faster with each passing minute. She tried using it anyways. Closing her eyes, she reached for the other worlds. Pocket worlds, as she interpreted them. Realities that were a blank canvas to be altered according to her thoughts, both conscious and unconscious. They were lucid dreams that were big enough, detailed enough, intricate enough to swallow her up, as they so often did. She could make new ones at a whim, but she found it better to build on what she already had. There was the High Temple. Faultline and the hypnotist they hired had talked her through it, building a place that wasn't so influenced by Elle's negative thoughts and ideas. It was a place she associated with personal triumphs, with her inner strengths. At the opposite end of the coin was also the bad place. Of the worlds, it was the biggest by far. Nothing she could use there, she knew. She was intimately familiar with every aspect of it. She had spent a long time there. Her eyes snapped open as explosion erupted in the street. She saw Faultline, Gregor, and Shamrock tumbling through the air. Elle clutched her arms to her body. The lonely hallways, no. The burning towers. Definitely no. The barren ruins. She'd almost forgotten. It had been her first attempt at making a world outside of the bad place. It had worked up until the moment negativity and self-loathing crept in through the cracks, filling in details where she didn't want them. Ugly details. What had resulted was a beautiful, solemn landscape rigged with traps and pitfalls, as if the landscape itself was eager to hurt or kill anyone who didn't watch their step. As she focused on that world, a small part of her consciousness flew over the landscapes, an image in a second mind's eye. Fields of tall grass, collapsed walls half covered in moss, the remnants of an old castle, a stone hut with a tree growing out of it. She'd always had a soft spot for things that had once been beautiful but had transformed into a different kind of beauty as they aged. She liked the look of a tree that had grown to splendor and then died, the statue worn by years of hard rain. This was the aesthetic that had shaped the ruins. Until everything turned ugly, unpredictable, and dangerous. Today was a good day. She'd exhausted herself earlier in the week by taking on the merchants on what she could easily mark as a bad day. It seemed she was veering to the other side of things. She'd eaten, gone for a walk, even ventured to have a conversation with Faultline. She could only do those things because her mind's eye, the gate to those other worlds, was nearly closed right now. The drawback was that this also meant that the use of her power was slow. As though she were looking through a spyglass, trying to find a distant detail, she could only take in one scene at a time. She found what she wanted. An age-worn statue of a woman in a toga, holding a large urn. Focusing on it, she pushed. It was agonizing. Not the use of her power that was easy, unavoidable. Even on a good day like today, her power worked without her asking for it. The floor under her feet was turning into a stone tile, grass and moss growing in the cracks, as if the ruins were leaking into the real world. It was agonizing because the emergence of the statue was slow. Brick folded out of the way as it appeared from within the outside wall of Palanquin. It slid forth at a glacial pace of a quarter inch every second, and it wasn't small. The fire had spread across the street and to the wall of the building opposite Palanquin. Bernskar was using it to travel great distances at a moment's notice, simultaneously spreading the flames further with every attack or spare moment she had. Neuter was quick enough to avoid her attacks while hurling objects at her to attempt to distract and batter her, but he couldn't approach to make contact with her and knock her out without her burning him, and his range of movement was quickly narrowing as the fires spread. Not only were new patches of flame created when she attacked, but she frequently paused to will the existing fires to swell and extend further in every direction. Gregor was hurt, but he was trying to control the spread of the flames, while protecting Faultline and Shamrock. His skin glistened, which made Elle think he was covering himself in something that would protect him from being burned. Her power was still so slow. Only half of the statue had emerged. Not enough. She needed the entire thing. Bernskar had noticed the statue, and paused to pelt it with fireballs. Elle winced as the head broke free, felt a momentary despair as one arm shattered. But the rest was intact. Just 2 or 3 minutes. Gregor caught Bernskar with a stream of slime, and the young woman disappeared in a swirl of fire. Bernskar had appeared just behind Gregor, Shamrock, and Faultline. Before they could notice and react, she drew a ball of flame into a condensed point between her hands and released it in a violent explosion of heated air. No. Elle screamed, banging on the window. Faultline wasn't moving, and Elle couldn't quite tell through the smoke that covered the street, but she might be burned. Gregor. Gregor wasn't moving either, and he lay in a patch of fire. However fireproof the slime he'd coated himself in might be, he wasn't immune to being roasted. Shamrock was limping away, limping towards the statue, and Neuter was evading a fresh series of attacks from Bernskar. Only Spitfire was largely untouched, helpless to do anything against an opponent that was not only fireproof, but who could walk through fires as easily as anyone else might use a doorway to move from one room to the next. This wasn't right. Her team, her friends, her family were all moments away from being obliterated. She had to focus. The statue wasn't enough. She needed a mechanism. The one that was attached to the statue in her mind's eye didn't work. Something else. She searched. A portcullis with a wheel, no, too rusted, the chain too prone to snapping. Ah, there. A math puzzle, where a ball was set to roll down a series of tubes, with its path being determined by a series of levers, each moving a paddle that would adjust the ball's route. So frustrating. On her worst days, the days when her view of the other worlds was so expansive that she could barely register the real world, she didn't have to put things together like this. She could shape things as she made them come into the real world, and they emerged as quickly as she wanted them. Fitting everything into the statue, she had to use some of the math puzzle, the lever, some of the statue's existing mechanism, positioning it all so that they fit together as she pushed it into existence. A fireball caught Neuter in the stomach. He was knocked from where he clung to the wall, falling to the ground. He had to roll out of a patch of ground that was lit by orange flame. Bernskar turned to Shamrock, who was waiting for the lever to emerge. A fireball was flung at the red-haired woman, who ducked too slowly. The flame clipped her in the shoulder in its route to punch a hole in the wall, directly where the lever was. Pieces of the mechanism tumbled around Shamrock. Gears, levers, paddles, and fragments of the switch. No. Elle shouted, no. Her effort had been for nothing. Could she cobble something else together? Would it matter? Their opponent had an idea of what Elle wanted to do. She wasn't going to offer the opportunity. The last piece of the math puzzle emerged within the brick walls of Palanquin. 2 inches across in diameter, the ball fell along its set route. Rolling down a slight slope, dropping through one spot where the paddle was pointing down, landing on the next slope, rolling in the opposite direction, over 2 paddles. Elle grabbed her chair and shattered her window. Gripping the sides of the window, ignoring the glass that bit into her fingers, she screamed, "Shamrock!" Both Shamrock and Burnscar looked up at her. She slapped the wall with her hand, leaving bloody fingerprints where the glass had cut her. "The ball needs to go right." Burnscar launched another fireball at Shamrock, and Shamrock leaped to one side. "What ball?" Elle couldn't tell her, not without letting Burnscar know. She could feel the ball making its way down the last slope, dropping down the far left, to where the mechanism and the lower half of the puzzle had been devastated by Burnscar's fireball. Shamrock would get a glimpse of the ball through the hole in the wall, as it dropped down, now. Elle felt the almost imperceptible influence of Shamrock's power. The woman was a telekinetic and clairvoyant on the smallest of scales, capable of making small changes and knowing how to use them to make big things happen. The ball moved a few millimeters to the left, hit a splinter of wood and bounced toward the right, spinning. It landed, and the spin of its rotation coupled with the help of an additional nudge carried the ball to the right, and down into the chamber behind the statue. There was a rumble, and water began pouring from the stump of one arm and the urn the statue held. It poured down around Shamrock, flooding out onto the street to quench the fires on the ground level. Soon it was only the patches of flame on the walls that remained. Shamrock raised her gun, aiming at Burnscar, and fired. Once, twice. It was hard to tell if the shots hit home, because Burnscar was already wreathing herself in flame, disappearing to appear from the burning wall nearest Spitfire. Spitfire ran, and Burnscar chased her. Elle could see Shamrock hesitate, then leap through the curtain of water that poured from the urn, giving chase, hoping to help her teammate. "No!" Elle shouted. But her voice was drowned out by the sound of the water. Soon the pair were gone. Her phone. She needed to phone them, let them know. Where was it? In the kitchen. Stupid. She'd been in one of her momentary fugues when they'd been gathering dinner, she had to have left it there. And if she ventured any further than the upstairs hallway, maybe the ledge above the dance floor, she would be losing any ground she'd gained with her power here. A horn, some kind of noisemaker. A bell? There was a bell in one area of the barren ruins, if she could only find it. Burnscar dropped from the burning wall opposite Palanquin. Retracing her steps. She looked up at the window that Elle stood behind. She's not after her Spitfire. She's after me, Elle thought, with a moment's despair. Burnscar trudged through the expanding pool of water to enter Palanquin's front door. The club was empty, there was no power, no music. Even the employees were attending to their personal lives. It was just Elle and Burnscar. It was a minute before the door to her bedroom opened. "There you are," Burnscar said. Elle looked away. "Hello, old friend," Burnscar said. She wasn't good at talking, even on a good day. "Mimi. Long time." Elle nodded. I'm sorry about your friends. I didn't come here planning to do that. It's just, you know." Elle nodded, trying to keep her outrage off her face. I'm really sorry, you know? I can't help it. You can. You just don't try hard enough." But Elle didn't voice her thoughts. She nodded. "I don't think I did any permanent damage. They're alive." "Thank you," Elle managed. She couldn't entirely suppress the bitterness in her voice. Burnscar didn't seem to notice. I wanted to talk. Like old times. Old times." Elle couldn't help it. Her thoughts turned to the bad place, the biggest of her worlds, the world she had spent the most time. Back when we were both having our good days. We'd talk, and I really liked those times. I look back on them fondly. One of the few moments I treasure. Elle nodded. Behind Burnscar, the door to her room was changing to metal. A tiny window was expanding, bars already closing down like teeth. The wall around the door was growing tatters of cloth that rippled like they were blowing in the wind. "Fuck," Burnscar said, "I don't even know where to start. Since I learned you were in this city, and the group wanted to come here, I've been looking forward to this, seeing you again, but now I don't know what to say." "The weather." Elle tried, lightly joking. "The wrong thing to say. I don't want to talk about the weather." Burnscar snapped the words, in a mixture of desperation and anger. Her eyes flashed orange and flame flared around her hands, then it all faded. "Sorry. How are you? How have you been, since you escaped?" Been good. Good people. So hard to articulate my thoughts, even on a good day. They take care of me. Faultline helped, more than any doctor I've had." "The doctors," Burnscar scowled. Did you know I escaped at the same time you did?" Elle shook her head. "I did. But I had no place to go. I had some bad days. I was lonely, scared. Some guy tried to convince me to be his whore, earn some cash, get fed. I refused, but he kept coming after me. Sorry. I really wanted to be good. I'd told myself I wouldn't use my power. But I had to protect myself, you understand." Elle nodded. The cloth around the door had started to settle into a shape. Padded walls, lined with barbed wire and jagged rows of glass. There were stains of shit and blood on some of the cloth, now, growing and swelling. She tried to will it to stop, to focus on her high temple. Her safe place. But looking at Burnscar, that place felt so far away. It was out of her reach. Burnscar went on, "So I used it to scare him off, but you know how it works. You know what happens with my power." "I remember. The doctors say that using my power, it adjusts the chemical balances and connections in my brain. Empathy, impulse control, my emotions, they disappear as I use my power, and I can't help using my power if there's fire nearby. It snowballs, because I use my power more when I don't have that self-control, when I don't care about the people I'm near, and when I'm in that headspace I don't want to leave it. Yet. And you retreat into that state to avoid facing the guilt over things you've done. You use it to hide from your own fears. If I blame you for anything, it's for that. Burnscar shook her head. If you hadn't put out most of the fire out there, I don't know what I would have done. I have a pretty good idea. So I burned the pimp to scare him, then I burned him to hurt him, for payback over his hounding me, and then I couldn't really stop myself. I burned him to death. Fuck. That was the start of a bad few weeks. Sorry. Before I knew it, the Slaughterhouse 9 had found me. Shatterbird recruited me. And now I'm stuck. I'm trapped. You know there's a kill order out on me? If I try to quit, either the 9 or the cops will off me. So I keep going, I work for them, and it all just gets worse. Surrender? Go to the birdcage. They'd find me. You don't even know what these guys are capable of. Our newest member, she replaced Hatchet Face, though he's still around, kind of. She can find people. There's no place secure enough to keep me safe until they took me to the birdcage. I almost think they'd be able to get me in there, if they wanted to. Siberian? She'd be able to get me. Even in the birdcage. She always gets her prey. Can't keep hurting people, Mimi. I have to. I can just use my power. Stay in that headspace where I don't feel bad, where I act the way the 9 expect me to. The bad place was intruding on the room further. Elle spoke up, Mimi. Can I touch you? Anchor you? Don't want my power to hurt you. So you want to keep me out of your world? Mimi smiled and shook her head. No way. Half the reason I came here was because I heard you were making beautiful things these days. I have to see it. The things you can make, now. Then she turned and looked around. Her face fell as she saw the padded walls, the bed that had become a cot, the shit stains, the blood, the needles in the corner, the broken glass and the razor blades that were embedded in every surface, waiting to catch anyone unsuspecting that put their hand or foot in the wrong place. No, Burnscar said. Elle tensed. Sorry. Burnscar's face fell. This isn't beautiful. I remember this. Would show you the others, if I could. Burnscar's voice was choked. But you can't. Because I remind you of the asylum. I remind you of the bad times, the times you were most miserable. Elle looked down at her feet, swallowed past the lump in her throat. I thought we were friends. We had our moments, didn't we? Only a few times, when we were both allowed out of our cells, when we were having good days. A few jokes, stories. I mean, I know that some of the time I was coming off a bad spell, so maybe I snapped, or I called you names, or threatened you. Burnscar trailed off. Elle stayed silent. It wasn't, Burnscar stuttered. Her eyes flashed orange. Did you see me as a friend? Don't you dare lie to me. Elle couldn't come up with a reply. They used me as an enticement to get you to cooperate. Oh fuck. Fuck me, I'm sorry, Burnscar said. She turned away, fumbled with the metal door. Elle realized it had locked, adjusted things to allow it to open. Burnscar pulled it open, then stopped in the doorway. Her back turned, the girl said, I'm sorry about your friends. I really hope they're okay. I do too. I'm glad you're doing well. I hope I didn't fuck everything up. It took a bit of courage, but Elle hurried to cross the room and wrap her arms around Burnscar, hugging her from behind. We had some good times, Elle lied. Take care. Burnscar pulled away, and Elle let the girl go. She saw Burnscar find the door to the indoor balcony that overlooked the dance floor, heard her run down the stairs. Elle sank down against the wall, pushing away the sharp things that would cut her with the use of her power. She put her head in her hands and closed her eyes to the sights around her. She'd wait a few minutes. She'd take a few minutes wait until she could be sure Burnscar was gone, then she would leave to check on the others. It would be weeks before she had made up for the ground she had just lost, in terms of her mental health, in pushing past the bad memories and the bad place. She reassured herself with the thought that she would get better, in time. She'd gotten there once, she could get there again. If the others were okay. As for Burnscar? There would be no helping that girl. Interlude 11D. There was a faint tapping sound. A clink of something hard on metal or glass. It came again, a second later. Colin looked up from his computer. Ears peeled, he turned his head to the left and waited. Clink. He turned his head the other way, in the hopes of pinpointing the source. He heard a scraping noise, then the sound once more. He couldn't say where it came from. He opened an instant message window on his computer and sent a message. PHQ.ArmsMaster, you have a SEC? Guild.Dragon, reading the most monotonous data on seismic activity and Behemoth's possible movements. Ugly code. Distract me, I beg you. PHQ.ArmsMaster, hearing something. Can you listen in? A few seconds passed, then it came again. Guild.Dragon, I hear it. Wait. Changing the settings on your microphone so I can triangulate the source. As casually as he was able, he glanced towards the window. Tinted glass, bulletproof, and reinforced with a low-degree force field. It would be easier for someone else to go through the wall than the window, but he couldn't see through walls. Nothing outdoors. Just an overcast sky hiding the majority of the moon, and a faint drizzle of rain. No person or animal, nothing else. Clink. Guild.Dragon, vent, behind and above you. He whirled around, grabbing the model of his nano-branch disintegration weapon from the stand on his desk. It was miniaturized, a mere pocket knife that Piggott could use for demonstration. Still, it would serve better than any chair or tool he might pick up. He briefly debated going for the helmet with the link back to his old suit's combat analyzer. But it wasn't set up, it would cost him precious seconds 20 or 30 before he connected to the main server. Until that happened, the helmet would only render him blind. A blank display. Something moved in the gloom behind the vent. There was a flash of something white or light gray, and the vent rattled, a puff of dust flowing down where the screws held it in place. Again, there was the sound. Clink. The vent exploded from the wall with enough force to fly across the room and embed in the opposite wall. It was hard to make out in the cloud of plaster dust, but Colin saw a hand, all white, each joint segmented, fingers splayed, palm facing the room. The hand tipped forward, and then dropped to the floor alongside the attached forearm, a length of chain stretching from the vent to the elbow. Other body parts followed, each separated from the rest, encased in a white shell. An upper arm, two halves of a torso, then a head. The rest of the body followed, flowing to the ground like a liquid to pool there. The right arm and the left leg were separate, detached, with only ball joints at the end. Colin noted that the flat expanse that would join the left side of the chest to the right had a clear pane to it. Organs were inside, cut cleanly down the middle, and they pulsed with activity, throbbing wet against the glass or glass substitute. There was technology in there too. Regulators and filtration systems, and other gear that was designed to fit into the gaps between the most vital systems. Weapons, tools. He knew this one from the briefings. Mannequin. The realization of what he was up against spurred him to action, pushed him beyond that momentary paralysis that came with the grim sight of the internal organs. While Mannequin was incapacitated, he charged, clicking a switch on the handle of his knife to activate the disintegration effect. A static gray cloud formed around the knife. Colin was 2 paces away when a telescoping blade speared out from Mannequin's hand, straight at him. It was luck as much as reflexes that let him stop his run, his feet sliding on the smooth ground, before he ran into the weapon. He dropped onto his back, instinctively rolling with the fall to reduce the impact. The blade snapped back into Mannequin's hand with enough force that the hand and forearm it was attached to recoiled from the impact. It flipped into the air, and the blade snapped out again to impale the top of the door frame. The chain retracted with a faint whir, and the forearm snapped into place on the upper arm, which soon connected to the shoulder of the torso. The chain joining the 2 halves of the torso together reeled in and locked into place by way of some unseen mechanism, the seam between them almost invisible. Colin felt a faint tug from his weapon as some electromagnetics kicked into effect. The unattached arm and leg flew to the shoulder and pelvis and snapped into place. The head was the last thing to join the tall, thin body. The chain slowly reeled it in, dragging the head along the floor, lifting it off the ground. It swung, bouncing off one leg, the stomach, then the shoulder before it finally connected to the neck, the very top of the head scraping the ceiling. There were no eye holes, no ear holes, nor any vents for air intake. There was only a head as white and smooth as an eggshell, with shallow indents where the eyes and mouth should be and a small bump for the nose. Mannequin raised one hand and placed it on the top of his head. With a sharp twist, he snapped it into place with an audible click. He tested the range of motion, tilting it forward, backward, to either side, then spinning it around 360 degrees. "Dragon," Colin whispered, "are you getting this? Help is on the way, Colin." The whole room was outfitted with speakers, microphones, and microcameras. Her voice came from the speaker directly behind him, so quiet that he would have thought he imagined it, if he didn't know her. Mannequin tested the rest of his body, while Colin slowly climbed to his feet. Every joint was too flexible, and was capable of moving in every angle. For a moment, Mannequin's fingers were like worms, each knuckle bending in impossible directions. Was the killer hoping to intimidate him? Nobody would test these mechanics in front of an enemy, so this was most likely a demonstration. 4 blades sprang from Mannequin's left forearm. The limb began to rotate, slowly at first, then faster, until the 4 blades were whirling like a helicopter propeller. Colin tensed, preparing to jump the moment the limb shot towards him. He'd never wanted his suit so badly. The propeller-like whirl of the blades gave the arm some buoyancy, and it shifted enough to come into contact with Mannequin's leg. All at once, it ricocheted, shearing through the computer, bouncing violently off of Mannequin's head, then his leg again, the desk, then his arm. Colin watched every movement of the bouncing blades, waiting for the moment it would fly free, or the second Mannequin charged. There would be no dodging that unscathed. But Mannequin didn't move. The spinning slowed, and the whirling blades settled into a rhythmic bounce against Mannequin's leg, until it had stopped entirely, the arm swinging gently. The blades retracted. Mannequin didn't speak, he made no sound. Long moments passed. "Talk to me, Dragon," he murmured. His voice shook just a touch. Any second now, Mannequin would cut to the chase and attack, and he could die at this monster's hands. Her voice was quiet behind him. As much as anything, it helped keep him calm. Mannequin. Original name Alan Graham. Tinker, originally went by the name Sphere. Specialty is in biomes, terraforming, and ecosystems, or it was. Colin nodded slowly. He knew this, but it was reassuring to get a recap. He became newsworthy when he took on a project to build self-sustaining biospheres on the moon. He had ideas on solving world hunger, and building aquatic cities near cities plagued by overcrowding. And he was putting it all into effect. Until the Cymerg, Colin finished. His wife and children were killed in the attack, years of work ruined. Everything fell apart. He went mad. He cut himself off from the rest of the world. Literally sealed himself away. Colin looked at the cases that surrounded each individual body part. Each body part a self-contained system. Everything non-essential stripped away and replaced. Her voice was even quieter than before as she said, "He has a body count, Colin. You know." She trailed off, unwilling to finish. "I know," he finished for her. Like other serial killers, Mannequin favored certain types of people as victims. His prey of choice included rogues, those individuals seeking to make a profit from their abilities, especially those looking to better the world, and tinkers. Mannequin swayed slightly on the spot. Like a doll with a broken neck joint, his head flopped onto one side, until it was perpendicular to the floor. There was a click as he slowly righted it. "What do you want, monster?" Colin growled, "Little point in coming after me. I don't have much of a life to look forward to. I've already lost everything." Mannequin didn't move. "You'd be doing me a fucking favor." Colin shouted, "Come on. Come get me, you freak." There wasn't a movement or sound from the killer. There was a sound from Dragon. In a tone that was afflicted with agonizing disappointment, like a mother who had just found out her son had been arrested for a felony, she said, "Oh, Colin." Colin didn't speak. He waited for elaboration. "The PRT got a tip from one of the villain teams. The Slaughterhouse 9 is in town. So I gathered. They ran it by some of the experts. Colin, the consensus they came to was that Slaughterhouse 9 are in Brockton Bay to replace their 9th member." He stared at Mannequin, and the realization made his blood run cold. "Me," he shouted. The faceless man cocked his head to one side. Colin roared, "I'm a fucking soldier. I made a call that could have saved millions of lives. Billions. You're 10 times as fucked up as I thought you were if you think I belong in your group." Uncaring or oblivious to the outburst, Mannequin turned and examined the ruined computer. He picked up a key that had been thrown off the ruined keyboard and turned it over in his fingers. "Listen to me, you psychopath. Colin." Dragon's voice hissed from the speaker, not as quiet as it had been. "Don't provoke him. Help is nearly there." Colin had to stop to control his breathing, and he bit his tongue to keep from saying anything further. His enemy had to have heard her, but didn't seem to care. Mannequin fished through the broken keys from the keyboard, found another, and folded one finger back to pin it against the back of his hand. He ejected a blade from his wrist and used it to scrape the letters that were still intact off the board. They clattered to the desktop, and a few fell to the floor. The featureless white head swiveled one way, then the other. After a long moment, one arm dropped to the floor, the chain going slack. The hand crawled over to pick up another key, then the arm reeled in. Colin tensed as Mannequin approached, backing up as far as he was able. The window was just behind him now, and he could almost imagine the crackling of the rainwater vaporizing against the force field. The villain turned and placed the keys down on the edge of Colin's desk. The first key was the letter U. 6 inches away, Mannequin put down an M, sideways. He corrected it so it was upright. Directly beside it, the villain put down an E. He stepped away from the desk and faced Colin once more. "You, me?" Colin asked. Mannequin cocked his head. "Is this a riddle?" Mannequin swiveled his upper body to face the other direction and reached for the shattered monitor. He picked out a piece of glass and a piece of glossy black plastic. Pressing them together, he raised it to the right side of his face, looking down at Colin. Slowly, Mannequin changed the angle of the shard of glass with the black backing. It took 2 long seconds before the villain's intent became clear. Colin tensed, and Mannequin froze, fixing the angle of the shard. With the black backing, the glass reflected an image. With the angle Mannequin had carefully found, the image reflected was half of Colin's own face, overlapping with Mannequin's head. "No," Colin muttered. "Quiet." Dragon's voice whispered from the nearby speaker, "They're in the building, they'll be there to help you in 2 minutes, maybe less. I can see them on the security cameras. I'm nothing like you." Colin screamed at the villain. Mannequin stared at him with the shallow, empty eye sockets. "I didn't date, I didn't have kids, because I wanted to be out there, helping. I knew that any attachments could be used against me, so I went without. I was fucking smart enough to do that." "Colin." Dragon pleaded. Her voice was louder. The villain didn't move. "Fucking answer me. Spell the fucking words with keys if you have to." He roared the words at the mad tinker. Mannequin swayed slightly, then righted himself with a sudden, jerky motion, as if he'd collapse into a heap if he wasn't careful. He used his hand to shift his back into place with an audible click. Colin went on, "I was out there every day, helping. I took steps to fight evil and take down criminals every day, small steps, baby steps." "Colin, stop, please." Dragon's words didn't matter. He was going to die anyways. He'd known the moment he recognized Mannequin. He'd go down fighting, hurt this motherfucker the only ways he could. "You want to compare us, freak? Maybe we both had bad days. Days where nothing went right, days where we were too slow, too stupid, too weak, unprepared, or tired. Days we'll look back on for the rest of our fucking miserable lives, wondering what we would have done different, what we could have done better, how things could have played out. The difference between us is that I actually did something with my life, and I'm still trying to do more while I serve my sentence. He stopped and took a breath. You started your big projects, got every fucking person in the world to get their hopes up, and then you failed to finish anything because you couldn't hack it when your fucking family got killed. You insult their fucking memories every motherfucking second you exist like this. Mannequin slammed him into the wall with more strength than he might have expected the artificial body to have. The blade came next, springing from Mannequin's hand to pierce the shoulder that led to Colin's stump of an arm and stick through the wall behind him. The villain withdrew the hand, then punched the blade into Colin's stomach. Once, twice, 3 times. Dragon's scream came from every speaker in the room. A slash of the blade caught Colin across the face, blinding him in one eye and tearing through the bridge of his nose. None of it hurt as much as it felt like it should have. More serious wounds didn't tend to, odd as it was. Colin tried to laugh, and found he couldn't. He could feel blood flowing into his mouth and throat through the gaping wound in his face. He let his head hang forward, so the blood could mostly flow out of his mouth. He tried to move forward, lunge with his knife, but he couldn't pull his shoulder from the wall, even though the blade was no longer pinning him there. Was it a lack of physical strength, or something mechanical, flesh and bone shoved into the hole in the wall? Couldn't lapse into that kind of thinking. Still had the knife. One hole in the self-contained systems that were one of Mannequin's vital body parts would cause a leak of fluids, an introduction of pathogens that Mannequin surely wouldn't be able to fight off. He tried to speak, but there was too much blood in his mouth, and he only managed to start coughing violently, spraying blood on the white of Mannequin's chest. His vision was getting hazy. He wouldn't be able to distract the lunatic with words while he acted. He could only pray. Don't do it for me, God. I probably don't deserve the chance. Do it for every soul this motherfucker would kill from here on out if I fail. He thrust out the knife, swept it towards his opponent's chest cavity. His hand stopped. With his vision in his good eye failing him, it took him a second to see why. Mannequin's hand gripped his wrist. He pushed, as if he could beat this monster in strength. By some miracle, his hand moved a fraction closer to his enemy's chest. He redoubled his efforts, and it moved still closer. A blade stuck out of Mannequin's upper arm, near the elbow joint. The upper arm fired like a small rocket to stick in the wall, and for a second, there was slack in the chain. Colin thrust the knife forward, came within inches of making contact with Mannequin's chest before the chain reeled in and the metal links went rigid. The chain started to gradually reel in, and Mannequin started pulling his hand backward, toward the wall where the section of arm had stuck. Then, as if to taunt Colin, Mannequin dropped to a crouch, moved his face less than an inch from the blur that marked the edge of the blade's effect. No. He couldn't say where, but he found some reserve of strength. The knife inched closer. Hairs away. He could see the material of the casing smoke just beneath Mannequin's eye, a dark patch revealing itself beneath. Mannequin's head fell, tipping over backwards to strike the ground, dangling from the chain, out of reach of the blade. Still holding Colin's wrist, the headless villain stood straight. He was toying with me. Mannequin wrenched his hand back, as if to make it clear that he had let him get that close, that Colin had never really stood a chance. Colin was pulled to one side, and he didn't have the strength in his midsection to keep from falling over. His knife clattered from his grip as he fell to the floor. The villain picked up the knife, examined it, then pressed the button to test it. The last thing Colin saw before darkness consumed his vision was the bastard using the weapon on the wall beside the window, dust billowing where it made contact. In the last seconds of consciousness, he heard Dragon's voice, as if from a faraway place. No. No, no, no. Colin. Stay awake. I need you. Her voice was the first thing he heard when he woke. Welcome back. I survived, his voice rasped. He'd had a tracheotomy. The only explanation for his throat being this sore would be having a tube rammed down it. Looking around, he saw a laptop propped up beside him, and a get well card from Miss Militia. She must have put the laptop there when she left the card. Your heart stopped 9 times on the operating table, Dragon said, a lesser man wouldn't have made it. How? Artificial parts. I supplied your headquarters with a 3D scanner of my design weeks ago. I had them make the parts I specified. The on-site doctors kept you alive long enough for the scanner to make the necessary components, and they followed my instructions in installing them. Good girl, he told her, with genuine affection. I'm sorry about your face. He tried to raise his hand, but found it attached to IVs. He had to maneuver it carefully as he lifted it to his face, so as not to tangle the wires. Almost seamlessly, his flesh transitioned into a smooth plastic and back to flesh again. It's all right, he said. Your new eye doesn't work. I think I know what's wrong with it, and I can get you something that will work, I just need time. You have better things to be doing. He coughed and regretted it as pain ripped through his throat with the movement of the muscles. His stomach felt strange. He started to speak, cleared his throat, then said, I think I could pull off an eye patch. The parts won't last. All of this is prototype stuff. Some of it I revised and invented while you were in surgery. They're temporary, but I can make better. I'm afraid you are going to need to go under the knife a few times. More than a few. That's fine. Thank you for all this. There was a pause. You're a fucking idiot, Colin. That was the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen. He laughed. His breath caught with the pain each laugh produced, but he couldn't help it. Yeah, I hope that hurt. Wanted to provoke him. See if I couldn't find an opening. I repeat, stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen. Was going to kill me anyways. Was he? He could have killed you there. He didn't. He tried. No, Colin. Look. The laptop screen on the table beside him lit up, and a browser page opened. An image loaded. A photo. Mannequin had left a message. 3 keys, again, on the edge of the desk. BR8. The 8, Colin supposed, was meant to stand in for a second B. BRB, an acronym used by countless denizens of the internet and innumerable cell phone texters. Be right back. Could be meant for you guys. Or it could be for you. He left me for dead. He couldn't really expect I'd survive. Dragon didn't reply. He thought of Mannequin. Despite the silence, despite the uncanny behavior and the dramatic self-mutilation, Mannequin was a brilliant man. A man who could have looked at the resources that were available in the building, who could have figured out Colin was in touch with Dragon, done just enough damage to push him to the brink of death. Shit. He probably could, Colin conceded. He stared at the photo for several long seconds, then turned away. Hoping to inject some levity into the grim conversation, he smiled and asked her, "What was this I heard when I was passing out?" "I need you." The silence stretched on for so long that he knew he'd made some faux pas. He just wasn't sure what. Stupid. This was the kind of thing that had cost him his position, started the dominoes falling in such a way that they'd led him to being prisoner in that room, led to him being an easy target for Mannequin, to him being here, in this bed. Never knowing what to say, or how to say it, or who to say it to. He was about to apologize when Dragon said, "Those prosthetics I gave you? They were part of a bigger project. Something I'd intended to use for myself." She was a cripple? He'd known she had survived Leviathan's attack on Newfoundland. Was it such a surprise that she'd gotten hurt then? It would explain her aversion to showing her face. One of the things she'd given him was a facial prosthetic. "I'm sorry," he said, "I didn't know." "No, it's not that," she paused. "There's something you need to know about me." Interlude 11E. The high-pitched song of steel rang through the air as sword parried sword, struck shield, and fell to the ground. Somewhat less sweet were the guttural grunts and muffled slaps of flesh being battered and struck. A boot in the stomach, an elbow, or fist striking a face. Hook Wolf walked between the groups of his sparring recruits. They were tired, pushing themselves through their exhaustion. All wanted to be here. The training was too punishing for anyone who didn't. With small exceptions for eating and sleeping, their days were filled with exercise, hand-to-hand sparring, gun training, and practice with melee weapons. The main adversaries of the Chosen were mercenary soldiers, police, and trained heroes. Why should the standards of his Chosen be any lower than theirs? No, if his group was to represent the true Aryan warrior, they had to have higher standards. They had to be the best. It was that knowledge, that commitment that drove his trainees to give their all. Too many saw the Aryans as hate-mongers, failed to see the greater picture, the hope for raising humanity to a higher level. He stopped at one end of the room to watch their progress, watch for the ones who had the killer instinct he needed. Storm Tiger and Menja were at the other end of the room, looking for the same. Storm Tiger had cast off his mask, and wore only face paint. He still walked a little stiffly from the gunshot wounds that he'd taken to his legs. Uthila had attended to them over the past few weeks, would give him a half-hour to an hour of regenerating ability each night until he was better, but knees were slow to heal. Menja wore her armor, her expression stern as she watched the form and habits of the combatants. Cricket sat in one corner of the room, typing on a laptop without looking at the screen, taking notes on the trainees. Hook Wolf looked at Menja, and she raised one hand, 2 fingers extended. Signaling, she pointed to 2 of his 34 recruits. A bald man in peak physical condition and a 20-something girl with the ends of her hair in thin bleached blonde braids. A little too much like cornrows for his liking. Maybe it was supposed to be ironic. He liked her first pick, though. He'd noticed the bald man. He'd committed their names to memory on first meeting them, but he'd forgotten some. He knew the man was Bradley, the girl was Leah or Laura or something like that. His own pick was a lean scrapper in his early 30s, Ralph. "Stop," he ordered. As one, his recruits pulled away from their fights and sheathed their blunted swords. Not all of them were able to stand straight. More than a few had bloody noses or black eyes. "You're 3 days into our week of training. If you're still here, you're doing us proud." He could see a few of them stand a little taller at that. Hook Wolf had been a fighter before he'd been a fighter with powers. He had spent a great deal of time around athletes, knew all too well that just a little recognition and a little motivation could make a world of difference. "Some of you have earned special attention. You've fought harder, meaner or better than the others. Bradley, come here." The bald man approached. "Menja." Menja stepped through the gathered recruits to stand beside Bradley. "You two are going to fight. No weapons, no armor. Menja? You can use your powers, just a little." Menja smiled, then she grew a foot and a half. Bradley stood at a height of just over 6 feet, but she still loomed head and shoulders above him. She unstrapped her armor and threw it aside. Bradley looked at Hook Wolf, a flicker of concern crossing his features. "Part of the reason for this is that I want to see how you do against someone bigger than you," Hook Wolf said. "You're tired. You've been training and sparring all day, Menja hasn't. Tough. If you're going to represent the Chosen as one of our elite, you're going to be expected to go up against capes. Things will be just as one-sided or worse." Bradley looked to his left, sizing up Menja. "Think you can fight her without embarrassing us? If you think you can do it, you might just have a place as one of our lieutenants or as a leader of one of our warbands. I'm no coward, Bradley replied. He turned to Menja and adopted a practiced fighting stance. Hook Wolf watched with approval as the two squared off. It was clear from the start that Bradley was thrown off guard by how strong Menja was, and doubly apparent that he wasn't used to fighting someone with better reach or more power behind their hits. But he was trained, and he was familiar in how to use his body, and he adapted quickly. Bradley shifted to the defensive, and Menja struck with sharp kicks to his side and lunging steps forward to jab at his face. He timed a grab and quickly shifted to an arm lock, forcing Menja to bend over. For just a moment, it seemed like he had control of the situation, but Menja snapped back to her normal size, slipping her arm free, then struck at him, simultaneously growing. He was shoved to the ground. Enough, Hook Wolf said. It wouldn't do to let the man defeat Menja, and it was looking increasingly possible that he might. It would hurt her pride and weaken the position of his powered lieutenants in comparison to the unpowered ones. Good man, he said from behind his mask. He offered the man a hand, and Bradley took it. Well done. Welcome to the Chosen's elite. Bradley nodded and stood at attention. Hook Wolf turned to the blonde girl. Leah, was it? She looked surprised to be picked, but she nodded. Menja likes you. I don't. You get one chance to prove me wrong. Menja? Who would you set her against? There weren't many options. Storm Tiger couldn't walk, Menja wouldn't nominate herself, and it wouldn't just be a hassle to go get Rune, Athala, or Victor, but each of the three were either too powerful in a brawl or effectively powerless. That left Hook Wolf himself and Cricket, Menja said. Same reasoning. Leah's quick, Cricket's quicker. Cricket stood from her seat in the corner and limped forward. She'd refused the same help that Athala had granted Storm Tiger, both for the injury to her leg and the damage she'd taken to her vocal cords when she'd had her throat slashed, in a time before he'd met her. It would have taken a few days at most to restore her to peak condition, but she valued her battle scars too highly. Up for this, Leah. Hook Wolf smiled. Cricket's injury to her leg slowed her down some, but the young woman was anything but a pushover. Cricket reached to her side and picked up a small silver tube. She pressed it to the base of her throat, and her voice came out sounding distorted and digital. Something's wrong. With the fight? Hook Wolf asked, raising one eyebrow. Cricket opened her mouth and pressed the tube to her throat to reply, but didn't get a chance. The windows shattered with an explosive force, knocking the majority of the people in the room to the ground. Hook Wolf was one of the few to remain standing, though he bent over as shards of glass tore through the layer of skin that covered his metal body. He took a moment to compose himself in the wake of the blast. His ears rang, and he bled from a dozen cuts, but he was more or less fine. His people were not. They groaned and screamed in pain, accompanied by the sound of car alarms going off outside. 2 trainees and one of his graduated chosen were dead. They'd been wearing glasses, and the glass had penetrated their eyes to tear into their brains. The others were all wounded to some degree or another. Some had been hit by the glass that flew from glasses others were wearing, others from the windows, and 1 or 2 others had patches of blood rapidly expanding around pockets where cell phones had been stowed. Why couldn't they have put the cell phones away before they started sparring? Leah lay dying, and Storm Tiger had one hand pressed to his throat, blood billowing from a cut that may or may not have nicked an artery. Hook Wolf tapped into his core, the heart from which his metal sprouted inside his body. He could feel it start to churn with activity, and the metal he already had encasing each of his muscles began to stir. Soon it was lancing in and out of his pores, crisscrossing, some blades or needlepoints sliding against others with the sounds of whetted knives. In a few seconds, he had covered his body, to protect himself from further attacks. Shatterbird, he roared, once he knew he was secure. There was no reply. Of course. She was attacking from a safe position. An attack from her meant an attack from the rest of the Slaughterhouse 9. Daunting, but not impossible. He was virtually invincible in this form. That left few that could actively hurt him. Burns Scar. The Siberian. Crawler. There was Hatchet Face, the bogeyman of capes. With the exception of Hatchet Face, the group wouldn't be able to do much harm to him unless he was forced to stay still. More troubling were the 9 he couldn't put down. The Siberian was untouchable, an immovable object, invincible in a way that even Alexandria wasn't. Even if he were capable of hurting Crawler, he wouldn't want to. Mannequin, he wasn't sure about. He knew the crazed tinker had encased himself in a nearly indestructible shell. As strong as Hook Wolf was, he faced that distant possibility that any of these people could pin him down or set him up to be taken out by others. Who else? He racked his brain. Jack Slash was the brains and leader of the operation. Not a threat unto himself. Shatterbird couldn't harm him, he was almost certain. Bonesaw. She was the wild card, the most unpredictable element in terms of what she could bring to the table. So often the case with Tinkers. He strode across the room to the windows and gazed out at the city block surrounding the home base of the Chosen. Glass was still raining down from the sky, glimmering in the orange-purple light of the setting sun. Every window in view was broken, empty of glass. Car windshields, streetlights, and signs had all been affected, and the surrounding surfaces of wood, metal, and fiberglass all bore the scuffs and gouges of the fragile shrapnel. Every piece of glass in the room suddenly stood on end, points facing upward. He gave it a moment of his attention, then turned to the world beyond the window, hoping for some glimpse of his adversaries, a clue about where they were. Cricket, he called out. You alive? He heard a sound, movement, and turned. She was gingerly searching through the carpet of weaponized glass shards for her artificial larynx. She found it and pressed the cylinder to her throat. Alive. You said something was wrong. What did you notice? Sound. The glass was singing. Still is. She pointed at one wall. Hook Wolf followed the line to a building across the street and a little ways to one side. His ears were ringing, but he doubted that was it. It would be something subsonic that Cricket noticed with her power, then. You come with me, then. Menja, Storm Tiger, I leave it to you to see to my chosen. See if Uthala is able to help. On it, Menja said. Thin trails of blood ran down from the points where glass splinters had pierced her skin, but the damage hadn't gone any further. She stooped down and picked up Storm Tiger in her arms. Orders given, Hook Wolf drew the majority of his flesh into a condensed point in his core, felt himself come alive as more metal spilled forth. Only his eyes remained where they were, set in recessed sockets, behind a screen of shifting blades. He was half blind until the movement of the blades hit a rhythm, moving fast enough that they zipped over the surface of his eye at speeds faster than an eye blink. He let himself fall from the third-floor window and hit the ground in a state that was more liquid than solid. Blades, spears, hooks and other twisted metal shapes all pooled on the pavement, absorbing the impact. He pulled himself together, in his favored quadruped form. Looking up to the window, he created a tall spear from between his shoulders. Cricket leaped out and caught the pole, slid down until she could hop off and land beside him, skidding on the glass-covered surface. She looked annoyed as she looked down at her shoes, raising one foot off the ground to investigate the underside. Glass had embedded in the solace. He would have told her to ignore it, but he couldn't speak. For that matter, neither could she. Cricket pointed, and he led the way with her following directly behind him. As he walked, he wasn't moving his limbs quite so much as it might appear at first glance. Instead, he extended one growth of metal as he retracted another, only generating the illusion. 100 new parts growing each second to suggest shifting musculature, a cohesive form, when he was anything but. Only the core skeleton, the shafts of metal that formed the limbs from the shoulders or hips to his knees, actually moved without retracting or extending. Glass rose from the ground to fit together into a window that floated in the air and he smashed through it with one of his forelimbs. Another barrier appeared, thicker, and he smashed that as well. The glass began to form into dozens, even hundreds of barriers. He quickly found one strike wasn't enough to clear the way. Through the mess of dozens of dirty and wet panes of glass, he saw her. Shatterbird. A sand nigger, going by memory and the color of her exposed skin. The upper half of her head was covered in a helmet of colored glass, and her body was covered with a flowing garment made of tiny glass shards, like scales. He rose onto 2 feet, standing straight, and reconfigured his arms. With spears as big around as telephone poles, he punched through 30 or 40 panes of glass all at once, then did the same with his opposite hand. It was slow progress, as the glass constantly reformed and pieced itself back together a few feet ahead of him, but he was closing in. She abruptly dropped the barriers and changed tactics. The majority of the glass in the area formed into one shape, a cone of solid glass, pointing towards the center of the purple-red sky, 2.5 stories tall. Raising one hand, she shot it straight up into the sky above, until it was just a speck. Hook Wolf lunged for her, only to find that the residual glass that remained on the ground was denying him traction. His metal claws failed to find grip, failed to crack the glass, even with the heavy impacts and his impressive weight. Closing the distance proved slower than he'd hoped. The massive spike of glass plummeted from the sky. He knew it was coming, had kept an eye out for it, and timed a leap to coincide with its descent. No use. It veered unerringly for him, speared into him with enough force that it nearly sheared him in half. Cricket uttered a strangled scream as she got hit by the fallout of glass shards and scraps of metal. Stand, Shatterbird said. Her voice held traces of a British accent, and her body language and the crisp enunciation made her sound imperious, upper class. I know you survived. Hook Wolf struggled to pull himself together. He used hooks to pull the metal back towards his core, where it could be reabsorbed, recycled. It didn't take much of his reserve of internal energy to create and move the metal, but it took some, and he'd rather not run out. It was a risk, he knew, but he needed a few moments to pull himself together and rebuild his body. He let his head and upper chest emerge from the core, taking form in the hollow metal head of his canid form. What do you people want? He asked. Person. Singular. I am the only member of my group here, Shatterbird informed him. Arrogant. You can be arrogant when you're strong enough. You should know, Hook Wolf. You here to make trouble? She shook her head, her helmet sparkling in the light cast by the setting sun. I'm the Nine's primary recruiter. I have an eye for people who can thrive among us, and I have brought more than 5 individuals on board. I thought long and hard before settling on you. I am not about to let you turn me down. So that was why she hadn't hit the entire city with the blast, shattering the glass and maiming or killing hundreds. She hadn't wanted to kill any prospective members, wanted to reserve her power for when it would be most dramatic. I'm fine where I am. This isn't a request. Is that so? You going to make me? He was nearly restored. He could fight now if he needed to. Yes. I know who you are, Hook Wolf. I spent some time researching your history. Not that interesting. I beg to differ. You ally with the Aryan groups. Run one, but your motivations seem to be different. I have guesses as to why, but I'd rather you tell me. Tell you? Why should I? I think we're done here. Shatterbird raised one hand, then frowned, her lips pursing together. Cricket climbed to her feet. She was bleeding badly where she had exposed skin, and chunks of glass were partially buried in her arms and legs. There was the quiet rasp of her laughter. Pride goeth before the fall, Hook Wolf said, striding towards his enemy. Seems as though Cricket can use her subsonics to cancel you out. Seems so, Shatterbird answered, rapidly backing up to maintain some distance from Hook Wolf. And here I was thinking you'd won the lottery with powers. Incredible range, fine control, devastating force, versatility, and all it takes is the right noise and it all falls apart. Guess the men who bought my power should ask for a refund. No. Not interested in being conned into a game of 20 questions to figure out what you are talking about. Not giving you a chance to figure a way out. He punched one of his massive spears at her, and she threw herself to the ground, rolling beneath the impaling weapon. As she stood, she drew a gun from the folds of her glittering dress. She fired between Hook Wolf's legs at Cricket, the noise of the shots ringing through the air. Hook Wolf didn't even need to look. He laughed. No. Afraid my lieutenant is a little too fast for you. Look out, Cricket said from behind him, the artificial sound of her voice detracting from the inflection and urgency. A tide of glass slammed into him. Standing on only 2 limbs, his balance suffered, and he wasn't able to keep from being pushed onto his side. Wasn't aiming at her, Shatterbird said. She fired several more shots, simultaneously releasing a shard of glass from her free hand. Hook Wolf turned, saw Cricket clutching her throat. She'd dodged the bullets, but Shatterbird had controlled the flight of the glass shard she shot at Cricket much in the same way she'd controlled the descent of the massive spike of glass. It had struck its target. Just needed to break her concentration. Cricket collapsed, large quantities of blood spilling through her fingers and around her hands, where they clutched her throat. Now it's just you and me, Shatterbird said. She dusted herself off, not giving any concern to the sharp edges of the glass shards that made up her garment. We talk. I think I'll kill you instead, Hook Wolf growled. What's the rush? In fact, any moment we delay, you have a chance of reinforcements arriving. Your Storm Tiger, your Uthula, your Menja, they could all do a little something to assist you. It's in your advantage for us to delay the fight. Except I'm more than capable of putting you down myself. Perhaps. He adjusted his form, dropping to 4 legs once more. The aesthetic suffered, but he created 2 needle-tipped limbs at his shoulders, poised like scorpions' tails. Ah, that's much better, she said, but you're still too attached to conventional forms. Why have legs at all? They're enough. He pounced. She leaped to one side, and almost glided to a position across the street. She was using the glass of her costume to levitate herself. From her new vantage point she told him, I did say I had my suspicions about your motivations. I think I've come to understand you. Jack encourages this, you know. Understanding our targets, be they recruits or victims. You learn a lot being with him. I believe you, Hook Wolf, are a born warrior. He pounced once more, driving both foreclaws at her and following up with 2 quick jabs with his needle-tipped limbs. She dodged all 3 hits, then swept a carpet of glass beneath him as he pounced quickly after her. He landed and skidded on the surface like one might with a carpet of marbles, falling onto one side, and she threw a tidal wave of glass shards at him, driving him across the street to distance him once more. He stopped to draw his head and upper body back into the core. The wave of glass had come too close to penetrating the head of his form and cutting his flesh. It was dangerously vulnerable. A warrior at heart, she'd said. He'd thought, sometimes, that he was born at the wrong time. Had he been born in Rome's heyday, the Crusades or any of the great wars, in eras where martial pride and strength were valued, he thought he might have been a great person, a soldier feared on the battlefield. He would have relished that life. Here, now? Even with powers, he wasn't so notable. People with a tendency for violence and a thirst for blood just didn't thrive. What I can't figure out, she paused to throw herself up to the top of a 4-story building, then raised her voice to be heard on the ground, is what you're doing with these chosen of yours. He couldn't speak to answer her, and only climbed the building's face. He was 3/4 of the way up when she leaped down, soaring toward the sidewalk on the opposite side of the street. Always keeping her distance. A gale caught her, and her lateral movement stopped. As wind twisted around her, she was driven down into the street, hard. Hook Wolf would have laughed if he could. He looked at his headquarters and saw Storm Tiger crouching by the front door, clutching a blood-soaked rag to his throat. Storm Tiger wouldn't interfere where it counted, but he would give Hook Wolf the opportunity to confront his opponent. He adjusted his position and fell to the street next to Shatterbird. She held one leg while laying on her back. She'd fallen badly. Stalking towards her, he heard she was still talking, you call them Fenrir's chosen. I'm a scholar, believe it or not. I know Fenrir was one of the beasts that brings about Ragnarok, the death of the gods. Fenrir was the beast who slew Odin, Alfithor, king of the gods. Fenrir was a wolf. Too coincidental for that to be an accident on your part. He stirred the blades that made up his form, pushing himself to be bigger, more dangerous as he closed the distance. A sword age, an axe age. A wind age, a wolf age. A world where none have mercy. I can believe this is your goal, your ultimate objective. Do you crave to reduce this city to darkness, blood, and ash, so that only the strong will survive? Do you tell your followers that it is only the pure will rise to the top in the New World Order? He set one clawed foot down on her. He could feel some blades on the underside of his foot bite into her flesh. She didn't fight him or resist. Join us, she said, her voice strained. He formed a head and mouth. His voice echoed from within his metal skull, you describe me as a warrior, why would I join petty killers? She shifted her position, huffing out sentences between gasps of pain. Only a matter of scale. Need more like you in our number. Frontline combatants. Capable of carving murder through the ranks of the innocent. Through our enemies. We could be great warriors. Not interested. We could create your Ragnarok more than any number of chosen. They are my people. I won't turn my back on them. Then kill me. A thin smile crossed her face, though her expression was drawn with pain. When she spoke, it was in more short sentences. But know that your dream is over. Unless you come with us. Once nominated you'll be tested. By others, whether willing or not. I have left notes. Urging them to kill your soldiers. To raise any place you might call home. To bestow fates worse than death. He raised his claw from her. She was bleeding from wounds in her stomach and pelvis. He'd had a hard enough time killing this one. If the other 7 arrived? No, he wouldn't be able to stop them alone, and his lieutenants were not strong enough to hold them off. And you won't rescind these orders and requests. I will. If you join. You give me your word, I leave. You will be tested. Your people left alone. When the test is done you're, either dead or one of us. What is it you want? Make history. Names in books. Taught to school children for years. Centuries. Our goals, she winced, pressed one hand to her stomach, coincide. He pondered for a few moments. Could they escape? No, you didn't escape the 9. He'd already considered fighting, but that option was out. There was a possibility he could lay a trap for them. Or buy time for his people to escape. Fine. Another thin smile crossed her face. She used her power to raise herself to a standing position, her toes only barely touching the ground. So loyal. But I won't forget what you've already done. If you survive, I will wait for the right time and place, and I will kill you. One day. Already thinking like, one of us. Rest assured. I will survive. Glass drifted towards her to fill the injuries, cracking in the right spots so each fragment fit the wounds perfectly. The smallest particles of glass, a fine cloud of dust, flowed forth to fill the gaps. Then she rose into the sky. Hook Wolf signaled for Storm Tiger to hold his fire. He wasn't going to accept this. They'd insulted him, hurt his people. They wanted to subvert his mission and twist it to their own ends? No. His face twisted into a scowl as he looked over the glass-strewn street, and at Cricket's prone form. He'd told Shatterbird he'd kill her sometime in the future, had hopefully led her to expect something further down the line. No, he would go through the motions of their test, even join them for the short term. But he'd kill them sooner than later. Before they left the city. He looked at his people, saw Athela hurrying over to Cricket's side to grant the young woman regenerating abilities. Rune was hurt, the right side of her face torn up, healed only enough to close the cuts and stop the worst of the bleeding. Probably Athela. Everyone else was injured to some degree, many gravely. He'd need help from elsewhere. Interlude 11F. If each of the tens of trillions of universes were like pictures, then they were organized into a mosaic, constantly rearranging itself and shuffling. Taken in as a whole, it was a muddle. Depending on how it shuffled, sometimes patterns emerged. A predominant color, perhaps, or lots of scenes that were blurs of motion and activity. But there was more to it. There were faint sounds, for one thing, and they weren't just two-dimensional. Just the opposite, they were each a fully realized world, and each was continuous, like a slideshow or film reel that extended vast distances forward and backward from any of the scenes of focus. Things got even more complicated when each of the slideshow reels forked out and branched as they moved further away. The only thing stopping them were the terminus points. The first terminus wasn't complicated. The now, the present. It moved inexorably, steadily forward, consuming the individual realities as they ceased to be the future and became the now. The other terminus was somewhat more ominous. Every branch ended at some point, some sooner than others. Dinah Alcott knew that those branches were ones where she had died. Right now, there were a lot of them, more coming into view with every passing second. Almost all of the images in the mosaic were either black or crimson. Either the lights were on and everything was covered in blood, or they were off, and she was effectively blind. She concentrated, and the mosaic organized into 2 portions, one slightly larger than the other. In one half, that death terminus came very soon. In the other, it was some distance off. She judged the size of the individual parts, and the number snapped into her head. 43.03485192746307955659% chance she would die in the next 30 minutes. The chance was steadily ticking upward with each passing second, with possible realities becoming impossible and fading from her view, or being replaced with other possibilities, effectively shifting over to the other side. Anxiety crept up on her. She wanted her candy, to take the edge off, to help clarify her thoughts. She knocked on the door to her room. She heard Coyle say something on the other side and tested the knob. Finding it unlocked, she stepped through. Coyle sat at his desk, on the phone. She didn't want to talk to him, but she wanted to die less. It's unfortunate, Coyle was saying. Step up recon, call in a secondary team to ensure 24/7 surveillance. We'll want a replacement for Arlia the moment they start recruiting again. Yes. Good. Let me know. He hung up. Coyle. What is it, pet? 44.20383% chance I die in the next half hour. He stood from his desk. How? Blood or darkness? Don't know. The chance I die in the next 30 minutes. She thought, and felt the mosaic shift into a new configuration. Coil's face predominated each tiny scene, active, speaking and alive in some, unmoving or dead in the others. 42.709% for the worlds where I don't die. Don't know about the worlds where I'd die first. And, say, Mr. Pitter? The chance he dies. 40 point. She stopped as Coil raised a hand. So whatever it is, it happens here, and involves everyone here. Chance of survival if we leave. 10.664. No. Chance the average person in the city lives if we leave. 99 point. So we're targets. It's not an attack on the city. If we mobilize the squads? To one decimal place. 48.1% chance I survive, 49.9% chance you survive. No difference. Worse if anything, he said. She nodded, and he rubbed his chin, thinking. Time was running out. She fidgeted. I need some candy, please. No, pet, Coil said, I need you focused. What? She interrupted him, which always she tried to avoid doing, but she was feeling desperate. Please. I've been using my power a lot. I'm going to get a bad headache, and then I won't be useful to you. No, he said, with more ferocity than she had expected. Pitter isn't here to administer it, and won't be until this situation is over. Listen. Chance that we survive Crawler's attack if my soldiers use the laser attachments I've provided? The purple beams. Crawler? It took her a second to get her mental footing. Coil was using his power. She wasn't sure how it worked, but she could always tell when he was doing it because the numbers always started changing all at once, and he knew things he couldn't. He'd know about things and numbers she might have told him, except she didn't remember telling him. 39.1. If I deploy the travelers that are on site at the moment. 30 point. He pushed his monitor off his desk in a fit of anger. It crashed to the floor, pieces of screen rolling and sliding onto the rug at one end of the room. Striding around the desk, he seized her by the arm and pulled her out of his office. Candy. Please, she said, whispering. No. Gripping her wrist so hard it hurt, he drew her into the main area of his underground complex. Get battle ready. Coil shouted. It was so out of character for him to shout. Threat incoming. The soldiers that were at ease in the lower area of the base jumped to action, grabbing weapons and protective wear. It wasn't going to make a difference. The numbers weren't changing enough. But he was already upset, so she didn't tell him that. Trickster, Oliver, and Sundancer appeared, running along the metal catwalk. Sundancer had her mask off, and her permed blonde hair was damp against her scalp with sweat. Oliver was in casual clothing, like Trickster. He was good-looking, his features chiseled. Athletically built. Trickster wasn't. He had a hook nose and long hair that didn't suit him, but she knew he was smart, and she would have guessed it even if she didn't know, just going by the way he looked at stuff. What's going on? Trickster asked. My pet has graciously informed us that Crawler of the Slaughterhouse 9 is less than 30 minutes away from entering this complex and murdering us all. Suggestions outside of the obvious would be appreciated. Trickster and I could go and try to stop him, Sundancer suggested. Outside of the obvious, Sundancer. I've asked my pet. You try that and we're all more likely to die. Why? He's a regenerator, Coil answered, sounding irritated at having to explain, and he regenerates exceedingly quickly. More to the point, he has the added advantage that any part that grows back is stronger than it was before, typically with extra features, growths, and increased durability to render him more resistant to whatever hurt him or give him other capabilities. These adjustments are not only permanent, but he's been working on it for some time. Trickster added, I read up on these guys after you mentioned them the other night. Crawler eventually becomes immune to whatever was hurting him, and he's that much less human, afterward. He wants to get hurt, wants to further his transformation, like a crazed masochist or someone with a death wish. Throws himself into suicidal situations and then comes out stronger. Which may be why he's here. The soldiers. Coil shook his head, he's immune to conventional ammunition and explosives, and most likely to most unconventional forms of ammunition and explosives as well. The laser attachments might have some small effect, but not enough to draw him here. Which makes me wonder all of a sudden how he found us, Trickster added. Coil shook his head, one thing at a time. If he is here because he's seeking someone who could harm him, the only individuals on site who would be capable are Sundancer and your Noel. That gave the three teenagers pause. Noel? But who even knows about Noel, except... Coil raised his hand to silence Trickster. Pet, the chance that Crawler would seek out Noel first, given the opportunity. She felt the images filter out until she was looking at a pattern of scenarios. The vague shape of the hulking figure, the open vault door. The images snapped into two groups, one vastly larger than the other. 93.4%. Shit, Trickster swore. That's why he's here. Just like Leviathan, Crawler's coming after her. I find every piece of evidence we gather only supports our working theory on your teammate, Coil said. He turned to Dinah, the chance of survival if we were to give him what he wanted? Give him access to Noel. Hey, no, Trickster said. 81.9% chance we survive the next hour. A start, Coil noted. Something about the image bothered her. She pushed forward, seeing the possible realities that unfolded after that. Very, very few extended any meaningful distance into the future. 6% chance we survive the next 5 hours. Coil stopped, then sighed. Thank you, pet, for clarifying that. She nodded. Awesome, Trickster responded, his voice thick with sarcasm. With a more serious tone and expression, he said, let's not give him access to Noelle. Agreed. Agreed, Coil conceded. Any further ideas? Time's running out. She looked at the numbers for herself, even though she felt the initial throbbing pains at the base of her skull that foretold the encroaching headaches. 53.8% chance I die in the next 30 minutes. Pet, Coil said. What she didn't get from his tone, she grasped from the vague images she saw of her most immediate possible futures. No, she pleaded, before he'd even told her what he wanted. It's necessary. I want you to look at a future where we survived, and I want you to tell us what happened. No. Please, she begged. Now, pet. Why is she so against this? Trickster asked. Headaches, Dinah answered, pressing her hands to her head, it breaks my power. It takes days, sometimes weeks before everything is sorted out and working again. Headaches the entire time, until everything is sorted out, worse headaches if I try to get numbers in the meantime. Have to be careful, can't muddle things up. Can't lie about the numbers, can't look at what happens, or it just becomes chaos. Safer to keep a distance, to make and follow rules. Safer to just ask the questions and let things fall into place. We don't have time to play 20 questions, Coil said. Would you rather die? Would she? She wasn't sure. Death was bad, but at least then she'd go on to the afterlife. To heaven, she hoped. Finding an answer and surviving would mean days and weeks of absolute hell, of constant pain and not being able to use her power. Pet, Coil said, when she didn't give him an immediate response, do it now, or you won't get any more candy for a long while. She could see those futures unfolding. He would. She could see the pain and the sickness she experienced, the full brunt of her power without her candy to take the edges off, complete with all of the details she didn't want. Worst of all were the feedback loops. To go through withdrawal from the drugs, from her candy, while simultaneously being able to see and experience echoes of the future moments where she was suffering much the same way. It was a massive increase in the pain and being sick and mood swings and insomnia and feeling numb and skin-crawling hallucinations. There was no limit to these echoes, the feedback from her futures. It would never kill her, knock her out or put her in a coma, no matter how much she might want it to. She had come close to experiencing it once, early on in her captivity. Never again. She would obey Coil in everything he asked for before she risked that happening again. Okay, she murmured. She picked out one of the paths where they survived. Even looking too closely at it made her head throb, like it was in a massive vice and someone had just cranked it a fraction tighter. Some of the possible worlds around the fringes of her consciousness disintegrated into a mess of disordered scenes as she pushed forward. The scenes and images of the less possible worlds flew around her mind like razor-sharp leaves in a gale, cutting at everything they touched. It hurts. Now, pet. As quickly as you can. He didn't know. It was something else, like trying to will herself to stick a hot poker in her body, in her brain, knowing it would remain there and burn her for weeks before it cooled. But she did it, because as much as it would hurt more if she didn't get her candy. If Crawler got his hands on her, it wouldn't hurt at all after those first few moments of pain, but that was bad too. It meant dying. She focused hard on that scene, taking it from an image small and vague enough that it could have fit on the end of a pencil to something full size. Her head exploded with pain. She caught fragmentary images as she felt herself double over and heave the contents of her stomach onto the metal catwalk and Sundancer's legs and feet. Sundancer could have yelled, but she didn't. Instead, she fell to her knees and grabbed Dinah by the shoulders to steady her. It was just in time, because Dinah felt fireworks erupt in her brain, felt her body go spastic. Too much, too fast. The image was overly sharp and detailed, overwhelming her senses, shredding all sense of time and present. It was long moments before she could even piece together what the others were saying and doing. She was lying down, her head on Sundancer's lap, a cold cloth against her forehead. Oliver leaned next to her, holding a bowl of cold water. Running out of time. Trickster shouted. Coil stood just behind Trickster, arms folded, staring out over the railing, at his underground base. Give her a moment, Sundancer said. Whatever that was, it just knocked the poor kid out. That deadline she gave us? It's here. Now. I know, but pressuring her won't help anything. A smell hit her. Like the bitterest black chocolate in the world and overly strong coffee, the odor so thick on the air that she could taste it. With her already upset stomach, it made her want to retch. Smells bad, she said. Make the smell go away. She's conscious. Is this smell a clue? Trickster turned. No. It's a symptom, Coil answered him, not turning to look at her or them. She may be dizzy, dazed, or she may rub or scratch at herself until she fully recovers. Don't let her scratch her corneas or rub herself until she bleeds. Dinah tried to recall what she'd seen. Darkness. You mentioned that earlier, pet. We were in the dark, and it smelled like meat. It smelled like sweat, too. And we were all pressed in close together. Where? Coil asked. There was a metal door in front of us. Big. The vault door downstairs. Noelle's room, Trickster said, an instant before Dinah put the pieces together. How many of us, pet? Everyone here was there, she looked towards the soldiers. Is she in there? She was. Yes. Coil turned and swept her up in his arms. Her skin crawled at the contact of her body against his. She didn't say or do anything about it, in part because she wasn't able, too sick, hurting too much. The other reason was because she had seen the numbers shift each time she flinched away from his touch or made her disgust known. Little differences. He was angrier with her, more curt, if she pulled away, if she complained about it. There was safety in the numbers, in following the rules she set on herself. It kept her power in order, it ensured Coil was tolerant with her, and it meant she didn't have to go without her candy for even a short time. Coil took the stairs 2 at a time as he descended to the ground floor, Trickster, Oliver, and Sundancer hurrying after him. You, Coil called out, not even bothering to recall the employee's name, the vault door. Open it. Squad leaders, organize your groups. There was a faint crash in the distance, and a vibration rippled through the complex. Pet, the chance that Crawler kills us, now that we've undertaken this route. I can't. Her head hurt so much. Try, and in his hard tone, she heard the unspoken threat of having her candy taken away. She did. The scenes had no order to them. They were all jumbled, and trying to pull some semblance of order and sense into them was like thrusting her hands into fire and razor blades, thrusting her mind into fire and razor blades. A long groan of pain was drawn from her throat, and the strength went out of her body. You're killing her. Sundancer gasped. No, Coil said, as if from a place far away. I've had her use her power to check. This may be miserable for her, but she can't die from it. Coil touching her, that overpowering phantom smell, the fear, the nausea. I need to barf. Coil set her down and held her by the wrists as she leaned forward to cough up mouthfuls of bile. Her stomach was already empty of food. The number, Pet. Sundancer bent down to hold her, so her shoulders weren't being twisted with her arms held behind her by Coil. 3.1%, Dinah gasped out. Reassuring, Coil said. The vault door opened before them. Trickster? Would you announce our imminent arrival to Noel? Yeah, Trickster sighed. Fuck. I hate to do this, but can I get a number? Trickster. Sundancer admonished him, sounding horrified, you can see how much pain it's causing her. It's important. Kid, what's the chance that Noel kills us? There was another series of crashes, closer. Dinah shook her head, please. I just want to put everything back together. Every time I use my power, it all falls apart and it hurts. Pet, it's the last question we'll ask you tonight. I promise, Coil said. So she did. She reached for the number. It can't kill me. It doesn't do permanent damage. It just hurts. It's my brain telling me my power shouldn't be used to find answers like that. The words she used to convince herself did little to soften the pain that came with digging for a number once more. She screamed, and tears flowed down her face as she sank into Sundancer's arms, screwing her eyes shut. 9.8%, she managed. Was she being carried? They were venturing inside, past the first of the 2 heavy vault doors. How much time had just passed? Where was Trickster? That's good information to have, Pet, Coil said, from somewhere near her. Squad leaders. As you gather inside the containment room, I want you organizing your troops into ranks, your backs to the door. Weapons need to be locked, loaded, and ready to fire. Be sure to equip the laser attachments and battery packs. Don't venture any further than 10 paces inside. There were affirmative responses. Dinah could hear guns cocking. Another crash, the closest yet. The sound of rubble and concrete falling echoed through the underground complex. He's here, Coil said. Last people inside, hurry. Close the first door. Dinah opened her eyes. They were in a concrete room with steel girders at set intervals, as if forming a cage against the inside of the room. It smelled like meat that had gone bad. The second vault door slowly swung closed as the last few stragglers slipped through the gap. Employees, technicians, people in suits, some soldiers. They packed in close at the end of the room closest to the door, their bodies pressing against her. 3/5 of the chamber were left unoccupied. And on the other side of the room darkness. Trickster was emerging. How is she? Coil asked. Scared. Hungry. She said she didn't get her meal tonight, Trickster answered, his voice quiet. Coil folded his arms. She did. I personally observed the delivery. I suspect she's needing more food as of late. Unfortunate we find this out now. She asked me to turn out the lights on this end of her room. Said it would be easier if she can't see us. Do it, Coil ordered. He strode over to one of his squad captains and spoke in the man's ear. Dinah thought she might have overheard something about night vision goggles. She closed her eyes, as if it could help shut out the pain that continued to tear through her skull. The pink of the light shining through her eyelids turned to black as the lights went out. I'm sorry, a girl's voice whispered in Dinah's ear. Sundancer? Dinah tried to answer, but her voice came out in a croak. I'd help you if I could, but I can't, you understand. Sundancer whispered to her. She had her arms around Dinah. She smelled like barf, but that was Dinah's fault. It's not just that my friends and I are in a bad spot, or having to help Noel, or even that I don't think I could save you on my own. We made a promise to each other, when everything began. Fuck, it sounds so stupid, sounds so lame, when I say it like that. There was a crash nearby, the sound of metal on metal. Then a massive impact against the vault door made the room shudder. Sundancer kept talking, as if oblivious to the ongoing attack. When you've been through hell and back again with a group of people, when you've all lost everything, and you collectively stand to lose more. I don't even know what I'm saying. Maybe there's no justification for letting you go through what you are. They're all I've got. I'm sorry. Dinah reached up and fumbled around until she found Sundancer's hand. She didn't have a response, couldn't speak if she'd been able to think of what to say. She just held the hand tight. A series of hits collided with the metal door. A roar rattled through the air, painfully loud despite the muffling effect of the intervening wall. It was a roar heavy with frustration and anger. There was the sound of guns cocking. She almost missed it in the midst of the steady, relentless crashes that came from the metal door. I'm so hungry, a girl's voice echoed through the chamber. She's close. I know, Noelle, Trickster answered. Just a little while. Let's go back to the other side, away from these people. Noelle sounded like someone who was very, very tired. Can't wait. Can't wait at all these days. I can smell them. She wants food as badly as I want my candy, Dinah thought. The difference is that she can and will take what she wants, even if it means eating one of us. I don't have that power. God, her head hurt. Worse, she knew this was the calm before the storm. Her head would hurt more with every passing hour until she wanted to die. You can hold on, Trickster said, his voice gentle. You don't want to come any closer than that. You know what your power does. None of us want that. No. And these guys, as good as they are, I can't be positive that one of them won't shoot you in a moment of panic. We don't want that either. I'd live. Don't want to, but I'd live. You would. But would I? Would Oliver and Marissa, if you went berserk? They're in here too. Sundancer spoke up, calling out, remember the promise we made together. Noelle didn't reply. The silence lingered, punctuated by the heavy blows on the metal door, echoing through the concrete chamber. Come on, Noelle. Let's go back, before you or someone else here does something they'll regret, Trickster urged. The banging continued. Come with me, Kraus. We can talk alone. That sounds good, Trickster said. Dinah felt the tension in the room ease. The pain in her skull didn't get any better. She set about the tedious task of trying to reorganize the images in her head. Building a house of cards in an unpredictable wind. Every time the numbers changed, what she'd started to sort out fell apart. She'd have to wait until a period of calm before she made any real headway. The passage of time would help as well. Then it wouldn't be so painful to use her ability. She got caught up in the painstaking operation, and it was some time before she realized the banging had stopped. Still, the gathered people in the room waited. Just in case Crawler was bluffing them, waiting until they opened the door. Long minutes passed before Coil gave the order. Dinah was blind. Her power too fragile and painful to use, so she couldn't see the future that awaited them outside the door. Her heart pounded in her throat as the door was opened. The first squads moved out, fanning through the complex to find if Crawler was lurking in some corner of the underground base. They returned and gave the all clear. Emerging from the gloom, she squinted in the face of the flower scent lights. Claw marks gouged the outside of the solid steel of the vault door, each at least half a foot deep. The catwalk had been torn down at one side of the complex, and innumerable boxes of weapons and supplies had been crushed or scattered across the floor. Candy? She asked. My head hurts. You can have your candy, pet. Go to your room, I'll call Pitter in and send him to you. With her armed escort, she headed to her room. She collapsed gratefully on her bed. She knew she'd regret it, but she used her power. She had to know. It would be one more use, to hold her over, and she would stop using her power for the next few days, at least. Weeks, if Coil let her. She clutched her covers and bit her pillow as her head erupted with pain. More than half of the groundwork she'd so carefully laid in place over the past hour fell apart as she pulled the scenes into two groups. Minutes passed before she had her number. 31.6%. More than 4% higher than it had been yesterday. 31.6% chance she'd get to go home someday. Interlude 11 grams. A teenager with a red streak dyed into her dark hair strode down the street in rubber boots. 3 hours past curfew, alone. She drew a smartphone from the pocket of her jacket, then set to untangling the earbuds. How did the damned things always get so knotted together? They were like Christmas lights. Not that she'd ever untangled Christmas lights, but she'd heard how Christmas lights got tangled. Popping the foam-covered buds into her ears, she began thumbing through the music as she walked. J-adore. Sweet honey. Love me, you know you wanna love me. Love me, you know you wanna love me. Her head nodded in time with the beat, and she slipped the phone into her pocket. She supposed she could have bought something to coil up the cord of the earbuds, or replaced the music playlist instead of deleting everything that didn't appeal. It wasn't like she didn't have money. It was an option. What stopped her was the fact that she had a pattern going. Everything she owned and everything she used day to day was stolen. The shirt on her back, her shoes, the music, her laptop. She kind of wanted to see how far she could get before she caved and actually bought something. Love me, you? Love me, true? Her boots splashed as she danced a little circle, murmuring the words. The light drizzle had wet her hair, and she pushed it back out of her face, stretched her arms out and let the raindrops fall against her closed eyelids. It wasn't as though she was in a rush. She'd walked long enough for 6 songs to start and finish before someone stopped her. Miss. He was barely audible over her music. She turned and saw a man in military gear, 40-something, his face heavily lined. He wasn't wearing a helmet, he had a short buzz cut, a bit of scruff on his cheeks and chin, and his face was beaded with droplets of water. She pulled out her earbuds. Crazed, kooky, cracked, crazy. Nutty, barmy, mad for me. The crooning sounded artificial coming from the earbuds that dangled from her hand, nasal. What's up? Are you okay? I'm excellent. There's a curfew during the state of emergency. I don't want to scare you too badly, miss, but there are rape gangs, murderers and human traffickers on the street. All people who would prey on a pretty young woman. You think I'm pretty? She smiled, stepping closer. I have a daughter about your age, he replied, smiling tightly. That doesn't answer my question. Do you think I'm pretty? She stepped even closer, ran her finger down his chest. Yes, but he paused, gripping both sides of her jacket. He pulled the jacket together, then did up her zipper all the way to the top, around the heavy box that dangled around her neck. That's all the more reason for you to be careful, understand? Do you have a home or a shelter you're staying at? She didn't reply. Her brows knit together and she undid her jacket and stepped away from him. He went on, I can give you directions to the nearest shelter if you want. It's new, just a little ways up Lord Street here. There may be space. I'm staying with some people. Do you need directions? She didn't reply. She studied him instead. If you're willing to wait, I can give you a ride when I'm done here. I'll get relieved in 5 or 10 minutes, but we could talk in the meantime. You can sit in my jeep, and you'll be dry. She hesitated. Fine. The man led her back to his jeep. She sat in the passenger seat while he stood outside, his eyes on the surroundings, occasionally exchanging words with the person or people on the other end of his walkie-talkie. After a few minutes, he climbed into the driver's seat. The men who were supposed to take over the watch are late. Something about fires downtown. She nodded. Crazed, kooky, cracked, crazy. Mental, dotty, whacked, loopy. Do you mind turning off your music? I like it, she said. I hate silence. Well, I'm not about to deny someone their coping mechanisms. Where do you live, or where did you live, before the attack? Out of town. He raised one eyebrow, but he kept looking out the windows for possible trouble. He put the key in the ignition and started the car so he could use the windshield wipers. Sounds like there's a story there. People don't just come into town at a time like this, and if you were just visiting, you would have evacuated already. Oh, we're visiting because it's a time like this, she smiled. Thrill-seeking, his voice hardened. That's not only stupid, it's disrespectful. The people I'm staying with? They're the Slaughterhouse 9. I'm one of them. That's not funny. His voice went hard, any gentleness gone. It's really not, she agreed with a smile. He went for his gun, but he didn't get that far. She closed her eyes for a moment, listened for the music that came from his mind and body. The jangling, dissonant noise of alarm, the throbbing percussion of mortal fear, every part of his body shifting into fight or flight mode. The underlying notes spoke to his personality. His love of his family, his fear that he was about to leave them behind, anger towards her, a momentary anxiety that he was overreacting. She grasped this in the fraction of a second. Reaching for that mortal fear, she wrenched it. When that wasn't quite enough, she pulled at it and twisted it until everything else was squeezed into the far edges. He screamed, throwing himself as far away from her as he could get, his weapon falling between the seats. Crazed, kooky, cracked, crazy. Nutty, screwy, mentally diseased. She twisted other parts of his emotional makeup until he was compliant, adrift in apathy, obedient. Stay. He stopped retreating. He was still breathing hard from his momentary panic, but that would pass. She leaned towards him and ran her hand along the top of his head. It was like rubbing a toothbrush, spraying minuscule bits of water onto the wheel and dashboard. Good. He stared at her. There was fear in the look, and she didn't have the heart to erase all of it. A little was good. I want to drive. Switch seats with me. He nodded dumbly and climbed out of the jeep. She made her way over to the driver's seat, then waited for him to climb in before she peeled out. The jeep cut through the shallow water that covered the roads. Others had noticed her leaving, she knew, and were following in their own vehicle. She could sense them, each a fingerprint of emotions in deeply individual configurations. The mix of personal pride and confidence that she sensed in them suggested they were military. The soldiers that had been taking over for this guy? Not much time to do it. She searched through the feelings of her passenger, found the networks of brotherly love, trust, camaraderie, and adjusted each until the music was one of tension, suspicion, paranoia. Then she set his fight or flight reflexes into high gear. Get the gun. He fished for it between the seats, picked it up. Then he pointed the gun at her. No, stop, she said. Too unspecific. Fuck. Still need to work on that. She hit him with as much doubt and indecision as she could manage to keep him from shooting her. Then she stalled all of the music that flowed to and from that one point in the very front of his brain. She knew the music was her way of understanding and interpreting the biological processes that drove people's emotions. By listening for it, she knew what they felt, knew what the emotions were tied to, vaguely. There would only be one thing in his short-term memory that was that important right now. Her. With that link severed, he would now feel nothing towards her, couldn't summon up any self-preservation, anger or hatred. Another tweak, redirecting the flow of emotion from his family to her, and he would feel an extreme aversion to the idea of shooting her, wouldn't be able to shoot her any more than he could his own daughter. He pulled the gun away, dropped it into his lap. He crumpled over, his hands to his head, then moaned, no. She was close to her destination. She pulled the jeep to a stop and hopped out, the other jeep pulling up just 10 or so yards away. 2 soldiers got out. Hey, someone shouted at her. She turned her back to them, slipping her earbuds in. The music had looped back to the first track. She got her phone out and skipped forward a few times, pausing to delete one song. She sang along, love me, you know you wanna love me. Hey. She could sense her passenger climbing out of the jeep, hear the garbled murmurs of warning, questions. There was a burst of fear from all three, then the sound of multiple guns firing. She smiled. The authorities would have a hell of a time figuring out what happened there. She'd had her doubts about coming to Brockton Bay. It had been a turn-off to know that areas lacked power, that still more areas lacked working plumbing. But Burnscar and Bonesaw had both been excited to come, and Jack Slash had bent to Bonesaw's wishes, pushing for the group to come this way. Crawler, Mannequin, and Siberian had seemed fairly indifferent. Not that Crawler or Mannequin showed much emotion. She'd thought she had an ally in Shatterbird, at least, but the woman hated her, and the uptight bitch had gone along with the plans to visit Brockton Bay just to ruin her day. But it was interesting, she had to admit. The landscape of people here was so different. So many people here were so insecure, so worried. Most were on the brink of some kind of emotional breakdown, needing just one event, one piece of bad news before they broke down completely. Others had already been broken, or they turned vicious and started preying on their fellows, seeking out vengeance on those who had wronged them in a past life. In their pre-Endbringer life. People here were so deliciously fucked up. This kind of situation, ordinary citizens were doing things they'd never even have considered before. Stealing, hurting their neighbors, bartering things they once considered precious for clothing, food, toilet paper, and other essentials. Emotions were raw, far closer to the surface, easier to manipulate. Her music cut off. She checked the phone. An alert on the screen notified her that the battery was dying. She swore. No more time to waste. She dialed a number, but didn't hold the phone up to her ear. Good. Now she had 15 minutes. She reached out and started feeling for the outliers. The emotional fingerprints that stood out from the rest. The other 7 members of the 9 were out there. Not hard to find. 1 or 2 were interacting with some other outliers. The most fucked up people in this fucked up city. She'd studied each of these unknown outliers over the course of a week, watching their emotions shift as they went out about their lives, sometimes visiting the areas they tended to hang around, to get a sense of their environments. Slowly, she'd pieced them together, created profiles, discerned which ones had powers and described them to the other members of the Slaughterhouse 9. Each had made their picks. The buried girl. The arrogant geek. The dog lover. The daydreamer. The warlord. The scaredy cat. The broken assassin. The crusader. And all she wanted was a few minutes to pay a visit to hers. She didn't have to name that one. He was familiar enough. She smiled. 2 men sat on the steps outside the building. She knew immediately that they were soldiers, but they weren't official. They wore black, and they wore body armor that she hadn't seen before. No, she stopped them from reaching from their guns with a mixture of doubt, apathy, and anxiety. Complementing her words with a heavy surge of depression, guilt, and self-loathing, she ordered them, kill yourselves. It wasn't immediate, but their willpower wasn't enough to stave off some of the strongest and most agonizing emotions they would have felt in their lives. It was quick when their composure cracked, the guns flying to mouth and temple to fire. She could sense the others inside the building, alarmed at the gunshots, moving toward the front. 4 more soldiers and 4 others who stayed back. Not soldiers. She didn't wait for them to step outside. She did the same thing she'd done to the guards stationed outside, crushing them with despair, overwhelming them with loathing and paranoia. It was only slightly faster than it had been here. Here, there had been an enemy for the soldiers to focus their negative energies on, to distract them. It was surprising how important that could be. Nearly a minute passed before the 4th gunshot sounded, marking the death of the last soldier here. She tried the front door and stepped inside. The inside was nicer than the outside, watertight, heavily reinforced. A feminine-looking teenaged boy with a mop of dark curls stood at the other side of the building. He had 2 men and a woman guarding him. Jean Paul. CAVA. It's Alec now. Regent in costume. Alec, she smiled. Still sounds French. I approve, little brother. Cherie, he ran his fingers through his hair. What the fuck? If we're changing our names, I'm going by Cherish. I wanted to make an entrance. Man. You'll find others. Fuck, he sighed. She reached for the 3 people who stood between her and her brother, manipulated their emotions towards Alec. Filled them with suspicion, paranoia, hate. They didn't budge. Cut it out, Cherie, Alec said, I'm controlling them. If I remember right, you lose control if they're hit by enough emotion, she smiled. She turned up the intensity. If I'm farther away. Seriously, stop. It's irritating. One of the men fell to his knees. His hands were clenched at his sides. Beads of sweat rolled down the faces of the other 2, tears appearing in their eyes. While I'm doing this, you can't tell them to attack me. Unless I've gotten stronger over the past few years, Alec answered. The man who was still standing reached for a knife and started walking towards Cherish. She hit the knife wielder with fear and indecision, saw him stop. For nearly a minute, they engaged in a tug of war over the three subjects. Seems we have a stalemate, she said, finally. Did the dirty old man send you? Alec asked. She shook her head. Daddy? I went my own way. After a bit. How's he doing? Unfocused. For the longest time, I thought he was building up to something. Lots of kids, ensuring they had powers. Thought he'd try to topple the other gangs and become ruler of organized crime in Montreal. But it didn't happen. Time passed, he never made a push for it. Guillaume got his power, you know. 10 or so of us kids, and 3 of us could control people one way or another. 4 if we count you. We had what we needed to pull off something huge, and Daddy decided he wanted a celebrity among his girls. Took us on a road trip to a film set in Vancouver, kidnapped this star, took her back to Montreal. So petty. Somehow I'm not surprised. Heroes came after us, from both Vancouver and Montreal. Half of what we had built and earned as the Vasile family just kind of got trampled in the fighting that spilled out from that. All because Daddy wanted to bone someone famous. I got fed up, left. So you're on your own. And he didn't send the others after you. Alec moved one of his subject's legs so she would fall to the ground rather than point her gun at the man standing next to her. He did. Guillaume and Nicholas. Guillaume just has to touch someone and he can sense everything they do for a good while. Nicholas just wallops you with pants-shitting waves of terror. Literally thousands of eyes and ears looking for me, can't fight when they do get close to me. Right, he said. Anyways, it got old real fast, them constantly finding me, constantly making me pack up and run somewhere else. Besides, the freedom to do what I wanted and go where I wished kind of lost its appeal when the boredom set in. I would have done it even if my big brothers weren't coming for me, but I joined the 9. She looked at the multitude of small changes that crossed Alec's expression and smiled. Well, Alec said, after processing her statement, that was dumb. It's exciting. I decided I needed to earn a place on the team, both to scare our brothers away and to add some spice to my routine. Took out Hatchet Face to do it. I got the info on him a day or so ago, after I heard the Slaughterhouse 9 were in town. Isn't he immune to powers? That's pretty much what he does. Super strong, enhanced toughness, big, and your powers just stop working when he gets close. Or they go haywire. He is immune to powers, but he didn't get close. See, difference between me and Daddy is that I have range. I can use my power even if I can't see the person I'm using it on. Through walls, from the building next door. Hatchet didn't get close enough to me to turn off my power. He tried, but it works both ways. I was prepped to run anytime my power stopped working, because it told me he'd found my trail or guessed where I was. Ah. I sort of remember that bit about your power. The part that sticks in my head is that you don't have long-term benefits. It wears off, and your targets build immunity pretty quickly. Cherie shrugged. I'm not the best when it comes to strategy, but I'm thinking. I'm going to win here. Eventually. You can't run without me getting control over my people and sending them after you, you can't use them to attack me, and if you stay, I can try doing this. Her arm jerked involuntarily. Remember me practicing my power on you when it was new? I remember, little brother, she frowned, looking at her arm. Daddy had us all practice on each other. Well, I still remember how to hijack your body, pretty much. Info that's stored away in whatever corner of my brain makes my power work. I'm thinking I could get control over you pretty fast if I tried. Fuck, she said. I think we'd both be happier if you didn't. Oh? You going to tell me the 9 will come after me if I don't let you go? She shook her head, then used one hand to brush the hair away from her face. No. This. She reached inside her jacket, and Alec made her hand seize up, the fingers striving to bend the opposite way. It's cool, she said. She winced with pain, then used her splayed hand to work a metal case the length of her forearm out into plain view. It dangled from a thick cord that stretched around her neck. See this? Yab. It's a bomb. Very simple. A block of explosives rigged to a timer. Anytime I call the right number, the timer will reset. I did make the mistake of letting my phone battery die, but I figure I've still got a couple of minutes. If you keep me here for any longer than that, I go KBLUIE. Is that a threat? Sounds like a win for me. You'll probably get blown up as well. Or maimed, she smiled. I could walk away. And lose control over your minions as you get further away? Please do. I can make the call when you're gone. His emotions were so muted. Dim. How much of that was Jean-Paul or Alec's personality, and how much was his natural immunity, built up over years of exposure to Daddy? She couldn't get a sense of what he was feeling, which was disappointing. However faint his feelings were, she could sense the slightest change. A chime of attention. He didn't look at any of the puppets that he was struggling to control, but she could sense his attention flicker to the woman. A thrum of confidence. They both dashed towards the woman at the same moment. In their hurry to get to her, they collided, falling to the ground as a trio. The woman wasn't in any shape to fight, but Alec did strike Cherie across the head, fairly ineffectually. She retaliated by kicking him, then grabbed his wrist as he tried to draw the weapon he had in his pocket. It was a gold-painted stick topped with a crown. She couldn't see why he wanted it, but he did, and so she wasn't about to let him have it for just that reason. He changed tactics, rolling over to drive one shoulder into Cherie. With his free hand he tried to reach for the gun holster worn by the woman. That had been what caught his attention, gave him that surge of confidence. Cherie fought with him, pulling him away, and then got one leg under him to roll him away. She pinned him, holding his wrists to the floor. Got you, little brother. You still suck at fighting. He stared up at her, panting for breath and looking half bored at the same time. He used his power, and she let go of his left hand to strike him across the face. He stopped. She smiled, thought you should know that things got pretty shitty at home after you left. Daddy got really overprotective, angry. It sucked. Sucked worse when we couldn't find you. Sorry, he said, in what she judged as the least convincing tone he could manage. My payback? I've nominated you for the 9. Not interested. Doesn't matter. You get nominated, you're tested no matter what you want, and a few of the 9 don't want to have 2 Vassils on the same team. Shatterbird hates my guts, for some reason. Crawler doesn't respect me. Jack thinks it would be boring. So what I'm thinking is that this test, the initiation, it's going to be a little harder for you. They won't be testing you to see if you're mean enough, bloodthirsty enough, creative enough. They're just going to try to kill you. Fuck, Alex said, his eyes widening. Have fun with that, she smiled, standing. She had to leap back to avoid being stabbed with the gold-painted stick as she released his wrist. Now we're even. Fuck you. That's not even at all. I leave home, so you arrange to have me killed by some of the scariest fuckers on this side of Earth. Yep, she smiled, smug. It was good to see she could provoke him, get a response out of him. Was that because she'd done it well, or had he gotten more emotional as of late? He ran his fingers through his hair. Lunatic. What I find really interesting is that you've got some connections. A girlfriend, maybe? No. Nothing romantic. You have friends? A team. He stayed silent. Come after me, I go after them. You may be immune, but they aren't. Fine. And remember, I can always tell Daddy where you are. He's pissed you left. Pissed I left, but he's too scared to come after me. Not with the 9 having my back. They don't have your back, Cherie. She shrugged. Close enough. No. They're going to kill you someday. Probably sooner than later, when you're no longer useful and they want the thrill of the hunt again. You've probably seen what they can do. Fate's worse than death. Just don't ask for my help when you realize it's happening. Whatever. You just screwed me over, Cherie. Don't know why you did it, but I think you did a pretty fucking good job of it. You trying to be like Jack? Trying to act like them, pretend you have a place there? Rest assured, you screwed yourself 10 times as bad as you screwed me. She scoffed at that. You're way out of your depth. As good as you think you are, they're better. She smiled and shook her head, we'll see. I'm gonna leave now. You're going to let me? Cool. He sighed. Can't really stop you or you'll fuck with my team, right? Right. But first, she bent down and searched the woman who was sweating, panting, and twitching with the combination of Sherry's emotional assault and Alex's physical control. She found the gun, and then found a cell phone. She dialed the number to reset the timer on the bomb she wore. She felt a touch relieved as the call went through. That could have been a pretty lethal mistake on her part. She'd have to break her rule and buy a cell phone charger. Bye, baby brother. Go die horribly, sis. She smirked and turned to leave, putting a touch of extra sway into her walk as she made her way out the door. She had this. A few weeks, 1 or 2 months at the most, she could be one of the most dangerous people in the world, barring the obvious exceptions like the Endbringers. What Alec didn't know was that her power did have long-term effects. Subtle, but they were there. Emotions were like drugs. People formed dependencies and tendencies. If she hit someone with a minute amount of dopamine every time they saw her, it would condition them until she didn't even need to use her power to do it. Just a little while longer, she told herself, and I'll have the 9 wrapped around my little finger. Interlude 11H. Amy sat on her bed, staring at the piece of paper in her hands. The header at the top was stylized, a silhouette of a superhero with a cape flowing, with a script reading the guild extending to the right. Mrs. Carol Dallin. Brandage. Let me open by stating my condolences for the loss of your brother-in-law, nephew, and your husband's injury. I have heard New Wave is currently considering disbanding, and you have my best wishes, whatever route you end up taking. We have too few heroes and heroines to lose them, and even fewer of the truly good heroes and heroines who set the standard for everyone else, para-human and human alike. If finances ever become a concern, know that all you need to do is ask, and we will find you employment among the guild's unaccustomed staff. Knowing what you have been through as of late, it is with a heavy heart that I send you this message with further bad news. Marquis, interred in the Bauman Para-Human Containment Center, confided to another inmate that he fears for his daughter's life. I have checked the facts to the best of my ability, and the details I have been able to dig up match with his story. I must warn you that Alfather may have arranged for Amy Dallin to be murdered at some future date, in revenge for his own daughter's death at Marquis' hands. She had to stop reading there. The paper had been on Carol's bedside table, and Amy had found it while collecting a change of clothes for Mark a week ago. Carol had probably been reading it to him late the previous night, and maybe forgot to put it away due to a mixture of exhaustion and the distractions that came with waking up each morning to a disabled husband and a 10-year career in jeopardy. Amy knew she shouldn't have read it, but the header had caught her attention. With her family's fate uncertain, she had found herself reading, to see if they were joining the guild, if something else had happened that could distract them from this. Now that door was open, and she could never shut it again. She didn't care so much about the possible hit on her. No. What shook her was that she now knew who her father was. She even suspected that, like Tattletale had told her months ago, she'd always known. She just hadn't dug for it, hadn't put the pieces together. Marquis had been an aspiring crime lord in the bad old days of Brockton Bay. It had been a time when the villains had been flocking to the city to profit off the booming tech and banking sectors, to recruit mooks and henchmen from the city's unemployed dock workers. It had been an era when the heroes hadn't been properly established, and the villains had been confident enough that some didn't give a second thought to murdering any heroes who got in their way. Marquis included. The bad old days were how Carol and Mark referred to that time. There were more heroes now, and there was more balance between the good guys and the bad, but things were arguably worse now. Everything was in shambles. Marquis had been an osteokinetic, a manipulator of both his own bone and, provided some was exposed, the bones of his enemies. He'd been notorious enough that she'd heard about him despite the fact that he'd been arrested more than a decade ago, that the city and the public had remembered him. He'd lived in the outskirts of the city, residing in a large house in the woods, just beneath the mountains. She thought maybe there was something familiar about that idea. Was it imagination when the vague image of a house popped into her mind? The study with the black leather chair and countless bookshelves? Or was it memory, something recalled from her early childhood? To all reports, the man had been heartless, callous. Wasn't she? She couldn't bring herself to care anymore when she went to the hospitals to heal the injured and sick. It was a chore, something she made herself do because people wouldn't understand if she stopped. There were only so many people she could heal before she became desensitized to it. What else did she know about Marquis? She vaguely recalled Uncle Neil talking about the man when he'd been talking to Laserdream about villain psychology. There were the unpredictable ones, the villains who were hard to stop because you couldn't guess where they'd strike next, but who were less practiced in what they did and made mistakes you could leverage against them. There were also the orderly ones. The ones who were careful, who honed their methodology to perfection, but they repeated themselves, showed patterns that a smart hero could use to predict where they struck next, and often had rules or rituals a hero could turn against them. Which wasn't to say that one was smarter than the other, or that one was better. Each posed problems for the local authorities and capes. Marquis had fit into the latter category, the perfectionists, the pattern killers. He'd had, as Neil explained, a warped sense of honor, underneath it all. He didn't kill women or kids. Not hard to pull the pieces together. She could remember how quickly Neil had dropped the subject when he realized she was listening. He hadn't outright said that they'd caught Marquis, but she could imagine that the weaknesses that Neil had been outlining had been what they'd used. Send Lady Photon, brandish and flare against the man. Add the fact that Amy had been there, a toddler, and Marquis had been too concerned about collateral damage to go all out. It was him. She didn't want it to, but it all fit together. It was all so fucked up. She was so fucked up. There was a knock on her door. She hurried to hide the paper. Come in, she said, trying to compose herself in the span of 1 or 2 seconds. Carol opened the door. She was pulling on the gloves for her costume. Amy. Yet. Carol took a few seconds before she looked up from her gloves and met Amy's eyes. When she did, the look was hard, accusatory. There's word about some strange howling near the train yard. Glory Girl and I are going on a patrol to check on it. Amy nodded. Can you look after Mark? Of course, Amy said, her voice quiet. She stood from her bed and headed to the door. Carol didn't move right away. Instead, Amy's adoptive mother stayed where she was, staring at Amy. Amy reached the door and had to stop, waiting for Carol to speak. But Carol didn't. The woman turned and left the doorway, Amy meekly following. They don't understand. Mark was in the living room, sitting on the couch. No longer able to don his costume and be flashbang, Mark could barely move. He had a form of brain damage. It was technically amnesia, but it wasn't the kind that afflicted someone in the movies and TV. What Mark had lost were the skills he'd learned over the course of his life. He'd lost the ability to walk, to speak full sentences, hold a pen and drive a car. He'd lost almost everything that let him function. What little he regained came slowly and disappeared quickly. It was as though his brain was a shattered glass, and there was only so much he could hold in it before it spilled out once again. So they'd patiently worked with him, helping him to hobble between the bedroom, living room, and bathroom. They'd worked with him until he could mostly feed himself, say what needed to be said, and they didn't push him to do more. Victoria was in costume as Glory Girl, but she was unclipping a bib from around his neck, something to ensure he didn't stain his clothes while he ate. Amy's adoptive father turned and smiled gently as he saw the other 2 members of his family. It was all Amy could do to maintain eye contact, smile back. Ready, Mom? Victoria asked. Almost ready, Carol said. She bent down by Mark and kissed him, and he was smiling sadly as she pulled back. He mumbled something private and sweet that his daughters weren't privy to, and Carol offered him a whispered reply. Carol stood, then nodded at Victoria, let's go. They left without another word. There was no goodbye for Amy, no hug or kiss. Victoria can't even meet my eyes. The slight hurt more than she'd expected. It wasn't like it was something new. It had been going on for weeks. And it was fully deserved. Amy felt her pulse pounding as she looked at Mark. Made herself sit on the couch next to him. Does he blame me? It was all falling apart. This family had never fully accepted her. Being in the midst of a family that all worked together, it was hard to preserve secrets. Amy had learned a few years ago, overhearing a conversation between Carol and Aunt Sarah, that Carol had initially refused to take her in. Her adoptive mother had only accepted in the end because she'd had a job and Aunt Sarah didn't. One kid to Aunt Sarah's two. When she'd taken Amy in, it hadn't been out of love or caring, but grudging obligation and a sense of duty. Mark had tried to be a dad. He'd made her pancakes on the weekends, taken her places. But it had always been inconsistent. Some days he seemed to forget, others he got upset, or was just too distracted for the trips to the ice cream store or mall. Another secret that the family hadn't kept: Mark was clinically depressed. He had been prescribed drugs to help him, but he didn't always take them. It had always been Victoria, only Victoria, who made her feel like she had a family here. Victoria was mad at her now. Except mad wasn't the right word. Victoria was appalled, seething with anger, brimming with resentment, because Amy wouldn't, heal their father. They'd fought, and Amy hadn't been able to defend her position, but still she'd refused. Every second that Victoria and Carol spent taking care of Mark was a second Amy felt the distance between her and the family grow. So she took care of Mark as much as she could, only taking breaks to visit the hospitals to tend to the sick there. She'd also needed a few to process the letter she'd received. The letter. Carol wasn't angry in the same way Victoria was. What Amy felt from her mother was a chill. She knew that she was only justifying the darker suspicions Carol had harbored towards her since she was first brought into the family. It was doubly crushing now, because Amy knew about Marquis. Amy knew that Carol was thinking the same thing she was. Marquis was one of the organized killers. He had his rules, he had his code, and so did Amy. Amy wouldn't use her power to affect people's minds. Like father, like daughter. "Do you need anything?" she asked Mark, when the next ad break came up. "Water," he mumbled. "Okay." She headed into the kitchen, grateful for the excuse to leave the room. She searched the dishwasher for his cup, a plastic glass with a textured outside, light enough for him to lift without having to struggle with muscle control, easy enough to grip. She filled it halfway so it wouldn't be as heavy. Tears filled her eyes, and she bent over the sink to wash her face. She was going to lose them. Lose her family, no matter what happened. Which meant she had to go. She was old enough to fend for herself. She would leave of her own volition, and she would help Mark as a parting gift to her family. She just had to work up the courage. Drying her face with her shirt, she carried the mug into the living room. The TV was off. Had Mark turned it off because he'd wanted to sleep? Amy was careful to be quiet, stepping on the floorboards at the far sides of the hallway so they wouldn't creak. A girl stood in the living room, 5 or so years younger than Amy. Her blonde hair had been curled into ringlets with painstaking care, but the rest of her was unkempt, filthy. She stared at Mark, who was struggling and failing to stand from the couch. The girl turned to look at Amy, and Amy saw that some of the dirt that covered the girl wasn't dirt, but crusted blood. The girl wore a stained apron that was too large for her, and the scalpels and tools in the pocket gleamed, catching the light from the lamps in the corner of the room. Amy recognized the girl from the pictures that were hung up in the office. "Bonesaw." "Hi," Bonesaw gave a little wave of her hand. A wide smile was spread across her face. What are you doing here?" "I wanted to see you." "Obviously." Amy swallowed. "Obviously." Was it possible that Alfither had arranged for a member of the Slaughterhouse 9 to murder her? Amy's eyes roved over the room, looking for Bonesaw's work. Nothing. She looked over her shoulder and a shriek escaped through her lips. A man was not 2 feet behind her, tall and brutish, his face badly scarred and battered to the point that it was barely recognizable as human. A long-handled axe sat in one of his massive, calloused hands, the head resting on the floor. "Hatchet face." "Run," Mark moaned, urging her. She didn't give it a second thought. She dashed for the front door, threw it open with enough force that a picture fell from the wall. Hatchet face stood on the other side, blocking the doorway. "No," she gasped, as she backed towards the living room. "No, please." How? How had he gotten there so fast? She turned around and saw he was still there, still in the hallway. There were 2 hatchet faces? Then the first one exploded into a cloud of white dust and blood spatters, momentarily filling the room. Amy could hear Bonesaw's giggling, felt her heart sink. "Get it? You figure out what I did? Turn around, hack job." Amy had figured it out, but Bonesaw's creation demonstrated anyways. He turned his back to Amy, and she saw what looked like a tumorous growth on the back of his head, shoulders, and arms. Except the growth had a face, vaguely Asian in features, and the lumps inside the growth each roughly corresponded with organs and skeletal structure. The jaw of the figure that was attached to the back of Hatchet Face's body was working open and closed like a fish gasping for air. The stitches were still fresh. "You mashed them together?" "Only and Hatchet Face." "Yes. I can't even begin to tell you how hard it was. I mean, I had to conduct the operation from a remote location, using robots, because I would lose my tinker powers if I got too close to the big lug. And I had to fit their bodies and nervous systems together so that they could use their powers without messing up the other." "Oh God," Amy mumbled. "Is this what she's going to do to me? Had to add in a control frame and perform a spot lobotomy so Hatchet would obey me, you know." He didn't lose much. Was never very bright. And Only. Amy was almost afraid to ask. "Oh, I barely touched his brain." He suffered some moderate brain damage from his close brush with death, but I revived him. His brain's more or less intact, even. He can't control his body, but he's alert and aware, and he feels everything Hatchet does. Bonesaw smiled wider. That's horrifying. It's not a perfect mesh. I only just started doing these mash UPS. Still practicing. Hatchet's power isn't working as well anymore, and I'm worried about physical wear and tear as they teleport, but it's still one of my better works. Took me 4 whole hours. Bonesaw clasped her hands in front of her, shifting her weight from foot to foot, waiting expectantly. Amy swallowed. She didn't have words. Bonesaw smiled. I thought you'd appreciate this more than anyone. Appreciate this. You're the only other person who works with meat. I mean, we're different in some ways, but we're also really similar, aren't we? You manipulate people's biology, and I tinker with it. The human body's only a really intricate, wet machine, isn't it? Others were entering the room now. From the kitchen, a woman, the structure of her face altered into something that was more rat-like than human, comb-like, ending in a squashed black nose that had staples around it. Bonesaw had added a second set of teeth, all canines, so that the woman would have enough as her jaw was stretched forward. Drool constantly leaked between her teeth in loops and tendrils. She was pale, except for her face and patches all down her body, where patches of ebon black skin were stapled in place. Her hair was long, dark, and unwashed, but most unnerving of all were her fingers, which had been replaced by what looked like machetes. The claw tips dragged on the hardwood as she stumped forward on feet that had been modified in a similar way, no longer fit for conventional walking. The third was another Frankenstein hodgepodge of 2 individuals, emerging from the hallway where the amalgamation of Oni Lee and Hatchet Face Hack Job had exploded. The lower half was a man who must have been built like a gorilla in life, rippling with muscles, walking forward on his knuckles. His upper body grew up from the point the other body's neck should have begun, an emaciated man with greasy brown hair and beard, grown long. He was not unlike a centaur, but the lower half was a brutish man. Then there were the other things. They weren't alive. Spidery contraptions of scrap metal, they lacked heads, only consisting of a box half the size of a toaster and spindly legs that moved on hydraulics, each ending in a syringe or scalpel. A dozen of them, climbing onto the walls and floor. Murder Rat used to be a heroine, called herself the Mouse Protector. One of those capes who plays up the cheese, no pun intended. Camped it up, acted dorky, used bad puns, so her enemies would be embarrassed to lose to her. Ravager decided she'd had enough, asked the 9 to take Mouse Protector down. So we took the job. Beat Mouse Protector, and I took her to the operating table. The other 9 tracked down Ravager and collected her, too. Just to make it clear that we don't take orders. We aren't errand boys or errand girls either. Now Ravager gets to spend the rest of her life with the woman she hated, making up. Amy swallowed, looking at the woman. The other, I'm trying to figure out a name. The one on the bottom was Carnal. Healer, tough, and healed more by bathing himself in blood. Thought he had a place on our team, failed the tests. The one on the top was Prophet. Convinced he was Jesus reborn. What do you call a mix of people like that? I've got a name in mind, but I can't quite figure it out. I don't know. So you're bad at names too? Bonesaw grinned. I'm thinking something like shrine, temple, but one with multiple floors. Pagoda. Pagoda. Yes. Bonesaw skipped over to her creation, wrapped her arms around one of his, pagoda. That's your name, now. None of the 3 monsters moved or reacted. Each stared dumbly forward, Murder Rat drooling, the others appearing to be in a daze. That's good. Bonesaw smiled at Amy. I knew we'd make a good team. Team. What could she say or do to escape? Failing that, was there anything she could use to kill herself, so Bonesaw couldn't get her hands on them, turn them into something like those things? In the worst case scenario, she could use her power on Mark before finishing herself off. Except she wasn't sure it would matter. Amy was incapable, but there was nothing saying Bonesaw couldn't raise the recently dead. Yes, team. I want you to be my teammate. Bonesaw was almost gushing. I don't. Amy stopped herself. Why? Because I always wanted a big sister, Bonesaw replied, as if that was answer enough. Amy blinked. Sister. She thought of Victoria. I make a pretty shitty sister. Language. Bonesaw admonished, with surprising fierceness. I'm sorry. I am not a very good sister, I don't think. You could learn. I've tried, but I've only gotten worse at it as time passed. Bonesaw pouted a little. But think of the stuff we could do together. I do the kludge, the big stuff, you smooth it over. Imagine how Murder Rat would look without the scars and staples. Amy looked at the one-time heroine, tried to picture it. It wasn't any better. Worse, if anything. That's only the beginning. Can you even imagine the things we could make? There's no upper limit. There was a beep from the answering machine. It began playing a message. Amy, pick up. We're looking at dealing with Hellhound, and there's injured. Call Aunt Sarah or Uncle Neil over to look after Dad and get over to the... The message cut off, and there was the sound of a clatter, a distant barking sound. I don't think I have it in me to do stuff like that, Amy said. If nothing else, I can't disappoint Victoria any further. Oh. Oh. Bonesaw smiled. That's okay. We can work through that. I don't think we really can. No, really, Bonesaw said. Then she snapped her fingers. Hack job flickered into existence just in front of Amy, and there was little she could do to escape. She cried out as the man's massive hand smashed her down onto her back, a few feet from Mark. Mark struggled to stand, but Murder Rat darted across the room to light atop the back of the couch and press one of her 3-foot-long claws against his throat. Amy was pinned. She tried to use her power on Hack Job through the contact he was making with her chest and neck, only to find it wasn't available. She couldn't sense his body, the blood flowing in his veins, or any of that. Even her own skin felt quiet, where she normally felt the pinprick sensations of innumerable, microscopic airborne life forms touching her. She'd barely even realized that was happening until it stopped. Jack's taken me on as his protege. Teaching me the finer points of being an artist. What he's been saying is that I'm too focused on the external. Skin, bone, flesh, bodies, the stuff we see and hear. He's told me to practice with the internal, and this seems like a great time to do that. Internal. Amy replied. It's easy to break people's bodies. Easy to scar them and hurt them that way. But the true art is what you do inside their heads. Do you have a breaking point, Amy? Maybe if we find your limits and push past them, you'll find yourself in a place where you'll want to join us. A wide smile spread across Bonesaw's face as she settled into a cross-legged position on the floor, facing Amy. I know. Please. You're a healer, but you can do so much more. Why don't you go out in costume? Amy didn't respond. There was no right answer here. Are you afraid to hurt someone? That could be our first exercise. Amy shook her head. Murder Rat, come here. Hack Job, back off. Hack Job let go of her, and she tried to scramble away, but Murder Rat pounced on her, pressing her down against the ground. The woman smelled rank, like a homeless person. So here's the lesson, Bonesaw said, hurt her, take her apart. If you go easy on her, or if you leave her in a state where she can move, she'll cut you, and then she'll cut a body part off that man on the couch there. Murder Rat placed a blade against her cheek, scraped it down toward her chin, as if giving Amy a close shave. She reached up and touched the woman's chest. Without Hack Job touching her, her power was coming back quickly. She felt Murder Rat's biology snap into her consciousness, until she could see every cell, every fluid, every part of the woman. The two women. She could see Bonesaw's work, the integration of body parts, the transfusions of bone marrow from one woman to the other, the viruses with modified DNA inside them, skewing the balances and configurations until she couldn't tell for sure where one woman started and the other began. She could also see the metal frames inside the woman, interlacing with the largest bones of her skeletal system, the needles in her spine and brain. Bonesaw's control system. There was something around the heart, too. Metal, with lots of needles pointing inward. She was rigged to die if the control frame was ever disabled. The woman, no, the women, were awake in there. 1.5 brains contained in a synthetic fluid in her skull. She targeted the ligaments at the woman's shoulders and hips. Cutting them was easier than putting the things back together again. Dissolve the cells, break them down. The woman collapsed onto a heap on top of her. Excellent. Pick her up, H.J. Hack Job picked up the limp Murder Rat, put her down a short distance away from Amy. Bonesaw walked over to her creation and propped up Murder Rat so she had a view of the scene. I'm surprised you didn't kill her. The healer, letting someone suffer like that. Or are you against mercy killing? Again, there was no answer she could give that wouldn't worsen her situation. Or are you against killing in general? We can work on that. Please. No. Pagoda. Your turn. Pagoda approached with an awkward lurch, and Amy managed to stand and run. She got halfway to the front door before Hack Job materialized in front of her, barring her way. He pushed her, and she fell. Pagoda lurched over to her and pressed her down. I use my creations to collect material for other work. It's a circle, using them to get material for more creations. Having the 9 was essential to get things started, and to help get things going again if a hero managed to put down a few, but now I'm in good shape. I stick around because they're mostly fans, and they're kind of family. I want you in my family, Amy Dallin. Please. Now, I'm willing to make sacrifices to see that happen. Same thing as with Murder Rat. You don't stop Pagoda, I'll have him hurt the man on the couch. Amy used her power on Pagoda, felt his body, much the same as Murder Rat's in so many respects, though the metal frame with the needles in his spine was different. She reached for the ligaments at his shoulders and hips, separated them. The first had grown back before she'd started on the third. He heals, Bonesaw informed her. 2 regenerators in 1. There's only one good way to stop him. Try again. Pain. She inflicted pain on Pagoda. No reaction. She'd have to reach into his brain to make it so he really felt pain again. She tried atrophying his muscles, with no luck. Anything she did was undone nearly as fast as she could inflict it. 5 seconds, Bonesaw announced. 4. Sending signals to his arms to get him to move. No. The metal frame overrode anything she could do with her power to control him. 3. Amy used the only option available to her. She disconnected him from the metal frame that Bonesaw used to control her subjects. She could sense it as the metal shifted into motion around his heart. Not needles, as there had been for Murder Rat, but small canisters of fluid. 2, 1, 0.5. Ah, there we go. Pagoda lurched backward and broke contact with Amy, her power no longer giving her an insight into what was happening with him. He sat down, using one hand to prop himself up. A moment later he slumped over, his eyes shutting. His breathing stopped. A chemical trigger for something I already put in his DNA, when I was patching his regeneration abilities together. Reverses the regeneration so it does the opposite, starting with the heart. Amy looked at her hand. She'd just taken a life. A mercy, most probably, but she'd killed. Something she had promised herself she would never do. She shivered. It had been so easy. Was this what it was like for her father? Had she just taken one more step toward being like him? Ready to join? Bonesaw asked, looking for all the world like a puppy when her master had the leash out, ready for a walk. Eager, brimming with excitement. No, Amy said. There's no way. Why? Whatever's holding you back, we can fix it. Or we can break it, depending. It's not, don't you understand? I don't want to hurt people. But we can change that. We're not so different. You know as well as I do that anything about anyone can be changed if you work hard enough. Then why don't you change? You could be good. I like the other members of the 9. And I couldn't make anything really amazing if I was following rules. I want to make something even more amazing than hack job, murder rat, or pagoda. Something you and I could only make together. Can you imagine it? You could use your power, and then we could make one super person out of 100 capes, and all of the powers would be full strength because you helped, and we could use it to stop one of the Endbringers, and the whole world would be like, are we supposed to clap? Can you picture it? Bonesaw was getting so excited with her idea that she was almost breathless. No, Amy said. Then, just to make it clear, she added, no, it's not going to happen. I won't join you. You will. You have to. No. I have to do like Jack said. He said I won't be a true genius until I've figured out how to get inside people's heads. Maybe you won't be inside my head until you realize there's no way I'm going to join the Slaughterhouse 9. Bonesaw frowned. Maybe. Amy nodded. Or maybe I need to figure out your breaking point. Your weak spot. Like that man there. Bonesaw pointed at Mark. Cherish said you sleep here, and you've been around him for a while, so why haven't you healed him? Amy shivered. Who is he? My dad. Why not fix your dad? My power doesn't work on brains, Amy lied. You're wrong, Bonesaw said, stepping closer. No. Yes. Your power can affect people's brains. You have to understand, I've taken 20 or 30 people apart to figure out how their power works so I can put them back together again the way I want them. I've learned almost everything about powers. I've induced stress of all kinds on people until they had a trigger event, while I had them on my table and wired to computers, so I could record all the details and study their brains and bodies as the powers took hold. 20 or 30 people she's taken apart. However many others she's tortured to death. Bonesaw smiled, and I know the secrets. I know where powers come from. I know how they work. I know how your power works. You have to understand, people like you and me, who got our powers in moments of critical stress. The powers aren't meant for us. They're accidents. We're accidents. And I think you could see it if you were touching someone when they had their trigger event. I don't understand. You don't have to. What you need to know is that the subjects of our power, the stuff it can work on, like people. Like the fish lady in Asia? The boy who can talk to computers? Our powers weren't created to work with those things. With people or fish or computers. It's not intentional. It happens because the powers connect to us in the moments we have our trigger events, decrypt our brains and search for something in the world that they can connect to, that loosely correlate with how the powers were originally supposed to work. In those 1 to 8 seconds it takes our powers to work, our power goes into overdrive, it picks up all the necessary details about those things, like people or fish or computers, sometimes reaching across the whole world to do it. Then it starts condensing down until there's a power set, stripping away everything it doesn't need to make that power work. Amy stared. And then, before it can destroy us, before we can hurt ourselves with our own power, before that spark of potential burns out, it changes gears. It figures out how to function with us. It protects us from all the ways our power might hurt us, that we can anticipate, because there's no point if it kills us. It connects with our emotional state at the time the powers came together, because that's the context it builds everything else in. It's so amazingly complicated and beautiful. Bonesaw looked down at Amy. Your inability to affect brains? It's one of those protections. A mental block. I can help you break it. I don't want to break it, Amy said, her voice hushed. Ah. Well, that just makes me more excited to see how you react when you do. See, all we have to do is get you to that point of peak stress. Your power will be stronger, and you'll be able to push past that mental block. Probably. Please, Amy said. Don't. Bonesaw reached into her apron and retrieved a remote control. She pointed it at Mark, where he sat on the couch. A red dot appeared on his forehead. No. One of Bonesaw's mechanical contraptions leaped across the room, its scalpel legs impaling the suede cushions on either side of Mark. One leg, tipped with a syringe, thrust into Mark's right nostril. He hollered incoherently, tried to pull away, only for 2 mechanical legs to clutch his head and hold him firm. Amy's screams joined his. I'm doing you a favor, really. Bonesaw raised her voice to be heard over the screams. You'll thank me. Amy rushed forward, hauled on the metal leg to pull it from Mark's nostril, pulled at the other legs to tear it from him and then hurled it away. Lighter than it looked. Now fix him or he'll probably die or be a vegetable, Bonesaw told her. Unless you decide you're okay with that, in which case we're making progress. Amy tried to shut out Bonesaw's voice, straddled Mark's lap and touched his face. She'd healed him frequently in the previous weeks, enough to know that he was remarkably alert in a body that refused to cooperate or carry out the tasks he wanted it to. Not so different from Bonesaw's creations in that respect. She'd healed everything but his brain, had altered his digestive system and linked it to his circadian rhythm so he went to the bathroom on a strict schedule, to reduce the need for diapers. Other tune-ups she'd given him had been aimed at making him more comfortable, reducing stiffness and aches and pains. It was the least she could do. Now she had to focus on his brain. The needle had drawn ragged cuts through the arachnid layer, had injected droplets of acid into the frontal lobes. More damage, in addition to what Leviathan had inflicted with the head wound, and it was swiftly spreading. Everything else in the world seemed to drop away. She pressed her forehead to his. Everything biological was shaped in some way by what it had grown from and what had come before. Rebuilding the damaged parts was a matter of tracing everything backwards. Some of the brain was impossible to restore to what it had once been, in the most damaged areas or places where it was the newest growths that were gone, but she could check everything in the surrounding area, use process of elimination in context to figure out what the damaged areas had tied to. She felt tears in her eyes. She had told herself she would heal him and then leave the Dallin household. Actually doing this, fixing him, taking that plunge, she knew she would probably never have found the courage if she hadn't been pushed into it. It wasn't that she was afraid to get something wrong. No. Even as complicated as the mind was, she'd always known she could manage it. No, it was what came after that scared her more than anything. Just like finding out about Marquis, it was the opening of a door she desperately wanted to keep shut. She restored his motor skills, penmanship, driving a car, even the little things, the little sequences of movements he used to turn the lock on the bathroom door as he closed it or turn a pencil around in one hand to use the eraser on the end. Everything he'd lost, she returned to him. He moved fractionally. She opened her eyes, and saw him staring into her eyes. Something about the gaze told her he was better. "I'm sorry," she murmured. "I'm so sorry." She wasn't sure what she was apologizing for. For taking so long to do it, maybe. Or for the fact that she would now have to leave. His attention was on his hands. She could feel it through her contact with him, the power he was just barely holding back. And Bonesaw? The little lunatic was somewhere behind her. She drew Mark's hands into his lap, between her body and his, where Bonesaw would be less likely to see. An orb of light grew in his hands. It worked. Yes. Bonesaw crowed. Mark flicked his eyes in one direction, offered the slightest of nods, his forehead rubbing against hers. Amy flung herself to one side as Mark stood in one quick motion, flinging the glowing orb at the little girl. Hack job flickered into existence just in time to have the orb bounce off his chest. It exploded violently, tearing a hole into his stomach and groin. The villain flew backward, colliding with Bonesaw. But two more copies of Hack job had already appeared, and the scalpel spiders were responding to some unknown directions, leaping for Mark and Amy. Amy grappled with one spider, struggled to bend its legs the wrong way, cried out as the scalpels and needlepoints of the other legs dragged against her skin. A blast sent her tumbling, throwing her into the couch and dislodging the spider. Mark could make his orbs concussive or explosive. He'd hit the spider with the former, nothing that could seriously hurt Amy. She climbed to her feet, picked up the oak side table from beside the couch and bludgeoned the spider with it. More explosions ripped through their living room as Mark continued to open fire, hurling the orbs with a ferocity that surprised Amy. When Hack Job tried to block the shots with his bodies, Mark bounced them between Hack Job's legs, off walls and off the ceiling. Almost as if he could predict what his enemy would do, he lobbed one orb onto the couch. It exploded a half-second after one of Hack Job's duplicates appeared there. More duplicates charged from either direction, and Mark dropped a concussive orb at his feet, blasting himself and one of the duplicates in opposite directions. He quickly got his footing and resumed the attack, fending off one duplicate that turned his attention to Amy, then going after Bonesaw. Bonesaw had retreated into the hallway that led into the bedrooms at the back of the house, the basement, and the kitchen at the side. Mark threw an orb after her, obliterating the hallway, but Amy couldn't see if he'd struck home, not with the clouds of dust that were exploding from Hack Job's expired duplicates. Between the time it had taken to create the orb, throwing it and the lack of a scream after it had gone off, Amy knew Bonesaw would have gotten away. There was an extended silence. Bonesaw and Hack Job were gone, leaving only Pagoda's body and the limp murder rat. Long seconds passed as the dust settled. "That woman. Can you help her?" Mark's voice sounded rough-edged. It hadn't been used in its full capacity for a long few weeks. "Her mind is gone, and not in a way I think I could fix." Her voice was hushed. "Okay." Mark walked over to Murder Rat and adjusted her position against the wall until she was more horizontal, almost lying down. He crossed her claws over her chest, and then formed an orb of light the size of a tennis ball. "Rest in peace, Mouse Protector," he said. He placed the orb of light in the gap where two claws crossed one another, just over her heart, then stepped away. There was a small explosion and a spray of blood. "I'm sorry," Amy said, "so sorry I didn't help you sooner." That. Mark stopped her with a raised hand. "Thank you." She didn't deserve thanks. "Are you okay?" he asked. She looked away. Tears were welling out. "No. Listen. Sit yourself down. I'm going to call your mother and sister, make sure they're all right after dealing with Hellhound, let them know what happened. Then I'll call the Protectorate." Maybe they can help guard us, in case Bonesaw comes after you again. She will. But I can't sit. I'm going to my room. I'll pack so we leave sooner. You sure? She nodded. Shout if anything happens. She nodded and turned to go, picking her way through the destroyed hallway. The floorboards that looked like a giant-sized version of pickup sticks. She was only halfway when she heard Mark on the phone. Carol? It's me. Her face burned with shame. She made her way to her room and began packing her things into a gym bag. Clothes, toiletries, and other things, mementos. A small scrapbook, a memory card filled with pictures of her cousins and her sister. She found a pad of post-it notes and scribbled out a few words. I'm sorry it took me so long to help Mark. Goodbye. I love you all. Amy. She wouldn't be coming back. Amy opened her bedroom window and climbed out, pulling the bag out behind her. It would be better this way. Maybe, after weeks or months, she could stop worrying, stop waiting for the other shoe to drop, for everything to fall apart in the worst way. She'd already had to face finding out about Marquis. She'd taken a life. She'd broken one of her cardinal rules. She wasn't sure she could take any more. She just had to get away. Amy cursed the curfew as she saw the figure in the air above her. When people weren't allowed out on the streets after dark, it made those few who did venture out that much more visible. Not what she'd wanted, not when she was trying to avoid this exact conversation. It was even more problematic when she walked at maybe 3 or 4 miles an hour, limited to following the paths the roads and alleys allowed her, when her sister could fly at 50 miles an hour. She should have hid, instead of trying to make some distance. Victoria stopped mid-flight and hovered in the air, 5 feet above the ground and 5 or 6 paces in front of her. I was just at the house. I don't even know what to say, Victoria spoke. Pretty self-explanatory. One of the 9 came, house got trashed, I healed Mark. Why? Why heal Dad now, when you couldn't before? I only did it because I had to. That's what I don't get. Why couldn't you? You've never explained. I can't tell you. So that's it. No explanations? You just up and leave? Victoria asked. Yeah. Why? Amy looked away. We could get you a therapist. I mean, Mom was setting aside money for Dad's care, we could use that to give you someone to talk to. A therapist wouldn't be able to help. Geez, what's going on? Amy, we've been together for a decade. I've stood by you. I'd like to think we were best friends, not just sisters. And you can't tell me. I can't. Just let me leave. Trust me when I say it's better. Fuck that. I'm not about to let you walk away. Victoria floated closer, reaching out. Don't touch me, Amy warned her sister. Looking lost, Victoria stopped and spread her arms. Who are you, Amy? I don't even recognize this person I'm looking at. You go berserk at the bank robbery over some secret I've totally not gotten on your case about. You apparently say something to Skitter that causes this huge commotion in the hospital after the Endbringer attack. You. I don't even know what to say about your reaction to Gallant's death, the way you distanced yourself from me at a time when I was hurting the most. Amy looked down at her feet. And most of all, you just leave Dad to suffer, when you could have healed him. You lash out at me, here, when I'm trying to mend fences and be your sister. You want to know who I am? Amy asked. Her voice sounded hollow. I'm Marquis's daughter. Daughter of a supervillain. Marquis. Amy nodded. How did you find out? Carol left some paper out. I think it's under my pillow, if you want to look for it. You have his genes, but you're Carol and Mark's daughter, Victoria replied, her voice firm. And they're going to be worried. Come home. They don't care. They don't love me, not really. Trust me, this is better for everyone. I love you, Victoria said, stressing the I. She dropped to the ground and stepped closer. Don't touch me. Idiot, Victoria grabbed her sister by the shirt collar and pulled her into a painfully tight hug. Don't, Amy moaned into her sister's shoulder. All of this? We'll work it out. As a family. And if your idea of family means it's just you and me, then we'll work it out together, just the 2 of us. All it took was one moment of weakness, and she was weak. At the end of her rope, desperately lonely, haunted by her father's shadow, her shame at being unwilling and unable to help Mark until now, the idea that one of the Slaughterhouse 9 thought she belonged with them. She was losing everything so quickly. Victoria was all she had, and it was the choice between abandoning that for everyone's good and keeping Victoria close. She felt Victoria's body more acutely than she felt her own. Every heartbeat, every cell brimming with life. Like a flame at the end of a long fuse, leading to a stick of dynamite, her power traveled from the side of Victoria's neck to her brain. It was barely a conscious action on Amy's part. Victoria let go of her, pushed her away. What did you just do? Amy could see the revulsion slowly spreading across Victoria's face. The magnitude of what she'd just done hit her with a suddenness and pain she likened to a bullet to the chest. Oh God. Please, let me undo it. She reached out, but Victoria stepped back. What the hell did you do? Victoria asked, her eyes wide. I felt something. I feel something. You've used your power on me before, but not like this. You changed the way I think. More than that. Tears welled at the corners of Amy's eyes. Please. This is what I was afraid of. Let me undo it. Let me fix it and leave, and you can go back to Mark and Carol and you three can be a family, and... What did you do? I'm sorry. I knew this would happen. I was okay so long as I kept following my own rules, didn't open that door. Bonesaw forced me to open it. Amy. You have to understand, for so long, you were all I had. I was so desperately lonely, and that was at the same time I was starting to worry about my dad. I got fucked up, my feelings got muddled somewhere along the line, and it's like, maybe because you were safe, because you were always there. You have feelings for me, Victoria answered. She couldn't keep the disgust out of her voice, she didn't even try. That's what Tattletale was using as leverage, wasn't it? Amy couldn't meet Victoria's eyes. She looked at her hands, appalled at what she had just done. And Gallant? I was thinking you secretly liked him, but... Amy shook her head. I hated him. I felt jealous because he had you and I never could, but I never acted on those feelings. I never acted on any of my feelings, until just now, and all I want to do is to take that back. When I was at the lowest point in my life, when the boy I thought I might marry someday was dead, were you secretly elated? Were you happy Gallant died? No. Victoria, I love you. I wanted you to be happy with him. It hurt at the same time. Oh my god, Victoria whispered, the revulsion giving way to something worse. Realization. I tried to keep things normal between us. To act like your sister, keep it all bottled in. It's just tonight was such a nightmare, and I'm so scared, and so tired, and so desperate. Bonesaw forced me to ignore all the rules I was imposing on myself. All the rules I was using and following so I wouldn't do anything stupid or impulsive. Anything stupid. Like what? What did you do? Amy's voice was a croak as she replied, make it so you would reciprocate my feelings. She chanced to look at Victoria's face, and she knew that the horror she saw in her sister's expression didn't even compare to what she felt. Please. Let me fix it. Then I'll leave. You'll never have to see me again. What in the world makes you think I'd let you use your power on me again? Victoria shouted, taking to the air, out of reach. Who knows what you are going to do to me? Please. Amy begged. I can find someone else to fix it. Or maybe, at the very least, I can show some fucking self-control and realize it's my sister I'm having those feelings about. You can't. Oh fuck. You're underestimating what I did. Please. If you never ever give me anything else, if you never talk to me or look at me again, just let me fix this. Victoria shook her head slowly, then scoffed. Good job, Amy. You just did an excellent job of taking every instance of me defending you, every instance of my giving you the benefit of a doubt, and proving me fucking wrong. You were worried about being as fucked up as your dad? Congratulations, I'm pretty goddamn sure you just surpassed the man. With that said, Victoria was gone, flying into the distance. Amy sank to her knees on the flooded street. Arc 12 Plague 12.1. The first beetle gripped the corner of the paper in his mandibles and slowly pulled it back. Two more moved to the edges of the folds and held them firm. The fourth and largest of the four beetles ran its head left and right along the paper until it was firmly creased. Each of the four changed positions and repeated the steps at a different point. That's really creepy to watch, Charlotte said, from where she sat at the kitchen table. I looked up from the laptop I was using to view a web page on origami. Is it? I'm pretty used to them, so I don't give it a lot of thought. They're so organized and human. Bugs shouldn't act that way. I don't really believe in thinking that way anymore, I said, absently. What way? I had to stop to compose my thoughts. I glanced at Charlotte, and Sierra, who was standing by the fridge, silently eating her breakfast. I don't believe in shouldn't, like there's some universal rules about the way things should be, the way people should act. So there's no right or wrong. People and animals should do whatever. No, there's always going to be consequences. Believe me when I say I know about that. But I do think there's always going to be extenuating circumstances, where a lot of things we normally assume are wrong become excusable. Like rape? Are you going to tell me there's a situation where rape is okay? Charlotte asked. I would have thought I'd touched on a hot subject if her voice wasn't so level. I shook my head. No. I know some things are never excusable. Right. But as far as bugs are concerned, at least, I figure anything goes. It's still creepy. Give it time. You'll get used to it. I picked up the tightly folded piece of paper that was the end result of my little experiment. I pushed at two corners of the tight paper square, and it settled into a cube about 3/4 of an inch on each side, with holes on two opposing faces. I directed a housefly into one hole and settled it inside, then fed a braided length of twine through the holes. I handed the result to Charlotte and ordered the bugs to start making another. A necklace? Sierra asked. She put her plate down in the sink and ran water over it. Or bracelet, or a keychain. So long as you have this, I'll know where you are, because I can keep an eye out for the fly in a box. The real purpose of this, though, is when there's an emergency. You can crush the box and the bug inside, and the moment that happens, I'll use my power to protect you. It won't be instantaneous, but you'll have a swarm descending on whoever is giving you trouble in anywhere from 15 seconds to a minute. If it works out, I can make something a little more stylish for the future. There were nods from both of them. I can't protect you from a bullet or a knife wound, but I can screen the people in your vicinity, feeling them out to see if they have weapons on them and give you a heads up so you don't get in that situation to begin with. If there's potential trouble like that, I'll warn you by drawing this symbol with my bugs. I drew 3 lines that crossed in the center, using the flies and beetles that were working on a cube for Sierra. Okay, Charlotte said. Sierra nodded. I got the bugs working on the second cube again. I'll use numbers to inform you on the number of people nearby. You'll want to approach a situation differently if there's 20 people than if there's 5. Maybe have one of you hang back and be in a position to crush the cube, or just keeping your distance. Or just avoid the situation. Trust your gut, use your best judgment. What exactly are we doing? For now, just door to door. I'm going to mark the places you should visit, where there are families or groups of people. I need the info I can't get with my bugs. Who are the people in my territory? What do they need? Maybe medical care, clothes, more food, maybe someone's giving them trouble. You find out, take notes, then pass that information to me. That's it. For now. I'm going to ask you guys to travel as a pair, obviously. You'll be safer and there's a better chance you'll be able to signal me with the necklace if something goes wrong. Not that you should need the cube, but I prefer having some redundancy. The pair nodded. Sierra bent over to pull on the rain boots I'd provided her. Charlotte was already wearing hers. That's the general plan. We'll work out other tasks and maybe other signals later, in case you need my attention but not for an emergency, or if you want to cancel a request for help, whatever. That leaves payment. I was wondering about that, Charlotte said. But didn't know how to ask. We'll try for 6 to 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, but consider it flexible. Not to spook you or anything, but I'll know if you're slacking. I'm thinking $250 a day, and obviously it's under the table, so you're not getting taxed on it. That's a little more generous than I was expecting, Sierra said. I didn't like Coyle, pretty much despised his methods, but I did agree with his sensibilities on some things like personnel and making sure people wanted to work for you. It wasn't like I couldn't afford it. I had yet to spend the earnings from any of my earlier villainous stints, since Coyle was providing everything major I needed. There's another reason I'm putting you guys out there. 2 people aren't going to be enough for what I'm planning long term. I want you 2 to trust your guts on this, but you're also going to be keeping an eye out for possible recruits. You're hiring others? Charlotte asked. I nodded. I'm looking for people who are young, reasonably fit, and able to follow orders. With you 2 out there, I'm hoping others see a pair of girls who are secure, happy, and healthy in my employ. You recruit someone I decide is worth keeping? I'll reward you. But this isn't a competition, got it? Both girls nodded their heads. If you don't have any questions. I do, Charlotte piped up. Do you have a mask I could wear? I frowned. I was hoping you guys would put a more human, less sinister face on things. I don't want to run into someone I know and have to explain. Not that I think anyone I know lives around here, but... Okay, no, I wouldn't expect you guys to go unmasked when I won't. That wouldn't be fair. Give me a few seconds, I told them. I headed upstairs to my office. Over the past few days, I'd received deliveries of the more specific and obscure items I had requested from Coyle. Among them were cases of more exotic bugs, a sturdy work table I kept upstairs in my room and 5 mannequins with custom measurements. Coyle's people had taken the time with Brian, Lisa, Alec, and Aisha to get comprehensive measurements and hand casts. Bitch had refused. This had led in turn to the creation of the mannequins, which had been shipped to me and set up on the pedestals beneath the shuttered window. 1 mannequin for each of my teammates and 1 for me. There was also a little folder of notes from each of the others on what they wanted, including some photos, clippings, and printouts for reference. Gru had included pictures of the little statuette he had bought at the market, which he wanted me to copy for his new mask. I hoped to have a costume for each of us in short order. I'd already finished a few draft attempts at designing Lisa's mask, since it didn't require much cloth and the nuances of it were tricky. The way her old mask fit her, it hid her freckles and eyebrows and changed the apparent angles of her eyes and cheekbones so her entire face had a different look to it. Emulating that was hard, since the texture of the silk compared to the material of her mask didn't let me copy it over exactly. I'd used the scrapped attempts to test different dyes and how they reacted with the fabric. I grabbed the failed masks, pressing each against a white piece of paper to ensure they weren't going to stain skin, and then headed back downstairs. Got black, more black, dark purple, blue and blotchy crimson. Take your pick. Charlotte took a black mask that would cover her eyes and the lower half of her face, adjusted it until the eye holes were in place, and then set about fixing her hair. Sierra. Not much point. My hair is pretty recognizable, she flicked one of her dreadlocks. Won't do any harm. She took the second, smaller black mask. While she put it on, I deposited a fly and threaded twine into the second origami cube so she had her emergency signal. Good luck, I told them, grabbing 2 black clipboards with attached notepads and handing them over. Come back around noon, we'll eat, and you can give me an update on how things are going. Will do, Sierra replied. My minions moved on to their morning's tasks. I headed back upstairs and finally let myself breathe. I missed staying at the loft, when things were easy and I was free. I was happy with how things were going with my new recruits, but I was realizing that living with them would mandate changes to my lifestyle. There were appearances to maintain, and I couldn't be seen slacking off or being a slob. I couldn't sleep in or put off my shower until later in the day. I couldn't let myself collapse in a sweaty heap after a hard morning run. I'd woken up at 6 in the morning to be sure that I could run, shower, dress and look like I was on top of things by the time they were up. After a late night, it left me feeling a little worn around the edges. I harbored some concerns about my ability to help Dinah if this kept up. The pair had spent some time with their families before returning to my lair. I'd been anxious in the meantime, worrying they would have second thoughts or turn me in, wearing my costume and waiting in a nearby position in case capes converged on my lair. I'd been both gratified and relieved when they'd returned. One hurdle crossed. Both Sierra and Charlotte had seen me bleeding, when I'd come back from rescuing Bryce. It sounded so minor, but I didn't want them imagining me as hurt and mortal when they were supposed to trust me and look up to me. What bugged me even more than that was the fact that Charlotte knew my secret identity. I was fairly certain she would keep it to herself, but she'd seen me as Taylor. She'd seen me at what was perhaps the lowest point in my life. From a distance, but she'd seen it. Charlotte now served under me out of a mixture of obligation and fear, but I wouldn't feel secure in my reputation until I'd divorced Skitter from that image of a weaker, abused Taylor. I worked on all 5 costumes at the same time. Low-level multitasking was either a minor benefit that had come with my powers or, more likely, a skill I'd developed in the half-year I'd spent micromanaging thousands or tens of thousands of bugs at the same time. I didn't need to expend any focus on the simple task of laying out the thread, and the only time I really had to pause to give them direction was when it came to the creative input and the more complicated tasks of deciding how everything fit together. I could only make some calls on style and what would suit the respective recipients' tastes when I'd made enough progress and seen the groundwork laid out. Where I could, I used my bugs to model ideas and options, forming possible shapes for masks, collars, and armor panels. When I wasn't occupied with that, I focused on Sierra and Charlotte. I checked their surroundings, discreetly screened nearby groups of people for weapons. I marked each door with symbols to count the people inside, notified the girls if people were armed, and I put a circle on doors that they were to visit, an X on doors they should skip. A lot of people were ignoring the knocks. I let them be. After a few days, if they were still ignoring my minions' attempts to talk to them, I'd maybe give them a bit of a nudge or leave them a message using my bugs. Apparently overwhelmed with the requests from his various rulers of the Brockton Bay territories, Coyle had started delegating some of his people to act as intermediaries. I got in contact with Mrs. Cranston, the intermediary he'd designated to me, and outlined what I needed. Waste removal was a big priority, as was clearing out the storm drains so the water could drain from the flooded streets. I let her know that my services were available if she wanted help identifying where the blockages were, or if the trash removal teams needed protection from interference. Once those big issues were resolved, a lot of the smaller ones could be attended to. Too many problems came with large numbers of people spending the majority of their time wading ankle-deep in water that was swimming with warm garbage. Time passed quickly, what with my focusing on the costumes, Sierra and Charlotte, arranging the cleaning up of the area, using bugs to sweep for troublemakers in my vicinity and experimenting on a smaller scale with dyes and costume options. I had a smaller collection of Darwin's bark spiders that Coyle had procured for me in a specialized terrarium to emulate the hot temperatures they were used to, but I couldn't use them to make anything until they had given birth to at least one new generation. When I did, though, I expected that the fabric they created would be as superior to the Black Widow's work as the Black Widow's silk was to conventional cloth. There wasn't much room for error with the small number Coyle had provided, so I was being careful with the breeding process. My cell phone rang, and I knew from the bugs I had placed on the 2 girls that it was Charlotte calling. That, or someone else had coincidentally phoned me the same instant Charlotte dialed on her phone and raised it to her ear. "Yes, Charlotte?" I asked. She was taken back a little. "There's this place here with 2 families, and they're in the middle of packing up to leave. I thought you'd want to know, in case they were gone before we came back at noon to eat and tell you about it." "That's fine. What's the problem?" "Rats. Of course. The trash would offer a steady diet to vermin, and the flooding would deter many of their natural predators. The rodent population had exploded, and it could easily be getting to the point where it was interfering with people's daily lives. Their neighbors have the same problem. We haven't been able to get any of them to answer the door." I searched the area around Charlotte. Sure enough, there were hundreds of rodents lurking in the areas where humans weren't active. They nested in rafters, walls, and piles of rubble. Some were apparently getting courageous enough to venture into people's living spaces, climbing onto tables and into discarded clothes and beds. No wonder they wanted to leave. Tell them to step outside. If they hesitate, warn them they might get hurt. They won't, but it'll make them move. Okay. I hung up, then hurried to pull on my costume, donning latex rubber socks before pulling on the leggings. At the same time, I gathered a swarm near the rat house. I began a systematic attack against the rodents there. Bees, wasps, hornets, fire ants, regular ants, mosquitoes, biting flies and spiders gathered and began attacking the rats furthest from the house and began steadily working their way inward. Some rats fought or ran, but more bugs gathered each second. I hurried out the door and took my shortcut through the fall storm drain to the beach. Drawing a host of bugs around myself, I headed toward the rat house with long strides. The compartment of armor at my back buzzed, and I reached back to retrieve my cell phone. It was Gru. "Can I come by?" I quickly replied. "On errand. Don't come to my place. Meet me at Bayview in Clover. Not too far from our old place." It was only a moment before I got a reply. "Got it. I'm already OTW. Close." So he was already on the way when he called? I wasn't sure what to think about that. It suggested it was a social call with the assumption I would be okay with it, which I didn't mind, but that didn't really fit his personality. More likely there was something that he wanted to discuss with me in person. The rats died at the hands of my bugs, thoroughly poisoned or envenomed, or even eaten alive by the ones that bit repeatedly and didn't even bother to chew or swallow the flesh. It wasn't a fast job, as there were hundreds of the rodents and they were surprisingly tenacious. I wanted to be thorough. It took me 8 or so minutes to arrive, with the roundabout route I had to take to get from my lair to the beach and then back over toward the docks. A heavy cloud of bugs surrounded the house, and a group of 8 people of different ages were clustered on the far side of the street, watching the scene like they were watching their house burn down. Sierra and Charlotte stood apart from the huddle, a short distance away. I covered my approach with a cloud of bugs and slow, quiet footsteps. Nobody noticed me arrive. Just a minute or two longer, I said. Charlotte and some of the family members jumped. You, a man who might have been the patriarch of one of the families, pointed at me. You did this. Yes, I answered him. Is this some sort of game to you? We were prepared to leave, and you keep us from getting our things? Add another infestation to the one that's already there. She's just trying to help. Charlotte said, with a tone like she wasn't expecting to be listened to. I got the impression she'd tried convincing him earlier. I raised one hand to stop her. It was better if I handled this myself. The man drew himself up a fraction. No reply. Hey? I'd punch you right here, right now, if I thought you'd give me a fair, no powers fight. Irritated, I told him, count backwards from 100. If you still want to when you're done, I'll give you that fight. He set his jaw stubbornly, refusing me the courtesy of a countdown. Ignoring him, I looked at a young boy in the group. 8 or 9 years old. What's your name? He looked up at his mother, then at me. R.J. R.J. Can you count to 100? Of course, he looked offended at the idea that he couldn't. Show me. 1, 2, 3. Only a small fraction of the rats were left. The largest mass of them had been herded into a corner by the swarm, and in their panic they had done nearly as much damage to each other as they were doing to the bugs. Stragglers remained elsewhere, but as good as they were at navigating the nooks and small spaces of the house, the bugs were just as good, organized by my will, and they vastly outnumbered the rodents. 31, 32. Before the last of the rats were dead, I began organizing roaches and other sturdier bugs to have them cart the dead rats away. I filled the corners of the stairs with massed insect bodies, until it was more like a ramp than a set of steps. I stepped up to the house to open the door and let the swarm start bringing the dead rats outdoors. 77, 78, 79. I knew I wouldn't quite have enough time to clear out the entire house of the rat corpses, so I cheated by hauling the rats through the walls, into the unoccupied neighbor's residence and out the kitchen window at the back of that building. The last of my bugs left the sky around the house. I timed the arrival of the last few dead rats with the end of R.J.'s countdown. So many, Charlotte gasped, as she saw the 300 or 400 rats held high by the swarm. Judging by the family's expressions, they hadn't known how many rats they'd had nesting inside their home. Turning to the dad, I told him, your rat problem is dealt with, and nearly all of the bugs are gone. Some of my swarm will remain so I can keep an eye out for any future infestations, but you won't see them. Now, if you still want to swing at me, I'm okay to go a round or two. No powers. His mouth twisted in a scowl, but he didn't move to attack me. Walking over to Sierra and Charlotte, I quietly asked them, would I be right if I guessed he wasn't the one who asked for help? Yeah, Sierra said, she did. Sierra pointed at the woman who was protectively clutching R.J.'s shoulders. Is this satisfactory? I asked the woman, raising my voice. The dead rats will be cleared out of the area in a few minutes. They're really gone? They won't come back. They're gone, and they won't come back until someone forces me to move out of this territory. Thank you, she said. She opened her mouth as if she was going to say something else, then stopped. Well, at least the mom thanked me. You'll want to sterilize the place. Rubber gloves, bleach. Boil or replace every dish, every piece of silverware, toothbrushes, linens, and clothes. We don't really have the ability to do all that. We don't have much money, let alone those things. Stores aren't exactly open, and we don't have running water or electricity either. Geez. What have you been drinking? We have a rain barrel and we have a water collector on the roof that came with the supply kit. That's not good enough for this many people. Do you have a propane tank? One should have come with the supply kit. It's nearly empty. We've been using the propane to cook rice, but we don't have measuring cups, and if we use too much water, it takes too long to cook, and so we're running out of the gas. She sounded so tired. Getting by with 8 people in one household and no facilities would be such a chore. Add the stress of rats getting into the food, tearing at sheets to get material for nests, crawling on them as they slept. I didn't know how she'd coped. I hoped my dad's situation was better. Make a note, I ordered Sierra, if these people are having trouble, it's easily possible others are in similar straits. We'll want a fresh set of supplies going out to everyone in my territory. For this family, a delivery of cleaning supplies, bleach, rubber gloves. They'll want some new clothes, you can get their sizes after I leave. Supplies, of course, and containers to keep the food in. Tupperware. We'll arrange for a doctor to come by and check them for bites, scratches, and infections. Standard inoculations. The doctor will know how to handle that stuff better than we do. Hopefully. Okay. And measuring cups. I smiled behind my mask. We can't pay you back for this, even if you give us a loan, we won't be able to, the mom said. So they were assuming I was putting myself in some loan shark role. Get them indebted to me, leech them for cash. It's on the house, I waved her off. Thank you, she said, again. I felt bad for feeling the way I did, but I thought her gratitude was a little muted for what I was giving her. I could sense Gru a block away, my bugs settling on his helmet, unable to see as they got close. I could feel that faint push of the darkness billowing away from him. He'd been watching for a minute or two. If there's nothing else that's pressing? I asked. Silence, a few shaken heads. I turned to go and meet Gru where he stood at the corner of one building. Taking up a side business in extermination, he asked me. I thought I detected a note of humor in his voice. Assisting my people. Some goodwill will help when I'm more firmly in power here. I couldn't help but sound a mite defensive. Yab. That guy over there will be singing your praises. I looked over my shoulder at the dad who'd been giving me a hard time. He was ignoring Sierra and Charlotte, who were talking to the larger group of people. Instead, he watched the bugs cart the dead rats down the street, as if he thought I would slack on the job. I don't understand people sometimes. My guess? When everything went to hell, he told himself he'd be the man for his family. Take charge, provide, protect. He failed. Then some little girl waltzes in and takes care of all that all at once. Little girl. You know what I mean. Look at it from his perspective. What if I recruited him? Gave him the opportunity and the power to help others? He'd be intolerable. I mean, sure, things would get better in the short term. But over the long haul? You'd wind up with someone who criticizes every last thing you do, every last call you make, to make himself feel better about the fact that he isn't the one in control, the one calling the shots. Fuck, I said. I thought you said you weren't good with people. I'm not good with girls, mainly. Guys? Or manly guys like him. I've met enough people like him in the gyms with my dad, in fighting classes. Guys and girls aren't that different. Aren't we? Look at our group. Regent and I are going on the offensive. I've got Aisha and I making constant, coordinated attacks against enemies in my territory, terrorizing groups with attacks from the cover of my darkness, or from someone they can't even remember fighting. Regent's got a squad of Coil soldiers with him, and he's tracking and kidnapping the leaders of enemy groups and gangs, using his power to control them and then having them sabotage their own operations, or start fights with other groups that leave both almost totally wiped out. Then he cleans up the mess. And us girls. Lisa's running the shelter, and she says she's doing it to get more info, but I think she doesn't mind how it connects her to the community there, either. You, too, are almost nurturing in how you are treating the people in your territory. And you're acting like you are getting that aspiring superhero thing out of your system. Or entrenched deeper into it. I can't tell. I didn't like that he was mentioning that. Sore spot for both of us. Just following my instincts. And maybe pushing yourself a little too hard, too fast in the process. I offered a non-committal response. I could have asked how bitch fit into his interpretation of events, but I already knew the answer. Normal rules didn't apply to her. I think all this ties more closely into how our individual powers work than it does to gender. Maybe. But, no, he changed his mind after thinking for a second. I think both you and Lisa could be a lot more aggressive. It kind of worries me that you aren't. Worries you? If you aren't taking out the other gangs in your territory and turning a profit, why should Coil bother keeping you there? First of all, I'm totally prepared to squash any troublemakers the second they make themselves known around here. Assuming you can find them. I can. Second of all, Coil didn't say a thing about turning a profit. He has money. Scats. He has his own money. Money that he has to devote time and attention to earning. If your territory never starts earning for him and just becomes some black hole that sucks up tens of thousands of dollars of his money each week, you think he's going to be okay with that? What do you want me to do? That doesn't involve taking protection money or peddling drugs. Those would be your biggest revenue streams. I'm taking control like he wanted me to. Faster than the rest of you. But you're not leaving yourself in a position to do anything with that control. I can get all of the people in my territory onto Coil's side. And I have over $350,000 I can put towards infrastructure here. That's not as much as you might think it is, when you're talking about this much territory. No, but it's something. Look, Coil's a proud guy. He said it himself. He'd be upset if he took over the city and it wasn't better than it was before. I've got the old boardwalk here. I can help set that going again. I've also got the docks, here. A part of it. If I can improve things here, if I can take this place and make it better than it's been in decades, wouldn't that be a feather in his cap? Even if things went smoothly, that's not going to happen fast, and it's not going to be easy. Not fast. Gru had been pretty merciless in trying to poke holes in my approach, but the realization that he was right on that score was like a punch in the gut. If I can show Coil I'm making headway. Even I wasn't convincing myself. Coil wouldn't give Dinah up for something as minor as a good start. I think Gru noticed my dejection. I'm sorry if I'm being hard on you, Gru settled one hand on the armor of my shoulder. No. You're right. I've been thinking too short term. I really did want to come by and talk about less serious things. It's a shame we can't. We have time to do that, don't we? We could go back to my lair, hang. I can show you what I've got done on your new costume, and we could talk about the mask, I suggested. He shook his head. No. What I meant was that I'd hoped to spend today talking about that stuff. But we're not going to get the chance. Something more serious has come up. Oh hell. My initial suspicions had been right. This wasn't a social call. Regent got a visit from one of the Slaughterhouse 9 last night. So did Coil, though the man is quiet on details. Coil's also reporting that Hook Wolf got a visit on Tuesday, and one of Coil's undercover operatives died in the ensuing carnage. The PRT office downtown also got hit, according to Tattletale. They're active. Yet. More to the point, they're recruiting. Looking for a ninth to round out their group. Regent was one candidate. Who was the other, at Coil's? Coil isn't saying. We think, with Tattletale's educated guess helping us out, that Hook Wolf might have been another possible recruit. And at the PRT offices? Shadow Stalker. As good a guess as any. We're not sure where she wound up. So what does this mean? It means Hook Wolf is calling together a meeting of the local powers that be. Crook, criminal, mercenary and warlord. We have to decide if we want to go. He was one of the people they visited. He was. Which means this could be a trap. Some kind of grand slaughter to commemorate his joining the group. Taking out the other prospective members in the process, like Regent. Or it could be a target for the Slaughterhouse 9 to attack. Create chaos, maximum bloodshed, the kind of stuff that gets attention. They'd be killing some of their possible recruits, but that'd suit them, being unpredictable, never letting you think you're safe. Gru nodded. At the same time, if we don't go, it's crucial info that we're missing out on. I thought aloud. What does Dinah say? Her power is out of commission after the attack on Coil's base, apparently. So we're flying blind, with only Coil's power to back us up. Whatever it is. Whatever it is. I echoed him, feeling bad for the dishonesty and my lack of disclosure. What do Coil and Tattletale have to say about the meeting? Coil wants everyone present. Tattletale thinks Hook Wolf is on the up and up, but he's only one of the potential problems that could come up. I thought of the others who would be at the meeting. Like the fact that Skidmark is one of the local powers. Or he is if he's managed to recuperate rep-wise from the ass-kicking that Faultline gave him. He's not exactly the type to keep to the truce at the meeting. An unpredictable element. Yet. But if Tattletale is right, and Hook Wolf isn't on the side of the Slaughterhouse 9, if we can trust Skidmark to have the basic common sense to back the rest of us up if they attack. Brian turned toward me, and I could imagine him giving me an "Are you serious?" look behind his visor. Or at least not get in our way, I corrected myself. We could fight back, if it wound up being most of the villain groups against the 9. Our group's power sets lend themselves to slipping away if that went sour, and Tattletale might be able to sense trouble before it hit us. You're talking like you want to do this. I do. Kind of. If all the top villains of the city attend and we don't, are we really doing ourselves any favors? Our rep will take a nosedive, we'll be out of the loop, and there's nothing saying we wouldn't be targeted by the 9 all the same if we sit it out. Why do I get the feeling your decision here is motivated by your rushed attempts to get more control, more rep, and finish this phase of our territory grab as soon as possible? Because it is. He sighed, and the sound was eerie, altered by his darkness. To think I used to like that you were hardcore serious about the supervillain thing. That touched on that sensitive subject again. My original motivations, my act, such as it was back then. I turned the subject of our debate back to the meeting. What do you think? If it was up to you and you alone, would you want us to go? No. But it isn't up to me and me alone. When I weigh everything in my head, including the risk of our group spending time fighting and arguing on the subject when we could be organizing and putting measures in place to protect our territory in our absence, I think it makes more sense to accept it and go with the flow. When is the meeting? With a situation this critical? There's no time to waste. Tonight. Plague 12.2. I'd spent nearly 16 years in Brockton Bay, living a half-hour's walk away from the ocean, and I couldn't remember ever being on a boat. How sad was that? I mean, I was sure I'd been on a boat before. My parents had to have taken me on the ferry when I was a baby or toddler. I just didn't remember any of it. My parents were introverts, by and large, and their idea of an outing had been more along the lines of a trip down the boardwalk, a visit to the market, or going to an art gallery or museum. Maybe once in a while we'd go to something more thrilling like a fair or baseball game, but no, this was the first time I could remember being out on the water. It was exhilarating, the boat ride. I was surprised by how much I enjoyed it. I loved the feeling of the wind in my hair, the slight turbulence as the boat bounced on the short waves. It wasn't that different from how I had enjoyed riding bitches' dogs, and there was none of that primal, deep-seated worry that the hulking monster I was riding would turn around and snap my face off. I'd almost think I had been destined to fly, based on how thoroughly I enjoyed myself, and that it was only bad luck that I'd gotten other powers instead, except I remembered flying with Laserdream as the Endbringer attacked, and that hadn't been the most enjoyable experience. That might have been a special circumstance. I'd been dealing with the fact that I'd had a broken arm, I'd recently puked my guts out, I'd been soaking wet, and an Endbringer had been working on wiping my hometown and everyone I cared about from the face of the planet. That day would almost feel like something that had happened in a dream, if I hadn't spent every hour of every day since living in the aftermath. Coil's people had dropped us off along with 2 sleek motorboats, depositing them at the water's edge. Gru was in one boat with Bitch, her 3 dogs and a puppy she had on a long chain. I wasn't sure if the puppy conveyed the image we wanted, but with her attitude towards me lately, I wasn't willing to comment and risk her going off on me. She'd remained angry after I'd called her out on her screwing me over and setting me up for Dragon to arrest, but she'd left me more or less alone. The puppy was cute. It was skittish, especially around people, which seemed a little odd. It wasn't the kind of dog I'd expect Bitch to favor. Too young, not vicious, or intimidating in appearance. On the other hand, skittish as it was, it had an aggressive streak. It constantly hounded Bentley, nipping at his flanks, then spooking and running away the second the bulldog looked at him. It had made for a fair amount of noise when we'd been getting the boats into the water. One for Bitch, her dogs, and Gru, one for the rest of our group. Our boats weren't out on the ocean. We traveled through the area downtown where Leviathan had collapsed a section of the city. It was now more or less an artificial lake. The water was fairly still, lapping gently against the ruined roads and collapsed buildings that surrounded the crater, but with the speed these boats were capable of going, even waves a half-foot high made us ramp slightly off one and then crash down onto the next with a sudden spray. Tattletale was at the back, steering the thing. It seemed counterintuitive, with the boat going the opposite direction she pushed or pulled the stick. Still, she seemed competent at it. Better than Gru, which I found slightly amusing. From time to time, I was finding myself in a strange emotional state. As I stayed alert for it, I was able to catch those moments, try to pick them apart for what they were. The high-end motor whirred and the boat bounced over the waves, the wind and water getting in my hair, all while we headed into the most ridiculously dangerous and unpredictable situation we'd been in for weeks. It was one of those moments, I felt almost calm. For a year and a half, I'd spent almost all of my time in a state of constant anxiety. Anxiety about schoolwork, my teachers, my peers, my dad, my mom's death, my body, my clothes, trying to hold conversations without embarrassing myself, and about the bullies and what they would do next. Everything had been tainted by the constant worries and the fact that I'd constantly been preparing for the worst-case scenarios and maybe even setting up self-fulfilling prophecies in the process. I'd spent every waking moment immersed in it. Either I was stressing over something I'd done or something that had happened, I was concerned with the now, or I was anxious over what came in the future, distant or near. There was always something. And that was before I'd ever put on a costume and found myself caught up in my double-crossing plan against the Undersiders and everything that had stemmed from that. Before Dinah and running away from home, before I'd decided to go villain. Stuff that made some of what I'd been worried over before seem trivial. So why could I feel calm now? I think it was that realization that there were moments where I was helpless to act, oddly enough. This boat? Speeding across the Endbringer-made lake? I had to be here. There was no other option, really. As I clutched the metal rim of the boat with one hand while we soared forward, the wind in my hair, I could accept the fact that I couldn't do anything in this time and place to get Dinah out of captivity sooner. With that in mind, I surrendered myself of that responsibility for the present. Much in that same way, I cast off all the other worries, great and small. A light flashed ahead of us. 3 blinks, then 2. Regent. Tattletale called out. Regent raised a flashlight and flashed it twice, paused, then flashed it twice again. There was one flash in response. Gru slowed his boat as we reached our destination. Our meeting place was in the center of the lake, one of the buildings that still partially stood above water, leaning to one side so a corner of the roof was submerged, the opposite corner peaking high. Tattletale didn't slow our boat like Gru had his, and instead steered the boat in a wide U to ride it up onto the corner of the roof. Regent and I hopped out to grab the front of the boat and help pull it up. When Gru rode his boat aground as well, a little more carefully, we helped him too. Bitch hopped out and spent a moment using gestures and tugs on the puppy's leash to get her dogs arranged and settled. Hook Wolf and his chosen had situated themselves at the corner of the roof that stood highest from the surrounding water. Hook Wolf stood with his arms folded, densely covered in bristling spikes, barbs, blades and hooks, only his face untouched by the treatment, covered by his metal wolf mask instead. Uthala, Victor, and Cricket were sitting on the raised edge of the roof behind him. Storm Tiger floated in the air just beside Cricket, and Rune had levitated 3 chunks of pavement into the air behind the group, each the size of a fire truck, like weapons poised at the ready. She sat on the edge of one of the chunks, her feet dangling over Victor's head. Menja stood just behind Rune on the floating piece of shattered road, 12 feet tall, fully garbed in her Valkyrie armor, a shield in one hand and a long spear in the other. I almost missed it in the gloom, but when I did spot it, it was almost impossible to ignore. On every patch of skin I could see in the Chosen's group, scars and scratches had just barely healed over. There were still faint indents and lines of pale skin that marked where the deep lacerations had been. The little scars made patterns across their skin, some spraying out from a single point, others running parallel to one another, going in the same direction like a snapshot of rainfall imprinted on their skin. With that many scratches and scars, they must have been hit hard. Faultline's group was gathered to one side. Faultline, Neuter, and the new member Shamrock wore more concealing costumes than their usual. Faultline's face was covered in a tinted visor, and her arms and legs were covered in opaque gloves and leggings. Labyrinth and Spitfire were fully decked out in their usual concealing robe and fire-retardant suits, respectively. Only Gregor showed skin. The barnacle-like growths of spiral shells that covered his skin had multiplied on one side of his body, until there was more shell than skin. The skin around it was crimson enough that it stood out in the gloom. It looked tender. I saw a flash of light above us, and spotted Purity in the air high above the rooftop, using her power to create a flare of light, extinguish it, then create it again. There was an answering series of flashes from across the water. It was a different set of signals than the ones she'd set up with us. It made sense for the light signals to be different from group to group, so Purity could keep track of who was coming and where from. The main reason we'd agreed on this meeting place were the seclusion it offered, and the fact that it was just hard enough to access that the 9 wouldn't be able to approach without us knowing. Hopefully. All at once, an incoming boat made its presence known. As though a switch was flipped, there was the sound of something that sounded like the combined noise of radio static coming from a bank of speakers, an 18-wheeler with the muffler off and an onrushing train. It wasn't just noise, the vehicle flickered with flashes of electricity and lights that people could probably see from anywhere downtown. Seeing it approach, I had no doubt it was a Tinker contraption. It was the size of a small yacht, but it looked outfitted for war, with what looked like Tesla coils crossed with old-school TV antennae fueling its forward momentum and sending arcs of electricity dancing over the waves in its wake, as though it was riding on a current of lightning. Various guns had been placed haphazardly around the upper deck, each manned by a merchant. Skidmark stood at the highest deck with Squealer, the driver. Squealer had apparently never grasped the concept of elegance in design. From what I'd read and heard, she went for size, augmentations, and additions when she built her vehicles. She was kind of the polar opposite of Arms Master in that regard. The hull of their boat scraped against the edge of the building, nearly running over the boat that Gru and Bitch had come in on. All of the lights shut off, and the merchants descended onto the roof. Skidmark, Squealer, Mush, Scrub, Trainwreck, the telekinetic whirlwind lady with the long hair and one other. Another reason for this meeting place had been subtlety, keeping out of sight and off the radar. The merchants apparently hadn't gotten the message. Hey! Hook Wolf growled, what part of keep a low profile don't you fucking understand? Skidmark smirked, raising his chin to give it an arrogant tilt, we did. My Squealer built a box that cancels out light and noise at a certain distance. Nice and in your face up close, almost invisible and silent when far away. Isn't that right, baby? Squealer just smiled. It probably wasn't as sexy or cute as she thought it was. Aisha, when left to her own devices, was a pretty girl who dressed trashy. Squealer, I felt, was more of a trashy woman who dressed trashy. Hey, Faultline, Skidmark's smirk dropped off his face as he realized who else was present. What the motherfuck were you doing, fucking with my party? You had something we needed. Faultline's response was as measured and calm as Skidmark's question wasn't. Who hired you, bitch? Tell me and my merchants won't come after you in revenge. All you'll have to do is return that shit you stole or pay me back for it. Maybe you can spit polish my knob for a little goodwill. Not going to happen. Then forget sucking my cock. Pay me back and tell me who hired you and we'll call it even. She shook her head. It was more the kind of head shake that accompanied an eye roll. Skidmark went on, you're mercenaries. Don't tell me you don't have the cash. I'll only ask for 5 mil. 1 for each vial you took. Faultline didn't answer him. Instead she looked at Hook Wolf and asked him, did we really need to invite him? Does he contribute anything to this discussion? He has 9 powers on his team, Hook Wolf responded. Ideology isn't important. He doesn't have an ideology. He's just an idiot. Enough of that, Hook Wolf snarled, his voice hard with a sudden anger. We don't fight amongst ourselves. Not on neutral ground. Both of you shut the fuck up. Faultline shook her head and leaned over to whisper something to Shamrock. The merchants settled themselves on the side of the roof opposite our group. Skidmark gave Gru the evil eye. Was he still resentful over what had happened at the last meeting? Being denied a seat at the table? Another series of flashes served to alert us, indirectly, of incoming arrivals. The travelers appeared soon after. Trickster, Sundancer, Ballistic each stood on the back of some kind of turtle serpent. I couldn't make out Genesis's form in the gloom. What little light was available came from the moon and Purity's radiance from where she floated above us. I could have used my bugs to get a feel for the shape Genesis had taken, but my habit was generally to place my bugs on clothing where they wouldn't be noticed, and Genesis was effectively naked. I didn't know anything about them, but they were our allies. I didn't want to irritate her and upset anything between our two groups. Coil was the last of us to arrive, maybe because he'd wanted to be fashionably late. The 2 soldiers who'd driven his boat stayed behind. Purity sat down by where the boats had landed, followed by Fog and Crusader, who I hadn't seen in the dark. Night stepped out of the lake, between our parked boats and onto the roof, water streaming from her cloak. Had she been the just-in-case measure if an incoming boat hadn't known the signal? She would be invisible in the pitch-black gloom beneath the water's surface, which would mean she wasn't in her human form. The way the travelers and Coil had positioned themselves, we'd formed a haphazard ring. From the top of the roof, going clockwise, the arranged groups were Hook Wolf's chosen, Faultline's crew, us, the Pure, Coil, the travelers and the merchants. It seems everyone is here, Coil spoke, taking in the collected villains. 40-ish of us in all. Not quite everyone, Hook Wolf replied. Victor, Uthula. Uthula touched Victor, and Victor raised one hand. A fireball appeared in it, then disappeared as he clenched his hand. He repeated the process 2 more times. Who are you signaling? Purities asked. Her hand flared with light, ready to fire. It would be a grave and stupid mistake if you invited the 9, Coil told Hook Wolf. We're not stupid, Hook Wolf said. 3 answering flashes appeared over the water. I heard the faint noise of a boat motor. Everyone present on the roof readied for a fight, turning towards either Hook Wolf or the incoming boat. I used my power to call on local crabs, and to draw out the bugs I'd stored in the boat, keeping them close to me. There were 3 more flashes, close, and Victor responded again. In moments, the boat arrived. It wasn't the 9. It was the good guys. Miss Militia was first out of the boat, and Battery activated her power to haul the boat up onto land in a flash before stepping up to Miss Militia's side. Triumph, Weld, and Clock Blocker rounded out their group. Our circle made room, though half the people present seemed to be tensed and ready to use their powers with the slightest excuse. It seems we have a problem, Miss Militia spoke, as her group took her place between the pure and us undersiders. We do, Hook Wolf said. 2 problems, actually. 2. Purity asked. Hook Wolf pointed at the travelers, then pointed at Gru and the rest of our group. They're being cocky, think they're being clever. Figure we should get all this out in the open, at least so you're aware. You too, Coil, Miss Militia. Perhaps you'd better explain, Coil responded. Hook Wolf pointed at each of us in turn. Gru has been making attacks against my people in the upper downtown area. Howling has been heard in the train yard. Bitch. Regent was sighted in the college neighborhoods. Skitter made a move to take over the boardwalk and claim it for herself. Tattletale is either abstaining, or more likely, putting herself in the middle of the docks and keeping her head down. So? Tattletale asked. Hook Wolf ignored her. Downtown we've got ballistic attacking my people in the upper downtown neighborhoods, north of this lake here. Sundancer was spotted in the shopping district, Genesis at the downtown coast, near the South Ferry Station. Trickster has been driving looters out of the heart of downtown, the towers. You seeing the pattern? All of them alone. Most of them making moves to take a piece of the city for themselves. We already knew they were talking territory, Miss Militia responded, this isn't a priority. The 9. They haven't taken territory, Hook Wolf snapped back, they're taking the city. Split it up all nice and proper between them, and now they're taking advantage of the distraction the 9 are giving them to secure their positions before we fucking catch on. Gru looked at Trickster, and there was some kind of unspoken agreement between them. Knowing Gru, I was certain he was deliberately ignoring Coil. No use volunteering more information than necessary. Trickster spoke, we didn't know the 9 were around before we put this into motion. There was a flicker of surprise on Purity's face. So Hook Wolf is right. You are taking over. Something like that, Gru responded. What was Hook Wolf's game? Had he brought everyone here under a different pretext so he could ambush us on this front? This isn't of any concern to us, Miss Militia spoke, stern. The only reason we're here is to get information on the Slaughterhouse 9, their motives, and strategies for responding. That might help you in the next week or 2, but a month from now you'll be regretting it, Hook Wolf told her. Quite frankly, I don't think we have any other choice, Miss Militia replied. We do, Hook Wolf said. They want us to lose our territories to them while we busy ourselves dealing with the 9. That's not our intent, Trickster cut him off. Pig shit, Skidmark muttered. He looked angry. Even Purity had a hard cast to her face, or what I could see of it through the glare of her eyes and hair. These were people who thought highly of themselves. Whether that self-esteem was deserved or not, they didn't like being played for fools. All at once, this meeting had become about us versus them. The travelers and the undersiders against everyone else. Hook Wolf said, then agree to a truce. So long as the 9 are here, your hands off your territories, no fighting, no business. We can arrange something, maybe you all stay at a nice hotel on the Protectorate's tab until this is dealt with. That'll mean we can all focus on the real threat. Stay in a hotel until the 9 were dead, arrested or driven out of town. He couldn't seriously expect us to do that. I'm inclined to agree, Coil answered, after a moment's consideration. Perhaps now is an opportune time to share this information. I have sources that inform me that should Jack Slash survive his visit to Brockton Bay, it bodes ill for everyone. That's vague, Faultline spoke. I'll be more specific. Should Jack Slash not die before he leaves Brockton Bay, it is very likely the world will end in a matter of years, Coil spoke. Bullshit, Skidmark answered. The others were showing varying reactions. I doubt many bought it. You contacted us to say something very similar a couple of days ago. Miss Militia said, but I have the same questions now that I did then. Do you have sources? Can you verify this? Or provide more information? Behind her, Weld reached into his pocket and withdrew his smartphone. More information? Yes. I have sought further details and pieced together a general picture of things. Jack Slash is the catalyst for this event, not the cause. At some point in the coming years, Jack Slash kills, talks to, meets or influences someone. This causes a chain of events to occur, leading to the deaths of anywhere from 33 to 96% of the world's population. That gave everyone pause. Coil went on, if Jack Slash is killed, the event is likely to occur at some point in the more distant future instead. Dinah Alcott, Weld spoke. All eyes turned to the metal-skinned boy. Beg pardon? Coil asked. Thursday, April 14th of this year, Dinah Alcott was kidnapped from her home and has not been seen since. Dinah had missed several weeks of classes with crippling headaches in the months before her disappearance. Investigation found no clear medical causes. Police interviewed her friends. She had confided to them that she thought she could see the future, but doing so hurt her. You think Dinah is Coil's source? That makes a lot of sense. Miss Militia turned from Weld to Coil, and her voice was heavy with accusation. Coil. I did not kidnap her. I offered Dinah training and relief from the drawbacks of her abilities on the contingency that she immediately cut off all contact with her family and friends and provide me a year of service. He lied so smoothly, flawlessly. What really rattled me was hearing him refer to her as Dinah for the first time. Coil added, she took a week to decide, then contacted me during one of her attacks. Of course, the heroes weren't about to take his word for gospel. Miss Militia's lips pursed into a thin line. Could I contact her to verify this? No. For one thing, I have no reason to let you. Also, the process of gaining control of her power requires that she be kept strictly isolated from outside elements. A simple phone call would set her back weeks. So Coil has a precog, Hook Wolf growled, that explains how he always seemed to fucking get the upper hand when he pit his mercenaries against the Empire. Coil clasped his hands in front of him. I knew you might come to these conclusions if I volunteered this information. You all should already know I am not a stupid man. Would I weaken my position if I did not wholeheartedly believe that what I was saying was correct? Jack Slash must die, or we all die. And to maximize our chances for this to happen, Hook Wolf added, the alliance of the Travelers and the Undersiders must concede to our terms. They hold no territory until the 9 are dead. Coil deliberated for a few seconds. I think this makes the most sense. Skidmark and Purity nodded as well. Coil's response caught me off guard. He was throwing us to the wolves to maintain his anonymity in things. I felt my heart sink. It made sense, on a basic level, and I could see why the other groups were agreeing. I mean, our territory wasn't worth risking that the world ending. Coil was apparently willing to delay his plans, or pretend to delay his plans while he carried them out in secret. But I would be giving up my territory, condemning Dinah to more days, more weeks of captivity. I really didn't like that idea. Easy decision for you guys to make, Trickster said, chuckling wryly, you're not giving anything up. In fact, if we went with your plan, there'd be nothing stopping you from sneaking a little territory, passing on word to your underlings to prey on our people, consolidating your forces and preparing them for war, all while we're cooped up in that hotel or wherever. He was right. I could imagine it. Not just weeks, but months lost. We'd just lost the element of surprise thanks to Hook Wolf outing us here, and the local villains and heroes were now all too aware of the scale of what we were doing. Add the fact that they would get a breather. A chance to regroup and prepare? To retaliate? Regaining any of the ground we lost while we helped hunt down the Slaughterhouse 9 would be excruciating. In those weeks or months it took to retake territory and slog ahead with constant opposition, there could be further delays. It would mean that my plan to efficiently seize the boardwalk and surrounding docks would fall apart. I'd have to pull away from my people and my neighborhoods to help the others fight off attacks. I wouldn't be able to offer exemplary service to earn Coil's trust and respect in the mess that ensued. The opportunity to free Dinah would slip from my grasp. Worst of all, there was no reason for it. We'd claimed more of the city as our territory than they had assumed, and now Hook Wolf was building on that, giving them reason to worry we had other sinister motives. No, I murmured, barely audible to myself. I could see some of the other Undersiders Gru, Tattletale, and Bitch turn their heads a fraction in my direction. No, Gru echoed me, his voice carrying across the rooftop. No. Coil asked, his voice sharp with surprise. Was there condemnation in there? It was very possible we weren't going the route he wanted. Gru shook his head, we'll help against the 9. That's fine, sensible. But Trickster is right. If we abandoned our territories in the meantime, we'd be putting ourselves in an ugly situation. That's ridiculous and unnecessary. Trickster nodded at his words. If you keep them you'll be putting yourself in an advantageous position, Purity intoned. Don't be stupid, Undersiders, Travelers. Faultline cut in, you can't put money, power, and control at a higher priority than our collective survival. If Coil's precog is right, we have to band together against the 9 the same way we would against an Endbringer. For the same reasons. And we will, Trickster said. We just won't give up our territory to do it. Because you're hoping to expand further and faster while the 9 occupy the rest of us, Hook Wolf growled. We agree to this like you want, and you attack us from behind. We haven't given you any reason to think we'll betray a truce, Gru told him, his voice echoing more than usual, edged with anger. The darkness around him was roiling. You have. You're refusing the terms, Purity said. Hook Wolf was manipulating this. He wasn't as subtle about it as Kaiser had been, it was even transparent, what he was doing. Dead obvious. At the same time, the scenario he was suggesting was just dangerous and believable enough to the merchants, to his chosen, and to the pure that they couldn't afford to ignore it. Coil couldn't talk sense into them without potentially revealing his role as our backer. Even the heroes couldn't counter his argument, because there was that dim possibility that he was right, that they would lose control of the city to villains if we continued to grab power. Which was admittedly the case. Dealing with the local heroes was one of our long-term goals, for Coil's plan. We were fighting for Coil's plan and Coil wasn't helping. He remained silent, inscrutable, sticking to the situation that worked best for him and him alone. Damn him. You'll be earning the enmity of everyone here if you refuse, Hook Wolf said. Was there a hint of gloating in his tone? We'll be ruining ourselves if we agree, too, Gru retorted. I strongly recommend you agree to this deal, Purity said. No, I don't think we will, Trickster said. No, Gru echoed Trickster, folding his arms. That only provoked more argument, along many of the same lines. It was clear this was getting nowhere. I turned to Miss Militia, who stood only a few feet from me. When I spoke to her, she seemed to only partially pay attention to me, as she kept an eye on the ongoing debate. This isn't what we need right now. Hook Wolf's made this about territory, not the 9, and we can't back down without. I stopped as she turned her head, stepped a little closer and tried again, or at least I have people depending on me. I can't let Hook Wolf prey on them. We all need to work together to fight the 9. Can't you do something? Miss Militia frowned. Please. She turned away from me and called out, I would suggest a compromise. The arguing stopped, and all eyes turned to her. The undersiders and travelers would move into neutral territory until the 9 were dealt with. But so would the powered individuals of the merchants, the chosen, the pure, Coil and Faltine's crew. Where would this be? In the PRT headquarters. Hook Wolf asked. Perhaps. You were attacked as well, weren't you? Who did they go after? Mannequin went after Arms Master. Arms Master was hospitalized. That was some small shock to everyone present, though I might have been less surprised than some. Arms Master is a prospective member for the 9. What you suggest is too dangerous, Faultline said. We'd all be gathered in 1 or 2 locations for them to attack, and if Arms Master was attacked, we could be too. And their whole reason for being here is recruitment, Coil spoke. Perhaps the plan would work if we could trust one another, but we cannot, when many here were scouted for their group, and may turn on their potential rivals to prove their worth. We would be vulnerable to an attack from within, and we would be easy targets. We could make the same arguments about ourselves, Gru pointed out. If we agreed, we'd be sitting ducks for whoever came after us. I think the Protectorate can help watch and guard 9 people, Coil replied. I'm less confident of their ability to protect everyone present. So Coil wasn't willing to play along if it meant losing his ability to stay where he was, but he was willing to make life harder on us, his territory holders. Did he have some plan in mind? Or was he just that callous? Either way, he was an asshole. No. I'm afraid that compromise won't work, Hook Wolf said, squaring his shoulders. Miss Militia glanced my way. She didn't say or do anything, but I could almost read her mind. I tried. Hook Wolf wasn't about to give up anything here. He had us right where he wanted us, and he was poised to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, the 9 and his rivals for territory. It seems, Hook Wolf said, the travelers and the undersiders won't agree to our terms for the truce. Merchants, Pure, Faultline, Coil? Are you willing to band together with my group? Purity, Coil, and Skidmark nodded. Faultline shook her head. You're saying no, Faultline. We're mercenaries. We can't take a job without pay. Even a job as important as this. I will handle your payment here as I did for the ABB, Faultline, Coil said, sounding just a touch exasperated. And Miss Militia? Hook Wolf asked. A truce. Keep the business to a minimum, no assaulting or attacking civilians, Miss Militia said. We still have to protect this city, there's no give there. Don't give us a reason to bother with you, and we'll be focused wholly on the Slaughterhouse 9 in the meantime. Good. That's all we ask. The leaders of the new group crossed the roof to shake hands. In the process, things shuffled so that our group, the travelers and the heroes were near the bottom of the roof. The heroes moved off to one side, as if to guard us from any retaliation, making the separation in forces all the more obvious. You guys are making a mistake, Gru said. I think you have things the wrong way around, Hook Wolf said. Nobody wants to break the peace at neutral ground, so perhaps you should go before things get violent. Tattletale asked, you won't let us stick around and discuss the 9, who they attacked, what our overall strategies should be. Even if we aren't working together as a single group. She paused, looking deliberately at Faultline. You know, the smart thing to do. She was met only with cold stares and crossed arms. There was little else to be said or done. We'd lost here. I turned and helped push our boat into the water, then held it steady as everyone piled in. Tattletale had started the motor, and we were gone the second I'd hopped inside. Plague 12.3. Fuck. Gru swore the second his boat hit land. Let me guess, Regent remarked to Bitch, he's been swearing since we left. Bitch nodded. The travelers had already arrived. They stood in a huddle by the water while Genesis disintegrated into several vague floating body parts. Coil just bent us over and fucked us, Gru said. I dunno, Tattletale answered. That might have been the only way for him to play things, with the way his power and operations work. That would do a hell of a lot more to ease my concerns if I had any idea what his power was. Tattletale only offered an apologetic half-smile and a shrug to that. I tried to help her out. Look, we do know that Coil is smart, he's proud, and he's at his best when he's managing his enterprise. Being cooped up, he'd be hit hard in all 3 areas. Limited tools to work with, limited access to his people, and he'd be less powerful in a way that everyone would be aware of. That doesn't excuse how thoroughly he just screwed us, without even trying to help us out. I shook my head. I don't think he's completely screwed us over. We know Coil's got at least 1 undercover agent, train wreck. Tattletale interrupted to say, he's got a whole lot more than 1. Thought he might. Doesn't it make sense that he'd assist us by being 1 himself? I get the impression he likes the control it affords him and the amount of information he can get this way. Maybe, Gru conceded. We should focus on where we go from here, I said. Agreed, Trickster called out. Genesis had finished disappearing, and Trickster was walking over to our group, followed by Sundancer and Ballistic. He extended a hand for Gru to shake, then turned to Tattletale, me, Regent and Bitch to do the same. Bitch didn't take his hand, turning away to focus on her dogs instead. Trickster took the snub in stride. If nothing else, I'm glad we get a chance to talk. Unless things get a lot worse from here, I'm hoping we'll all be working side by side for a little while. Let's hope, Gru agreed. Trickster said, we just sent Genesis back in a more discreet form to listen in. Imp is staying behind as well, Tattletale informed him, so we've got redundancy there. Christ, Gru snapped his head from one side to the next, as if he could spot his sister that way. With a note of alarm in his voice, he asked, Imp's still there. She's okay, Tattletale reassured him, they won't notice her. They could. We don't know how consistently her power works, or if it works in a group that large, and we can't be sure we know every power the people there have, if anyone has some extra senses that might bypass her ability. Fuck. This is the exact type of situation I wanted to keep her away from. The whole reason I let her join this group was to keep her close enough that I could rein in this sort of recklessness. She's a bit of a rebel, but she's not stupid, Tattletale said, trust her to hold her own. I wouldn't trust myself to hold my own in her shoes, Gru told her. Christ. Skitter, can you send a few bugs over that way, tell me if she's in one piece. I nodded, while Trickster slapped his forehead. The bugs, he said, I could have told Genesis to stick around while you scouted, wait, no. Why send him if you have the bugs? I can't see or hear through the swarm, really. Not well enough to listen in. You did once, Tattletale told me. That surprised me. When? After the fight with Bakuda. You were doped up, hurt, you had a concussion, but you were able to tell us the kind of music someone was listening to, and he was way out of earshot. Seriously? And you didn't tell me this? Gru shook his head. Just speaking for myself, I had a lot on my mind, between you and the others being in rough shape and the ABB setting off bombs across the city. I completely forgot until just now. Sorry. Tattletale nodded. That's huge, I said, do you know how much I could use something like that? Why can't you now? Trickster asked. Bugs sense things so differently, my brain can't translate what they see and hear into something I can process. It's all black and white blotches, high-pitched squeals and bass throbs. I paused. Imp's perfectly fine, by the way. At least, I can't find her, but nobody's reacting like they found a spy in their midst. Gru sighed, okay. So this sensory part of your power, you stopped trying? Tattletale asked. The way she phrased that nettled me. In the 3 months between my getting my powers and first going out in costume, I saw zero improvement in that department. None, zilch. When I did start going out in costume, I was worried the useless sights and sounds might distract me at some crucial juncture. Between that and the fact that it was like hitting my head against a metaphorical brick wall. You gave up, Regent said. He was trying to get on my nerves, I knew it. I stopped trying. But now that I know it's somehow possible, I dunno. I can start looking for a way. The degree to which it would expand my capabilities, it was tempting. That kind of expansion of my sensory abilities could be a matter of life and death at some point. I could theoretically listen in on most of the people in my territory. Would I want to, though? The invasiveness of that kind of creeped me out, and I had a pretty high creepiness tolerance. It might be like your range boosts. Tied to your mental state, Tattletale said. Except my range boosts are probably linked to me feeling trapped, and I somehow doubt I felt that way when I was doped up and waking up in that hospital bed or ambulance or wherever. It's something you can work through, she said. And now that you know to look for it, you should push yourself to use that part of your power so you can see when it's stronger or weaker. I nodded, and willed myself to tear down all the mental barriers and safeguards that walled my brain off from the sights and sounds the bugs wanted to send my way. It was every bit as grating and annoying as I recalled. This would take some getting used to. Listen, Trickster said. Ballistics HQ is close by. Since my group is going to be waiting for Genesis, and you guys will want to hang around and pick up Imp when she's done, maybe you want to come by and we can discuss strategy in the meantime. Sounds like a good idea, Gru said. Thanks. Ballistic gestured toward a nearby street and we all started walking in that direction. Gru started us off. Number 1, we know that they were here to recruit. Who were they recruiting? Me, Regent said. That drew a few looks of surprise from the travelers. He elaborated, my sister is their newest member, replaced Hatchet Face. She did it to fuck with me more than out of a genuine desire to have me join. Arms Master is another, I pointed out. According to Miss Militia, Mannequin wanted him. Sixth member of the travelers is the next recruit, I guess, Trickster admitted. Crawler hit Coil's place. Sixth? I asked. If there's 4 of you, then. We have 2 group members who don't see any combat. They spend most or all of their time at Coil's headquarters. I understand if that raises a lot of questions, but we would really appreciate it if you guys could leave it at that for now. I'm thinking we'll introduce you to the others soon. I'm okay with dropping it so long as you're not withholding anything crucial, Gru said. I'm happy to stay on topic as much as possible anyways. Trickster tipped his hat. Appreciated. Looked like Hookwolf got hit. His entire group did. Shatterbird. Yeah, Tattletale replied. Can confirm that one. Shatterbird, Crawler, Mannequin and, I trailed off, looking at Regent for help in placing the name. Cherish. If the condition of Faultline's crew was any indication, Tattletale said, we can make an educated guess that Burnscar paid them a visit. Thing is, I can't even begin to guess who she visited. Spitfire's too nice, and none of the others really have the, I dunno, edge. In any case, that leaves the people who Jack, Siberian and Bonesaw nominated. Any ideas? I glanced across our groups. Nobody moved to reply. Maybe they're not done. Sundancer spoke up, or maybe some of them aren't picking new members. Maybe they're not done, Tattletale spoke, but I think they are. From what I've read on them, and from what my power is giving me, I have the distinct impression they all would have made some kind of move by now. They either hit all at once, shock and awe, or they draw it out. This is the former. But are they all picking new members? Tattletale shrugged. No clue. We know of 4, at least. Ballistic led us into a parking garage. We walked between rows of cars that had been pummeled by the floodwater. Panels had been dented, windows shattered, and some of the cars had been lifted and pushed into one another. Sundancer formed a tiny sun and held it up for light, while Regent turned on the flashlight he'd brought. We descended into the bowels of the garage, and stopped at the ramp between the second level down and the third. It had collapsed, and both Rebel and 2 or 3 cars sat in the water that flooded the floor below. This way, Ballistic said. He grabbed a length of pipe that stuck out where the ramp had collapsed and climbed down. Trickster gestured and we moved to follow. Clever, clever. Out of sight from any vantage point on the level above, short walls had been set around the fallen ramp. They ensured that the flooding and the wreckage were all contained to one area to sell the illusion, and kept everything else on the lowest level of the basement dry. Cars had been removed, clearing the area for use as an underground base. Ballistic pulled off his mask and tossed it onto the bed that sat in one corner. He cleared a few dirty dishes from the table in the middle of the area and invited us to sit while he fetched some extra seats. He had a bit of a heavy brow and a snub nose, and his short brown hair, damp with sweat, made me think of the jocks that always seemed to gravitate towards Sophia. Still, he wasn't a bad-looking guy. If a guy like him had asked me out in some alternate universe where Emma had never stopped being my friend and I'd never been bullied, just going by his looks, I might have said yes. Trickster unmasked as well. He definitely didn't remind me of one of the jocks. His hair was longer than many girls wore theirs, he had light brown skin and an unfortunate hook nose. Combined with his intense stare, he gave me the impression of a hawk or some other bird of prey. Gru, Tattletale, and Regent all unmasked as well while they got themselves seated. Trickster offered each of them a cigarette, then offered one to me. I turned him down, as did the others. So what are we discussing here? Sundancer asked from behind me. I turned and saw a rather attractive blonde girl with a long neck and delicate features. Her hair was expertly pinned up behind her head. I was under the impression that the Slaughterhouse 9 were pretty much unbeatable. No, Brian said. Some of them, maybe, but others are as vulnerable as you or me. Thing is, Dinah told us that our odds against these bastards aren't good. Our chances of winning are pretty low, and it's pretty damn likely we'll get killed if we confront them head-on. So we don't confront them head-on, Trickster said. Feeling conspicuous as the only one with a mask on, I pulled mine off. It took me a second to adjust to the blue tint that everything had after I'd spent over an hour looking through the pale yellow lenses of my mask. I realized Trickster was setting up a laptop. He placed it at one corner of the table, facing the rest of us. Oliver. I'm here, Trickster, a male voice came from the computer. Feel like patching in Noelle? Sure. She's in an okay mood. A little drowsy. I'll be right back. Trickster pressed a button on the keyboard and then turned to us, Tattletale. I'll be as quick as I can. Coyle promised he'd get you to help us, but he's taken his time introducing you to our group. The cynic in me suspects there's a reason, and the pessimist in me says that reason is that he's already figured out what you are going to tell us, and it isn't going to be pretty. Okay. Tattletale was all business. Noelle's going to ask you for help. Lie to her. Tell her you're already on it. Roll with it if she gets angry, or if she gets impatient. She's sensitive. I don't know how your power works, really, but if you realize whatever it is that Coyle doesn't want us to know, don't tell Noelle. She's the one Crawler visited. I asked. Trickster nodded once. Hello. A girl's voice came from the computer. Trickster hit a key, which I assumed was to take himself off mute. He hit another combination of keys and a webcam feed snapped up to cover the screen. Noelle had long brown hair and she wore a red sweatshirt. She looked like someone who was ill. She was horribly pale, she had dark circles under her sunken eyes, and her lips were chapped. I was reminded of drug addicts in an early stage of addiction, where they were deteriorating because the drugs took a higher priority than taking care of themselves. Was Coyle drugging her too? Noelle, Trickster said, you've asked to be included more. I thought you'd be okay with this. She nodded. Left to right, we have Gru, Regent, Skitter, Bitch and Tattletale. There wasn't a flicker of a smile or any interest on her face until she heard that last name. Tattletale. Noelle, Tattletale spoke, it's nice to finally meet you. Listen, I'm working on your situation. Coyle's filled me in on the basics and I'm chasing down some leads, but some things come up with the Slaughterhouse 9, and everything's on hold until we can be sure they won't try to kill us in the meantime. I could see Trickster tense. Was Noelle so high-strung or desperate that she'd throw a tantrum over being asked to wait? Coyle was telling the truth, Noelle said, in a small voice, you can help. Honestly? I don't know. But I'm a fucking genius when it comes to getting answers, and Coyle's got all the resources in the world. If there's help to be had, we'll give it to you. How soon before you know? No idea. I don't think it'll be as fast as you want, but it's doable, and it won't take so long that you should give up. Okay. In the meantime, Trickster cut in, giving Tattletale a thumbs-up gesture from a position outside of the laptop's field of view. We need our old field commander's brain on the Slaughterhouse 9 sitch. A distraction would be nice, Noelle smiled for the first time. Field commander. She used to be the leader of their group. I wondered if I could dig up any information about her if I hunted far enough back. I could see Brian fidget under the table. He wasn't liking the constant distractions from the subject at hand. 8 enemies, Trickster said. Now, I'm not a serious player of the game. I'm sorry to any of you undersiders who are irritated by the way I'm about to butcher it, but the way I see it, their leader is like the king in chess. More raw power than a pawn, but in the end, he's simultaneously the second weakest piece in the game and the one everything hinges on. We take him down without getting massacred in the process, I think we win. Noel said. Right. Siberian's like the queen. She's fast, mobile, one of the strongest physically, and the bitch of the matter is, she can't be taken off the board, and she can't be contained. A special queen, if you will. Physically she's an unstoppable force and an immovable object anytime she wants to be. To my right, bitch picked up the puppy and settled it in her lap. It curled up and nestled against the cupped circle of her arms and hands. Then there's Crawler, who visited us the other night. Maybe not as fast or agile as Siberian, and he can be contained, but he can't be taken off the board. A special rook. I'm wondering how far you can stretch this chess analogy, Trickster, Ballistic commented. Trickster ignored him. Shatterbird and Burnscar are like bishops. They've got mobility, reach, and they can bury you damn fast if you don't have the right kind of cover. What about Mannequin? Another rook? I asked. I'd peg him a knight. He's more close range, but he'll catch you from an oblique angle, maybe slip past whatever defenses you think you have. Which leaves Cherish and Bonesaw, Gru said. We'll have to trust Regent to give us the details on Cherish. Regent nodded and tapped his finger against his chin. My sister. I don't know if you could call her a third bishop or a knight. Long range on her power, gets stronger as she gets closer. Affects your emotions and as far as I'm aware, there's no way to defend against it or to take cover. If she decides she wants to hurt you or make you hurt yourself, she can find you and she'll make it happen. But she has no special defenses, Gru cut in. She's vulnerable to pretty much any knife, gun, or power we can hit her with. Can we gang up on her? Sundancer asked. She can affect multiple people at once, Regent said. So it's not that easy. That means we have to beat her at her own game, Trickster mused, track her, beat her in long-range warfare. I could use puppets to go after her, Regent said, but she can paralyze them with the kind of uncontrolled physical reactions I can't cover with my power. I am immune to her, for all the good that does. How far does her offensive range extend? I asked. No clue. I'd guess she can sense emotions across the entire city, which is how she's finding people, but in terms of attack? I don't have any basis to make a guess. Farther than my dad, Heartbreaker, but not citywide, no. The ability to track us by our emotions is a good enough reason to take her out of action ASAP, Trickster said. So long as she's active, it'll be that much harder to catch the others off guard. Maybe, I started, then I hesitated. Feeling the pressure of everyone's attention on me, I said, maybe my power will outrange hers? Not in terms of what we see and sense, but in terms of who can do more damage from further away. It's a thought, Gru agreed, risky, but we don't have many options. Trickster, where does Bonesaw fit into your analogy? Trickster shook his head, she doesn't. She's relatively weak in terms of raw power, but her presence on the field threatens to change the rules. She's a medical tinker. The medical tinker. So long as she's in play, we can't be certain of our enemy's attack power, we can't know that any enemy we clear from the field will stay gone, and there could be harsh penalties if they catch or kill one of us. It sucks to think about, but if Bonesaw got her hands on, say, Sundancer, I'd be a hell of a lot more worried than if Hookwolf or Skidmark did. Sundancer muttered something to Ballistic, but I couldn't make it out. What about our side? Noel asked. Lots of playing pieces, not all cooperating, and we have one debatable advantage, Trickster said, we know in advance, pretty much for a fact, that if any of us, Undersider or Traveler, try to fight these bastards, we're going to lose, and we'll lose hard. Tattletale say that? Noel asked. Coil did, Trickster answered. Odd. So Noel was staying with Coil, but she didn't know about Dinah? Another secret or white lie from her team. I can't help but think of the desecrated monk scenario, Noel said. I saw Trickster, Sundancer, and Ballistic all nodding. When I turned to my team, they looked as confused as I was. Was this desecrated monk someone the Travelers had gone up against at some point before they came to Brockton Bay? Go on, Trickster encouraged her. The rules are unfair. Half of our opponents are pretty blatantly cheating. But we have to deal with them anyways. So either we cheat back. Which we can't. Or you guys handle it the way we did it before. You don't fight the way they want to fight. Okay, Trickster nodded, so the first question we ask ourselves is how they want to play this. What do they want? In terms a 5-year-old could understand. They want their 9th member, I said. Right. They want to hurt, scare, and kill people, Tattletale put in her 2 cents. Why? Reputation, entertainment, Tattletale said, these guys are monsters, and pretty much anyone who watches TV, surfs the web, or reads the papers knows it. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. Noelle's expression shifted all at once from being animated and engaged to the same look she'd worn when the webcam feed first went live. Disinterested, hurt, hopeless. She'd been scouted. Unlike Regent, it hadn't been to mess with her. It had been because a freak like Crawler legitimately thought she was one of them. If Tattletale was sitting next to me, I would have kicked her under the table. Noelle suddenly perked up, saying, they want to hunt. They're predators. Okay, how can we use that? Trickster leaned forward to look at the screen. They want to be the predators, we make them prey, Noelle said. She was looking more animated again. Not sure that's possible, but keep going. It's not possible because, you described them like they're chess pieces, and we're thinking in terms of a chess game. What if we changed the game? I always preferred Go, Trickster said, but Go is about territory, give and take, less about aggression than an educational sparring match between two master swordsmen, each walking away with a new kernel of knowledge. Go applies more to taking over the city than it does to this scenario. Shogi. Noelle suggested. Shogi. I got her meaning almost immediately, and I wasn't alone. Tattletale, the travelers, and I all looked at Regent. Regent, Bitch, and Gru, for their parts, were left looking bewildered. Maybe you should clarify. Gru suggested. Shogi is an Eastern variant of chess, I said. Some of the pieces move a little differently, though I can't remember how. But the big difference is that there's a rule that says you can take any of the opponent's pieces you've captured and place them on the board as your own. More or less right, Trickster said. So the question becomes, Gru thought aloud, who can we beat in an indirect confrontation, capture and control? Jack, Bonesaw, I said. Gru shook his head. They know they're vulnerable. Either they'll be watching their backs or the others will watch their backs for them. Regent said, Siberian is out, and while we might theoretically be able to catch and contain Crawler or Mannequin, I don't know if we could keep them still long enough for me to use my power on them. If I can. Their bodies are different. I counted the enemies off on one hand, leaving Cherish. Regent shook his head, she knows me, has measures in place. Burnscar and Shatterbird, I finished. The bishops, Trickster said. Easier said than done, Gru sighed. Noelle's face disappeared from the webcam, and a blonde boy popped up in its place. Oliver? Trickster, Genesis is waking up. She's done whatever you had her doing. Long stint, Trickster replied, she'll be groggy. That means Imp is probably done too, Gru spoke. She'll need a ride back, I finished his thought. Should leave her there for a bit as punishment for staying behind, Gru grumbled. Still, he stood and pulled on his helmet. But it's not worth the grief she'll give me. Softy. Tattletale grinned. Are you coming back? Trickster asked. How long will it be before Genesis is able to brief us on the meeting? 15, 20 minutes. Then we'll be back to finish the strategy session, Gru responded. Trickster turned to his teammates, mind giving Noelle and me a minute to talk. Sundancer and Ballistic stood. Joined by the two travelers, we made our way up the disguised ladder to the second sub-level of the parking garage. As one of the last to head up, I saw the adorable sight of Bitch managing the sleeping puppy, tucking it against her body with one arm so she could scale the ladder one-handed. As she reached the top, I could hear Sundancer cooing, it's so cute. Is it a he or a she? He. What's his name? Bastard. I'm guessing you named him. Regent asked, as I reached the top and stepped down onto solid ground. I missed Bitch's response. Had she nodded? I was surprised you brought him tonight, Gru said, being remarkably delicate about the fact that Bitch had undercut any presence our group had by bringing the cute ball of fluff. It would have been better if he'd brought it up earlier, but he might have felt the same way I did about provoking Bitch before a major event, when she'd been so short-tempered lately. Bitch's response was surprisingly verbose. Had to. For the first year and a half, he's going to be like a dog. Need to train him as much as I can, get him used to me. It'll be too hard if I wait. Like a dog? I asked. In the corner of my eye, I could see Tattletale's expression change as she looked at the dog, clearly realizing something. As fast as I could turn her way to try and piece together what that was, something else got her attention. Shit, she breathed. She clutched at my arm with one hand and at Bitch's with the other, stepping back to pull us with her. Bitch pulled her arm from Tattletale's grip, looking angry at the invasion of personal space. Oh fuck, I muttered, as I saw through the darkness to spot what Tattletale's power had noticed first. 4 of the Slaughterhouse 9 were stepping through the entrance of the parking garage. The Siberian was in the lead, her waist-length hair blowing in the wind from outside, her eyes practically glowing in the gloom. Behind her, Jack held Bonesaw's hand as the young girl skipped to make it so she only walked on the yellow lines that divided the lanes. They were accompanied by a young woman who might have been 18 or so years old, who bore a striking resemblance to Alec. Cherish. None of them wore costumes. The Siberian didn't wear anything. She was as nude as the day she'd been born, her skin patterned with stripes of alabaster white and jet black. Jack noticed us, and his eyes drifted around the arch that led from the parking garage to the wet outdoors. He smiled, this is not an exit. Plague 12.4. This is not an exit. Kudos for the reference, Tattletale said. I try, Jack replied. He didn't say anything more, looking us over. I felt a chill as his eyes stopped on me before moving on to Regent and the travelers. Shit, 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 shit. What options did we have? Running? Siberian was bound to be faster than the dogs, and none of them were big. We'd be dead before Bitch got them to grow. That was even without considering Jack's ability to cut us down from where he stood. Fight? Again, Siberian was the biggest problem. She could take all of us on and win. I suspected the only people who could really go toe-to-toe with her would be Sion, Eidolon, and the Endbringers, and even then, I wasn't sure if they would really be able to stop her. At best, Sion and Eidolon would survive and keep her from killing any civilians. The Endbringers would hold their own, but civilians obviously wouldn't be a concern. Could we escape under a cover of my bugs and Gru's darkness? I didn't think Siberian would be able to see us, and if we surprised them, ran back the way we came. What's this? Cherish asked, cutting off my train of thought. Someone thinks she's had a clever idea. A bit of hope and inspiration there. Who? Jack asked. When I looked at her with my power, before, I called her the worm. She spent some time being as low on the food chain as you can get while still being able to move under her own power. As low as someone can get while still having an identity of their own. But she's realized she's poisonous, dangerous in her own unique way. She's useful, like a silkworm we harvest or an earthworm who works our gardens. She's even realized she's not alone, so long as she looks for friends among other dirty, contemptible creatures. Speaking of which, I forgot to say hi, little brother. Fuck you, Cherie. Cherish smiled and stared at me. The little worm found a nugget of self-worth. She just doesn't want to look too closely at what that nugget is made of. If she's lucky, she's one of the worms without eyes. They might be keenly aware of their environment, but they're happier blind. Poetic, Jack said. I take it Skitter is this clever worm. Yup. Skitter. Jack looked at me. You do anything and Siberian attacks. I'll attack as well. Whatever it is you're thinking of trying, I'm betting the two of us can cut you down before it works. I swallowed, then took a small breath to clear my throat and ensure I wouldn't stammer or come out sounding even slightly unclear. Alright. Bad plan anyways. If we did try to escape under the cover of darkness, Siberian would probably reach us and cut at least some of us down before we got anywhere, even attacking indiscriminately. The same goes for the rest of you, but I'm sure you know that. One or two of you could kill me right now, I'm sure, but you'd die horribly for your trouble, and I doubt any of you are that suicidal. Did he know about the role he was going to play in the end of the world? It might change his stance and self-assuredness. Jack looked at Cherish and she gave him a small nod. He turned a winning smile towards us. How are our potential recruits doing? Recruits? Plural? Was he including Noelle? No. He would know she wasn't anywhere near here, thanks to Cherish. Bonesaw piped up, I wanted to say hi and meet the people who might be joining the family. Jack said that if I'm ready, I can tell you what my test is. Except I haven't decided. Oh. Jack looked at her, I didn't know you had any ideas yet. I haven't decided, she told him, sounding annoyed at having to repeat herself. The test might be about challenging them, but I'm challenging myself too. I don't want to be boring, so I'm making myself come up with something original each time. How admirable, Jack said. And it has to be fair. What I have in mind isn't fair, and I'm worried it's too similar to the test I gave Burnscar. I need this to be fair. Why does it have to be fair? Cherish asked, unfair world, unfair test. Because I like them both. What better way to add to our family than to have two real siblings on the team? They would fight all the time but they'd really love each other deep down. Ha, Regent made it more of a word than an actual laugh. You really don't know the Vasil family, Munchkin. And the dog girl. I love dogs. I've seen the pictures of them and they're beautiful. I felt a chill. All at once, Bitch's presence behind me felt ominous. She'd been picked by the 9, and even when asked, she hadn't said a thing about it. Why? And who had picked her? The members of the 9 we hadn't been able to nail down candidates for were Jack, Bonesaw and Siberian. Siberian, I saw, was staring at Bitch. When I turned to look at Bitch out of the corner of my eye, I saw her staring right back at Siberian, unflinching, holding the sleeping puppy in her arms. If I don't make it fair then it's like I'm picking one over the other and I don't want to do that, Bonesaw said. You're a smart girl. You'll work it out. Jack turned to our group, where we waited in tense silence. A lot going on tonight. All these meetings, and we didn't get an invitation. Almost enough to hurt our feelings. Can you blame us? Tattletale gave him a shrug. We were talking about how to kill you guys. I wasn't the only member of our group to look at her in horror. Jack laughed. A little too hard for whatever it was he'd found funny about her statement. Of course, I already knew you were plotting against us, and you knew I knew. Sure. Here is what you need to know, Regent, Bitch. Each of the 9's members get to put our recruits up to a test. Some of us always give the same test, time after time, no matter the candidate. Mannequin always asks candidates to alter themselves in a way that costs them something. Siberian waits until half the candidates have been discarded and then hunts the remainder. I hope she doesn't catch you, Bonesaw sounded disturbingly earnest as she spoke, there's no meat left for me to work with after she's done. As for me, Jack said, I tend to go last, when all the others have offered their tests and only 1 or 2 are left. I like to mix things up, and unlike our dear Bonesaw, I have no interest in playing fair. And if we fail? Regent asked, we die. No, Jack smiled. Nobody passes every test, and the punishment for failing a test is up to the individual who assigned it. Sometimes death, yes. Sometimes something different. But it's always worse. What did my sister do for her tests? Regent asked. Hey. Bonesaw raised her voice, stabbing a finger in his direction, no cheating. Bonesaw wasn't the only one he'd irritated. Cherish glared at him. Not cheating, Regent said. Call it idle curiosity. My sister got me in this mess, I figure it would be nice to hear what she had to go through. You don't even have to spoil the answers, I can agree not to copy anything she did. Jack laughed, adding to the challenge? Fair. She killed Hatchet Face. Crawler took that as his test completed in advance, didn't think of her as worth his time. Little Bonesaw, for her test, designed a parasite that would stay in her system for 48 hours and strip her of her powers for as long as it remained. Because it's not fair that Hatchet Face didn't get to give his test. And I wanted to break her out of her rut, so I made it so the parasite's effects would be permanent if she didn't drink lots of blood. Of course, Jack tapped the heel of his hand against his forehead. That was an interesting little twist. Of course, you didn't tell her how much she needed to drink, or if a certain species counted. Well. It broke her stride, didn't it? Siberian went after her, starting on day 2 of Bonesaw's parasitic infection. 3 days and 3 nights of cat and mouse. To her credit, she did very well. It came down to a hair. Another 10 minutes and Siberian might have caught her a third time. A dark look passed over Cherish's face. Shatterbird likes the psychological tests, and she was in a hell of a mood after Cherish nominated herself for the team. Archery didn't have 5 minutes to rest before Shatterbird drove her into a room and sealed her in. No food, no light, barely any water. The room was empty, but for one glass shard. Always edging towards her, ready to prick, cut, slice and stab the second she stopped, the moment she tried to rest. I shivered. Jack hadn't said how long that lasted, but after 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, even a few hours like that would have been nightmarish. There was a clue there, too. Credit to Regent for getting Jack to let it slip. Shatterbird had more offensive range than Cherish, if she was able to trap the girl and use the shard without getting affected in retaliation. It wasn't much, but it was a tidbit of information, a piece for the puzzle. Burn Scar's test, she failed. Afraid I'm not spoiling that one. Doesn't have the same impact if you know it's coming. That left only 2 tests for her to pass. Go on. Show them. Cherish glared at Jack. Show them, he said. There weren't any hints of a threat or any anger in his tone, but she obeyed anyways. She turned her back to us, grabbed the bottom of her shirt and pulled it off. Mannequin demands that a candidate changes themselves, and that it be hard. Having just faced the punishment Burn Scar gave for failing her test, Cherish wasn't about to pay his. The tattoo stretched from beneath the waist of her low-rise jeans and up the length of her back. The centerpiece was a large festering heart, done as realistically as any tattoo I'd ever seen. It was all in shades of green, covered with ulcers, sores, patches of rot and live maggots. The surrounding tattoos gave the appearance of torn skin revealing the bone and organs beneath, rats and roaches lurking behind ribs and atop her kidneys. Framing the entire thing were words, not done in any elaborate script, but in scrawled letters that looked like they'd been carved into a surface with knives, epithets and invectives. She told the artists to make it so ugly she'd want to kill them. If she didn't, she promised to kill their loved ones and then kill them. Took 6 artists in total. Inspired. Cherish looked over one tattooed shoulder to fix Jack with a stare. It was then that I noticed 2 things. The first became clear as her skin stretched. There was depth to the tattoos that you didn't get with a 2-dimensional image. Her skin had been scarred and flensed to raise edges and give the images and words a permanence that simple ink wouldn't have. The second thing I noticed was her eyes. It was like a light had gone out inside her, just standing there with that tattoo exposed. That was the hard one for you, wasn't it? Jack smiled. Even as tired, scared, hurt and desperate as you were after the other 5 tests, it was when you willingly defaced that young, unblemished body of yours that a little something inside of you broke, and you began thinking of yourself as one of us. Liminality. What was your test, Jack? Regent asked. I couldn't tell if he was glad to know his sister suffered or sad for her. Oh, I knew it would be almost impossible to top Mannequin's test. He caught her at the exact right moment, struck the right nerve, and pushed her to her very limits. Still, I think I managed to top it. Turn around, Cherish. Like an automaton, she did. More tattoos and scars covered her chest, just as expansive, just as unpleasant to look at. 2 nude women, their entwined limbs like the broken legs of a squashed bug, neither attractive in the slightest. One was emaciated, the other morbidly obese, and both were old. More tattoos of rotting and torn flesh framed the scene, and the words forming the border of the tattoos on the front were the opposite of the others, almost worse in their irony and desperation. Take me. Please desire me. Want me, and more vulgar variations of the same. I made her do the other 6 tests all over again. I even brought back Hatchet Face for Crawler's test again. Bonesaw grinned. No surprise attack that time. That was one of the 3 tests she failed in round 2, I was so proud of him. Seeing Cherish's shoulders draw together, her expression darken as memories came to mind, the ugly tattoos that guaranteed she would never be able to leave this behind and get a completely fresh start, never have a boy look at her body and just be hungry for her. I had to look away. I knew she was the worst sort of person, I just didn't know how much of that came before the tests. Well, sis, Regent said, I thought you were running headlong into a fate worse than death. I stand corrected. You're already there, and you did it to yourself. She pulled on her shirt and snarled, this is the part where I'd threaten to kill you, except they are going to do it so much better than I ever could. Can't do it yourself. Tattletale cut in. Why do you have to rely on them? Cherish's eyes narrowed. You're trying something. I feel smugness from you, too much confidence for where you're standing. Jack smiled and caught the hairs of his beard between his thumb and index finger. Oh? I'm still interested to hear your answer to her question. Fuck that. You're getting predictable, old man. You want to keep things amusing for yourself, you know you're as smart as anyone else in the room, so you take the hard road so it won't be too easy. Why not have Siberian eat her? Can't you imagine the looks on her friends' faces when they can't do a thing to save her? I bet it'd light a fire under their asses, rev them up for the tests. Maybe they'll even throw themselves headlong into it, to spare the rest. Now who's trying something? Tattletale asked. She's trying to manipulate you. Jack frowned and yanked out the hairs of his beard he was holding. He flicked them away. I know she's trying to manipulate me. Okay, except I just noticed something else, as I finished that last sentence. Do you know she's playing a long con? She's setting you guys up, using her power to pull your strings and make you attached to her. Half a year to a year, she'll probably have you wrapped around her little finger. A slow smile spread across Tattletale's face. I could see Cherish's expression change from anger and irritation to wide-eyed horror. Jack pinched the bridge of his nose, looking down, and I could just barely hear him mutter the word, disappointing. It was probably her plan from the start, Tattletale said. She. All at once, Tattletale stopped talking, and I was blind. In that same instant, something slapped against the fabric of my mask. Wet. I could taste it against the fabric of my mask. Salty sweet, with a faint metallic taste. You fucking bastard. Gru shouted, his voice distorted by his power. Blood. I hurried to wipe it from the lens of my mask. Everything I saw was obscured by the streaks that remained, almost black in the light. Tattletale lay on the ground a little in front of me, both Regent and Sundancer crouched at her side. So much blood, covering her face and Regent and Sundancer's hands. Jack toyed with the knife in his hands, while Siberian stood between him and the rest of our group, her eyes primarily on ballistic. Jack paced back and forth, 2 or 3 steps at a time, gesticulating with his knife. I was looking forward to Cherish's attempt. Bonesaw and I even had a plan in mind. I wanted to see what she did, how she worked around Siberian's immunity to her power, then the safeguards Bonesaw implanted in us would have kicked in and released us from her thrall, and oh, the look on her face. To have seen that would have been so very worth all the trouble. And that girl just spoiled it all. You know, Cherish said, shell-shocked. Clearly. But my power I didn't sense anything as far as your planning, your emotional networking or. I dropped onto my knees so fast it hurt, and immediately began trying to help Tattletale, and Regent gave me the space, allowing me to take over. Jack had cut her from her mouth to the edge of her jaw. It had parted the skin at the corner of her mouth. I must have been directly in the line of fire for the resulting blood spray. How was I supposed to put pressure on a wound like this? Jack was getting heated, talking mostly to himself. That was the whole point. To see how long we could go without tipping her off. Bonesaw helped with some surgery, even some artificial neural connections that Cherish wouldn't be able to see. So much work and preparation ruined. Cherish started, then stopped before she could finish the sentence. Trying again, she asked, what are you going to do with me? Not a pressing concern, Jack said, as if realizing she was there. My power crackled at the edge of my consciousness. I had to suppress it, before I gave them another excuse to attack us. The majority of my attention was on Tattletale, on Lisa. I used my fingers to scrape as much of the blood out of her mouth and throat as possible, then adjusted the angle of her head so any further blood would flow down the side of her face or out of her mouth. The fabric of my gloves afforded more traction than fingertips would have, but the amount of blood made everything slick to the point that I couldn't be sure of what I was holding. I had one hand inside her mouth, her teeth hard against my knuckles, my other hand pressing down from above to sandwich it and press everything as closed as I could get it. She roused herself enough to pull away, no doubt because I was pulling the tear at the corner of her mouth open. Hold her head, Regent, don't let her pull away. And cloth, I said, my voice small, need some kind of cloth to absorb the blood. First aid classes hadn't prepared me for this. There was a tearing sound, and Regent handed me a strip of cloth. I fumbled to put it into place at the corner of her mouth, where the bleeding was worse, then applied the rest along the cut. The white cloth turned totally crimson in a second. More, I said, keeping my voice quiet so it wouldn't carry to the members of the 9 that were standing nearby. I wouldn't bother, Jack said. A wound like that, she'll die of blood loss before you can do anything. You asshole, Gru growled. You really shouldn't swear. Bonesaw said. It's crude. If you agree to be good, maybe I could fix her for you. Oh, and since her cheek's already cut, I could change it around so her teeth are on the outside and she wouldn't have all that skin and flesh just getting in the way. And, I could make it really artistic and beautiful, and change her tongue so she can make all of the speech sounds you'd normally need lips to make, like pa, bur, me, wa, va. Regent handed me more cloth, and I wadded it into place. Tattletale wasn't really moving, and I couldn't be sure if it was because of the amount of blood she had already lost or just because it hurt too much. I saw a flicker of light as Jack flicked his knife out, tossed it into the air and then caught the blade tip between his middle finger and the nail of his index finger. He snapped it around so he gripped the handle. I suppose I should get around to the purpose of our meeting you here, Regent and bitch. Unless you want to pose your test to them, Bonesaw. No. Let me think about it for a little while. Alright. Well, it wouldn't do if our candidates died before we even got around to the tests, so I came to offer you 2 a warning. 2 warnings, as it happens, for each of you. Why couldn't he stop talking so we could take Tattletale somewhere where she could get the help she needed? My hands were already cramping from trying to maintain pressure in the awkward angle that resulted from the way I had her head tilted. 2 of the candidates we chose are heroes, for lack of a better word, and Cherish reported that we may have trouble bringing them in close enough to introduce them to the tests. Our dear Bonesaw has devised an incentive to encourage their cooperation. Bonesaw reached into her pocket and withdrew a small vial. I felt Tattletale tense and looked down. She was staring at the vial. Biological warfare. Gru asked. Naturally. What does it do? Just in case all of our candidates fail to play along, I would strongly advise you to stick to bottled water. No filtered water, no rainwater, none of that. Not unless you're feeling brave. Just to be on the safe side, avoid getting your injuries wet as well. And the second warning? I asked. I wanted him to finish. Jack pulled out a pocket watch on a chain. T-34 minutes, Shatterbird is going to sing loud enough for much of the city to hear her. She wants to make it known to everyone in Brockton Bay that we're here, and since there's no need to maintain surprise with our potential members, I said she should. With this in mind, you would be well advised to stay away from anything made of glass or any beaches, and be sure to put away anything in your pockets with a screen. Dad. The people in my territory. I had to warn them, but... I looked down at Tattletale and felt paralyzed. That's the meat and bones of it, Jack smiled, it was nice to meet you too. I felt Tattletale move. Her hand was fumbling at her belt. Was she going for the gun in the largest pouch? No. A pouch near there, just as long, but thinner. Sundancer, I hissed, help her. Sundancer did. There were pens in the pouch. Help her find the paper, I said. Jack and his team had wrapped up and were walking away. It was a notepad barely larger than a pad of post-its. Tattletale took the pen that Sundancer held for her, clasping it in a closed fist. She scrawled out one word. Deal. Then she looked up at me, her eyes wide. No, I whispered. We have to get you help, and I have to go warn. She stabbed at me with the pen and clenched her teeth against the back of my hand, which must have caused her incredible pain. I wasn't sure if it was her pain and mine, but Cherish turned and gestured for Jack, who was already walking away, to stop. A deal, I called out, I don't. Sundancer had ripped off the first sheet, and Tattletale was writing the next message. I swallowed, she wants to know what happens if more than one person is left at the end. We pit them against one another, Jack said. The next word I could barely make it out. Game. I think she wants to play a game. Tattletale gave me a single, slow blink of confirmation. She was writing more. A game? Jack asked. I couldn't make sense of it. If there more half left at end. 1 second. I said. Sundancer ripped off another sheet. This was excruciatingly slow, trying to parse her shorthand and follow her line of thought. Tests. If there's more than half of the candidates left at the end of the tests, we win. You leave with volunteer? You could leave with whoever wants to join. But you leave. You expect that half of the candidates could pass the tests? I'm intrigued. I don't think it's possible, but I'm intrigued. Brockton Bay has its share of badasses, Jack, I said, my voice hard with repressed outrage. I don't see what we get out of it. Tattletale had dropped the pen. It was up to me to pick up the slack. It's a challenge. A game. Changing the routine. We can do whatever we need to keep as many candidates alive as we can. You guys, do what you do. It keeps things interesting. My eyes fell on Bonesaw, and maybe it keeps things fair. Seconds passed. I felt the tension ratcheting up another notch with each beat of my heart. Every moment that passed was one step closer to Tattletale bleeding out or to Shatterbird using her power. I like that. It might be a way to fix the test I want to give. Let's do it, Bonesaw said, looking up at Jack. He frowned. We'll discuss it as a group. I suspect we'll have terms of our own to attach to this game. Among other things, a steep penalty for when we win. And then he turned to leave. I looked down at Tattletale. Her eyes were closed. My hands felt like 2 blocks of stone where I had them pressed to her injury, rigid, heavy, unable to move. I don't know what to do, I said, barely audible to myself. I looked up at Gru and said, louder, I don't know what to do. He didn't have an answer for me, but he bent down to check on Tattletale. It was Tattletale who gave me my orders. Gah, she coughed out the word. As Gru gently pulled my hands away to take over, she repeated, only slightly clearer, go. Go. I stood, wobbling slightly as I backed away from her. She looked so fragile, lying on her side, blood pooling beneath her head, around her dirty blonde hair. And I was leaving her there. We can call Coyle, Ballistic said. He can send a car to get you where you need to be. I shook my head. I couldn't wait and trust that a car would arrive in time, or that it would get me where I needed to be. There would be detours, areas a car couldn't pass through. I turned and I started running. Out of the parking garage, past Cherish, Bonesaw and Jack. They didn't say anything, and they didn't try to stop me. I was a block away from them when I got my cell phone out and dialed home, but I already knew the response I would get. The automated message came from the phone as I held it in one hand, heading directly north. This phone number is currently out of service. If you would like to leave a message. Judging distances wasn't a great strength of mine. How many blocks, how far did I have to run to reach my dad? 5 miles? 6? I was a practiced runner, but the streets here weren't all in the best shape. Some were flooded, others strewn with debris, still more suffering in both departments. There were areas that were blocked off. And I had less than 30 minutes. Plague 12.5. I could kill them right now. It would be so easy. Jack, Bonesaw, and Cherish were all in my range. I could drop poisonous spiders on them, sting them each with dozens of bees and wasps in the hopes of provoking anaphylactic shock. It would be easy, and I might save the world by doing it. I'd get revenge for the countless people they'd murdered, for their attacking Tattletale, and maybe even save hundreds of people's lives by distracting Shatterbird. But I wouldn't be able to kill Siberian. She'd fought Alexandria, Legend, and Eidolon at the same time and walked away unscathed. She hadn't been able to hurt them due to her inability to fly, but she'd still survived. If I attacked Jack, she would come after me and I'd probably die. Would it even work? Bonesaw was a medical tinker. She could theoretically save all three of them. Then I'd accomplish nothing but getting the 9 pissed off at me. If it was just my life at stake, a part of me hoped I might do it anyways. But it wasn't. Others would pay the price if I got away from Siberian, and maybe even if I didn't. Even if I escaped and Siberian didn't get her hands on any of us, the added distraction and detours that came with evading her would probably mean I couldn't make it to my dad in time. And if I did die, Dinah might never go free. Which only led to the greater question, would I be willing to trade 10 lives for the hundreds or thousands those members of the Slaughterhouse 9 might potentially kill if they walked away here? The billions, if Dinah's prediction about Jack came true? I remembered what Brian had said back when we'd found out about Dinah, the choices we made in terms of who we tried to save, those we cared about versus complete strangers. I'd rebelled at the idea of people abandoning people to their fates simply because they didn't know them and weren't connected to them in any meaningful way. But now that I faced having to make the call and decide if my life and the lives of just about everyone I cared about were worth less than everyone else's, it didn't seem so black and white. The decision to attack and kill Jack and potentially sacrifice our lives in the process wasn't binary, I told myself. It wasn't limited to 2 options. I would try to save the people I could tonight. Then our teams could collectively prepare to do something about Jack and the other 9, after we were all ready to defend ourselves. As much as a small part of me wanted to make the heroic sacrifice, I couldn't throw away my life for the mere chance to kill him, and I definitely couldn't throw away the lives of others. The inch-deep water splashed as I ran, my feet already sore from the impacts against the pavement. The soft solace of my costumed feet made me quieter when I walked, but it wasn't fit for running. How much of my decision just now had been because I didn't want to kill a man? I was indirectly responsible for the deaths of others. I'd looked at the information on the capes who died during Leviathan's attack and found Chubster, the fat man I'd failed to save. Innumerable others had died because we hadn't been able to stop Bakuda, giving her the chance to attack the city, killing 43 people and inflicting horrific injuries on dozens more in the process. When Thomas, the man from the merchants, had been bleeding to death, I'd given the order to leave him there to die. There were others, too, I was sure. A part of me was horrified that I couldn't even keep track of it all. At the very same time, another part of me was just as horrified at the idea that I might not have the ability to pull the trigger, to deliver the venomous payload or drive the knife home. So much could hinge on that. I shook my head. No. I didn't want to dwell on the subject of murder. I had to save people. The upper downtown area had no power, and it was just warm enough that people had their windows open to get some reprieve from the heat. That made it easier. I sent some bugs into every open window, using the roaches and flies that were already present when possible. How many people did I have to reach? The buildings here were anywhere from 6 to 12 floors, and there were anywhere from 1 to 6 apartments to a floor. Less than half of the apartments were occupied following the evacuations, but it still made for hundreds of people on each city block. I didn't slow my pace as I worked. Bugs swept over the surfaces of rooms for any smooth surfaces that indicated glass or mirrors. I checked bedside tables for eyeglasses and alarm clocks. If I found glass, a bed positioned too close to a window or mirror, something potentially dangerous on the bedside table, or if there were enough attack bugs around, I attacked the residents. The bugs bit, stung, or momentarily smothered them, covering their noses and mouths, waking them. Hundreds of people at a time. It dawned on me as worked through each bedroom in each apartment, I doubted there were 5 other people in the world, cape or not, who could multitask like I was. It had to be a side benefit of my power. My consciousness divided 100 ways, problem solving, performing complex tasks for 100 different scenarios at once. Once each person was awake, I had to warn them. But that wasn't simple. Apartments without power didn't have light, either. For many, I could put the bugs on the window and spell out words with their silhouettes, but there were people with blinds and curtains that would obscure that. I forced myself to use the bug's sensory inputs, to seek out the biggest patches of light and warmth in each room where a person was being woken up, so the bugs could cluster in those spots and hopefully be seen. But what could I write? I looked at my cell phone to see how much time I had left. For some, where I had enough bugs and space to write, I told the bugs to spell out glass explosion 28 min. For the places I didn't, I spelled out take cover or hide under bed. Thousands of people, 1,000 warnings. I couldn't be sure that everyone saw or listened, and I couldn't hang back to make things clearer or pass on more detailed information. It was stupid and selfish, but I had to reach my dad. Not for any greater plan or for the greater good, but for me. Because I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't. And even this, helping people here, striving to help my dad, wasn't the extent of my responsibility. I selected Sierra from my contact list and called her, trusting my bugs to give me a sense of anything I might run into or trip over while my eyes were on the screen. Yes. Where are you? Hospital with my parents and Bryce. You said I could have the night off, that you'd be busy. I was short on breath from the running. Emergency. Shatterbird's about to hit the city. 27 minutes. Warn the hospital, now. Convince them. I'll try, she said. I hung up and dialed Charlotte. Skitter. 27 minutes and change before Shatterbird hits the city with her power. Spread the word, fast. Avoid glass, take cover from a potential sandstorm. The Slaughterhouse 9 are here. They've been here a little while. Go. I don't, how? How do I tell everyone? Tell as many people as you can, tell them to tell as many people as they can. Now go. I hung up, to force her to move sooner and because I couldn't spare the breath. My range and fine control were extending. This not only kept the people behind me in my range for a precious few extra seconds, but it extended my range forward and to either side, adding 100 people to the total who fell within my range. Soon that became 200, 300 and 400 more. My legs burned, my feet throbbed, and I could feel sweat soaking the fabric of my costume where the water I was running through didn't. On one block, the water would be only a half-inch deep, but the next might prove to be nearly a foot in depth, adding extra resistance to each movement of my already complaining legs. The block after that, it could just as easily be a split-second decision between trying to make my way past the piles of rubble and parked cars and teetering to the next block over. Which would cost me more time. If only Bitch and I were on better terms, maybe she could have explained about the 9 approaching her. If I could only trust her, if she could only trust me, I could have borrowed one of her dogs, and this wouldn't seem as impossible as it did now. I made my way through the college area that was Regent's territory. The buildings here were in rougher shape. There were fewer people to warn, but they were harder to find. I used the bugs I could afford to check my way was clear. 5 blocks ahead of me, I could feel the presence of construction equipment, of temporary fencing and barricades. Chancing a look at my phone, I felt a chill. Time had flown while I'd worked, my attention elsewhere. I had 11 minutes, and I wasn't close enough. I couldn't afford to take a detour. I threw every bug that wasn't warning someone at the fencing, flying insects gripping the thin metal bars, crawling insects swarming at and under the concrete pads beneath each post. Tens of thousands of bugs gathering together to surge forward as a single mass. I tried pushing, pulling, trying to rock it and build enough momentum with the bugs to bring it down. My bugs hadn't managed to push it over by the time I reached the fence. It had been designed to withstand strong winds, and the concrete feet at the base of each pole gave it too much stability. As I got there, I had to stop running for the first time, panting for breath. My fingers clutched the grid of fine metal wire until it hurt. The thin metal wire pressed hard against the deep tissue of my gloved fingers as I climbed the fence, while my toes scrabbled for a hold on the metal hinge that divided one section of fence from another. Precious long seconds, maybe a minute or two, and I knew I'd have to get by the fence on the far side as well. I wobbled on top of the fence and then hopped down with a splash. I was running again the second I had my feet under me. Why wasn't I stronger? My disappointment in my luck and the power it had given me was an almost physical pain. I could warn people, but I couldn't push down a fence. I felt cheated. I managed to squeeze between the edge of the second fence and the neighboring building. My phone showed the time as 12:33 at night. I had 7 minutes. Something as stupid as fences had cost me so much time. That doubt and fear that had rested with me the second I'd realized how far I'd need to travel in this short span of time was crystallizing into a dawning realization that I wasn't going to make it. The window of opportunity for getting to the house and getting my costume off and getting Dad somewhere safe was long gone. Even the window for doing all of that without taking the time to get my costume off was long past. I was too far away. That left only one option. Could I save him with my power the same way I'd been trying to do with everyone else that fell in my range? I still needed to get closer, fast. I held my phone in one hand, sneaking glances as I made my way from one block to the next. The 6-minute mark came all too fast. The clock on my cell phone ticked to 12:36. 4 minutes left. 3. Then I couldn't look anymore. I threw it aside, trusting my bugs to nudge it into a storm drain where it wouldn't be found. The time wasn't exact. I couldn't be sure exactly how much time had passed since Jack had told us about Shatterbird's attack. I couldn't say if Shatterbird's clock was a few minutes fast or a few minutes late. There was no point on dwelling on the final minutes, and keeping my cell phone on me was dangerous. That, and I wasn't sure I could bear to watch the clock hit 0. I heard sirens nearby. Not just from one vehicle, but several, all getting closer. I could sense my neighborhood, and the black widows that were still where I'd put them. Every step brought more bugs into my focus. Ants beneath people's lawns, earthworms in gardens, pillbugs and earwigs under stones and objects in garages and carports, cockroaches in the darkest corners of cabinets. I woke the people I could and left them their warnings. I knew the time had to have run out. But I was so close. I could sense the block my house was on, the neighbor's house. And then my dad's house. I dropped onto my hands and feet the second I was in range, my legs aching. My bugs swept over the interior. I knew the layout, so it was quick. Dad was in his bed, bundled up in the covers. He was taking up only one side of the bed, leaving the space that Mom had once occupied empty. It was like a punch in the gut, a reminder of how alone he was. How alone I had left him. I needed more bugs to wake him, still more to write a message. I began drawing them up to his bedroom. I might not have noticed it if I hadn't been listening through the bugs. I primarily heard it through the moths and beetles, a sound like someone running their finger along the rim of a wine glass, painful to hear, only it kept getting sharper and higher pitched until it was well beyond the limits of anything my human ears could hear. It was coming from the windows. There were enough bugs in place to wake up my dad. I could have disturbed him from his sleep, but would he react fast enough to any message I left? Or would he sit up and put his head and upper body in harm's way of the windows? I couldn't risk it. Instead, I took the bugs near him and threw them against his alarm clock, a miniaturized version of what I had attempted to do with the temporary fence. It was thin, a tilted capital L shape with a digital display. I pulled my knees up against my face and my hands up around the back of my head to shield myself where my mask didn't have coverage. The alarm clock was in the midst of tipping over when Shatterbird used her power. It was as though the glass broke in response to some invisible tidal wave, caught in the non-existent water, carried along, shattering on impacts with surfaces, slashing anything that would cut, piercing deep into any surface soft enough. I could feel it roll past me, south to north. Loud. The sound seemed to come a second later, like the sonic boom following a jet. I'd halfway expected a boom, but it sounded more like a heavy impact, as loud and powerful as a bullet the size of the moon striking the city, followed by the sound of trillions of glass shards simultaneously falling like rain across the cityscape. There was a cloud to the east, where the beaches were, reaching up to the cloud level, like some pale wall. The moment I was sure it was over, I was on my feet, running around the back to the kitchen door. I tore off my mask as I made my way there, and some bugs helped guide my hand to the latch as I reached through the broken window of the kitchen door and opened it. I tore at the straps connecting my armor to my back as I ran upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time, pulled the zipper down as I ran down the hallway. Getting my arms free of the sleeves, I tied the inside-out arms around my waist. It wasn't nearly enough to seriously hide my costumed identity, but I wasn't about to delay for another second. I pulled open his bedroom door and hurried to his side, glass crunching under my feet. I gingerly peeled away the layers of blankets that had draped over my dad as he was thrown from the bed. So much blood. 2/3 of his face was covered in blood that looked more black than red in the gloom. Darker lines marked where the blood was welling from. Cuts across the side of his head, the edge of his forehead, his temple, and cheek. His ear had been almost cut in half. There was a rattling from the window. I looked and saw strips of shredded duct tape. It looked like the tape had been taped around the edges, then taped in an asterisk-like pattern. He'd taken my warning seriously. I investigated further. More blood at the back of his head. Had the glass penetrated into his brain? No, I could feel the edges of the glass. It had stopped at his skull, maybe splintered under the surface of his skin. I had no way of telling. His hands fumbled blindly for my wrists, seized them. He couldn't see me with the blood in his eyes. That fact didn't make me happy or relieved in the slightest, however it might have kept him from discovering my costumed identity. Taylor. I'm here. Don't move too much. I'm going to see what I can do. Are you okay? Not even scratched. I could see him sagging with relief. You were right, he said. He tried to stand, and I pushed him back down. Stay still, I said. At least until we can be sure there's nothing more serious. Right, he mumbled. You took that first aid class. More glass had penetrated his blankets and sheets. There were holes in his back, his arm, and shoulder. All bled, but none seemed to have hit any arteries, gushing or releasing copious amounts of blood. It was still far more blood loss than I would have liked. His undershirt was turning crimson. I climbed over him, glass stabbing my palm as I put a hand on the ground for balance. I wanted a closer look at his back. Had anything hit his spine? Fuck. There was one hole close to the spine, around the same distance down as his belly button. Can you move your toes? There was a pause. Yes. I breathed a sigh of relief. Then the next biggest issue is possible internal bleeding. We need to get you to a hospital. They hit the entire city. I think so, I told him. No use letting on exactly how much I knew. It would only cause the both of us more distress in the long run. The hospitals will be overcrowded. Yet. But not going isn't an option. Okay, he said. I'll need my sandals, downstairs. I was using my power to find them by the time I was standing again. I found something else. There were people in our kitchen. The Slaughterhouse 9? Had they followed me here? My dad was unable to see, thanks to the blood. I drew my bugs together into a cluster, hid them in the folds of my costume, which I had tied around my waist. I crossed the hall to my room and found a pair of loose-fitting cargo pants from when I'd had a bit of a belly and a wider waistband. I zipped up the pants and tied a sweatshirt around my waist to hide the rest of my costume. I could sense them approach. One of them waved at a fly that flew too close to their head. Both were men. Floorboards creaked as they ascended the stairs. Hello, one of them called out. I tensed. I didn't recognize the voice. They were right by my dad's bedroom. I heard my dad respond and swore under my breath. My knife was still strapped in against the back of my costume, which dangled around my knees. I bent down and drew it from beneath my sweatshirt. Voices. One of them murmured something, and my dad replied. I couldn't make out anything in terms of the words or the tone of what they were saying. Quietly, aiming each footstep to avoid the worst patches of broken glass, I stepped from my bedroom, my knife held low and ready. 2 paramedics were working together to shift my dad onto a stretcher. I hurried to put the knife away. One noticed me. Miss? You're all right. I'm fine. This your dad? Yet. We're going to take him to the hospital. Mind making sure our way out is clear? Maybe open the front door for us. Okay. I felt like a machine, clumsy, almost emotionless, as I led them out of the house. There were 2 other ambulances parked in places I could see. None had windshields, mirrors or headlights. The explosion had blown out the flashing lights and whatever system had handled the sirens. It didn't fit. The timing of this, their preparedness. But they didn't look like any members of the 9 I knew. I could see one of the paramedics down the street. She was black. So it wasn't the chosen, either. Merchants wouldn't be this organized or devious. I reminded myself of where my knife was, in case I needed to draw it at a moment's notice. The 2 paramedics began loading my dad into the back. "Can I ride along?" I asked one, the second they were done. He looked at me, then grabbed something large, black, and irregularly shaped from a pocket beneath the stretcher. Holding it in one hand, he put one hand on my shoulder and led me a short distance away. My heart rate tripled. My gut was telling me they weren't normal paramedics, and this was the moment I found out just how. "Here," he pressed a bundle into my hands. It was large, bulky, and there were hard bits beneath the cloth. "You don't want to leave this behind." I peeked at the contents of the bundle, then swallowed hard. It was my mask and the back sheath of my armor with the stuff inside. In my haste, I'd torn them off and left them where they fell. "You're with Coyle?" I asked. I felt a quiet horror at the realization that Coyle would now know who my dad was, and who I was by proxy. He nodded once. "More specifically, your teammates sent us. They hoped we would pick you up and drive you here, but we weren't able to find you, and we were delayed because we had to take safety measures first." He looked towards the van. I realized he was talking about the removal of the glass. Relief surged through me, and I felt tears welling up. That relief proved short-lived. "Our employer feels there's very little you'll be able to do with your father here, and quite a bit you could do elsewhere. He did say he understands if you want to prioritize your family." My eyes widened in understanding. Coyle wanted me to attend to my territory, now, in this moment of crisis. He wants me to leave my dad. It might as well have been a rhetorical question. The paramedic didn't respond. I felt my heart sink. "We'll give him the best care we can," he said. I turned and climbed into the ambulance. My dad was gingerly dabbing at one of his eyes with a wet cloth. I was pretty sure he didn't see me. I bent over him and kissed him on the corner of his forehead, in a spot where the blood didn't cover his face. He snapped his head up to look at me. The white of one of his eyes had turned crimson, the green of his iris pale in the midst of it. "I love you, Dad," I said, then I backed away a step. "Stay," he said. "Please." I shook my head. I stepped back once again, and then hopped down from the back of the ambulance, turning away. Taylor. Always like this, now. Always walking away, knowing how much it hurt him. I blinked more tears out of my eyes. "You make sure he's all right," I ordered the paramedic, ignoring another of my father's shouts. The man nodded. "I can tell him we aren't allowing ride-alongs, just in case we need more bodies in the back." "Thank you." My power buzzed at the edge of my consciousness as I turned my back on the scene. Fuck all of this. Fuck the 9. Fuck Shatterbird. Fuck Jack. Fuck Leviathan. Fuck Coyle. Fuck Hook Wolf. Fuck me, most of all. Plague 12.6. I never thought I'd be thankful in any way that Leviathan had trashed my hometown. Leviathan's tidal waves had shattered many of the windows and the residents had put plywood, plastic, and boards up in their wake. It meant there was less material for Shatterbird to use against us. Countless people had been spared from injury and death due to Shatterbird's glass shards because Leviathan had gotten to us first. But even without the glass, there was still sand. I stepped out of the way as a trio of people moved down the street, supporting each other as much as they were able. Each of them had been blasted by the sand, their skin left ragged. It had turned a bruised combination of black, brown and purple where it hadn't been scraped off and left raw, red, and openly bleeding. One looked as though he'd been blinded. The sandpans covered his upper face. 2 ambulances had stopped at an intersection just a block away from where I had announced my claim of territory. At a glance, I could tell that they'd had all mirrors removed and all glass stripped from the dash, doors, and windshield. Those that had emerged from their homes and shelters were gravitating towards the ambulances. There was still dust settling on the streets, and I could taste it thick in the air, even through my mask. I wondered if we needed to be getting masks out to people. It couldn't be healthy. Heads turned as I approached. I'd put my costume on again, and I had a swarm of bugs following in my wake, giving me more presence. When people were this hurt and scared, it didn't take much to tap into that primal part of their psyches and intimidate them just a little. Surveying the scene, I could already tell there were going to be issues. Hundreds, thousands of hurt people, many in critical or potentially critical shape. There were only 2 ambulances here, and the hospitals would be overcrowded. People were going to panic when they realized that they wouldn't necessarily get help. They would get upset, even angry. This already unstable situation would descend into all-out chaos. I told them I'd protect them, but there was no stopping this. I wasn't on my game. My thoughts were on Dad and on Tattletale, not on these people and all the factors that I was supposed to take into account. But I didn't have a choice. I gave the order, and my swarm spread out, flowing through the crowd. It was enough bugs to get people's attention. I just hoped the benefits of having the bugs there would outweigh any fear or discomfort the bugs generated. Using the bugs I'd spread around the area, I augmented my voice, allowing it to carry. The most important thing is to remain calm. More people turned toward me. I stepped closer to the ambulances, where paramedics were working with some of the most critical cases. I felt like a charlatan, a pretender. The look of mixed fear and incredulity from the paramedics didn't help. Still, someone had to take control and organize before people started lashing out, and the city's heroes were apparently occupied elsewhere. I don't intend you any harm, I reassured them. If you're unhurt and able-bodied, there are people who need your help. Step forward so I can direct you to them. Silence and stillness stretched on for long seconds. I could see people who had no visible injuries, who were staring at me, unwilling to respond to my appeal. Generally speaking, the types of people who lived in the docks weren't the sort who were used to being neighborly, to putting society's needs above their own. Fuck me. My head wasn't in the right place. I'd forgotten. I'd been taught in the first aid classes you had to be direct and specific when dealing with people in a crisis. Asking for help was begging for disappointment, because people would hesitate to step forward, or assume that someone else would handle the job. Instead of asking for help, we were supposed to single someone out of the crowd of bystanders and give them a clear, identifiable task. Something along the lines of, you in the red shirt, call 911. And now that I'd fucked that up, I'd entrenched them. The status quo was now quickly becoming not listening to the supervillain, and it would be twice as hard to get them to go against the rest of the herd. Which left me three unpleasant options. The first option was that I could abandon that plan, look weak, and lose standing in the eyes of everyone present. Alternately, I could speak up again, appeal to their humanity, beg, plead, demand, praying all the while for someone to come forward. That was the second choice, and it would make me look even worse to everyone watching, with only a minuscule chance of success. The silence stretched on. I knew it had only been 5 or 6 seconds, but it felt like a minute. The third of my ugly options? I could make them listen. Goad them into action with threats and violence. It meant I risked provoking the same sort of chaos and violence I was hoping to combat, but I suspected that chance was relatively minor. I could get people to do what I needed them to do. I'd maybe earn their respect, but I'd probably earn their enmity at the same time. Could I do this? Could I become the bully, even if it was for the greater good? I was going to hate myself for doing it, but I'd left my dad behind to be here. I wasn't about to fail. All right, I said, sounding calmer than I felt. My fist clenched at my side. I hesitated. Someone was approaching. I felt them passing through the bugs I'd dispersed through the crowd. Charlotte. You're not wearing your mask, I said, the second she was close enough to hear me, my voice quiet. Or the paper cube. The cube got crushed when I was helping someone. I was glad you didn't use your power, she said. Then, loud enough that some people nearby could hear her, she asked me, what can I do? I owe her one hell of a favor. I'd had my bugs sweeping through nearby buildings since I'd arrived. I hadn't really stopped, even after I got home. I had found several of the wounded. A man lying prone, 2 kids huddled near their mother. The mother's face was sticky with blood, her breathing quick. The children were bleeding too. I could sense a man stumbling blindly through what had been his home, hands to his face. I almost sent her after the blind man, but reconsidered. I pointed at a warehouse, and spoke loud enough for others to hear, there's a woman and 2 little kids in there, you won't be able to help them alone. Which was a large part of why I had chosen them. I spotted a 20-something guy with an impressive bushy beard and no shirt. Aside from one cut on his stomach and some smaller patches of shredded skin where the sand had caught him in the back, he seemed to be in okay shape. You. Help her. He looked at the older woman beside him. His mother? She was clearly hurt, and had the remains of 2 or 3 white t-shirts bundled around her arm. It was clear the limb had been caught by the sand, it looked like a mummy's arm, only bloody. Anticipating an excuse on his part, I pointing to the nearest group of injured and told him, they'll look after her. There are people who need you more. 2nd floor. Go. He looked at his mother, and the look she gave him was answer enough. He helped her hobble over to the group of people I'd indicated, leaving her in their care, and joined Charlotte in running for the warehouse where the woman and kids were. Now I just had to keep my momentum. You and your friend, I spoke to a middle-aged guy and his buddy. There's a guy slowly bleeding out in the factory there. Go help him. The second that passed before they moved to obey left my heart pounding. I turned to the next person and stopped. He was one of the few people with actual bandages on his wounds, and he stood near his family. Even with the gauze pad strapped to his face, I recognized him from earlier. Or, to be specific, I recognized the little boy RJ, and I knew this man as his father, patriarch of the rat-infested house from early in the day. There's a blinded man in the brick building over there, I told him, facing him squarely. Go help him. Why, he challenged me, his voice gruff, his gaze hard. I'm hurt. If I go, I'm going to miss my turn with the ambulances. Asshole. There wasn't even a shred of gratitude for what I'd done to help him and his family, and he didn't even seem to need his turn at the ambulance that badly either. I had to resist the urge to hit him or set my bugs on him. Worse, I couldn't help but feel like he was seeing through the image I was trying to portray. Seeing the girl behind the mask, who was just trying to pretend she knew what she was doing. I turned to the next person, a solidly built woman with scratches and the sandpans I was quickly coming to recognize all over her face. She had even taped half of a sanitary pad over one eye. It wasn't my brightest move, but I asked her, are you going to whine like a little girl, too, if I ask you to help someone? She smiled a little and shook her head. Good. Go. Left side of the building. He's blind, and there's nobody else there to help. I think he might have inhaled sand, he's coughing pretty violently. Don't push him to move too fast or too much. Take your time walking him back, if the bleeding isn't too severe. She obeyed, moving off with a powerful stride. When I looked, R.J.'s dad was gone. He was stomping off toward the ambulances, keeping the crowd between us, dragging his wife at his side with RJ hurrying to keep up. Knowing how angry he was, I had to hope he wasn't the type to take out his anger on his family. I didn't want to be indirectly responsible for their pain. There were more people to pick out of the crowd, more orders to give. It was all about setting them up so that refusal made them look bad, both to themselves and to others. Social pressure. By the time I'd sent 2 more groups, some of the others were coming back to be directed to the next few injured. I gave them their orders. Which only raised the greater problem. How were we supposed to handle these people who were hurt and waiting their turn? They were scared and restless. That unease bled over into their friends, families, and maybe their neighbors, who were scared for themselves and the people they cared about. Already, they were gathering around the ambulances, pleading for help from too small a group of people, who had their hands full saving others' lives. Some were simply asking the paramedics for advice while keeping a respectful distance, others were demanding assistance because they felt their loved ones were more important than whoever was getting care or attention at that moment. The paramedics couldn't answer everyone. People in this area formed closely knit packs. They would step up to defend the people they cared about far more quickly and easily than they had with my appeal to help strangers just minutes ago. I didn't trust them to remain peaceful if this kept up. What the hell was I supposed to do with them? As lost as I felt in that moment, I managed to look calm. My bugs gave me an awareness of the situation, and my eyes swept over the scene to get a sense of the mood and what people were doing. I spotted a mother picking at one of her son's wounds, and I realized what she was doing. I hurried to stop her. What are you doing? Riding the highs and the lows of emotion from the past hour or two, I might have come across sounding angrier than I was. She quailed just a bit. He has glass in his arm. He did. There were slivers of glass no longer than the nub of lead in an old-fashioned pencil, sticking out of his cuts. Those are probably okay to remove, I told her, but avoid disturbing any close to the arteries, here, here and here. He doesn't have cuts there. Good, I told her. But you should know for later, for when you are helping others. She pointed at her leg. Sand had flayed the skin of her foot and calf and turned the muscle a dirty brown color. I can't really walk. You won't need to. A plan was coalescing in my mind. A way to give people something to do and give them some indication they'd eventually get help. The problem was, I needed materials to carry this out, and there wasn't much nearby. It meant I had to get the materials from my lair. I wasn't willing to leave for any length of time, though, and I didn't want to spare Charlotte, either. I had to use my bugs. That wasn't so simple when the things I was retrieving weren't small. I had a box of pens and markers in my room, for sketching out the costume designs. I also had first aid kits in my bedside table upstairs and in the bathroom on the ground floor. Bringing all of that stuff here meant opening the boxes and retrieving everything I needed, carting them here on a wave of crawling bugs, past puddles and flooded streets. I collected markers, pens, bandages, ointments, iodine, candles and needles. Especially needles. Smaller bottles of hydrogen peroxide. At least, I hoped it was the iodine and hydrogen peroxide. I couldn't exactly read the labels. The bottle shapes felt right, anyways. More people returned with the injured. I administrated my bugs while I gave new directions to the rescue parties. Just carrying the things on a tide of bugs wasn't going to work. The crawling bugs couldn't pass through the water, and there was no way to have flying bugs carry things. Too many of the objects were too heavy, even with the flying insects gathered on every inch of their surface and working in unison. Minutes passed as I tried different configurations and formations of bugs, trying to wrangle things like the small bottle of hydrogen peroxide with my swarm. Then I saw the woman with the maxi pad eye patch and a man of roughly the same age carting someone to the ambulance using a blanket attached to 2 broomsticks as a stretcher. I could do the same thing. I called on my black widow spiders, drawing some out from the terrariums where I had them contained. Wasps carted them to the necessary spots, and I had them spin their silk around the objects in question and tie that silk to the necessary bugs. Silk looped around the neck of a marker, then around a series of roaches, who could then be assisted by other bugs. I did the same for the other things, the iodine, markers, pens, candles and more. When I was done, I called the swarm to me. I turned my attention to the injured who were clustering around the ambulances. Listen. I called out, using my bugs to augment my voice. Some of you have been picking the glass out of your skin. I understand it hurts, but you're slowing things down. I got some confused and angry looks. I held up my hand to forestall any comments or argument. Any paramedic, nurse, or doctor that helps you has to make absolutely sure that you don't have any glass embedded deep in your body. I don't believe X-rays can detect glass. I paused as a paramedic snapped his head up to look at me. Okay, so I was wrong. I wished he hadn't reacted, though. People were paying attention to the paramedics, they'd noticed, and it wasn't critical that these people know the exact details of the treatment they'd get. If he'd just let me lie or be wrong, this would have gone smoother. Or at least, glass as fine as the shrapnel that hit you, I corrected myself. A shrug and a nod from the paramedic. I got my mental bearings and continued, if you're pulling the glass out of your cuts and wounds and you lose track of which ones you've tended to, they're going to have to explore the wounds to investigate, queue you up for x-rays and maybe even cut you open again later, after the skin has closed up, to get at any pieces they missed. I could see uneasy reactions from the crowd. I raised my hand, just in time for the first of my swarm to arrive. I closed my hand around a pen as the cloud of airborne insects delivered it to me. They dispersed, and the pen remained behind. I'm going to give some of you pens and markers. We're going to have a system to make all of this easier on the doctors. Dotted lines around any injuries with glass sticking out. Circles around wounds where the glass may be deeper. The paramedic waved me over. I moved briskly through the crowd to the stretcher. Tetanus, he said, when I was close enough. We need to know if they've had their shots. They probably haven't, I replied, using my swarm to augment my voice, but not to carry it to the crowd. Probably not. But we have to ask, and time we spend asking is time we could spend helping them. I grasped the hand of a grungy old man who stood next to me, stretching his arm out. Have you had your shots? He shook his head. I used the pen to draw a T on the back of his hand, circled it and drew a line through it. I pressed the pen into the old man's hand. You go to people and ask them the same question. If they haven't had their shots, draw the same thing. If they have, just draw the T. I saw a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. Was he illiterate? I turned his hand over and drew a capital T on his palm. Like that, if they have had their shots, I said, raising his hand for people to see, then turned it around. Like that if they haven't. He nodded and took the pen, turning to the not quite as old man beside him. I addressed the crowd. Remember, dotted line around the wounds if you can see the glass, or if you are absolutely sure there's no glass in there, circle if you can't tell. Once you or someone else has drawn the dotted line, you can take out the glass if it's smaller than your thumbnail. If it's bigger, try to leave it alone. We need some elbow room, the paramedic told me. His blue gloves were slick with blood. People were standing within 2 or 3 feet of him, watching what he was doing, trying to be close enough to be the next to get help when he was done with his current patient. That wasn't the limit of the potential patients, either. There were the injured that Charlotte and the others were retrieving. The people who hadn't been able to get here under their own power. We're changing locations, I called out. I could see them reacting to that, balking at the idea. If you're able to stand, it's going to be a long time before you get the help you want. There's plenty more people with worse injuries. Suck it up. I waited for someone to challenge me on that. Nobody did. If you listen and cooperate, you'll get the help you want sooner. We're going to gather inside the factory right here where we'll be clear of the worst of the dust. It's dry inside, and there's enough space for all of us. It took some time for everyone to get moving, but they did. My bugs passed me some candles and a lighter and I started handing them out with the pens and markers. I followed the mass of people into the defunct factory that was next to the ambulances. Sheets and cloths were pulled from machinery and laid atop boxes and on the ground, so people had places to sit and lie down. Gradually, people said about the process of marking the types of wounds and the presence of glass, buried or otherwise. Disinfectant, a woman asked me. I turned. She was older, in her mid-50s, roughly my height, and she had a pinched face. What about it? You've been pulling things out of the clouds of flies, she told me. Can you produce some disinfectant for us, or are you limited to art supplies and candles? I got the impression of a strict schoolteacher from her. The kind who was a hard ass with even the good students and a mortal enemy to the poor ones. I reached out my hand, and a portion of my swarm passed over it. Thanks to the fact that many of them were in contact with the bottle, it was easy enough to position my hand and know when to close it. The bugs drifted away, and I was left holding the 3-inch tall bottle. My theatrics didn't seem to impress her. Her tone was almost disparaging as she said, nobody uses hydrogen peroxide anymore. It delays recovery time. That's not necessarily a bad thing, I said. If the wounds heal over embedded glass, it'll be that much more unpleasant. Do you have medical training? She asked me, her tone disapproving. Not enough, no, I said with a sigh. I had the swarm pass over my hand again, picking up the hydrogen peroxide and depositing another plastic bottle in its place. Iodine. Thank you, she said, in a tone that was more impatient than grateful. We're going to need more than this. I'll see what I can do, I told her, trying not to sound exasperated. She headed for a group of people and knelt by one of the wounded who was lying on a sheet. I could see her posture and expression soften as she talked to them. So she wasn't like that with other people. Whatever. I'd been prepared to be hated when I committed to villainy. I gathered all of the supplies I'd brought and sent more bugs out to scout for more. What I wouldn't give for a working cell phone, to find out about how Tattletale was doing, even to ask after my dad. But cell phones had computer chips, and computer chips had silicon. Everything that was electronic and more complicated than a toaster was probably fried, with exceptions for some tinker-made stuff. There was no use dwelling on the fact that 2 people I cared about were gravely hurt. I couldn't do anything about it now, and time spent wondering was time I wasn't protecting and helping these people. In terms of protecting these people, I spread my bugs out over every surface, until a potential threat wouldn't be able to take a step without killing one. It would serve as advance warning in case any members of Hukulf's alliance came through to make trouble. I spread out some flying insects to try to detect airborne threats like rune. Most of the flying bugs, however, I was using to sweep over my surroundings, checking buildings and building interiors. I wanted first aid kits, anything these people could use to clean their wounds. Noting the lack of suture threads, I had my spiders start using their silk to spin something long, thick, and tough enough, threading it through the holes of needles for their use. It would slow down my costume production a touch, but I could deal. That doesn't look very sterile, a woman said, from behind me, as I checked the length of the thread one set of spiders had produced. It was the pinched, gray-haired woman from just a little bit ago. More than you'd think. I raised these little ladies myself. They live in terrariums. That doesn't mean it's clean enough to thread through someone's open wounds. No, I replied, feeling a bit irritated, but in the absence of good alternatives, I'd rather use this and then supply everyone here with antibiotics at some point in the next day or so. Which they probably need anyways. People use antibiotics too often, she said. I try to make a point of using them sparingly in my clinic. Seriously? I think situations like this are the exact right time to use antibiotics. These people have open wounds, they're undernourished, dehydrated, stressed, their immune systems are probably shot, their environments are filthy, there's probably countless other reasons. She said something, sounding even more irritated than before. I think it was a repeat of the question from earlier, about my credentials in medicine. I wasn't listening. The paramedics hadn't come out of the ambulance in several minutes. A check with my bugs found them lying on the floor of the ambulance. No blood, as far as I could tell. Ignoring the woman, I turned and headed for the door, hurrying outside. She barked something snide at my back. I was battle-ready as I approached the ambulance and checked the area. Nobody. Stepping inside, I checked on the paramedics and the patient with an oxygen balloon strapped to his face. The paramedics were beyond help, dead, their heads twisted at an ugly angle. The patient hadn't been dispatched the same way. I checked his throat to find him still warm, but he wasn't breathing and he had no pulse. I squeezed the balloon, and huge amounts of blood bubbled from what I had taken to be a shallow cut in his chest. The bubbles meant the oxygen was leaking from his punctured lung. This wound there was no way he could have had it when he came into the ambulance. It was fresh. All three of the people here had been executed. It had been done in cold blood, clean, and I hadn't even noticed with my bugs on watch. Which left me very concerned for the people I'd left in the warehouse. I hopped down from the back of the ambulance, checked my surroundings, and then ran across the street. I was a single step inside the door when I saw him. Tall, faceless, featureless, but for the chains and ball joints that connected his ceramic-encased limbs. One hand was raised, a single finger raised, ticking from side to side like a metronome. Like an old-fashioned parent scolding an errant child. The other hand was folded back, a long telescoping blade extended from the base of Mannequin's palm. The blade was pressed to the neck of the gray-haired doctor, so she had to stand on her tiptoes, her head pressed back against his chest. I didn't have a chance to move, to speak, or to use my power before he retracted the blade. It slid across her throat, shearing through the skin, and arterial blood sprayed forth to cover some of the ground between us. She collapsed to the ground. Mannequin's knife hand went limp, dangling at his side. His other hand remained in position, finger wagging, as if admonishing me for what I had been doing. Saving people from the nine, tending to the hurt and scared. I should have anticipated this. I stepped forward, almost without thinking about it, and he dropped his other hand while taking 3 long steps to back away from me. His movements were ungainly, as if he was about to collapse to the ground with each one. No sooner had I wondered why when I saw his feet. His toes pointed at the ground, and blades had sprouted from slots at the front of each foot. He was perched precariously on the honed knife points, walking on the blades. Reaching behind my back, I drew my baton and knife. I tensed as he moved in reaction, closing half the distance between us, lurching 3 or 4 feet to the right, then back again. I caught on immediately. He was evading the bugs that had been hovering in the air between us, the knife stilts that extended from his feet delicately avoiding contact with the bugs that were on the ground. The contact he did make with the bugs was gentle, sliding against them like a brush of wind. I only noticed because I was paying attention. He didn't need to avoid my swarm. He was taunting me. Letting me know exactly how he had gotten so close without me realizing it. I flicked out my baton to its full length. He responded by doing the same with the telescoping blades that unfolded from his arms. His weapons were longer, both sharp. Not taking my eyes off him, I used my bugs and my peripheral vision to track the other people in the warehouse. Too many were too hurt to move, and those who could move had backed into corners and to places where they had cover. Still, this was his battlefield. He had far too many hostages at his disposal. He was faster than me, stronger, tougher. I was pretty damn sure that his power was as complete a counter to mine as anyone could hope for. Anyone who had paid attention to the news in the past 5 years knew who he was, what his story was. Mannequin had once been a tinker who specialized in biospheres, terrariums, and self-contained ecosystems. A tinker who specialized in sustaining life, sheltering it from outside forces, forces that included water, weather, space, and bugs. The only difference between then and now was that he was using his power to help and protect himself and himself only. Motherfucker. Even without intending to do it, I used my swarm to carry my voice. His head craned around, as if to look at the swarming bugs who had just, for all intents and purposes, spoken. Eventually his face turned back to me. I have no idea how the fuck I'm going to do it, my voice was a low snarl, barely recognizable as my own beneath my anger and the noises of the swarm. But I'm going to make you regret that. Plague 12.7. Mannequin lunged for me, his bladed toes biting into the ground for traction. He moved fast enough that his arms trailed behind him like twin ribbons in a strong wind. He stopped several paces away from me, turning his body to swing at me with his right arm and the 3-foot-long blade that was attached to it. If I hadn't known better, I would have thought he'd fall well short. But his arm extended on a chain, giving the swing just enough reach to put the blade on a collision course with my head. I parried it with my baton. The hit was heavy, more like trying to fend off a sledgehammer than what I'd expected. I almost lost my grip on my weapon. As the blade bounced off my baton, he reversed the direction his upper body was turning to start spinning like a top. His one attached arm hurtling around him, he sprung at me. I threw myself back and away, escaping by a mere 2 inches. His spinning upper body had, with his right arm spooled out, caused the chain to wind around his body. He began reeling it in, the arm and blade drawing a lazy circle around him. I backed away, thinking I finally had a chance to get my bearings. As his detached arm reeled in, the fingers folded backwards around the end of one of his feet, gripping it. He retracted the blade at the toe of the other foot and dropped that foot flat on the ground. The motion seemed to unbalance him, and he teetered, almost falling over. Then in one sudden motion, he righted himself and thrust out with his other leg and the 3-foot blade that was now attached to it. I didn't have time to get out of the way, to bring my baton up to defend myself or even to do more than belatedly realize his near collapse had been a feint. He caught me in the stomach with that same surprising strength as before, then slashed up toward my collarbone with enough force to lift my feet up off the ground. I landed hard on my back, my armor absorbing the brunt of the impact. The sides of my armor panels bit into the ribs of my back where they curved toward my body. Keeping the lessons I'd learned from sparring with Gru in mind, I tried to scramble back and away while Mannequin righted himself and put the forearm and hand he had connected to his foot in the right place. Before I could get to my feet, he started striding toward me. I drew my bugs around me to conceal my movements as I rolled to one side, set my feet under me and sprinted to his left. While still beneath the cover of my bugs, I was struck from behind and knocked face first to the ground. The surprise was as bad as the pain. Through the swarm, I sensed him approach until he stood with one foot on either side of me. I felt him wind his fingers into my hair and pull my head up and back. I struggled, trying to catch him in the knee with my baton, but he wrenched me to one side, and I felt a blade press against my throat. As he'd done with the gray-haired doctor, he pulled the blade hard against my throat in one long, smooth motion, adjusting for the curvature of my neck. In one heartbeat, I formed and initiated a plan. I grunted and made a choking sound, which was all the more realistic because he'd just pulled a length of metal hard against my windpipe. I did want to grunt and I did choke. Then I went limp and had every bug in the area cease moving. Like snowflakes, the flies began drifting down from the air. He let go of my hair, and my mask clacked hard against the floor. I heard a girl scream, heard noises and shouts from everyone else. I swallowed, partially to check that my throat really hadn't been cut. My costume had saved me. I wished the gathered onlookers hadn't witnessed the scene. It would have been better if the bugs had blocked their line of sight, as their noises of fear and alarm were going to get his attention. I just needed a second to think. Mannequin could press an assault indefinitely, until he succeeded in cutting my throat open or delivering that mortal wound. It was like sparring against Brian, but worse in every way. Mannequin was stronger, faster, he had more reach, he didn't get tired, he was good and he was out to kill me. He was versatile in a way no ordinary human could be. He couldn't be caught in an arm lock, his limb would just come free or bend in some screwed up way. He could sense me somehow. How? It had been reckless of me to assume that he used sight to get by, especially when he didn't have eye holes in his mask. The fact that he hadn't noticed I was faking meant he wasn't relying on sight, or his sight was limited enough that he couldn't make out the lack of blood through the cloud of bugs around us. If he wasn't hearing my breathing, I doubted he had super hearing either. Did he use radar, like Cricket? It would be my first assumption, except my bugs hadn't heard anything of the sort. No. This line of thinking wasn't accomplishing anything. I heard him sharpening his blades against one another with the sound of steel on steel. I could sense the movement, from the bugs that were drifting down onto him. A man in the crowd whimpered, and Mannequin turned towards him. The metal singing in the pauses between the scrapes of blade on blade. Mannequin was standing still, observing. I had to come up with a plan of attack, or others would pay the price. My deadline was the point, I suspected, that someone lost their nerve and tried to run. If I was going to attack, I needed to find a weak point. But he was smart. Before the disaster that had turned him into this, he had been on the brink of solving many of the world's crises. Overpopulation, renewable energy, effective recycling, world hunger. Even with Tinker abilities offering the means, it took someone special to manage that and actually make progress. It was a given that he wouldn't have any blatant weaknesses. Any measure he didn't think of himself, he would have shored up by now, by virtue of being a long-standing member of the Nine. He'd fought heroes and villains better than me, and he'd learned and improved in the process. In that respect, perhaps, he and I weren't so different. I'd developed in much the same ways. The difference was that he had years more experience. That, and he was batshit insane. What would I do in his shoes, with his power? I wouldn't leave any vital openings uncovered. That was a given. My focus, Mannequin's focus, would be on designing way to make himself a completely closed system. It wasn't just sensible, it was the whole point of his transformation. He'd have perfect recycling of all waste, dissipation of excess energy by diverting it to mechanical movement, intake of energy by absorption of heat. Could that be a clue as to how he sensed the world around him? Heat? Or was it something completely different? Radiation? Radio waves? Electromagnetics? Putting myself in his shoes, I had to think of his motivation. Why this form? I'd make myself resemble a doll or a store mannequin because it was an eternal reminder. Didn't his wife and kids die when the Cymurg attacked? There was a story there. But what else? Why resemble a human? To mislead? Maybe the configuration of my organs and parts wasn't human in the slightest. I might have gone the Aegis route and built in redundancies for everything I could spare. I wouldn't need a heart, kidneys, or a conventional digestive system, bone marrow or any of that stuff. Everything I could strip away would be more room for equipment, more room for all the pieces and parts that helped turn my individual body parts into perpetually self-sustaining systems. His torso was the biggest section of his body. It wouldn't have his heart, lungs, or any of that, because he didn't have a circulatory system. More likely, it contained his brain, his sensory organ/system, and whatever mechanism he was using to remotely control his arms, legs, hands and feet. Unless he didn't want to put all his items in one basket. It was easily possible for some of that stuff to be in his thighs and forearms. If I were him, I would have spent hours carefully balancing the ecosystems of each individual part of my body. Something that exacting and that fine-tuned would be sensitive, fragile. They'd be resistant to impacts. I wouldn't go around getting into fights if they weren't. But heat and cold? A crack in that exterior of his? It could wreak havoc. Okay. I was getting a sense of him, maybe. That said, none of that mattered if I couldn't hurt him in the first place. Maybe I was thinking about this all wrong. Bugs dealt with threats that were encased in hard shells all the time, didn't they? They dealt with other species of bugs. There were 100 solutions there, if I was willing to look for them. That was the spark of inspiration I needed. In a matter of seconds, I had a plan. It wasn't a good plan, but it was something. As a just-in-case measure, I could try some other smaller plans, on the off chance that they might distract or even work. Having those options, if nothing else, would make me feel better. Mannequin had just brutally and unquestionably kicked my ass in the span of 15 seconds, and it was going to be at least 2 minutes until I could even begin my plan, judging by how long it had taken my bugs to deliver the supplies from my lair. The same instant I had that thought, I started everything in motion. Every flying insect near my lair headed indoors to gather what I needed. I made a mental note to make a more easily accessible opening to my lair, so I could do this faster in the future. I made another mental note to set up a clock with ticking hands, so I could have bugs ride the 3 hands and have a precise way of tracking time when I was in my territory. I supposed it would have to be an old-fashioned clock, since Shatterbird had screwed up everything else. I had to guess. Roughly 2 minutes until I could start my plan. As I lay face down on the floor of the factory, I tried to control my breathing so he wouldn't notice I was still alive. The beat of my heart in my chest was so intense I was worried it would give me away. Staying still was one of the hardest things I'd ever had to do, and I had done some hard things before. Knowing that he might leap for someone and end their life any moment, it had me on edge. Every second I could buy here counted because every second I didn't have to fight him was crucial. Mommy, the word was drawn out. Had to have come from someone young. A toddler? I don't want to be here. The rhythm of steel rasping against steel ceased. Mannequin went still. Shit. So much for my reprieve. I pulled myself to my feet and stirred all of the bugs in the area into action. They rose from the floor like a dark whirlwind. I sheathed my knife and gripped my baton in both hands. Mannequin. He stopped and turned his upper body to face me. His head cocked to one side. Yeah, I said. You didn't get me. He turned back around and started walking toward the mother and the little boy. The pair were huddled between an empty metal frame and a workbench. Hey! I shouted. Come on. Fight me. Don't you have the balls to take on a teenage girl? Or are they one of the things you cut away? He didn't slow or hesitate at my words. Bastard. I ran for him. It was 100% possible he was baiting me, forcing me into a situation where I had to do something stupid or let the mom and the little kid get hurt. Maybe if I'd been a harder person, I could have let him hurt them, knowing it was smarter in the long run. But I wasn't capable of doing that. What could I even do? I had to make the call in the 3 or 4 seconds it took me to cross the floor of the factory. He was more than half again as tall as I was, and my weapons couldn't do anything to him. I threw myself at the backs of his legs, colliding with the back of his knees and his calves. Not all of his precarious balance was an act. He teetered and collapsed backward onto the floor, his legs on top of me. Go. I screamed at the mother. Run. She did. Mannequin reached out to extend a blade into the back of her leg, and she fell, but someone else hurried forward to help her. Mannequin's left leg snaked around my throat in an impromptu headlock. I tried to slip out, to force his leg apart. Even though I could move it, I couldn't squeeze my head through the gap. Not counting the time I'd spent lying on the ground, buying time, how long had I lasted? Less than 30 seconds? 4 blades sprung from the calf of his right leg. He extended it high above me, and they began to rotate, slowly at first, then faster, like the blades of a fan. Or a food processor. He had me in a headlock, but the rest of me was free to move. Gripping my baton with both hands, I swung it into the whirling blades with as much strength as my leverage afforded me. My baton went flying out of my grip, but the blades stopped. My heart sank as I saw them begin to rotate again, slowly. They didn't return to the same blurring speed they'd been at before. A few seconds passed, and they retracted back into his leg. I might have been relieved, but I was still in his grip. He heaved me upward, positioning himself with 2 hands and 1 leg on the ground, the other leg holding me up high. My toes scrabbled to touch ground and fell short. The grip on my neck wasn't perfect, it wasn't cutting off my blood flow, it barely impacted my breathing, but it still hurt, and my neck strained with the weight of the rest of my body. I drew my knife and gripped the handle. Then I drove it at my throat. Or at Mannequin's leg, which was folded around my throat. Same idea. I aimed at the ball joint, striking a mere 2 or so inches from my own face. Once, twice, 3 times. I was swinging for a 4th hit when he shifted positions. I couldn't be sure if he had hoped to gradually strangle me, to leave me dangling until I started begging, or if he'd been poised for something else, but he'd apparently changed his mind. He turned over, his leg unfolding from my throat. At the same instant one large hand closed over my face. He whipped me around himself in one tight circle, then let his arm go free from the socket, the whirring sound of chain feeding out swiftly becoming distant as I hurtled across the room. I crashed into a pile of wooden boards that were riddled with nails and screws. The metal points jabbed at me but didn't penetrate my costume. I tried to get my feet under me, but the boards only slid underfoot. His hand was still attached to my face. He began to pull me forward, no doubt to repeat the process. Half blind under the grip of his hand, I reacted in a heartbeat, slamming the point of the knife into the gap between his hand and my face. Tattletale had said it was strong enough to serve as a crowbar. I was glad to discover she was right. Between the pull of the retracting chain and the leverage of the knife, I freed myself from his grip, his fingertips scraping hard against my scalp. Flying back to him, his arm clicked back into place. I tried to blink a blurry spot out of my vision, only to realize I had a scratch on the right lens of my mask where I'd hit it with the knife's edge. The pain from being thrown around was belatedly making itself known. Bruises, I could deal with. Just so long as my body moved where and when I needed it to. I felt the dull ache of a building headache. From where I'd been gripped in the headlock. Okay. Still in one piece, more or less. How much time had I bought? 1 minute? 1.5? Could I hold out for long enough? Could the bystanders? The moment my bugs arrived would be the moment I could begin my plan. I'd still have to survive after that, and there was no guarantee it would work. In fact, my gut was telling me it was a long shot. 30 seconds to a minute. I was panting for breath, counting every second that he silently stared at me as something I should value. What was going on behind that expressionless mask? Was he coming up with a battle plan? Maybe, maybe not. He didn't really need one. It could be that he was calculating how best to destroy me, not just killing me, but ruining me. There were enough ways he could do it. Inflicting lifelong scars and injury. Or he could go down the opposite road and murder the civilians, leaving me as the only one standing. Both were very real possibilities, both devastating in their own way. Or maybe, behind that hard shell, he was in the throes of mental anguish. Maybe he was spending every second of every day reliving the day he lost his family and his dreams to a nigh unstoppable, malignant force. There was nothing I could do about his past. Whoever he had been before, he was a monster now. I had to pull out all the stops to try and stop him from hurting anyone else. It was time to enact battle plan number 1, one of the 2 ideas I had in mind that almost definitely wouldn't work. I set my swarm on him. Up to this point, I had kept them largely at bay, using only the bare minimum necessary to keep track of my surroundings. Now I smothered him, piling them on every available surface. It didn't accomplish a thing, of course. He started running toward me, weapons at the ready. He wasn't impeded in his movements, nor were his senses sight or otherwise impaired. I ducked beneath his first swing as he closed in, but I couldn't avoid the follow-up hit. His second swing scraped off the armor on my shoulder and struck my chest. Beyond the momentary pain, I was almost grateful for it, because the strike knocked me further out of his reach. Some of my bugs managed to squeeze inside the slots where his weapons had emerged. The spaces didn't perfectly match the bases of the blades, and the bugs were small. There was nothing organic inside the sheaths. Even the interior was completely sealed off. Still, I managed to get bugs into the mechanisms, lodging their bodies inside the finer workings or killing one another to spill ichor and their bodily contents onto anything that felt sensitive. Mannequin stepped back, and I watched as he retracted all of his blades, the slots they'd speared out of ceiling closed behind them. A wave of pressure and he'd killed off every bug and likely most of the gunk I'd managed to smear inside. Yet, I hadn't figured that would work. Plan 1 down. For plan 2, I needed my baton. I could only hope it was in one piece. I used my power and my eyes to search the factory floor, while keeping my head still, so he couldn't see what I was doing. My bugs were almost here, arriving in droves. I found my baton lying against the wall near where I'd been pinned by Mannequin. I'd have to get by him to get it. Fetch. I ordered my bugs, as Mannequin lunged for me again. I didn't have a second thought to spare as far as telling them how. For now, I needed to survive. This time, his attack was frenzied. If I didn't know better, I'd have thought he was irritated. I hopped back out of reach of the first swing, then quickly backed up as he followed that up with a series of rapid rotations of his upper body, momentarily becoming a blender whir of whirling blades. I was so busy trying not to get hit by the blades that I missed it when he tilted. He balanced on one leg and kicked out wide with the other, letting the chain out so it could stretch the 7 or 8 feet to me. I was knocked back onto the wood pile a second time, landing on the edge and falling to the ground a second later. He stopped spinning and retracted his leg, apparently unfazed after the dizzying act of spinning like a top. I saw my bugs tugging the baton, but Mannequin spotted them at the same time. He stepped back and placed one foot on top of it. With a kick, he sent it sliding across the floor, away from me. Fuck. I'd have to take the slightly less efficient route. I grabbed a stout 2x4 as I stood. It was old, dusty, damaged by years of exposure, and the screws that clustered in one end were rusted. Better than nothing, as weapons went. His blades made that rasping sound as he sharpened them against one another, one edge of each blade, then the other. After doing it just long enough to lull me into a false sense of security, he lunged, blades spearing for my chest and throat. I struck out simultaneously with the piece of wood. It seemed to catch him off guard. I struck too soon to hit him, but he wasn't my target. I clubbed at the uppermost blade, driving it down toward the floor. I tried to avoid the edge and strike the flat of the blade, but my strike wasn't spot on. I didn't see if I'd had any of the desired effect, because he collided with me, both blades striking the armor of my chest. Pain exploded in my collarbone and ribs, but I didn't experience any of the telltale pain of impalement. My armor had saved me. Finding the tip stuck in the denser material of my armor, he whipped both arms to one side, throwing me a solid 10 or 12 feet. I sprawled where I landed. I huffed out a breath, feeling pain in my chest with every movement. Then I smiled a little. My swarm had finally arrived. The bugs flowed into the room as a singular mass and roughly half of them swept over Mannequin. He wobbled a little, then turned his attention to me, uncaring. Which was a good thing. It was better that he didn't pay much attention. Behind him, the bugs moved in an almost kaleidoscopic pattern, slowly expanding outward from a center point, their arrangement symmetric. He paused and looked over his shoulder at the swarm. He was apparently able to sense my bugs on the floor, floating in the air. That much was apparent. He hadn't, at the same time, been able to tell I wasn't bleeding out into a pool on the ground, or that I was still breathing while I lay prone on the factory floor. My plan hinged on two things, whether his peculiar means of sensing things would let him grasp what I was doing here, and if he would be able to do something about it. The formation ceased expanding, then swept over him again. Once again, he wobbled, staggered a step. He charged through the mass of bugs that now sat between the two of us, running towards me. I managed to parry one swing of his blade with my piece of wood, then jump out of the way of the second blade. When I tried to block his kick with the 2x4, however, I lost my grip and it fell to the ground. He kicked me a second time, hard, and I staggered back, hand to my stomach, nausea building up in my throat. I controlled my breathing to keep my dinner down. Third pass with my swarm. They focused on his legs, and very nearly unbalanced him. I could see him pause, watched his head tilt quizzically. I bit my lip. To his right, my left, the swarm had once again gathered in a tight cluster, and were expanding slowly, with controlled movements. The swarm consisted of pairings of flying insect and arachnid. Every spider from my lair was clutching a bee, a wasp, or a larger dragonfly, who clutched the spider in turn. 1,000 pairs. Connecting to one another, these bugs quickly drew out 500 or more lines of webbing. Mostly dragline silk, this net maintained enough of the sticky webbing to attach to him, draping over his artificial body and staying there. I hadn't used the black widow spiders I'd brought into the factory earlier out of a fear that he'd realize what I was doing and counteract it before I could really get the ball rolling. Now I gathered them up and brought them into play. I used all of the spiders I'd already placed on him, focusing on his joints, reinforcing the stronger webs that were already there. Their silk was nothing compared to the black widow's, but it was something. He moved without a problem, either unaware or uncaring. Silk strands stretched and snapped as he extended his arms, more broke free as he walked. Alone, the threads were negligible. It was together that they were stronger. Much like my costume. He tried to retract the blade in his right arm, but it caught. Pressing the point against the ground, he bent it back into alignment. It retracted on his next attempt. My strike with the 2x4 hadn't done much there. My second just-in-case measure hadn't worked out. That same arm disconnected and extended towards me as he tried to grab for me, and I turned to one side just in time to avoid being caught. He fired the other arm out with an almost explosive force and I managed to catch hold of it before it got a grip on my costume. My swarm made a fourth pass, focusing on the chain of his extended arm and the joints of his shoulders, elbows, crotch and knees where the webbing had already accumulated to some degree. 50 or 60 spiders stayed on the extended chain, spitting out large amounts of their stickiest webbing. He was trying to maneuver the arm I was holding to grab onto me, his fingers and wrist bending at unnatural angles as he sought a grip on my hands and wrists. He changed tactics, making the blades in the arm spear out at random, to make it as impossible to hold as he could. When that failed, he whipped the chain. I let go of the hand just in time to avoid being caught by the tail end of the whiplash. He reeled it in, and it got about 3/4 of the way in before he ran into a slight snag. The last quarter of the retraction process was a fraction slower. Silk glue gumming up the works, I could hope. I saw him look at his arm, then flex the fingers, as if to test them. While he was distracted, I made a fifth pass with my formation. I tried to be more subtle about it, carefully draping the silk over him rather than letting it pull tight against him with enough collective force to move him off balance. He attacked, stretching out the arm I hadn't gummed up. The pain from the most recent hit to my stomach slowed me down, and his fist collided with me, knocking me over for what seemed like the 100th time. I managed to backhand it off of me before he could do anything, and hurried to my feet. While the arm was still partially extended, I managed to deposit spiders on the chain. They immediately began straining to produce silk glue on and around the mechanisms that allowed the chain to retract. One spider wasn't much, but altogether, it added up. I could pinpoint the moment he realized what I was doing. Extending the chain, he flung it across the room, the blade cutting a wide swathe. I ducked clear, but 2 bystanders were struck down, screaming. When he moved to retract that chain, the mechanism stalled. His body was like Armsmaster's power suit, but every piece of equipment he added necessitated that he cut away a pound of flesh. I was inclined to suspect that, crazy as he was, that reality made him more inclined to go for elegant, efficient design over more rugged craftsmanship. The propeller blades in his ankle, the chain retraction mechanisms in his arms, they were built to be lightweight, to use minimal energy, and achieve maximum effect at the same time. He tilted his head, looking at the arm that was stubbornly refusing to retract back into place. I made my sixth sweep with my bugs. As the swarm passed, his head snapped up, looking at me. As much as he could without eyes, anyways. He knew what was happening. A better cape than I might have had equipped there, an insult. I hurt in too many places, in my ribs, my stomach, my shoulders, neck, back and legs. Some of the pain was fierce, like a red-hot poker being driven with a constant, ceaseless pressure into the body parts in question. I couldn't spare the breath. The chain dropped from his elbow socket, and I watched as he paced over to his fallen arm, picked it up, tore the remaining chain out, and clicked it into place. Come on, I muttered under my breath. Blades speared out of slots all over his body, some of which I hadn't even guessed were present. Then he began spinning furiously, every body part rotating the individual blades with enough force that webs were cut before they could be secured in place. Different tactic. This time, the swarm took its time passing over him, 30 or 40 spiders working at a time, their work relentless, ceaseless. Each spider cut the threads so they drifted down like strings in the wind. Falling gently instead of being stretched taut, they would drape over the spinning blades, attach to other trailing silk, and form a looser cloud. I'd anticipated this. The part where I was caught off guard was when he changed tactics, going after the civilians for the second time. Hey! I shouted after him. I'd hoped to be more subtle about my second phase of attack. Half of the swarm I'd brought from my lair was still waiting for the instruction. I deployed them while running after Mannequin, stopping at the wood pile to get another 2x4. Someone screamed as Mannequin started cutting into them. 2 or 3 people, cornered by the monster. One already in harm's way. Fucker. Stop. I shouted, my words useless. I moved on to the second phase of my attack. As I'd done with the pens, markers, the candles and the bottles of disinfectant, I'd instructed my bugs to arrive with supplies in hand. Some carried the scraps of silk cloth from my work on the costumes, the masks I'd made as trial runs, the belts and straps. As with the silk that drifted in the air, they were caught by the blades rather than being cut. Mannequin soon had a dark blur whirling around his upper body. Other bugs packed the remainder of my costume design supplies. Tubes of paint were rigid enough to be cut by the blades, creating small, wet, colorful explosions. A large bottle of glue made its way to my hand, and I hurried to tear off the lid before a large group of bugs carted it off to him, holding it upside down over his head so streams of the stuff could spill onto his head and shoulders. Packages of dye were torn in half by his blades, expanding into clouds of black, brown, gray, and lavender powder, sticking to any liquid on him, filling every gap to highlight the hidden slots for his weaponry and the seams where everything fit together. Swinging underhand, I brought the 2x4 up toward the widest part of the buzzsaw whirl that was Mannequin. Through luck as much as intent, I managed a glancing blow on the end of the blade, knocking it up toward the ceiling. The momentum of his rotation managed the rest. He tipped and crashed onto his side, literally falling apart in the process. Lengths of chain connected everything, but nothing was in the right socket. Some sort of built-in defense mechanism against heavy impacts? My swarm flooded over him to draw out more lines of silk and to spill glue, both organic glue from my spiders and brand name supplies where possible. He began to reel the various parts in, slowly. I hurried in to grab the one arm he'd disconnected from the chain and hurled it away. Then I seized his head. I knew he wouldn't have anything particularly valuable in his head. It was too obvious a target. But it was easy to get my hands on, it wasn't connected to too many other things, and there was a chance he might want to keep it. Holding the head, I hauled back, pulling more chain from the neck. With one hard pull, I hauled half of his body in my direction, the exertion making every injury I had screaming in protest. Another pull, and I dragged his body another half-foot back, but I got 1 or 2 feet of length from the neck chain. Even with stuff gumming up the works, his chest clearly had stronger mechanisms inside it than the rest of his body did. The chain began slowly retracting. Someone appeared behind me, and his hands gripped the chain, just a bit behind my own. He added his strength to mine, and Mannequin's body was dragged another 2 or 3 feet back. Where? He asked. It was a burly bystander with a thick black beard, thick-rimmed glasses and a red and black striped t-shirt. One of my people. I turned and let go to point. There was a metal frame that had once stood around some equipment. Now it stood empty, just a connection of metal bars. Stand back, he said. I let go and backed off. Without me in the way, the bystander was able to haul Mannequin another 4 or 5 feet towards the frame. Another haul, and they were close enough to the frame. I hurried forward, gripping the head, and winding it through and beneath the bars, tying it in the crudest of knots and tangling it in the bars in the process. It dangled, the stump facing the ceiling. 15 feet of chain trailed between it and Mannequin's body. Mannequin had only just managed to reel in the chain and reconnect his remaining arm, and was using it to attach his legs securely into place. I had only seconds. Having my bugs in the area, I knew exactly where to find what I was looking for. I hurried over to the corner and hefted a cinder block. I wasn't halfway back to the head when I saw Mannequin stand. I abandoned my plan, dropped the block and stepped away, circling him, putting distance between myself and his head. His attention seemed to be on me. Had I pissed him off? He wasn't spinning anymore, and I could see the damage the bugs had wrought. Dense webs and scraps of cloth had collected across his body, and only half of the blades had succeeded in retracting in the face of the silk, glue, and other gunk. Color streaked him, both liquid from the paints and powder from the dyes. I gathered my bugs into another formation. We were running low on silk, but I'd have to deal. He stepped forward, and his movements were more awkward than usual. Good. That might mean the ball joints weren't in pristine condition anymore. He moved again, disconnecting the chain to free himself from the metal frame I'd tied the neck chain to. He wasn't focusing on me. I felt out with my bugs and sought his target. His arm. It crawled weakly for him, using the fingertips to scrape forward. The moment I realized what he was after, I redirected a portion of my web-spinning swarm to the hand. Then I limped to my left to put myself between him and his target. My swarm passed over him. The seventh strafing run. He slashed at it as it passed in a surprising display of emotion. He reached into the hole where his neck and head were supposed to be and withdrew a small knife. I adjusted my posture. He was a tinker, and that knife could be anything. He pressed a switch, and it was soon surrounded with a grey blur. I recognized it as Armsmaster's tech. A weapon with that exact same visual effect had done horrendous damage to Leviathan. He stepped forward, and I stepped back. Behind me, the arm jumped. Mannequin was using the telescoping blade to help push it in the right direction. It was trying to take a circuitous route around me. My bugs made their eighth sweep past the headless mannequin. He lunged for me once again. This time, there was no blocking the hit, no letting my armor absorb it. His movements were ungainly, unbalanced by his lack of an arm, but he stood 9 feet tall, usually, and that meant he had reach, no matter the type of weapon he was wielding. I backed off, rapidly stepping away, all too aware that my spiders weren't working fast enough to stop him before he landed a hit. I was swiftly running out of room to retreat. There was a sound, a heavy impact followed by the noise of ringing metal. Mannequin stopped and whirled on the spot, striding back the way he'd come. The sound came again. I chased, trying not to limp, knowing there was little I could do to stop the monster. I crossed half the factory floor before I saw what had earned Mannequin's attention. The man who'd helped me with Mannequin had the concrete block in his hand, and for the third time, he brought it down on Mannequin's head. The head came free of the chain and fell to the ground, rolling briefly. The man hefted the cinder block again, saw Mannequin approaching, and changed his mind. He dropped the block onto the head and then ran. Mannequin didn't give chase to his attacker. Instead, he stooped down to pick up his head, then stood straight. I stopped where I was. For long moments, Mannequin held the head at arm's length. Then it fell to the ground. Seconds stretched on as his arm flopped its way towards him. My spiders swarmed it, surrounding it in silk. Only the blade was really allowing it to move, now, the fingers struggling around the silk to move it into position for the next sudden thrust of the blade. Mannequin turned his attention to his arm, and I set my swarm on it. 1,000 threads of silk, each held by as many flying insects as I could grip it with, all carrying the arm aloft. I brought it up to the ceiling, and began fixing it in place, building a cocoon around it. My enemy turned his attention to me, his shoulders facing me square on. As he no longer had a head, I found his body language doubly hard to read. Had I irritated him, doing that? He stepped forward, as if to lunge, and the silk that wreathed him hampered his full range of movement. His leg didn't move as far as he intended, and his missing arm displaced his sense of balance. He collapsed. Want to keep going? I asked his fallen form, my heart in my throat. I stood ready to jump and react at a moment's notice. Slowly, he pulled himself to his feet again. Twice, he used the knife to slash at the silk. On the second attempt, I hit him with the formation of bugs for an 8th sweep of the silk net, hoping to throw him off balance enough that he'd stab himself. No such luck. Standing straight, Mannequin shifted his grip on his knife and then raised one finger. Wagged it left and right, that same gesture of disapproval, condemnation. Then he turned to leave, striding for the door. I didn't try to stop him. I didn't have it in me. I watched him leave with my bugs. Felt him get 3, 4, then 5 blocks away with my power, before he was out of my range. The second he was gone, all the strength went out of my legs. I collapsed onto my knees in the center of the room. I hurt all over. If Mannequin hadn't broken something in my ribs or collarbone, he'd fractured something. But pain was only part of it. Physically, I was exhausted. Emotionally, doubly so. Charlotte appeared at my side and offered me a hand. The murmurs of conversation started to sound around me. I tuned it out. I couldn't take the criticism, and I didn't deserve any praise. How many people had been hurt while I fought Mannequin? How many people had died because I hadn't been on the alert? With Charlotte's help, I stood. I shook my head at her offer for support standing. Moving slowly and carefully, not wanting to embarrass myself, I walked over to the dismembered head. It was minuscule, but there was a drop of black fluid beating at the seam in the neck where the chain had been threaded. Apparently that was enough of a flaw for Mannequin to abandon it. I left it where it was. Then I hobbled over to the body of the gray-haired doctor. Getting onto my knees was painful, but I did. I gently turned her head and stared into her open eyes. Light blue, surprised. I'm sorry, I told her. I couldn't think of anything more to add or say. A minute or two passed before I gave up on it. I left her eyes open, using my fingertips to close her eyes seemed presumptuous and trite. I cut the threads with my bugs and let the arm fall from the ceiling. More than one person was startled at the sudden drop and impact. Throw the head and the arm into the ocean, I said, to nobody in particular. If you can find a boat, drop it somewhere deep. Okay, Charlotte said, her voice quiet. I'm going to go. I'll be using my bugs to watch for more trouble, I said, as I began limping toward the door. I'd won. So to speak. Plague 12.8. I hadn't actually slept in for a long time. It was not the start I wanted for my day. I'd been too tired to sleep, I hadn't been able to get my thoughts to slow down, and I hadn't been able to resist just one more check of my territory to ensure people were safe and sound. Compounding it all were my injuries, which did an excellent job of jolting me from the twilight of almost sleep any time I moved the wrong way or shifted position. When daylight had started to stream in through the slits in the metal shutters, I'd pulled a pillow over my head and tried to get just a few hours more. If I wound up having to face down Mannequin or any other members of the Nine, I'd need to be well rested. Running on 2 or 3 hours of sleep would get me killed. It sure didn't feel like the added sleep I got made any difference. My injuries and the general aches from running barefoot and fighting Mannequin had all melded together into one giant, stiff bruise. It would be easier to name the parts of me that didn't hurt. My chest was the worst, each of my breaths drawing a stab of pain from the lowermost ribs of the right side of my body. It took me 2 tries to get up from my bed and stand. A quick investigation showed that bruises had spread across my abdomen, yellow and blue. Some careful prodding showed that the tissues beneath the bruises weren't rigid or particularly tender. That meant there was no serious internal bleeding, if I was remembering right. If this kept up, I was going to need another go at the first aid courses, to refresh my memory on the particulars and brush up on my skills. February felt so very long ago. So much had happened in the last few months. Shuffling over to my bathroom, I groaned quietly at the sight of the shards of mirror and shower door that were carpeting the floor. I made my way back to my room and put on some slippers, grabbed a shirt I didn't care much about and dropped it on the bathroom floor. I kicked it around enough to get the worst of the shards out of the way, brushed the glass out of the shower and onto the tiled floor, and then cranked the shower on. The water pressure wasn't even half of what it should be, and it was cold. It didn't warm up over the 30 seconds I stood there holding my hand under the flow. I jumped in anyways, in the hopes of waking myself up and getting my hair wet enough that I could make myself look somewhat presentable. I knew from experience that not washing my hair had a way of making it frizz out hardcore. Not that I'd be able to tell, with every mirror within 1,000 miles in pieces. I dried off, put on my contacts, combed my dripping wet hair into place, and stepped back into my slippers to navigate through the sea of glass shards and head back to my bedroom to dress. My TV, laptop, and phone were all useless. There was no way to get information on recent events. I couldn't call the others, couldn't check the news for details on the events of the past night, couldn't even know if I'd managed to save anyone when I'd been waking them and leaving messages. I was left to expect the worst, and it soured my already iffy mood. I made my way downstairs, unlocking the door that led between the second and third floors. The second floor was relatively unscathed. The metal shutter had kept the floor-to-ceiling windows from sending their contents indoors, and the terrariums were hard plastic rather than glass. Knowing Shatterbird was in town, I'd been reluctant to spend much time in a room with 60 or 70 sturdy glass cases, and I was glad to have one less room to clean. Still, there was no shortage of mess. Sierra and Charlotte were downstairs, talking at the kitchen counter. They fell silent as I appeared. They didn't speak as I walked over to the cupboard. Tea, maybe some toasted breakfast pitas, some bacon, an egg. Opening the cupboard, my hopes of having a solid breakfast to start my day were dashed. Bottles of spices that had been on the same shelf as the tea bags had exploded, sending their contents in countless glass shards throughout the cupboard. The cupboard reeked of cinnamon and cumin and various peppers. They weren't the only casualties there. Bottles of cooking supplies had exploded on the upper shelves, and their contents had settled overnight, most of it pooling on the shelves in layers of congealed liquid that were thick with the needle-thin particles of shattered glass. I looked at the pair of them. Neither spoke, and Charlotte even looked away. I hated this. Hated feeling flawed, knowing they saw me that way. Being bruised, sore and stiff, I was visibly mortal to them. I hadn't been able to stop Mannequin from hurting bystanders, or protect and warn my people about Shatterbird. How were they supposed to respect me as someone in charge? Sierra was even older than I was. Well, I'd have to make use of them anyways. My focus on the cupboards and the damage inside, I asked, Charlotte, you up for a job? Yeah, she said, behind me. When I glanced back at her, she looked away again. I knew I'd taken some hits, but did I look that bad? It's a bit of a walk, but I need to get up to date on events. You'll be going to the territory of a guy named Regent. He's a friend, and it's close. Tell him about the Mannequin incident, tell him I'm alive, and get details on what happened to Tattletale and the father. The father. He should know what I mean. Okay. She met my eyes as she responded. Better. I wrote the address down for her, then watched as she headed off to pull on her shoes and make her way off to the cellar exit. And me? Sierra asked. Go to the basement, get a box of supplies, and bring it up. There should be a propane stove in there. Cook up some rice, and then start cleaning out the cupboards. Wear gloves, and focus on picking out the stuff we can keep from the stuff that needs to be thrown out. Use the box from the supplies to hold some of the extra trash if you need to. Okay. I walked over to the corner to find a broom and dustpan. You're cleaning up too? Yeah. You were at the hospital last night, right? How did things go? Nobody listened to me at first when I tried to warn them. It was only when Battery showed up at the hospital and confirmed that the Slaughterhouse 9 were around that people started trying to prepare, but there wasn't a lot we could do in those 10 minutes. There were a lot of people in the hospital, and a lot of equipment, monitors and displays, lots of windows. Everyone who could got under their beds, and people put mattresses against the windows in rooms where there were people who couldn't move. But they were okay. Most. Sierra frowned. I couldn't really tell. It was chaotic, lots of people running around, equipment failing. Battery tried to grab me to ask me how I knew what was happening, and I used the chaos to slip away, spent the rest of the night in my parents' room, hoping she wouldn't spot me. And they're okay? Your parents? They're okay. I smiled a little. Well, that's good. She smiled back. You know, you're not what I expected. I'm not what I expected, frankly, I said. I turned my attention back to the cabinet, found the dustpan and stood up. That reminds me, she paused. Never mind. Say it. It wasn't last night, but I overheard something at the hospital. Something involving you and Arms Master. I sighed, suddenly reminded of how weary I felt. I saw her expression fall. She said, I didn't mean to upset you. No. It's fine. What did you hear? That you betrayed your team, and that you'd wanted to be a hero but, she paused, couldn't. She'd changed her mind about how she was going to finish speaking. What had she left out, and had she stopped herself from saying it for my sake or for her own self-preservation, not wanting to piss off the villain? I wanted to be a hero and I failed? Given recent events, I wasn't sure I could blame her for thinking along those lines. No, that's not exactly right, I responded. Long story short, once upon a time, I wanted to be one of the good guys. What happened? Took me a while, but I decided I'd rather have the likes of Tattletale and Gru at my back instead of siding with the sort of people who follow Arms Master. Really, Arms Master? Is he that bad? Bad enough that Mannequin wants him to be the 9th member of their group. Sierra's eyes widened. I figured I wouldn't mention that 2 of my teammates, including the one I'd sent Charlotte to meet, had also been nominated. Regent had only been nominated out of spite, and bitch. I wasn't sure what the story was there. I'm going to be upstairs, cleaning up the balcony and the other rooms. Give me a shout when the rice is done, or if you find anything breakfastish that's edible. Okay. I headed up to my bathroom and began to sweep up. I deployed bugs to help me find the shards that the broom wasn't catching. I occupied myself with my other bugs as well. I went out of my way to avoid using the spiders I'd employed to fight Mannequin, drawing from bugs in the streets and surrounding area instead. I sent the weakest, smallest, and most useless of the bugs to my spiders for a morning meal, then fed the non-spiders who were a little less reliant on protein. With the other nearby bugs, I started collecting the smallest pieces of glass throughout the house. The uncertainties of the day, the worries about Lisa and Dad, having my routine disrupted and the spoiling of my breakfast and morning shower had put me in a bad mood. It would have been nice to say that it made me feel better, getting things in order again, and it did, but it wasn't a cure-all nor was it a perfect distraction. There was no way I could relax with the things I had hanging over my head. Doing this felt like I wasn't doing something to help Dinah. Once I finished the bathroom, I tidied my room and opened the shutters on the windows. Glass that had fallen against the shutter sloughed off to the second-floor balcony, with stray shards falling onto the hardwood. My bugs obligingly fetched them up for me. Reams of glass shards fell as I opened the heavy shutters that stood just behind the pedestals with the mannequins I was using to design the costumes. I stepped out onto the balcony and set about sweeping up the glass and dumping it into the trash can, using my bugs to collect what the dustpan wasn't catching. I wasn't in costume, and I was in plain sight on the balcony, but I doubted the concentration of bugs was enough to draw attention. 10 minutes passed before I heard from Sierra. I assumed it would be about the food, but it wasn't. Skitter. You've got company. Every bug I had in the cabinets and corners of the room streamed forth to check the intruder, my thoughts immediately shifting into a combat mode. What escape routes did I have? Could I help Sierra if there was trouble? What tools and weapons did I have on hand? The second my bugs settled on the intruder and felt that familiar emanation of outward pressure, like a faint breeze, I calmed down. I felt a mite embarrassed as I made my way downstairs to greet Gru. Christ, Skitter, he exclaimed, the second he saw me. What? You're, he gestured at Sierra shaking his hand, agitated. Employee. I suggested. Your employee just informed me that you fought Mannequin last night. Yet. Are you suicidal? He's not that strong, I said, defensively. I mean, scary as fuck, he's strong, but he was beatable. Do you not recall the very specific numbers we got on our chances against these guys? 55% chance we die if we fight them. There were people in danger. My people. I thought a 45% chance of survival was worth the risk. He tapped his finger against the forehead of his helmet. I could almost make out the noise through the thin emanation of his power. Could you ask your employee to give us some privacy? I can go for a walk, Sierra said. Thank you, I told her, I'll signal you with my power when we're done. My heart was speeding up just a bit as we waited for her to leave. I distracted myself by limping over to the propane stove that was positioned on the countertop and checking the rice. There were containers and boxes of food arranged on the counter that Sierra had apparently checked and deemed edible. Nothing especially good for breakfast. As the door closed behind Sierra, I hugged my arms against my body and said, please don't tell me you asked her to leave because you have bad news about Lisa or my dad. Gru pulled off his helmet and the darkness dissipated around his head. It was Brian's frowning face I saw, now. Your dad is fine. He was already fully checked out and sent home. Lisa is, less fine. Don't say that. It's not life-threatening. I just don't know if it's hit her yet. Coyle's doctor stitched her up, but he told her to expect a scar. I don't know if it's shock, the blood loss, or if it's that she hasn't seen herself in a mirror, but she doesn't seem to care. Cracking jokes, even. Is it sexist of me to wonder why a girl doesn't care more about her looks being spoiled? It's easily possible she does care, I said. I was thinking back to her interactions with our enemies and fights. In particular, our run-ins with Glory Girl and Panacea during the bank robbery and Jack Slash last night seemed to stand out. I think maybe she handles stress and problems by throwing herself headlong against them. It's how she operates in costume, against serious threats and unexpected situations. There's a word I'm trying to pin down, it's not reckless, but... I think reckless may be a very good word to choose, Brian replied. No. I reached for the word and couldn't find it. I was too tired, and my brain wasn't really in that gear. I'm surprised, sometimes, at how much attention you pay to us. You seem to have Rachel down cold, and your description of Lisa seems pretty apt. Makes me wonder how you've analyzed me. I'm not all that. Really. There are exceptions, but dealing with people isn't my thing, I said. Feeling awkward, I distracted myself with the rice, taking it off the propane stove and scooping some out into a bowl. Holding the pot, I pulled at the wrong muscle and felt my rib protest. I winced, and I wasn't able to hide it. Noting my pain, Brian commented, I can't help but worry you're self-destructing, Taylor. You can't go up against the 9 to protect people you don't even know. I can. I'll manage. How much sleep did you get last night? Dunno. 2 or 3 hours, but I slept in. What time is it? 9. Maybe 4 hours. You're going to run yourself into the ground at this rate. Or get yourself killed. Take your time. Go on the defensive, tell your people to stay out of trouble and avoid drawing the 9's attention, rest. You can work on this territory thing over the next few weeks, instead of days. I shook my head, I can't. Right. Just like you rejected Hukulf's suggestion that our groups take a break. I won't say that hearing you muttering to yourself was the entire reason I refused his offer, or even half the reason, but it was a factor, and I think I deserve answers for going up to bat for you. What's going on? I made a deal with Coil. Brian folded his arms, much as I was doing. What deal? He said that if I can prove my services are worth it, he'll release Dinah. Brian shook his head. No. There's got to be more to it. You've been distant, driven, and you've done some very un-Taylor-like things in the past few weeks. I ate some of the plain brown rice. Could I tell him? There is more to it. Lisa and I talked it over after the Endbringer thing. She doesn't like the Dinah situation either, even if she's more willing to roll with it. Right. Just for the record, I'm not in love with the kidnapping and confinement of some kid, either. I nodded. So Lisa suggested the deal. But knowing Coil, and from what Lisa says, and from the way Coil framed it when I posed the deal to him in just my gut, we don't think he's going to let her go. No, I don't think he would. Her talents are too valuable for him. But that doesn't explain your attitude lately. I shook my head. I stopped and raised one hand. Sierra was outside, not too far away, and there was a small group of people around her. What had gotten my attention was the fact that she was tapping her finger against the origami cube. She'd wanted to signal me without doing anything overt, maybe. Or without my calling a swarm down to her location. Something's going on outside. Come with. Brian nodded. I headed upstairs and got my costume on in record time. I couldn't help but note how dusty it was from last night's encounter, and how the one arm was still crusty with old containment foam. It was torture to actually get my limbs into the legs and sleeves and zip up, and to contort myself to attach my armor. Especially doing it quickly. I ended up enlisting Brian's help with the armor at my shoulders and back. I could feel Sierra's steady but insistent tapping on the cube all the while. They were a short distance down the beach, but they started walking towards us a little bit after we entered the storm drain, and met us halfway. Sierra was in the company of a pair of Japanese boys and a petite Chinese girl with a pierced nose and a 1,000-yard stare. There was a degree of attitude coming from them that was all too familiar. Gang members. Of course. Just because Lung and Bakuda were no longer around didn't mean there wouldn't be scraps of the ABB in the area. They wouldn't be liked, but they were there, they were equipped for trouble and criminal activity was all they knew. Sorry to interrupt your business meeting, Sierra said, looking from me to Gru. It's fine. What's going on here? I controlled the tone of my voice. They didn't seem too fazed by this encounter with two supervillains. Were they veterans of Lung's rule? Or Bakuda's? A Japanese guy with a mop of hair covering his eyes and a bad slouch looked from Sierra to me and spoke in a very American accent, you still looking for muscle? He didn't look like he had much muscle, but I wasn't about to comment on that. If nothing else, I was a little too stunned at what he was offering to say anything witty. Pretty much. We heard you took on Mannequin, the girl said. That's ballsy. Thanks, I said, in my driest tone. Stupid as it was, that statement meant something to me. Nobody had really congratulated me since my fight with Mannequin. I hadn't congratulated myself. It was hard for me to wrap my head around the fact that they respected me for what had happened with Mannequin. A victory was a victory, but people had gotten hurt, I'd gotten hurt. The second Japanese guy spoke up. He was in his early 20s and his accent was thick enough that I didn't realize he was speaking English at first. He pronounced girl more like guru. Other day, girl was knocking on neighbor's door, talking about you. Said you was good boss. Nice, generous, fair. But we think that means you weak, before, not so much of that now. I shook my head slowly. No. I'm not weak. We know you has trouble with lung and ABB before. Not friendly. But they gone, we still here. You should know this isn't about preying on the people in my territory. Just the opposite. If you're looking for an excuse to bully the people around here, you're in the wrong place. The only people we fuck with are our enemies. There were nods from all three. No starting violence, no drug dealing, no prostitution, no threatening people, and no drug use or drinking unless it's 100% limited to your own time. A look passed between the two boys. Which of my points had given them that momentary hesitation? Still, they nodded again. Do you guys have a place? Nah, said Shaggy Hair. Come on, I said. I led them to the nearest spot to get from the beach to the old boardwalk, and into the docks. I had our destination in mind. During my stay in the area, nobody had occupied it. A thorough check of the structure found no splintering supports or framework, and there was no crumbling masonry. I opened the doors and strode inside, followed by the new members and Sierra. Gru followed at the tail end of our group. The square building had been a garage for the biggest sorts of trucks or for boats, and sported 3 sliding metal garage doors, only one of which still opened. A cargo container sat in the back corner. I had my suspicions that boxes of recyclables had been piled up along the walls when Leviathan's wave hit. Now, scraps of metal, paper, and other trash littered the floor inside until the floor was barely visible. If you're really interested in joining, you can start by cleaning this place up. Why? The girl asked. If my say-so isn't good enough. No, she raised her hands to stop me. Just, can't I know what the point is? I want you somewhere accessible. This is close to my command center, it's dry, it took a hit from a tidal wave and it's still in remarkably good shape, and it's spacious enough to serve our purposes. At least to start off. Can I ask what they are? I looked around, and it was Gru I looked at while I spoke. Having everyone in the docks spread out like this, over this wide an area. It's a problem. We've got single families living in warehouses and factories that could comfortably house 3 to 5 families, and they're dealing with problems that we could handle far more easily as a group. And there's the logistics of it, getting supplies to everyone when there's only 3 to 6 groups of people on a given city block. I want to bring people from the fringes in, so we're not so spread out. Get everyone working for the collective good. Build a community and tie everything to a smaller area. There's going to be resistance, Gru spoke. People aren't going to want to move, and they're too spooked about run-ins with chosen and merchants to trust one another. If Sierra started, but she stopped when Gru snapped his head around to face her, intimidated. She tried again, if she's going to try it, now would be a good time. Words getting out. About what, specifically? I asked. You fought Mannequin, you said you'd make him pay, and then you did. And you did it to save people from the docks. I think people are realizing you're for real. I couldn't think of a response to that, and nobody volunteered anything further. Instead, I said, come on, let's get to work. It wasn't the nicest of jobs, but my new employees worked without complaint. Or, to be more specific, the girl in shaggy hair complained often but they didn't direct those complaints at me or the job, specifically. Since the usual means of communication were out, and it might be some time before cell phone towers were out, I'd have to use messengers to pass word on to Coil. I began explaining what I planned to do with the space to Sierra, outlining the need for bunk beds, a cafeteria or kitchen and an area for people to sit. The area wasn't a quarter of the size of Lisa's shelter, but it was a refuge, maybe. A place where people could congregate and get some peace. And, ideally, it could be a barracks for my soldiers. I instructed my new employees to stack the crates of trash outside the door. I stayed outside with Sierra and Gru when they went back in to get more. You're going to have to watch those ones, Gru said. I know. Listen, I want to send Sierra down to meet the boss, pass on word about stuff I need. Can you escort her part of the way? Sure, he said. If you're willing, Sierra. I know it's somewhat dangerous to cross the city, and our groups don't control all of the territory between here and there. I could send one of those guys with you. Bit of a walk, though. Maybe 45 minutes both ways. No, I can go alone, if it's not too bad. Good, I said. I turned my head to see a trio of young men who were approaching us. It took the one in the lead a bit of courage before he could approach me. Yes? I asked, when he didn't speak. We were remembering how some girl was saying you were recruiting, the other day. I was and I am. My heart was pounding. Why was this happening now, when it had met with only resistance earlier? Don't want to do anything illegal. Not asking you to. You okay with starting with some cleanup? He looked at his buddies, or were they brothers, and nodded. Sierra here will tell you what needs to be done. Put in a good effort and I'll pay you at the end of the day. My thoughts were on the small safe that I was using as a bedside table. His eyes widened slightly at that. Mind if I go and get my cousin? He'll be interested too. Go. I ordered, and Sierra led 2 of them inside while the leader of the newest group ran off at a half jog. Seems like you started something, Gru said, when the last of them were out of earshot. I shook my head. I don't even understand how. Still think you're moving too fast. Like I said earlier, there's no good reason for it. Dinah's a good enough reason for me. Maybe. But you've got to find time to relax, get some sleep, maybe have some fun. Or you're going to make mistakes, and you'll set yourself back days or weeks in your plan. Slow and steady wins this race. Can't afford slow and steady, I said. Why? You were telling me earlier, but we got interrupted. I'd been glad for the interruption, and I was profoundly disappointed the subject had come up again. I folded my arms and looked away, down the road to where it gradually sloped to the shattered boardwalk and the ocean beyond. Here was the leap of faith. The test of my trust in him. Because if I don't amaze Coil, if I don't force his hand and give him absolutely no reason to say I failed, he's going to keep Dinah. If he does, the only way to free her is going to be if Tattletale and I take Coil down. And I don't think we'd succeed. Interlude 12. Which one of you dripping rectal cysts is brave enough for this one? The cheer bubbled up from the crowd, until it reached a crescendo that he could hear from his aircraft/podium. The wind ripped around him as he stood at the nose of the aircraft, his cape fluttering. Squealer's vehicle was like a helicopter made by someone who had never seen a helicopter before, who'd decided to add their own improvements to the design when they were finished. More whirling blades spaced equidistant around the thing. Topping it off, it was roughly 3 times the typical size. Green armband means poison, and this is a poison half of you wastes of air have already tasted. We're gonna make it as bad as it gets. The worst of bad trips. He held a bowl of pills that were dusted with assorted powders and raised it over his head, one handful, then you take a nap in one of the coffins we have up here. Moment the lid shuts, you'll find out what's in store for you. Some have rats, some have spiders, some have nothing at all and some. A beam of light speared down from the base of the fat-bodied helicopter, sending chunks of earth where it hit ground. The moment it faded, a coffin fell into the hole that had formed, followed by a downpour of gravel. Get buried alive. The noise of the crowd was more bloodthirsty this time, unmasked and unashamed in their savagery. Hope you rancid pukes have friends to dig you up. Put up with that shit while you're on the trip of your life, and you get yourselves a green fucking armband. For the rest of the night, everything is as free as your mother's pussy. For as long as you hold on to that baby, anything you buy direct from one of us head honchos is 10% off. So which? He stopped. There was a thump as the microphone hit the surface near Skidmark's feet and then a violent but all too brief noise as it struck one of the propellers at the side of the aircraft and was promptly annihilated. Skidmark's hands went to his stomach, where blood and organs were spilling out. He turned to run, but more slices appeared in his arm, his buttock, his back, and the back of his neck. No longer in sight of the majority of the crowd, he continued to try to crawl away, only for his reaching fingers to be separated from his hand, flying away from him in a spray of crimson. The aircraft lurched and began to turn, but this maneuver ended up spelling out Skidmark's doom. The surface beneath him was already slick with blood, and with only one hand's worth of fingers to grip with, he slid. He used his power to change the surface and force himself upward, but it was too little, too late. He dropped into the blades of the spinning propeller and was pureed in a heartbeat. Standing on a rooftop across from the aircraft, Jack flicked his wrist and snapped the blade of his straight razor back into the handle. Smiling thinly, he looked over his shoulder at his teammates. Bonesaw sat astride Siberian's shoulders, in the midst of braiding a lock of the feral killer's hair. Shatterbird and Burnscar stood on opposite sides of the group, the former holding a book in one hand, the latter with images in flame dancing a quarter-inch off her skin, showing people and familiar objects, many of the images replaying the scene of Skidmark's demise in miniature. Bonesaw's automatons were spread out over the remainder of the roof, and one of her Frankenstein creations waited patiently at the far end of the roof. Hack job, she'd called it. It had started to rot alive, and Bonesaw kept it out of the way so as not to offend the sensibilities of her teammates. Cherish stood in Crawler's shadow, pale, her hands clasped together. Her shoulders were drawn in, as if she was afraid she would be struck any second. Crawler, the most monstrous member of the group, loomed over the rest. His chest was 10 feet deep from front to back, his head the size of a small car. He combined the most effective features of a bear and a panther. Sinuous, flexible, bristling with quiet menace, but also brawny with muscle. He had armor plates covering him, with scales where armor wouldn't allow him optimum flexibility, and spines and coarse hair where the scales wouldn't do. Head to toe, he had the coloring of an oil slick, black by default, but scintillating with rainbow hues in just the right light. 100 black orbs studded the length of his body, set into the plates of armor. Caustic venom virtually poured from a mouth that bristled with mismatched fangs, spattering precipitously close to Cherish and eating at the concrete rooftop. Perhaps most unnerving of all were his 6 legs, each forking at the knee or elbow joint, with one larger limb ending in scimitar-like claws and a smaller set of limbs for each, tentacles for the rear 4 legs and a long-fingered human's hands for the forelimbs. Jack spoke, with no small amount of irony. Looks like Skidmark's hosting a party. I think we deserve a night on the town, after waiting as long as we did to reveal ourselves. Be sure to thank our hosts. I'm sure our invitation was lost in the mail. Smiles spread across more than one face. Crawler was the first one off of the roof, throwing himself into the night air to land in the dead center of the crowd. The others followed quickly after, Shatterbird and Burnscar launching themselves to the far corners of the massed crowd, conjuring up storms of glass shards and flame to block their victims' retreat. Bonesaw's creations poured over the edges of the rooftop to herd the remainder of the crowd and keep them contained to one area. It was just 4 of them left on the rooftop. Siberian, Bonesaw, Jack and Cherish. Siberian reached out and gripped Cherish by the shirt collar. More graciously, she extended a hand toward Jack. He gripped it tight. Thank you, he said. Catching a ride with Siberian was something of an art form. Cherish had yet to master it, not even biting her tongue or keeping the short shriek from escaping her lips as Siberian stepped off the edge of the roof. Jack, for his part, allowed himself to go limp the second Siberian pulled at him. The 4 of them collectively dropped, Bonesaw riding atop Siberian's shoulders, gripping her hair to maintain her position. They were spared the messy fate of being pancaked on the pavement by a quirk of Siberian's nature, transferring to each of them. Jack staggered, more because he'd let his whole body relax so he wouldn't jar something when Siberian tugged at him, but he let go of his teammate's hand and straightened. Cherish dropped to her knees. Much obliged, Siberian. Jack said. Go. Have fun. Siberian reached up and set Bonesaw down, and then was gone, one footstep carrying her into the midst of the crowd. She didn't care if she hit anyone. Anyone unfortunate enough to be in her way was pulverized, their limbs broken, chests shattered, and necks snapped by the impact. Even those in the general area were caught by the flying bodies and hurt just as grievously. Bonesaw laughed, and it was a sound without reservations, not shaped by social constraint or culture or self-censorship. It was the laugh of a child, free and without a care. One of her mechanical spiders leaped onto her back, and wound several of its limbs around her chest. 2 limbs extended to connect to her wrists, so the mechanical arms mirrored the dimensions and length of her own. The ends fanned out into an array of scalpels, needles, saws, and other instruments so one tool sat between each of her splayed fingers. The smallest gestures of her hands forced instantaneous rearrangements of the tools, so another was ready for her to grasp and use. 2 more spiders lunged forward and pulled one of Siberian's screaming wounded away from the rest of the crowd, dragging it inch by inch toward the advancing Bonesaw. The crowd might have turned to fight her, but they lacked the courage. They scattered. Jack twirled his closed straight razor around his fingers. Cherish, stand up. You're missing the show. Obediently, Cherish raised herself up. She lifted her head just in time to see a blur of white and black against the night sky, followed by a large explosion from the side of Squealer's flying aircraft. It tilted and bounced against the side of a nearby building, scraps of metal shearing off to land in the midst of the crowd. A series of small detonations that ripped forth from the interior of the aircraft cast just enough light for Jack and Cherish to see Siberian striding across the deck, one of the merchants in her grip. In a heartbeat, she'd torn the woman's limbs from their sockets and buried her teeth in the woman's neck. Bereft of a pilot and working internal mechanisms, the aircraft crashed heavily in the midst of the crowd. The merchants who had gathered in the street for Skidmark's festival of poison scattered, abandoning their fallen friends, trying to find an escape route or hiding place. The screams of panic were twice the volume of any cheering they'd done earlier. Siberian hopped up to the highest point of the wrecked aircraft, the twisted remains of a propeller that should not have borne her weight. Her hair blew in the hot air that rose from the heap of burning metal. She glanced around to see where she might do the most damage, spat out a gobbet of meat and then leaped off to one side, out of sight. The propeller didn't even move. Are you going to partake? Jack asked Cherish. Why are you still talking like I'm a member of this team? I tried to manipulate all of you, and I failed. We'll deal with your punishment at a later date. Bonesaw is working on something. Cherish's eyes widened. I knew she was. I read her emotions towards me. I knew she was thinking about something. But hearing you say it out loud. Oh God. Rest assured, Cherie Vasile, you dropped out of reach of God a long time ago. Jack smiled at her. She turned away, looking over the scene, as if it could distract her from her thoughts and fears. Crawler threw himself into the point where the crowd was thickest. Bodies flew as he moved on his 2 rearmost legs and swept the other 4 claws and 2 tentacles through the ranks of the merchants. When everyone within his broad reach was dead or suffocating from the paralytic venom, he turned toward the wrecked aircraft and began advancing with a more measured pace. Each of the 100 eyes along the length of his body blinked to clear away the blood and dust that had spattered him in his all-too-brief spree. Jack watched as someone drew a gun and pointed it at Crawler, then reconsidered. He turned it toward Bonesaw, and found himself face to face with Hackjob. He was cut down a moment later. Hackjob exploded in a puff of white dust, already having left to dispatch more gunmen that might harm Jack or his maker. Another figure appeared next to Jack and Cherish. Jack assumed it was Hackjob until he turned his head. OH, Jack assessed the man. What happened here? Mannequin stood, headless, streaked in paint and dust that marred his white body with dark colors. His right arm ended at the elbow, the remainder missing. One by one, the other members of the 9 seemed to notice Mannequin's appearance. Shatterbird stepped back from the ruined husk of a massive suit of steaming armor and started flying their way, accompanied by a cloud of bloody glass shards. Bonesaw turned away from her patient. She spoke to the man, pushing him away. She might have said something like run. The man stumbled 5 or 6 steps before his body began to swell. His right arm bloated up to 3 or 4 times the usual size, turning crimson, before it exploded violently, sending shards of bone and a spray of blood into the people nearest him. He screamed, only for his cries to grow shorter and more frantic, as the rest of him reached that critical mass. In another 10 seconds, the remainder of his body detonated. Bonesaw was already skipping over to the rest of their group, grinning wide. Mannequin. Ah. Did the villain break you? Poor baby. Like a little girl with a Ken doll. A blade sprung from Mannequin's remaining hand. Bonesaw tittered. Behind the child Tinker, those in the crowd who had been struck by the blood and flying bone of her first victim were starting to scream as their bodies swelled as well. Jack frowned. Bonesaw. You know my rule about epidemics. You have to play fair with the rest of the group. No epidemic. I promise. She said, drawing a little X over her heart, 4 or 5 cycles. No more. Each transition is going to have only about half the catalyst of the last, and eventually they'll be able to fight it off. Shatterbird landed in their midst. Behind her, a swell of orange light from Burnscar's flames coincided with a peak in the crowd's screams. Mush's titanic form of sand and debris had ignited, and he flailed madly. Shatterbird ignored the chaos that her teammate was causing, studied Mannequin, and then spoke in a voice that was dripping with judgment. Mannequin failed. It's a shame you can't see the disapproving look on Shatterbird's face, Alan, Jack commented, smiling. Mannequin pointed the blade in his hand at Shatterbird, a threat and a warning. Jack tensed, studying Shatterbird's expression, waiting to see if this would start something. A loss is allowable, Jack said, when the fight didn't erupt. Most of us are more forgiving than Siberian, and allow a failure or two from our candidates during the rounds of testing, no? It's okay to let them win from time to time. It gives them that spark of hope, so we can snatch it away and leave them all the more devastated. He looked at Shatterbird and she inclined her head in a barely perceptible nod. Which raises an interesting topic, Jack said. He spotted Siberian and indicated for her to approach. 2 corpses were stacked on her arm like meat on a kebab, and she cast them aside with a motion of her arm before approaching their circle. Crawler was one of the 2 group members who had yet to rejoin the group. He was engaged with a young man with a glow that suffused his hair and emanated from his eyes and mouth. White flashes appeared with little accuracy and devastating effect, carving spherical chunks out of the brute. This only encouraged the monster, and Crawler eagerly paced closer, his wounds closing together with a startling rapidity. So few things could hurt Crawler these days that Jack rarely got to see the regeneration in full effect. Crawler's healing powers appeared to play out in fast forward when compared to even the regenerators who could heal wounds in seconds. Hundreds of pounds of flesh were replaced in 1 or 2 heartbeats. One eruption of light hit Crawler in the dead center of his chest. It made him pause, no doubt removing one of his hearts and some of his spinal cord. The boy with the glowing hair pushed his power into overdrive, calling forth a series of flashes that exploded in close succession. One caught Crawler in the face, revealing only a cross-section of his head, complete with a bisected brain, a skull 6 inches thick and the interior of Crawler's mouth. Crawler collapsed. Siberian watched as the boy ran, then turned as if she intended to give chase. No, Jack instructed. Let him go. We need to leave some alive. He had other motivations, but he would remain quiet on that particular subject. Crawler's brain grew back to its full beach ball size in 1 or 2 seconds, followed closely after by the healing of the skull, the reappearance of his facial muscles, then his skin, hair, spines, scale, and armor plating, roughly in that order. He shook his head like a dog with water in its ears and looked around, searching for his quarry. After, Crawler. Jack shouted, you can fight him another time. Group meeting. Crawler hesitated, then looked over to their gathered circle. Burnscar lobbed a fireball high over their heads, and then dropped down from the airborne projectile to land in a crouch. Somewhere in the background, there were the screams and explosions of the 4th or 5th cycle of Bonesaw's work. Of the crowd that had been gathered in the street, only stragglers remained. I wanted to give you all a chance to cut loose before we got down to business, Jack said. It seems a teammate of 2 of our prospective members wants or wanted to strike a deal. Cherish, do you happen to know if she is still alive? Tattletale lives. She's very close to the buried girl right now. Oh, you hear that, Crawler? Your candidate and this Tattletale might be friends. No, Cherish said, avoiding eye contact with anyone in the group, they barely know each other. Too bad. Jack shrugged, then he went on, this Tattletale wants to play a game, leveling the playing field between us and the others. If we cannot reduce our selection to a single candidate, we take the first to volunteer and we leave. Our loss, and a hit to our collective reputation as a penalty. Why? It's a bad idea, Cherish said, she knew you'd want to do this, knew you'd set yourself up with a situation where you could fail. Where we could fail. There's no reason to do it. Jack shook his head. Oh, but there is. Limitations foster creativity. Tell an artist to paint anything, and he may struggle, but tell him to create something specific, in a set amount of time, for a certain audience, and these constraints might well push him to produce something he might never have come up with on his own. We grow and evolve by testing ourselves. That's my personal philosophy. That's not really a test, Shatterbird spoke, there hasn't been a round of testing since I joined the group where we didn't whittle it down to one candidate. We could forego the final test, pitting them against one another. Shatterbird turned to him, ah. But, again, the last test where we had to go that far was, mine. True. Would there be any complaints if we added another restriction? Perhaps a time limit? We take turns. 3 days each to carry out our tests. A failure, such as the one that Mannequin evidently suffered tonight, and you're penalized 1 day. A successful test might add some hours to your deadline, while the removal of one candidate buys you an extra day. That's not very fair to the first few of us to go, Bonesaw said. They'll have to test more people in less time. They also have an easier time removing candidates from the list. More chances at a longer run. In fact, just to be fair, we may have to adjust the time awarded for a successful test, so there's less for the first few of us to have a turn. Do you all trust me to decide on something fair? There were nods or noises of agreement from Bonesaw, Burnscar, Siberian, and Shatterbird. Mannequin. Mannequin tapped one finger on the blade that still extended from the base of his hand, drawing forth a single clink. That's 5 of you in agreement. Crawler. The monster stretched, his musculature rippling. When he spoke, his voice was a rumble of broken sounds that only barely resembled words. No point. Ah, you feel your only road to self-improvement is your power. While I would love to return to this particular debate, I can agree to disagree so you all can get back to your fun. Look at it this way. Our usual method has our quarry running scared. To even get them to fight, you have to corner them, which you are admittedly very good at doing. Like this, however, they have reason to band together, to fend us off, and protect the candidates who decide to eschew our tests and face our reprisals instead. More would fight you, and you'd have a higher chance of finding another individual who could harm you. Crawler tilted his head one way, then the other. He rumbled, fine. Which only leaves you, Cherish, our errant rookie. You're dejected because you know Bonesaw has a punishment in the works. But you mustn't lose heart. You'll still have a chance to redeem yourself, and maybe even escape reprisal for your juvenile stunt. I think Mannequin should start us off, and he'll be penalized one day from his time limit for his lost a night. And you'll have to deal with the bug girl, to make up for this embarrassment. Make her suffer. Mannequin tapped once on the blade. Cherish, you'll go second. Your last chance to impress us. Cherish nodded, as mute as her headless teammate. Good. 2 days, Mannequin, then 3 for our Cherish. To be fair, we should have a rule that says you cannot take out a candidate until they fail your test. So each prospective member must be informed about the test and what it requires, they must fail, and they must be eliminated or punished, until one remains. For those of you who want to show how superior they are over their teammates, he cast a sidelong glance at Shatterbird, there are several paths to success. Remove several candidates, conduct a full round of testing, see that your candidate succeeds above any of the others, or all of the above. I like it, Bonesaw said, it sounds fun. But what about Siberian? How is she supposed to tell them the rules? We'll help her out on that front. Same test as usual, Siberian. Siberian nodded. She reached out to Bonesaw's face and used her thumb to wipe away a spatter of blood before licking the digit clean. In any case, we've hashed this out enough. I'll think it over tonight and have something proper to present to you and the capes of this city who will be our opposition. I can add some rules, to cover loopholes and keep this little event manageable. Panacea, Arms Master, Bitch, Regent, the Buried Girl and Hook Wolf. Burnscar didn't nominate one, and I've already dispatched mine. That's 6 candidates, we need to remove 5. And when we're done and we've established our superiority, we can kill this tattletale, her friends, and everyone else, just to make our point. Good. There were signs, nods, and murmurs of agreement all around. Good. Go. Have fun. Mop up the stragglers. Don't worry about leaving any alive. They already know we're here. No more than 5 minutes before we leave. We can't have our grand battle with the locals so soon. His monsters returned to their carnage. He watched them at their work and their play, noting all of the little things. He knew all too well that Shatterbird pretended civility, but she got as restless as Siberian when things got quiet, and she would look up from whatever book she read every 30, 15 or 10 seconds, as if waiting for something to happen, craving it. Siberian would begin to look at her group members in a hungry way. She didn't need to eat, but she enjoyed the experience, wanted it the same way someone else might crave their morning coffee. Stimulation. Crawler, he knew, wouldn't show any signs of boredom or restlessness. When he lost patience with things, it was an explosive affair, almost unmanageable. Keeping this group in line was a matter of balancing carrots against sticks. A constant, delicate process. Every member sought something from the others, however solitary they might strive to appear, carrots that Jack could use to keep them as part of the group and entice them to stay, to cooperate. It was not easy, what served as a stick to one might easily be a carrot to another. Shatterbird, who had deigned to observe for the moment, hovering over the scene, was an individual who craved validation. She would be insulted to hear it spoken aloud, but she needed to be powerful in the eyes of others, civilian or teammate. She could tolerate much, but an insult or a joke at her expense could push her over the edge. As carrots went, a simple word of praise could satisfy her for a week, and an opportunity to shine could sate her for a month. It was why he allowed her to sing each time they arrived somewhere new, even as he found it repetitive and boring, brooking the same scenarios time after time. Her stick was easy enough, the threat of physical harm, or the embarrassment of being made to lose control. Were she to attack a member of the group, Siberian or Crawler would retaliate, and they would hurt or kill her. It would be inevitable, unequivocal. The idea of the shame she'd feel in that ignoble defeat held her back as much as anything. Siberian watched as Bonesaw began excising and stitching together groups of muscle and collections of organs she and her mechanical spiders were harvesting from the fallen. It was taking on a vaguely human shape. Siberian was tricky. He doubted anyone else in the group was even aware, but their most feral member harbored a fondness for Bonesaw. Siberian had little imagination, and was perfectly comfortable rehashing the same violent and visceral scenarios time and again, but she nonetheless enjoyed Bonesaw's work. She saw a kind of beauty in it. Even more than that, he sometimes wondered if Siberian didn't reciprocate Bonesaw's desire for family. Bonesaw alternately referred to Siberian as an older sister or the family pet, but Siberian's fondness for Bonesaw bordered on the maternal, like a mother bear for her cub. Did anyone else in the group note how Siberian seemed to keep Bonesaw's company, to assume she would accompany the young girl when she went out, and carefully kept Bonesaw in sight at all times? Siberian's stick was Bonesaw, the possibility of losing the girl's company in one way, shape, or form. Threats against the girl would be met with a fury like no other. Boredom, similarly, would see Siberian stalking off on her own to amuse herself, a scenario that grounded the group until Siberian's return hours or days later. Such usually meant a hasty retreat as the heroes who had realized that they could not defeat Siberian came after the rest of the group. Bonesaw wanted a family. Her stick was disapproval, a revoking of any love from those closest to her. She was far younger, emotionally, than her outward appearance suggested. She had bad dreams at night if she didn't sleep in the embrace of one of her older teammates, usually Siberian. When she didn't sleep, or when her mood otherwise soured, she was as intolerable as any of the others, and among the most dangerous. Crawler wanted to be stronger, and remained with the group because it put him in constant danger. His other motivation was more subtle. He was patiently awaiting the day Siberian might honestly and brutally attempt to take him apart. The only stick Jack could wield was the possibility that the group might dissolve before that happened. On the other side of the coin, the day Crawler decided there was no longer any threat that could evolve him further would be troubling. It was why Jack had ordered Siberian to let the boy with the glowing hair go. Finding the lad again would give Crawler something to do, and it would give Crawler a taste for what Siberian had to offer. Burnscar was more sensitive, in many respects. She had to be managed, provoked, or set up to use her power, so she remained in a more dangerous mindset. Too much one way, and she became depressed and scared, vulnerable. Too much the other way, and she became reckless, potentially attacking him or one of the others and sparking disaster. Mannequin had his mission. Few things bothered him as much as seeing someone try to help others and succeed where he had catastrophically failed. To keep Mannequin in line, Jack could remind Mannequin of who he had once been. A simple casual utterance of the name Alan served as effectively as a slap in the face to someone else. He rarely needed such considerations. Mannequin was predictable, manageable. And Cherish, who would not survive their stay in Brockton Bay, after a fashion. Hope was her carrot, but she had only sticks waiting for her. He met her eyes and knew she knew what he was thinking. She was all too aware an ugly fate awaited her, but didn't know what it was. The fear helped curb her. Still, he would have to watch his back. Carrots and sticks. A game of constant balance. 1,000 factors. Even now, he was taking notes on their candidates, deciding what would work and what wouldn't. Armsmaster and Regent were abrasive enough that they would likely prick Shatterbird's pride. Bitch would be a risk at first, but he trusted his ability to manage her and stop any fights from erupting. Siberian would become jealous of any growing relationship between Panacea and Bonesaw. The buried girl was only a candidate because Crawler hoped she was strong enough to fight him. Either she would fail to hurt him and he would grow tired of her, or she would succeed and he would have no reason to stay in the group. That left him two candidates who might work. He doubted either Hookwolf or Bitch had what it took to stay in the group long term. They would soon be replaced, killed by an enemy or a member of the group, but they would not upset his carefully staged balance while they remained members. He could manipulate the outcome of this little contest, see that one of the two lasted to the end. It would be hard, requiring the best he could employ in subtlety and head games. The wind blew flame-heated air at his back, thick with the smell of smoke and the sweet tang of blood. He smiled. These challenges, after all, served as his own carrot. Interlude 12:1/2. She couldn't shake the idea that it was a hoax. 3 times, she almost turned around and headed back home. 28 miles west from New York City, down the 202, to where there were more trees than houses and the roads hadn't been maintained for too many years. It hadn't rained recently, but there were murky puddles in the road where the water had settled into broad depressions. Water sprayed as she deliberately aimed for one puddle. 45 minutes of driving, trying to convince herself this was real, not seeing anyone on the road for the last 10 minutes, she'd started to feel lost. The concrete action of steering into the puddle and getting the expected result seemed to ground her. Every action had an equal and opposite reaction. It was the way things were supposed to work. Action and consequence. Driving to the middle of nowhere was the action. But what was the consequence? Wasting 2 hours of her time on one of the last weekends of freedom she had before she was due to start school? For a mere chance she might get what she needed? She had to stop and reverse to reread a number on a mailbox. 2062. She steered into the long dirt driveway. A farm sat in the distance, with a rotted-out grain silo and a barn nearby. What if this wasn't just meant to waste her time? What if it was more sinister? If there was a gang of men waiting for her, ready to drag her off somewhere? She shook her head. She knew how to defend herself. Her father had taught her, and she'd taken classes. They didn't necessarily know she was a woman from her email address. She'd left a note with her roommate, sealed with instructions not to open it or read the details unless she failed to return home. Topping it off, the necklace she wore had a built-in GPS. A gift from her 16th birthday from her dad. If there was trouble, the note she'd left with her roommate had instructions to contact her dad and track her down using the necklace. She stopped by the barn and sat in the car for a minute, peering around to try to see if anyone was near, the engine idling. A minute passed before she felt secure enough that she wouldn't be ambushed and shifted the car into park. She held the key like a weapon as she stepped out of the car. She didn't hold the individual keys between her fingers, like an amateur would be inclined to do, but held it like a knife instead. The barn was the final destination of the route the email had outlined for her. Empty. It smelled of stale manure, rotting hay, and mold. The exterior was covered in peeling red paint. She checked her watch. She was 8 minutes early. There were no other cars on the property. That meant there were 8 minutes for someone to come down that road with the cracks, potholes and puddles, pull down the long driveway and come meet her at the barn. Her weight shifted from foot to foot, as her impatience manifested in restlessness. 8 minutes before she found out if she'd been played for a fool. She used her shoes to kick a few loose stones from the dirt driveway, smoothed it out, and then kicked them off. Barefoot, she planted her feet a shoulder width apart, then bent her knees as though she were sitting down in a chair, her arms outstretched in front of her for balance. She bent low, straightened, then repeated the process several more times. Deep breaths. Centering herself, she began on the next form, placing her feet perpendicular to one another, and transferring her weight from one foot to the other, from toe to the heel of the other foot. Her digital watch interrupted her exercises with a steady beeping. She'd set an alarm for the meeting deadline. Right this minute, she was supposed to be meeting someone. And there was no car in sight. Sighing, humiliated, she donned her shoes, opened her car door and prepared to leave. She wouldn't speak of this to anyone. Leaving? After coming all this way. The voice was female, rich with hints of a French accent, but the English was probably better than her own. She turned, then stepped a few feet in front of her car to look inside the barn. A woman stood there, dark-skinned, with her hair cut into a short style that was more utilitarian than stylish. She wore a doctor's lab coat and held a white plastic clipboard with both hands. That wasn't the startling thing. At a point halfway inside the barn, there ceased to be any barn at all. White tiled floor and white painted walls stretched a distance behind the woman, and the ceiling was all glass, hiding a smooth distribution of flower scent lights that made it all glow evenly. Who are you? Some call me mother, but that is meant to be tongue-in-cheek. Those with a more professional attitude know me as doctor. I'm. No names. We've already investigated you, we know much of what we need to know, but I think there is a great deal of symbolic value in having you maintain some anonymity. Pick a name, and I will use it for the duration of this meeting. It doesn't need to be permanent or long-term. Okay. Is it supposed to be a fake regular name or a code name or anything? Jamie. It was the name her parents had been planning to give her baby sister. They'd broken up before that happened. Jamie it is. Come. I have an employee that is relocating this section of my offices to this spot, but it taxes him, and there'll be less wait for the return trip if we don't strain him. Jamie looked over her shoulder at her car. The GPS wouldn't do her much good here, she suspected. It would take a leap of faith. She hurried over and stepped close to the doctor, crossing that border from packed dirt and moldy hay to clean tiled floor. There was a rush of wind, and the surroundings swam violently for 2 or 3 seconds. When the image had resolved again, they stood in the middle section of a long hallway. It looked like a hospital, sterile, white, clean, but it was empty. There were no people, and there was no equipment. Welcome to Cauldron, the doctor said. How did you find me? I just got an email. I'd have to check my notes. We have ways of finding interested parties. If I remember right, you were browsing websites, researching ways to acquire tinker-made armor and weapons. Jamie nodded. I was. So many were fakes or scams that I wasn't willing to trust the ones that did look legit. We own several of those sites. All are fakes. That might have been where we first noticed your activity. That's a little creepy. Creepiness is an unfortunate reality when you are forced to operate covertly, without a steady customer base. Why? Why not go public? Countries would go to war over what we have at our disposal. A way to grant powers to anyone who wants them. They would want armies of para-human soldiers. Even if we did manage to establish ourselves as a neutral party without government interference, Cauldron would be infiltrated by those looking to steal our secrets. Spies, thieves, and people who wanted to establish a rival business. They were reaching the end of the hallway. The doctor smiled lightly. And that? Please, through this door. Jamie prided herself on her ability to identify evasions and untruths. The doctor was humoring her when she replied to the question about rival businesses. The idea didn't seem to worry her. Why? Jamie stepped through the open door and entered a large room. As with the hallway, the decor was predominantly white. There was a desk of white marble with a white leather chair, and 2 plastic chairs facing the desk. A modestly sized monitor sat at one corner of the desk, with a compact keyboard placed in front of it, and no mouse. The space was Spartan. I'd go crazy in here. There's no personality to this place. Stranger still was the lack of dust. Since her arrival, Jamie hadn't seen anyone but the doctor. How did the doctor keep everything so clean? Have a seat. Jamie sat in one of the plastic chairs. I like to talk and establish expectations before we begin. You should know that almost every aspect of this experience can be tailored to your tastes. Cauldron's usual routine, however, is to arrange one face-to-face meeting. We'll discuss your budget, your situation, and goals, and then we'll peruse a catalog to find something that fits your budget and will hopefully give you the results you desire. There is a 2-month waiting period, during which time I will assign you some testing, some regarding your physical condition, other tests for psychological reasons. Psychological? Is that to make sure I won't flip out and go villain when I get powers? That is not a concern. Though your question seems to indicate that you hope to be a hero. The doctor made it a half-question, half-statement. Jamie's brow furrowed. Wait, so you give powers to people who want to be villains? We give powers to anyone who pays. Rest assured, if you wish to end this meeting now because of a pang of conscience, we can see you return to the barn shortly. Jamie hesitated, then shook her head. It's fine. The testing will include blood tests, stress tests, MRI, CAT scan, radiographic scans and a Torsten DNA sequencing. These scans are primarily for our purposes, and if you'd prefer, you can have your family doctor arrange or conduct these tests instead for a small fee. A larger fee will allow you to skip the tests entirely. Fees and additional expenses. No. The testing wasn't so important that she'd spend her money on it. You can conduct the tests however you want, Jamie said. Good. You'll need to forgive me, but I must be blunt. Cauldron operates on a strict policy of secrecy. It is crass of me to do this, but know that if you pass on any knowledge of what transpired here, we have ways to find out, and will be forced to employ countermeasures. This is in effect even if you decide you do not wish to sign anything. Countermeasures. Our response will reflect the gravity of the offense. We have clients who have spent hundreds of millions of dollars on the products and services we offer. It is our obligation to protect them. What kind of countermeasures? Would you kill me? We try to avoid murder in the course of doing business, not just because of the moral issues, but because it draws attention. For leaks, our usual procedure is to discredit the individual in question and deploy our in-house division of parahumans to drive them into hiding, remove their powers or both. Try to avoid murder. The phrasing implied the doctor or Cauldron had gone that far before. She didn't like that, and she especially didn't like the fact that the doctor was phrasing things so she'd miss that detail if she wasn't listening carefully. It's fine. I don't intend to break the rules. Few do. Still, I've done my duty and informed you. Tell me about yourself, Jamie. I know your father is in law enforcement. He's a detective, yet. Does that have anything to do with why you're here? Jamie frowned and looked away. Yet. Tell me. A year ago, well, it all started 2 years ago. There were 2 criminals called Ramrod and Fleece. The local heroes brought them into custody, partially because of my dad's work in tracking the pair down. 3 strikes act applied to Fleece, and Ramrod was in for murder with intent. They put them in special cells, got them a court date, and everything was normal. My dad worked to gather the evidence, made some deals with informants to testify anonymously, and everything. The court process takes a lot longer than it does on TV. Too true. Finally, after about a year of court appearances and 1 minor appeal they managed to squeeze in there, it was decided. The pair was supposed to go to the birdcage. Except someone broke them out. I think I'm beginning to understand. Jamie gnawed on her lip for a second. Just thinking about it pissed her off. His name is Madcap, and he's a mercenary that specializes in breaking people out of jail. Sometimes even when they're in the convoy on the way to the birdcage. And it's just wrong. It's not the way things should work. Months or years of investigation, good police, and good heroes risking their lives to finally catch someone and arrest them, a year of trial, and all it takes is one fucking asshole with powers to free them. And so you've spent the last year trying to find a way to purchase powers, with the intent of righting that wrong. I want to stop him. And not just him. I want to help things make sense again, even if it means playing unfair because they're playing unfair. Crime should have consequences. The doctor typed something onto the keyboard, paused, and then typed something else. Madcap. Well, the good news is that he isn't one of ours, so there's no conflict of interest. The bad news is that the PRT rated him as a striker 7. Jamie's face settled into a grim expression. I know. My dad has resources. I took the time to look up Madcap's records. Having looked into your finances. I've got a place in the city that was left to me. My dad doesn't know about it, so it'd be easy to sell it and not have anyone close to me get curious where they money went. Current housing market says I could sell it for $750,000. I just have to sell it. We can expedite this. Cauldron is prepared to buy the property from you for $730,000, renting it out to you in the meantime if you require it. We will sell it at our leisure rather than wait for you to find a buyer. I don't need you to rent it to me. No, that works, Jamie said. She was secretly relieved to have one of the biggest hurdles handled so easily. Good. And I have another $5,000 that my relatives set aside for my school. It'd be harder to use that without people getting curious, but it's there. We'll see. In terms of cost, Cauldron requires that the client pay 2/3 of the total amount in advance, and pay the rest over a 6-year period or default. Meaning you employ those countermeasures you talked about. Revoking your powers in the worst case scenario, yes. Is that revoking of powers a part of the process of however you give people the powers, or is it something that one of your in-house capes does? The doctor was typing on the computer. Without taking her eyes from the screen, she said, the latter. You don't need to worry about someone using a loophole or flaw in the process to take away your abilities. The doctor frowned at the image on the computer screen. What? The doctor turned the monitor around. It showed graphs and charts that made little sense to Jamie. Clearing her throat, the doctor leaned forward over the desk and extended one manicured nail to point at a series of labels on a 3-dimensional graph. This is the p-value as related to the cost of the power, with the expected range of powers. The amount of money you have, even assuming an additional 33% in payment made at a future date, is probably not going to provide you with the power you'd need to take on a striker 7. Jamie's face fell. Shaking her head in confusion, she asked, P? And what do you mean by probably? The doctor opened a drawer and retrieved a binder. She slid it across the desk. Every page was laminated, labeled with a serial number. Each page had a picture of a vial with a different colored metallic liquid inside, sitting beside a list of powers. The bottom half of the page or a second page, depending on the number of powers listed, had a grid with a number assigned to an arrangement of letters. No sample provides the exact same powers every time. The bullet points note examples of the powers gained when the sample was tried on a human subject or a client. There's typically a common thread or theme connecting powers from a given sample. One sample might have a tendency to work with the production of acids and a tendency for physical manifestation. This might allow an individual to turn into a living pool of acid, to secrete acid from his pores or to spit streams of corrosive venom. I don't want a power like that. No. For one thing, the R value of sample J0090 is very low. Note the letters on the grid. The most important ones are the O, P and R. These, on their own, determine roughly 90% of a sample's cost. O refers to a power's uniqueness. It's largely subjective, and liable to change through factors entirely out of Cauldron's control, but it is easier to stand out as a hero or villain if nobody else can do what you do. You've already mentioned the other two letters in passing. The P value is the raw effect of the granted abilities. An estimation of the rating the PRT would assign to the powers. Higher P, more effective and versatile abilities. Jamie nodded. And R. Unfortunately, as I've mentioned, there are no guarantees. A given sample does not provide the same effects every time it is tested. There are admittedly some dangers involved in the use of our product. Sometimes there are physical changes that cannot be masked. You have seen the heroes or villains with glowing eyes or less human features. That was sobering. The R value refers to how predictable a given sample is. There are some that produce very simple, reliable results. In 63 tests of sample T6001, it has only failed to grant a form of flight on 2 occasions. Contrast that with sample B0030. It has, in 4 tests, granted an individual the ability to make things implode. It has created a powerful vacuum in someone's mouth, that draws everything into a portal where it is promptly annihilated. Sample B0030 killed the other 2 test subjects. Killed. There was an outside possibility she could die, if she took the wrong one, or if she got especially unlucky. How do you test this? You're talking about a lot of tests, 60 for just one sample, but there's no way people wouldn't notice or that word wouldn't get out if you were doing something like that. As you've seen, Cauldron has resources. That doesn't really answer my question. It does. Just not as clearly as you want it to. Something in the doctor's tone suggested the woman wasn't going to elaborate further. Jamie shut her mouth, frowning slightly. As you can see here, this graph shows the relationship between cost and the rising P, O and R values. It was a cube broken into a multitude of smaller cubes, with P as the x-axis, O as the y and R as the z. They ranged from white to sky blue to darker blue, purple, red, and finally crimson. The key at the bottom of the graph suggested that anything beyond dark blue would cost several $1 million. By the time it hit crimson, it was ranging into the hundreds of millions. This is what you can afford. The doctor hit a key and the graph was reduced to the white and light blue cubes. You could theoretically push into the 7 range of P values, to put yourself at this madcap's level in terms of raw power, but you would be forfeiting a great deal in the other 2 departments. Your powers would be relatively simple, defaulting to the sort of abilities that countless other heroes already have, and with a low R score, you would be risking getting something you do not want. Physical changes, perhaps, or powers outside of the area you wanted. Super strength when you desired telekinesis, for a crude example. I'm not fixated on anything particular, power-wise. Flying would be cool, but I'll take anything that works. The doctor tapped a key, and the graph shifted so there were only 3 rows. She'd removed the samples with higher uniqueness values. Then the question is, the doctor said, how much are you willing to gamble? A hero can beat a superior foe with strategy, tactics, and forethought, and I get the impression you are focused enough to put your mind to the task. Perhaps you'd want to emphasize reliability in a sample over the power it could offer you. Can you zoom in? The doctor did. So, how unreliable is a 5, if we're talking about R? If you decided on a sample with an R score of 5, I would tell you I could make no promises. There would be perhaps a 3 or 4% chance you would experience some unwanted physical changes. 0.5% chance that you'd experience changes of a degree that you wouldn't be able to go out in public without drawing notice, even with heavy clothing. You would, I'd venture, not be buying a particular power, but the broader category of that power. To use our earlier example, you would not be buying acid spit, specifically, but an acid power. Jamie looked at the other lines on the graph, and I'd be getting something like an O of 3 and a P of 5. Something in that neighborhood, yes. A power rating of 5 to madcap 7, Jamie put her elbows on the edge of the desk and her head in her hands. There's a chance you could get lucky and achieve a power with a greater P value than expected. Again, that misdirection. Jamie shook her head. And a roughly equal chance that I could get unlucky, since it's an average. Admittedly true. Is there anything else I could do? A way to get better results. We have options, but I don't know that they apply to your case. I mentioned the psychological testing earlier. You should know that an individual's personality, mental state, and background do seem to have a great deal of effect on the resulting power. I would even say it's one of the primary factors, outside of the sample itself. Jamie wondered momentarily how her own mental state would influence her powers. The doctor went on, we have a package we call Shaping, and another we call Morpheus. Both are intended to make the most of the 2-month waiting period and help a client reach an ideal mental and emotional state. It's often purchased by our high-end customers, to refine the powers they want and help ensure there are no untoward effects. For a low-end customer such as yourself, I don't know that it would suit your needs. You would be buying a lower quality sample to pay for the package, perhaps if you were someone who wanted powers for recreational purposes. If you wanted to help guarantee that you got the ability to fly, for example. Jamie nodded. There's the Nemesis program, but you already have an opponent in mind, and I expect you're more interested in a fair fight than having an opponent you're guaranteed to succeed against when it counts. Yet. This Nemesis program, how many prominent heroes or villains were out there that had faked or staged confrontations like that? Nothing else springs to mind as our packages go. When we design an additional feature or program, we tend to aim it at our more wealthy customers. You guys are doing lots of testing. Could I do something like help with that? Or something outside of these packages and programs? Perhaps. I'm serious, I'm hardworking, and I stick to my guns. It's our tendency to require that any client be prepared to perform one unspecified favor for us at a later date. Usually a simple task or a week of service. It serves as a way to cover our bases without revealing too much in respect to our operations. Very Godfather. Do these favors mean doing anything illegal? Sometimes. But no, often it is a request to meet someone, to pass on a message, or help manage an information leak, a show of force to scare someone who is poking too deep. Jamie's leg bounced nervously as she looked at the screen. And if you agree to perform 3 favors at a future date, and I suspect we could extend something of a discount. The doctor hit several keys, and the graph extended a little in every direction. Where it had been white and light blue, it now showed cubes of dark blue. What would you ask me to do? I don't know yet. I prefer to leave that option open. Everything in Jamie's gut told her there was some small lie or misdirection in there. Either the doctor did know what she wanted to ask for, or she knew her customer wouldn't like what she heard. Whatever these favors were, all she could do was hope she could do enough good to counterbalance any wrongs she'd have to commit. All right, Jamie said. Sounds like a deal. Jamie's 4th visit to Cauldron was less out of her way than her first. She entered the same way as before, but this time the hallway from Cauldron's location was transplanted into the middle of her apartment. She wasted no time in stepping through. The doctor was not waiting for her, but she knew where she was going. She strode down the empty, spotless hallways, past innumerable matching doors. There were no windows in this place. Nothing peeking into the outside. Still, she knew where she was. She'd checked the GPS data on her necklace. The Ivory Coast. The west coast of Africa. It was dangerous information to have. If I tried to open one of those doors, would it be locked? What would be inside? Or would alarms go off, my chance here spoiled? She'd been here twice since her first meeting. Both times, she'd had her psychological testing. She'd also had a full workup done. The psychiatrist had been a young-looking white man, the doctor a heavy-set Greek. They'd said little beyond what they needed to for the testing, and had volunteered nothing about Cauldron. She made her way to the room where she'd done her stress test. Here, she'd run back and forth with steadily increasing speeds until she couldn't run anymore. She'd rested, then run again, until she couldn't even stand. The doctor was waiting for her. A metal canister sat on a table, and there was a sturdily built, cushioned chair sitting close by. You're ready, the doctor asked. Jamie nodded. If you'll change into this, we can preserve your clothes for the return trip home. Jamie took the offered clothing, a plain grey bodysuit that would cover everything from the neck down. A word in blocky black letters on the front read Jamie while one on the back read Client. There was no indicated change room, and the doctor was focused on the canister and the stack of papers she was setting down on the table. Jamie changed where she stood, folding her clothes and setting them on the edge of the table. Sit. Jamie sat in the chair. Comfortable. Sample T1177, with the agreed upon addition of sample C0072. This is correct. Yes. It's what I paid for. Read and sign here. And there are stipulations on, let me see, pages 26 and 29 that you need to sign as well. Jamie leaned forward and read through the contract. It was every term they'd agreed upon, legalese and politely worded warnings about the hell Cauldron would try to bring down on her head if she broke the terms of the contract. There were pages of receipts covering the financial transactions, and pages more of details about her own medical and psychological evaluations. There were 2 stipulations to agree to. One for the 3 favors she'd agreed to perform. Another on the psychological testing. 9 years ago, she had been kidnapped for use as leverage against her father. She had been held in their custody for 3 days. No food, 6 water bottles to drink and no bathroom. She'd gone to the washroom in the corner, had removed one sock to keep the pee from making its way across the sloped hardwood floor. She'd assured the psychiatrist that she had gotten over any of the trauma and any fear of the dark that had stemmed from that incident. It was her father that had had a hard time dealing with the event. She'd been young then, and the event hadn't really stuck in her memory. But she couldn't shake the idea that the kidnapping might have left some lingering effect on her that would taint the process. You haven't eaten. Nothing since this time yesterday. You don't have any colds, no aches and pains. No. That's too bad. The sample we use to moderate and control the effects of the finished products has a short-lived regenerative effect. This is one of the selling points we offer to the clients we find in hospitals and the like. Some have even recovered or partially recovered from lifelong disabilities. We've had reports from people who were mildly ill when they gained their powers, who found they never got sick again. It would be nice to verify this. You couldn't have told me that before. It could easily be a placebo effect. Not worth a rescheduling. You're comfortable? Sure. The doctor unscrewed the canister and withdrew a vial. It was no longer than a pen and no thicker than one of the doctor's fingers. The faster you drink it all, the quicker and cleaner the transition is. You said something about a dream quest. Some experience it. Some don't. Don't be concerned if you don't. Simply relax to the best of your ability and stay focused. The higher and more pronounced the physical reactions like your heart rate, sweating, adrenals, and emotional response, the greater the chance of a physiological change. I recommend that you keep from dwelling on any stressful thoughts or memories. Just stay calm and try to relax as much as you're able. Isn't that like asking someone to not think of a blue elephant? They're going to think about a blue elephant. I stress, only a small percentage of people experience enough stress that they undergo any physical change. The doctor removed the stopper from the top of the vial and carefully handed it over, not letting go until she was sure Jamie had a firm grip. Jamie held the vial for several long moments. Now. When you're ready. Jamie tossed it back like she'd seen people throw back shots of hard liquor. She coughed as it coated the inside of her throat, her saliva doing little to nothing to help it down. The doctor reached out, and Jamie handed her the vial. It began to burn, the intensity increasing second by second, until she was convinced it couldn't get any worse. It did. Hurts, she groaned, trying to push herself to a standing position. It'll get more severe before it gets better. Stay in the chair. Didn't tell me, she could barely speak with the way her chest felt like it was caving in on itself. I didn't want to alarm you before we began. It's normal, and it does get better. A minute, maybe two, and you'll be surprised at how fast the pain goes away. She clutched the arms of the chair. As unfathomably bad as it had been just moments ago, it kept getting worse. She had to endure another 2 minutes of this. It felt like the burning inside of her was melting through the walls of her throat and stomach. She could imagine the tissue blistering and dissolving, expanding outward until it touched on her lungs and her heart. As it seemed to consume her lungs, her breathing began to dissolve into breaths too quick and small to bring enough oxygen into her lungs. Darkness began to creep in at the edges of her vision. Relax. The doctor's voice sounded far away. She was panicking, and the idea that she was panicking made it worse, because it could mean she'd change. She might look different. Scales, spines, metallic skin, or something else. The darkness swallowed her field of vision and she felt as though it were creeping over her skin. What had she been thinking, doing this? Have to calm down. She'd taken up Tai Chi when she was 13, something one of her therapists had encouraged to deal with stress. She couldn't move here, and it was impossible to stand, let alone do her exercises, but she could try to reach that mental state. She attempted to take deep breaths, but she couldn't even tell if she had air in her lungs or if she was breathing in or out. She tensed the muscles in her fingers and toes, then forced herself to relax them. She did the same with the muscles of her hands and feet. She worked her way up through the entirety of her body, focusing on that simple action of tension, relaxation. The pain didn't stop, but she felt disconnected from it, now. She was calmer, focused. She felt as though she were adrift in a vast, empty space, aware of every part of her body, the wholeness of it, and nothing else. An incoherent image flickered across her mind. A landscape of twisted biological shapes that seemed to alter with every passing second, changing into something completely different. An archway of bony growths disconnected and became a bridge over a crevasse. Then a hill. Yet it all seemed to change with logic. It was just a logic she couldn't comprehend. The ground split. Chasms tore into the surface, dividing it, and another image. Earth. It was as though she was looking at everyone's face and every object and every living thing on the planet at once, from every angle, but then she was looking at a different everyone and everything, then another. It dawned on her that it wasn't her doing the looking. She was a bystander. Before she could realize what this other was looking for, the scene changed again. Utter blackness and silence. It was only in this stillness and quiet that Jamie realized there was an undercurrent. An impression. She hesitated to call it an emotion. Reaching. It was the only word she could use to place it, and it didn't quite fit. It was an action that was simultaneously frustrated and frustrating. The pain cleared away so quickly she thought she might have imagined it. She was on the ground, she realized. On her hands and knees. Tears ran down her cheeks. Not all were from the pain. Some were sympathetic. What was that? What did I just see? It wasn't a dream. It wasn't what you described. Roughly half of my customers ask questions similar to yours after they've transitioned. I always say the same thing. I don't know. Even in the days she was in, Jamie's instincts told her the doctor was lying. I expect you'll retain the memory better if you don't try too hard to hold onto it. The strange things she had seen didn't seem to matter anymore. Did I change? Is my body different? You glowed briefly, but that passed. You look the same as you did. Jamie nodded, too worn out to feel relieved. I'm going to leave, now, for my own safety. I recommend sitting and resting before anything else. When you're prepared, stand and see what you can do to exercise your new abilities. The doctor was halfway to the door when Jamie shifted her position and prepared to climb into the chair. Relief was surging through her. She hadn't become a monster. She hadn't lost her mind. This was for real. What she had seen, it was too profound to mean anything else. Even a hit of LSD wouldn't have given her visions as clear as that. Not that she'd done LSD. Though she didn't feel dizzy, she found she lacked the sense of balance to stand, and tipped forward. Between one heartbeat and the next, everything seemed to click. She felt as though she were floating in slow motion rather than falling, her body thrumming. She extended one arm toward the arm of the chair to catch herself, but she underestimated the speed and strength of the movement in the midst of this slow motion world. The chair was sent flying, skidding across the floor. She fell hard, the moment over, her fall no longer slow motion. On the other side of the room, the chair hit the wall and shattered. Seems you have something. Congratulations, the doctor said. Madcap hit one of the armored PRT vans hard enough to make it roll. The driver of the second tried to steer clear, but Madcap stepped into the path of the incoming vehicle. It struck him and the vehicle virtually bounced off of him, the hood crumpling as though it had hit a telephone pole. He rolled his shoulders, and then kicked the vehicle. It skidded along the road and collided with the third truck, which had already pulled to a stop. Which left only the task of freeing his clients. Stop. Madcap turned. Jamie stood in the middle of the street, opposing him. Her low-budget costume consisted of a black bodysuit and a domino mask. You're cute. Nice body, and the costume is a nice mix of pathetic and adorable in a three-legged puppy kind of way. But you don't want to try to stop me. I hit pretty damn hard. The mention of her costume embarrassed her. She hadn't had the money after buying her powers. Still, three-legged puppy? Madcap, by contrast, was wearing a customized costume that had cost no small amount of money. A face guard covered the lower half of his face, and was imprinted with the image of a wide grin. Black face paint surrounded his dark eyes, accentuating the whites, and a pointed black leather cap connected to the mask and his costume. His armor was more aesthetic than functional, and featured broad, spike-studded pads. I hit pretty hard myself, Jamie replied. A glance over her shoulder revealed that the two men who'd been driving the containment van nearest her were running. She knew it was empty, a decoy. She wrested the bumper free with a tug and then swung it at Madcap like an oversized bat. He blocked it with one hand, and the scrap of metal slipped from her hand and went sailing into the nearby cornfield. Then he slid forward and tapped the flat of one hand against her chest. She bounced off of the ground and fell in a heap. It took her one attempt at standing before she realized it was futile. Two PRT soldiers stepped forward to try to spray him with foam, but he dispatched both with a throw of something that looked like a thick frisbee. With nobody left to stop him, Madcap proceeded to tear doors off the containment vans until he found the prisoners. Jamie tried to move again. Everything hurt too much. No, Madcap said. Leave her be. She opened her eyes to see two villains, a male and a female standing nearby, with Madcap standing between her and them. She looks like a right morsel, the man commented. Not saying she doesn't, Madcap said, but hands off. You paid me to free you, and I can't do that if you are fucking around. Spoil sport, the woman said, teasing. Come on. Then they were gone, and Jamie let her head rest on the pavement. My power didn't work. I was strong, and then I wasn't. There are going to be nuances, the doctor said. We could help you investigate the intricacies of your ability. But that would cost you. Everything costs something, here. I have another idea in mind. Another idea. Consider this your first favor to us. Cauldron would be much obliged if you could join the ranks of the wards, and then graduate to the Protectorate as soon as possible. The Protectorate? Why? To sabotage it from within? Steal information? I don't want to do anything like that. Just join. That's all I ask. If nothing else, it would mean you had resources and training to develop your powers and achieve your own goals. Jamie frowned, looking at her gloved hand. She had been contemplating joining anyways. It meant one favor out of the way, relatively harmless, which was good, but there was little doubt that Cauldron wanted her in place for a reason. Round 8, puppy. Madcap said, maybe you can finally win one. Jamie charged him, and the rest of her team followed soon after. Madcap leapt to one side as Legend fired a series of beams at him. The villain plunged into and through the concrete wall of the jail, and Jamie was only steps behind him. She saw him rounding a corner and gave chase. He wasn't in the hallway. There wasn't even debris from where he'd torn his way through yet another wall. She activated her power. Time seemed to slow down as she sped up. She snapped her head to look up and saw him in the middle of a leap over her head. He'd timed it perfectly, so he would be above her when she rounded the corner. Except she was faster, and she could hit harder than he could. Given a chance. Her elbow caught him while he was still airborne, and unable to dodge. She slammed him into a wall, and followed up with a leaping kick while the effects of her power still coursed through her. Madcap rebounded off of the wall as though he were made of rubber and ducked beneath her incoming kick. Twisting around as he rose back to a standing position, he got a grip on her from behind in the same moment her foot hit the wall. Heaving, he hurled her down the length of the hallway. Calm. She had to be calm, concentrate. Even as she flew through the air, she let her power build up inside her, then released it. With the half-second of effect it gave her, she contorted herself to touch the wall with one foot, then lightly kicked it to turn herself toward the ground. She landed in a crouch, sliding from the inertia, and began charging up for another go. Legend's lasers tore into the spot where Madcap had been a half-second ago. The villain sprinted toward Jamie, moving faster with each step. Battery. Legend called out, stop him. She held on, concentrating. She let a deep breath pass through her lips. Sticking one foot out in front of him, Madcap changed directions, heading straight through the wall. Plaster exploded around him. She released her power, and for just seconds, she was strong, she was almost invincible, and above all else, she was fast. She ran forward, plunging through two walls in her pursuit. Emerging from the second wall, she came within a few feet of Madcap. He turned on the spot, reaching out to block her strike or grab her. But she didn't give him the opportunity to do either. Instead, she spent the rest of her accumulated power in a single burst, pulling at the metal of a nearby chair. It fell over, sliding into Madcap's path. The metal legs caught on his own legs, one sliding just beneath his descending foot. He stumbled. He exerted his power, causing the chair to crumple and explode before he stumbled any further and fell. She heard a brief chuckle from the man as he turned to make his escape. Legend had taken advantage of that momentary delay to get in position. He caught the villain with a laser blast. Madcap tumbled, got his feet under him and darted for cover. A laser blast turned the corner to follow and smash the villain into the ground. Legend shot him again while he was down, and the man was unconscious. Good job, Battery. Legend spoke with a smile. Finally, hey. Finally, she said. I really don't want to go to the birdcage, Madcap said. He was covered in containment foam from shoulder to toe. You've committed somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 felonies, Legend answered him. I don't think you have many options. Felonies, sure, but I haven't killed anyone, and that's got to be worth something. Now, this is just a suggestion, but what if I switched sides? Get real, Battery replied. I'm serious, puppy. You guys need more bodies on the field, I don't want to go to the birdcage, it's win-win. I'm strong. You've spent nearly 6 years perverting the course of justice for others, she replied. And now I can make amends. They had removed his mask, but his real smile was almost more mocking than the one that had been styled into the mask. You spent the last 5.5 years getting people out of the birdcage, claiming to be against it and everything it stood for, but now you are willing to work to put people in there. Maybe you've changed me. Your good looks, your winning personality, and your die-hard persistence in the face of so many defeats at my hand. Battery looked at Legend, don't suppose we can gag him. Sadly, no. And he raises an interesting idea. He's going to run the second he gets a chance. There are options. Tracking devices, or perhaps Murden can put some countermeasure in place. I'm down for any of that stuff, Madcap said, casting a sidelong glance at Battery. He grinned, but I want some concessions. Concessions? You asshole. You should be glad that we're even entertaining this asinine idea. I think you'll find them pretty reasonable, Madcap said, more to Legend than Battery. Let's hear it. I think this would work best if I took on a new identity. New costume. My powers are versatile enough that I doubt anyone's going to draw a connection. It also means I don't have any enemies or any paranoid customers from my shady past coming after me. That could be arranged. And I want to be on her team, Madcap said, pointing at Battery. He smiled. Puppy changes to a new city, I go with. Hell no, Battery said. Why? Legend asked. It's funny, Madcap said. It's going to irritate the piss out of her, and I've got just a little bit of a sadistic streak in me. If I don't channel it somehow, this just isn't going to work out. Just give me this, and I'll be a Boy Scout. Boy Scout? You'll be on your best behavior. Legend asked. This would be more than even regular probation. No, Battery said. Yes. Madcap answered the man. No, Battery said, stabbing a finger at Legend. I've been a damn good hero for you guys. My record is spotless, I've put in the hours, I've put in the overtime hours. I've done the jobs nobody else wants to do, the unpaid volunteer crap, the patrols at the dead of night when nothing happens. This is a punishment. You're right, Legend sighed, it would be a heavy burden for a good heroine. So it's up to you. You decide if Madcap joins the Protectorate or not. I won't judge you if you say no. But you think I should say yes. I do, if it makes us stronger in the long run. Battery looked down at Madcap, and the villain offered her an exaggerated pout, his eyes large, his lower lip sticking out. Fuck me, she said. You're going on paper as the one making the call, Legend, and you're taking the hit if this backfires. That's fair. Yes. Madcap grinned. I've died and gone to hell, Battery muttered. It was everything she'd become a hero to prevent. A villain evading his rightful justice. But she knew it was for the greater good. They did need more heroes out there. I already have a name in mind for my goody two-shoes costumed self, Madcap grinned. You're going to like this one, puppy. You're going to have to stop calling me that, Battery warned him, or your identity as Madcap is going to become public knowledge, fast. Madcap rubbed his chin. Maybe. I'll agree to stop if you accept my name. She sighed. I already know I'm going to hate this. You'll love it. Assault. Get it? It took her a second to process. No. No? But it's perfect. We'll be a pair. People will know from the second they hear it. The connotations are horrible. No. You're not allowed to change the intent of my name like that. Fine, fine. Point taken. Puppy. Battery looked at Legend, can I maybe get a raise, for putting up with this? The leader of the Protectorate folded his arms. Something can be arranged. It can be a coffee, Assault told her. Or a beer after a night of patrols. Nothing fancy, low stress. Low stress? You're forgetting the part where I'd be spending more time in your company than I have to. Han, you need to unwind. Relax. You're too rigid, and I know for a fact that you haven't had a boyfriend or a girlfriend in the 2 years I've worked with you. Stop implying I'm into women, ass. Well, you know, you keep turning me down, so it kind of makes a man wonder. I've been too busy, and even if I did want to date, rest assured, you would be my last pick for company. So hurtful. He pressed one hand to his chest. Look at me, I'm like a knight in shining armor, now. A wolf in sheep's clothing, more like. Eru. Miss Militia stopped in the doorway. Need rescuing. If you could put a bullet between his eyes, I'd owe you one. No can do. Miss Militia offered her an apologetic grimace. You okay, though? I'm okay, thanks. Miss Militia headed on her way, and Assault smiled, listening to her. You'd think every second in my company was torture. Oh, you'd be surprised, Battery retorted. She turned and topped off her cup of coffee, finishing the pot. Assault stepped in and began preparing the next pot. It would have been a nice gesture if it weren't for the smug look on his face. Come on. Give me a chance. Let me know what it takes to get one night of your company. Tell me to bring you a star in the palm of my hand, or slay a dreaded Endbringer, and I'll get it done. You'd just find some loophole and bring me a plastic star or kill an Endbringer in a video game, which would only give you an excuse to harass me further. Then think of something else. Anything. Battery sipped on her coffee. Anything? Arms Master was looking for volunteers for some unpaid work at one of the primary schools. I already said I'd do it. You do all of that crap, Assault rolled his eyes. It'd be admirable if you weren't trying so ridiculously hard at it. It's like you're trying to make up for some wrong you think you've committed. Battery frowned a little. The grin dropped from Assault's face. Hey, seriously. She shook her head. No. No wrong committed, real or imagined. But the way you looked just now. She interrupted him. If you come on this errand with me and do part of the speech for the kids, I'll maybe consider possibly going out with you for lunch someday. Excellent. Assault grinned. He strode off, looking like he'd just won the lottery. She smiled. If he only knew this was her shot at some clean, innocent payback. The squealing, screaming grade schoolers, all fighting and pulling on your costume and demanding demonstrations of powers and constantly asking questions. And he'd have to put up with it. She would relish this. And caught out little suck a thumb. Snib. Snap. Snib. The scissors go. And Conrad cries out oh. 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 Assault read from the book of poems, and every one of the 90 kids that sat around him were leaning forward, eyes wide. He's so good with kids, the librarian murmured. Of course he is, Battery said. Maybe there was a hint of bitterness in her voice, because the librarian gave her a funny look. She plastered a fake smile on her face to assuage the woman's doubts. Both his thumbs are off at last. Assault finished. The kids squealed in delighted horror. Pain in the ass, she thought. If I were reading that one they'd all be crying. Battery's phone vibrated. She excused herself from the librarian's company and checked the display. Customer wants product hand delivered by known para-human. Package waiting in your apartment. Second task. C. Cauldron had sent it to the phone the Protectorate gave her? To a number that only the Protectorate had? Did that mean something? She deleted the message. It would be easy enough to handle. If the recipient wound up being a villain at a future date, she'd stop them, put them away. This would just be a delivery. Assault caught her eye and a slow smile spread across his face, as the little girl in his lap read some of the next poem. The look was smug, sly. He knew exactly how much this was irritating her. Jackass, she muttered. But she couldn't stop a smile of her own from spreading across her face. The glass in the little window of her front door was shattered. It fell on her feet as she pushed the door open. Ethan. Battery called out. You're okay, Ethan said, as he came down the stairs. He was still in costume. Only a single cut marked his cheek. I didn't know where to find you, and since the cell phones don't work anymore, and you weren't at headquarters, I thought I'd come here. I know. I thought much the same thing, but I came here first. You're okay. I'm okay, puppy. She punched him lightly in the arm. She didn't resist as he swept her up in a painfully tight hug. We should go on patrol, he said. This is going to be bad. They're kicking us while we're down. Right. Patrol together or apart? Together at first, assess the situation. Okay. A courier dropped this off for you, he pointed at a small envelope on the hall table. She saw the undercase on the front and felt her heart sink. Puppy. She picked up the envelope and checked the contents. A slip of paper, blank on both sides. A joke? A reminder? The last one had been 2 years ago. Let's go, she said, crumpling it in her fist. She charged up and ran, and Assault crossed a similar amount of distance with his long and powerful leaps. She covered more distance with the start-stop motion of charging and running than she did just running, but it made for a halting progress where Assault simply continued forward. He made some headway on her. She knew he'd stop at some vantage point to wait for her. As she stopped to charge, she felt a tingle from her hand. The note? She spent the energy of a charge, but she didn't run. Again, that tingle. She used her ability to manipulate electromagnetic energy and focused it on the note as she smoothed it out. A pattern emerged, simple black lettering. A second after they'd appeared, the paper started to smoke. She had only a few seconds to read and process the message before the paper ignited. Siberian and Shatterbird are to escape the city, and our business with you will be done. Thank you. See. The burning scraps drifted to the road around her, but she only felt cold. Every action had its consequence,